Grade A unknown pupil technique type ability. The middle-aged teacher responsible for presiding over the ability awakening ceremony had a voice that trembled slightly with excitement. He looked at the dazzling purple radiance on the testing crystal, almost unable to believe his eyes. He took a deep breath and turned to the crew-cut teenager on the stage, approximately 18 years old, his expression still somewhat dazed, as if he hadn't yet recovered from the earlier anomaly. The teacher tried to make their voice sound steady. Lin Yi, as the first student to awaken this type of ability, you have the right to name it. Lin Yi raised his head. His gaze swept across the audience below the stage. A mirror, not far away, there was a huge mirror conveniently placed for the awakened to observe any possible external manifestations of their abilities at the first moment. Lin Yi's gaze fixed on his reflection in the mirror. It was a pair of particularly captivating eyes. With a red base, each eye contained 3 tomo patterns, slowly rotating and exuding an indescribable aura of eeriness and mystery. An unprecedented powerful sensation filled his entire body. Lin Yi's lips curled uncontrollably, his face brimming with irrepressible excitement and ecstasy. He spoke slowly, his voice slightly hoarse but exceptionally resolute. Let's call it Sharingan. Sharingan. This name exploded in Lin Yi's mind. The powerful bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan from the Naruto anime in his previous life had now truly appeared on him. Grade A. And he woke up directly with the 3 tomo. This is simply a god-tier opening. The students below the stage instantly erupted in commotion. A class? And an unknown ability? What kind of dumb luck does this Lin Yi have? Sharingan? That name sounds so over the top, but it seems really powerful. Envy, jealousy, and various emotions spread among the crowd. Several pairs of eyes hidden within the crowd unabashedly emitted malicious and resentful glints. Lin Yi ignored the crowd's reactions and directly stepped down from the awakening platform. The awakening ceremony soon came to an end. Lin Yi didn't want to stay even a moment longer. He wanted to immediately, right away, share this incredible news with the most important person in his life. Sister, Shia Wan, I awakened an A-level superpower. We won't have to suffer anymore. Lin Yi walked straight toward the school gate, his steps growing faster and faster. As he stepped out of the school gate, the sky gradually darkened. The street lights lit up one after another, stretching his shadow long. Lin Yi's mind was awash with thoughts. It's been 18 years since I crossed into this world. This is a magical world where supernatural abilities exist. People are born with supernatural energy within them, and when this energy accumulates to a certain level, they have the chance to awaken all kinds of extraordinary abilities upon reaching adulthood. Wind, fire, water, electricity, elemental manipulation, physical enhancement, psychic powers, and even more bizarre and unpredictable abilities. And he, Lin Yi, a transmigrator, started off on hell mode. Orphan, a baby abandoned at the orphanage's doorstep. Fortunately, the strange energy within his body barely reached the awakening threshold upon his coming of age this year, allowing him to enter the South City Academy of Supernatural Abilities. Otherwise, he would completely sink to the bottom of this world as an ordinary person, with no hope of ever rising again. The more than 10 years in the orphanage were the darkest yet warmest period of his life. Dark, because he lived under someone else's roof, constantly gauging others' moods. Warm, because he met Lin Yi. That was the name he gave his younger sister. A thin, sensible little girl who always timidly followed behind him. This year, Shia Wan is also 16. Since the orphanage was disbanded when she was 12, they have relied on each other, leaving behind that place which, though humble, at least provided shelter from the elements. After years of struggling and striving, Lin Yi truly came to understand the cruelty and coldness of this world. Ordinary people without abilities are like ants in this world. Even someone who has awakened the lowest F-level ability is an existence that ordinary people can never afford to provoke in their lifetime. Law, rules, that is merely a shackle imposed by the strong upon the weak. To survive, to ensure Lin Yi could eat her fill and stay warm, Lin Yi had done all kinds of dirty and exhausting work. Corpse mover, sewer cleaner, cleaner for high-risk buildings. He had been spat on, beaten, and ordered around like a dog. It's the same at school. Some teachers and classmates from privileged families completely looked down on him, an orphan without parents or any background to rely on. Moreover, his previous ability detection results barely met the standard. In their ingrained perception, someone like Lin Yi, even if he had the luck to awaken an ability, would at most be an F-level, an existence like waste. So they think Lin Yi is easy to bully, with verbal mockery and behavioral isolation being commonplace. Lin Yi doesn't care about these things. Or rather, he has long been numb. All his forbearance and efforts were for one person, Lin Yi, his sister. She was his only obsession and support to keep going. Lin Yi had been in poor health since childhood, frequently falling ill, and couldn't go out to work and earn money like Lin Yi. But she was very obedient and sensible, keeping the house neat and orderly. Most importantly, she had mastered an extraordinary skill in cooking. No matter how ordinary the ingredients, greens and radishes, once in her hands, they could be transformed into mouth-watering delicacies. Every day, dragging a weary body back to that small but cozy rented apartment, a bite of the steaming hot meal prepared by Shia Wan would make all the exhaustion and humiliation vanish. It was precisely because of Lin Yi companionship that Lin Yi didn't feel lonely and found this messed up world to still have some places worth cherishing. Thinking of this, a gentle smile unconsciously spread across Lin Yi's face, and his steps became lighter. He must ensure Shia Wan lives a good life. Definitely. The sky gradually darkened. Pedestrians on the roadside hurried along, with some even breaking into a jog. The night belongs to the otherworldly demons. Otherworldly demons are terrifying creatures that often appear at night, feeding on human flesh and supernatural energy, and are extremely ferocious. Ordinary people have almost no chance of surviving when encountering otherworldly demons. Even for those with supernatural abilities, they must tread carefully when going out at night. Lin Yi quickened his pace as well. Although he had awakened the A-level ability Sharingan, it was still a recent awakening. His internal energy was scarce, and he hadn't had the chance to familiarize himself with or master the Sharingan's abilities. Now facing the demon, it's likely to end in misfortune. He must return home as soon as possible. When passing by a familiar cake shop at the street corner, Lin Yi paused for a moment. He remembered. Shia Wan loves eating the mango mousse cake from this shop. Last time on Shia Wan's birthday, he bought a small one. He still vividly remembers Shia Wan's surprised and touched expression at that moment. That girl held the cake, eating it in small bites, her eyes smiling like crescent moons. Today, he awakened an A-level superpower. This is a tremendous piece of good news. It must be celebrated. Lin Yi walked into the cake shop without hesitation. "Boss, one large mango mousse cake, please," he said spiritedly. "All right." The boss swiftly packed the cake. Lin Yi carried the delicate cake box, his heart brimming with joy. He could already imagine the happy look on Shia Wan's face when she saw the cake. He wished he could fly home right now. After hurrying for another 10 minutes or so, the outline of the old residential complex where they lived finally appeared ahead. Huimin Community, a name that sounds full of irony. However, as Lin Yi approached, his heart sank suddenly. At the entrance of the residential area, several black vehicles emblazoned with ferocious beast head emblems were parked conspicuously. Those were the specialized vehicles of the Demon Extermination Bureau. A striking red warning tape was set up at the entrance of the residential area, prohibiting anyone from entering or leaving. A group of residents in pajamas, looking flustered, were stopped outside the warning tape, pointing and gesturing inside while discussing animatedly. An ominous feeling instantly gripped Lin Yi's heart. He rushed forward in a few quick strides, grabbed a familiar-looking middle-aged man, and asked urgently, "Uncle, what happened here?" The uncle, still shaken, patted his chest and said, "Young man, are you from this neighborhood too? Don't even mention it. Inside it seems like a demon appeared. The Demon Extermination Bureau is clearing it out. They drove us all out and said we can't go back in until it's completely cleaned up." Demon. These two words were like two red-hot branding irons, fiercely searing Lin Yi's heart. His mind buzzed, going completely blank. Shia Wan. Lin Yi's face instantly turned deathly pale, devoid of any trace of blood. He frantically weaved through the crowd outside the police line, his eyes anxiously scanning every face. "Shia Wan, Shia Wan." He hoarsely called out his sister's name. None, still no. In the crowd, there was no sign of Lin Shia Wan at all. "My sister hasn't come out. She's still inside." A bone-chilling cold surged from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. Lin Yi felt as if his blood was about to freeze. Personnel from the Demon Elimination Bureau were guarding the entrance, their expressions stern, not allowing anyone to approach. "Let me in. My sister is still inside." Lin Yi tried to rush past the cordon but was roughly pushed back by two members of the Demon Exorcism Division. "Step back. A mission is being carried out inside, and no one is allowed to trespass," one of the team members shouted sternly. Lin Yi's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at them intently. "No, he can't wait here. Shia Wan is still inside. The longer he waits, the more danger she's in." Lin Yi suddenly thought of something. By the neighborhood's wall, near the garbage disposal area, there's a dog hole that collapsed due to years of disrepair. In the past, to take a shortcut, he and Shia Wan would occasionally crawl through there. No time to worry about it. Lin Yi turned around and ran, heading to the side of the neighborhood. Found it. That hidden dog hole is still there. Without a second thought, he flopped down with a thud, ignoring the filth on the ground and the cake in his hand. Bang! The cake box was deformed by his rough movement, and the cake inside was probably unrecognizable by now. But Lin Yi couldn't care about these things right now. He used both his hands and feet, awkwardly crawling through the dog hole. As soon as he entered the neighborhood, Lin Yi started sprinting, rushing toward the building where his home was. His face was filled with anxiety and fear. Sweat mixed with dust blurred his vision. At that moment, his newly awakened Sharingan, under the extreme emotional turmoil, unknowingly activated once again. In the scarlet pupils, 3 tomos slowly rotated. Sharingan. As the Sharingan activated, Lin Yi felt that everything around him became clearer. The scent of blood lingering in the air, the faint sounds coming from afar, and even his own rapid heartbeat and chaotic breathing became exceptionally sharp. The speed of his movements also became significantly faster than before. 5th floor, room 501, finally arrived. Lin Yi almost crawled up the last few steps using both his hands and feet. The door to his home, that familiar door adorned with crooked little flowers from soft stickers, was now ajar, with several ferocious claw marks still visible on it. A strong smell of blood wafted out from the crack in the door, hitting Lin Yi's nose directly. Lin Yi's heart suddenly clenched. He reached out with trembling hands and gently pushed open the door. Just as he approached, the sound of two men deliberately lowering their voices but still clearly audible came from inside. A slightly rough voice asked, "Captain, this woman, what should we do with her?" Immediately after, another voice, pretending to be calm but carrying a chilling undertone, sounded. "What else can we do? Accidentally killing a civilian during an operation, isn't that a normal thing? Just follow the normal procedure." Accompanied by a creaking sound, the door was slowly pushed open. The three people in the room froze simultaneously, their gazes all turning toward the doorway. A red-eyed boy was quietly standing there. That cold-voiced man, who was also the leader of the three, instantly darkened his expression and shouted sternly, "Who let him in? Are the people at the door just useless? Such a dangerous place, is it somewhere an ordinary person can enter?" A teammate beside him, who was slightly overweight, lowered his voice and cautiously said, "Captain, he seems to be the girl's brother." "How do you know?" the cold-looking man asked with a frown. The overweight teammate extended his finger and pointed at the fallen photo frame on the table. The cold man looked in the direction he pointed, and in the photo frame was a picture of the boy in front of him and the girl on the ground. The two in the photo were leaning closely against each other, smiling brightly and joyfully. However, at this moment, Lin Yi could hear nothing. In his world, all sounds had vanished. He could only see the frail figure lying beneath the shattered window. The cold moonlight streamed in through the jagged hole, falling right onto that figure's face. It was a face Lin Yi knew so well it was etched into his very soul. It was the most important, and the only important person in his life. Shia Wan. At this moment, Shia Wan was wearing that pure white dress. It was the birthday gift Lin Yi had bought for her on her 14th birthday. She knew today was the big day when her brother would awaken his superpower, so she specially put on this dress she cherished the most, her prettiest outfit, and waited joyfully for her brother to come home. But now, she lay so quietly on the cold ground. That snow-white dress was stained with large patches of blood, glaringly red. Scarlet, viscous liquid spread out from beneath her, flowing all over the ground. Her eyes were tightly shut, never to open again, never to look at him with those clear, adoring eyes. Her chest was forcibly pierced, leaving a horrifying blood hole. Her heart was already gone. The whole person showed no trace of life. Lin Yi, dazed, walked step by step toward Shia Wan. There was no expression on his face, only a lifeless stillness. Only in those scarlet eyes, the pattern formed by three tomo spun slightly faster. Among the three, another lean man instinctively wanted to step forward to stop him, but the cold and sinister captain raised his hand to stop him, his gaze carrying an indifferent look as if watching a show. Lin Yi bypassed the three people and walked straight to Shia Wan's corpse. He slowly, very slowly, bent down, his movements so gentle as if he were touching a priceless treasure. He held her cold body in his arms. He kept his head lowered, looking at her pale face, unable to believe it, unwilling to believe it. He called softly, his voice hoarse beyond belief, "Shia Wan, brother is back. Look, brother bought you your favorite cake." As he spoke, he shakily held up the completely deformed cake box in his hand in front of Shia Wan. The girl who would always happily take the cake and sweetly call out, "Thank you, brother will never come back." What a pity. At this moment, the slightly chubby team member, unable to bear it any longer, moved his lips and said to Lin Yi, "Little brother, your sister, she is already dead." The cold captain watched the scene, his face still devoid of any extra expression. In his view, the sibling bond act Lin Yi was putting on at the moment was nothing more than a ploy to get more compensation afterward. He had seen plenty of such greedy family members. So, he spoke directly and indifferently, using an official tone. "As the captain of the 13th Squad of the Demon Elimination Division in Nanchang, I hereby formally notify the family of the deceased. This incident was to capture a wandering sea-level demon. During the operation, the woman accidentally entered the combat zone and was unfortunately caught in the crossfire, resulting in her death. This was purely an accident. According to regulations, we will provide the family with compensation. Please accept our condolences." His words were utterly cold. However, after speaking, the young man in front of him still showed no reaction. He just held the girl in his arms, standing motionless by the window. Just as the cold captain lost his patience and was about to step forward, the young man moved. The young man, who had been lowering his head all along, slowly, very slowly, turned around. Two streams of shocking blood tears had unknowingly flowed down his face. In those scarlet eyes, the originally slowly rotating three-tomo pattern was now spinning and merging at an inconceivable speed. The cold moonlight shone upon his body. These people all deserve to die. Ding! Extreme pain and anger detected in the host. Fear and pain system officially activated. Ding! Host's emotional fluctuations have reached the threshold, evolving the ability Sharingan. Evolution successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the S-rank ability Mangekyō Sharingan. Lin Yi's mind echoed with a cold mechanical voice. face. But he didn't care at all. He roared with all his might in his heart. System, is there a way? Is there a way to bring my sister back to life? Yes, but the conditions required to resurrect a person are extremely harsh. The host needs to bring extreme fear and pain to other living beings in order to collect emotion points. Once enough emotion points are gathered, everything needed to resurrect the host's sister can be exchanged in the system's store. Of course, aside from using tools for resurrection, the host also has other methods, such as using the Rinnegan. The system can allow the host to use Rinne rebirth technique without any cost to resurrect the host's sister. Lin Yi's response consisted of only one word. Alright, a word so cold to the extreme, devoid of any emotion. At this moment, Lin Yi had only one thought: he needed a world with Lin Xiaowan. He wanted to bring Lin Xiaowan back to life. Lin Yi's conversation with the system lasted only an instant. Outside world. The Sharingan in his eyes was still undergoing frantic changes. Finally, the three tonal patterns completely merged together, forming an unprecedented, bizarre design resembling a three-bladed windmill. This was Lin Yi's very own Mangekyō Sharingan. An incomparably terrifying and overwhelmingly powerful aura suddenly erupted from Lin Yi's body. Boom! His jet-black hair moved wildly without any wind, dancing madly. All the scattered items in the room, tables, chairs, cups, were completely blown away by this violent gust of air. The three members of the Demon Exorcism Division didn't even have time to react before they were slammed hard against the wall behind them, letting out a dull thud. Lin Yi looked at the three of them. He carefully held Lin Xiaowan's body with one hand. Then, he took a step forward, walking toward the three people one step at a time. The cold captain's face no longer showed the indifference and arrogance from before. Instead, it was replaced by endless horror and fear. He looked at the boy approaching step by step, like a demon god, and shouted in a trembling voice, I am from the Demon Extermination Division. You can't kill me. If you dare to kill me, you'll be making an enemy of the entire Demon Extermination Division. You will be treated as a demonic entity and face endless pursuit from the entire Federation. Hearing his words, Lin Yi suddenly laughed. He laughed happily and brightly, yet it carried a kind of creepiness that sent shivers down one's spine. With his other hand, he gently covered half of his face and lowered his head, only revealing the other eye, which was streaming with bloody tears and glowing with eerie patterns. He murmured softly in a tone that was almost frenzied, An aberrant demon? If becoming an aberrant demon can bring Shia Wan back to life, then I am an aberrant demon. In the infinitely magnified terrified pupils of the three, Lin Yi slowly raised his head. As the words fell, he looked at them as if he were looking at three ants. Then, he spoke softly, Amaterasu. Lin Yi's voice was soft, yet it echoed clearly in the room like the whisper of a demon god from the depths of the underworld. Amaterasu. Without any warning, the three members of the Demon Exorcism Division simultaneously burst into eerie black flames with a boom. The moment the words fell, heart-wrenching screams instantly shattered the tranquility of the night. The gloomy captain, the chubby team member, and the lean team member all felt the extreme pain of their souls being scorched at the same time. This was no ordinary flame. It was icy cold, yet carried a terrifying heat capable of incinerating everything. Water! Water! The chubby team member screamed in terror, scrambling and crawling toward the restroom, twisting the faucet open and shoving his head and upper body under the running water. However, the icy tap water splashing over him showed no sign of extinguishing the black flames. Instead, they burned even more fiercely. Ah! My hands! My face! The lean man rolled frantically on the ground, trying to smother the flames on his body. But the black flames clung to him like maggots on rotting flesh, firmly adhering to his body no matter how he rolled or slapped at them, all to no avail. The most miserable one was the captain. He watched helplessly as his own arm, under the burning of the black flames, turned to nothingness bit by bit. That kind of fear, watching oneself being devoured while utterly powerless, was 10,000 times more terrifying than death itself. This black flame is known as the strongest physical attack, the inextinguishable flame. It will never extinguish until it completely burns its target to ashes, unless the caster actively dispels it. No, no, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. The captain completely broke down. Overwhelming pain made it impossible for them to summon their powers. Ignoring the agony racking his body, he scrambled and dragged himself, crawling pathetically with his one remaining leg until he reached Lin Yi's feet. He lifted a face scorched beyond recognition, his eyes filled with nothing but primal fear and desperation. Let me go. Please, let me go. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I failed to recognize your greatness. As long as you let me go, I'm willing to give you anything. Money, status, women. I can give you anything. He wailed incoherently, begging desperately. However, Lin Yi merely looked down at him condescendingly, those eerie three-bladed windmill Sharingan devoid of the slightest trace of emotion. Lin Yi slowly crouched down to meet his gaze, then spoke, his voice as soft as the whisper of a demon. I don't need anything, only your fear and pain. This sentence became the final straw that broke the cold captain's spirit. His pupils dilated abruptly as he let out a desperate, final roar, until both his body and his voice were utterly consumed by the black flames. The room fell silent. very soon, those three living beings, along with their piercing screams, vanished without a trace. The ground was spotless, not a single speck of ash remaining, as if they had never existed at all. Ding! Host has gained emotion points plus 3,000. The cold system notification sounded in his mind. Lin Yi completely ignored it. He slowly stood up, turned around, and looked down at the cold girl in his arms. In an instant, all the coldness, violence, and madness in his eyes faded away, leaving only an unshakable tenderness and heartache. Shia Wan, brother will definitely bring you back to life, he said softly, as if making a promise, or perhaps swearing to himself. After speaking, he raised his head and asked the system in his heart. System, is there a place to store things? I want to preserve Softa's body. Yes, host. The system comes with an independent space that can store any non-living objects. Receiving a positive response, Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the door was violently kicked open. Very soon, a dozen team members dressed in the standard combat uniforms of the Demon Extermination Division, armed with specialized firearms, filed in one after another, instantly surrounding the entire room tightly. Their eyes immediately fell on Lin Yi, who was standing in the center of the room. Everyone's nerves instantly tensed, their gazes filled with vigilance and hostility. Where's the captain? What happened here? The leading vice captain asked sharply. They had just received the captain's distress signal, representing the highest level of crisis. He rushed to the scene, only to find this young boy. The captain and the other two team members were nowhere to be seen. Alive, they were not found. Dead, no bodies were seen. But they were absolutely certain that the disappearance of the captain and the others was definitely connected to this young boy in front of them. Stay alert. He might be an otherworldly demon. The vice captain suddenly noticed Lin Yi's scarlet eyes and immediately raised an alarm. Many high-level aberrant demons are capable of transforming into human form to hunt and infiltrate, and red eyes are the common characteristic of the vast majority of aberrant demons. This young man before them matches all the traits perfectly. A series of sounds of bolts being pulled echoed, and over a dozen dark gun barrels were all aimed squarely at Lin Yi's head. Snap! Snap! Several other team members who had awakened their supernatural abilities also began to emit various glowing energies, ready to unleash their powers at any moment. The air froze at this moment. Looking at the Demon Extermination Bureau team members in front of him, who were treating him like a formidable enemy, Lin Yi simply reached out, irritably scratched the back of his head, and let out a heavy sigh. His face was filled with helplessness, but beneath that helplessness, there was a faint trace of excitement. These were all walking emotion points. Lin Yi slowly lowered his hand. The next second, he raised his head, those scarlet eyes with strange patterns meeting everyone's gaze. Tsukuyumi, Chikuyumi. In an instant, an unusual wave of ocular power silently enveloped everyone present. The expressions on the faces of the dozen or so demon exorcism squad members froze simultaneously. Their eyes instantly became vacant and dull. Everyone stopped what they were doing and stood motionless in place. They had all fallen into the trap. Without them even realizing it, their minds had already been pulled into an illusionary world dominated by Lin Yi. Lin Yi's complexion turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, trapping more than a dozen people in the illusion of Tsukuyumi was indeed too much of a burden for his current level of supernatural energy. The supernatural energy was almost completely depleted in an instant. However, the effect was remarkable. I saw the expressions on the faces of those dozen or so Demon Elimination Division members begin to change drastically. Fear, pain, despair, ferocity. Various negative emotions intertwined and surfaced on their faces. Some trembled violently all over, sweating profusely like rain. Some people's legs gave way, and they collapsed to the ground with a thud, foaming at the mouth, their bodies convulsing uncontrollably. In the world of Tsukuyumi, Lin Yi made them experience the most extreme fear and pain imaginable in this lifetime. In Lin Yi's mind, a series of rapid system notification sounds rang out frantically. At the same time, ding! Host has gained plus 100 emotional points. Ding! Host has gained emotion points plus 200. Ding! Host has gained emotion points plus 250. Ding! Host has gained emotion points plus 180. Hearing this pleasant notification sound, a satisfied smile appeared on Lin Yi's pale face. His supernatural energy was already depleted, making it impossible to use Amaterasu to deal with them. But it's okay. Lin Yi stepped forward to a team member who had already collapsed on the ground and effortlessly picked up a standard issue pistol from his limp hand. He weighed the pistol in his hand, then aimed it at the team member's head. Blood and brain matter splattered all over the ground. Gunshots rang out. Ding! Host has gained plus 500 emotion points. Lin Yi did not pause and stepped toward the next person. Another shot. In the silent room, gunshots rang out continuously. Lin Yi, like an emotionless executioner, expressionlessly carried out the death penalty on each of these people trapped in illusions, completely powerless to resist. Soon, the room and the hallway were awash with rivers of blood. This place had completely turned into a living hell on earth. Solved everyone, Lin Yi gained a large wave of emotional points from the moments of their deaths. With a thought, he brought up his system panel. Name, Lin Yi. Ability, Mangekyō Sharingan, S. Abilities, Tsukuyumi, Amaterasu, Susanoo. Tools, none. Extra energy, B. Emotion value, 18888. Note, due to the host's insufficient energy, some abilities cannot be used or their effectiveness is reduced. Please test them yourself. 18,888 emotion points. Not bad. Lin glanced at it, but his brows furrowed slightly. Why are there only these abilities on the list? Why are there none of those overpowered abilities like Kamui or Koto Amatsukami? System, why do I only have these abilities? Lin Yi asked in his heart. Replying to the host, the Mangekyō Sharingan you have awakened only possesses the above abilities. However, the host can use emotional points to exchange for other Mangekyō abilities in the system shop. Alright, show me the exchange panel. The Mangekyō Sharingan ability exchange panel is as follows. Object control, 50,000 emotion points. Earth element enhancement, 100,000 emotion points. 8,000 spears, 500,000 emotion points. Koto Amatsukami, 500,000 emotion points. Izanami, 500,000 emotion value. Dual divine might, 800,000 emotion value. Izanagi, 800,000 emotion value. Great Sun Spirit, 1 million emotion value. Looking at the string of zeros on the panel, Lin Yi's eye twitched. It's really not just expensive. Just as he was about to say something, the system's prompt sounded again. Please note, host, that even if some abilities are successfully redeemed, they may be unusable due to insufficient alien energy, or their effectiveness may be greatly reduced. Then how can one enhance their alien energy? Lin Yi immediately grasped the key point. It's very simple. By engaging in battles or absorbing alien demon cores, one can increase their alien energy level. Lin Yi responded in his heart. Alright, what the core of the demon is, he isn't sure for now, but since the name includes demon, it must certainly be related to demons. The Mangekyō Sharingan slowly faded away, and the scarlet pupils returned to their normal black color. Lin Yi calmly glanced at the scattered corpses on the ground, then lowered his head to look at the pistol in his hand. He casually tossed the gun onto the pile of corpses. Then, he walked to the crooked table and picked up the only photo frame on it. In the frame, a boy and a girl, both laughing carefreely. The girl's hand was still smeared with cream, playfully smudging it on the boy's face. This was a photo taken during Lin Shia Wan's birthday last year. Lin Yi extended his finger, gently stroking the photo of the girl with a radiant, happy smile. A sharp pain pierced deeply into his heart. Shia Wan, it's all brother's fault. It's all my brother's fault for not protecting you well. His lips moved slightly, but no sound came out. He just kept repeating it over and over in his heart. After a moment, Lin Yi carefully removed the photo from the frame. With a thought, the photo that carried his warm memories disappeared from his hand and was stored in the system space. After finishing all this, he turned and walked into the bathroom. Turn on the faucet and cold tap water gushes down. Lin Yi buried his head in the sink, letting the water wash away the blood and dirt on his face. He lifted his head and looked at the pale and unfamiliar face in the mirror. Deep within those black eyes was a deathly silence. He changed into a black tracksuit he found in the wardrobe, zipped it up, and pulled the hood over his head, hiding most of his face in shadows. Then, he stepped forward, striding over corpses still oozing fresh blood without the slightest pause, and walked straight out the door. In the hallway, several more bodies lay fallen, blood trickling down the edges of the stairs drop by drop. Lin Yi made his way downward. When he reached the ground floor, the entire residential complex remained eerily empty. Arriving at the entrance of the residential area, none of the previous Demon Elimination Squad members could be seen. They lay forever in room 501 and in that corridor leading to hell. Lin Yi swaggered out through the residential area's main gate. At the entrance, the residents who had been blocked outside still dared not enter the community. They saw someone coming out from inside, and it wasn't someone from the Demon Elimination Bureau, so they immediately surrounded him. Young man, what's the situation inside? Yeah. Has the monster been dealt with? Can we go home now? My son is still sleeping upstairs. Please, tell me what's going on inside. Faces filled with anxiety, panic, and anticipation surrounded Lin in clusters, but cacophony of questions annoyed him slightly. Lin merely raised his head, and under the shadow of his hood, a pair of cold eyes swept over the crowd. He said nothing, only shook his head lightly. Then, he pushed through the crowd in front of him and walked straight ahead, leaving the noise and clamor far behind. The night breeze was slightly cool. Lin Yi walked alone on the deserted street, aimlessly. He didn't know where to go. The world is vast, yet there is no place to return to. How ridiculous. In his mind, there was only one incredibly clear thought spinning wildly. Bring Shia Wan back to life. To bring Shia Wan back to life, an immense amount of emotional value is needed. To gain enough emotional value and harvest the fear and pain of the strong, one must possess overwhelming power. To become stronger, one must enhance their supernatural energy. And to enhance supernatural energy, one must fight. Fight relentlessly. Fight against humans. Fight against alien demons. In endless battles, draw strength and harvest emotions. Lin Yi's gaze flashed with a terrifying cold light in the dark night. But, he felt the nearly depleted energy within his body and couldn't help help but furrow his brows tightly. The energy he currently possessed was still far too little. The abilities of the Mangekyō Sharingan were extraordinary, but the consumption was equally monstrous. Whether it was Amaterasu or Tsukuyami, each use consumed a massive amount of energy. With his current pitiful amount of alien energy, he can barely use it a few times. Moreover, the recovery speed of alien energy is very slow. It was only now that he gradually recovered from that state of extreme weakness earlier, but the energy within his body had not replenished much. This has become his biggest shortcoming at the moment. Caw, caw. Several crows landed on the eaves of an old, distant building, letting out hoarse and unpleasant cries. Their scarlet eyes flickered in the night, appearing extremely eerie. Lin Yi continued walking forward, his mind racing with thoughts. His steps suddenly halted. Suddenly, a feeling of being watched came from behind. Lin Yi's body instantly tensed up, almost as a reflex, as the strange energy within him began to surge wildly. Those black pupils were suddenly replaced by scarlet. The next second, the Mangekyō Sharingan appeared in his eyes, exuding an aura of malevolence. He suddenly turned around, only to see a black shadow, silently charging toward him at an incredibly terrifying speed. It was a person completely shrouded in a wide black robe. The opponent's speed reached its peak, almost leaving a faint afterimage in the night. However, just as the shadow was about to approach Lin Yi, the opponent's movement suddenly came to an abrupt halt. The figure in the black robe seemed to have seen something terrifying, retreating explosively at a speed even faster than when they had rushed forward. With a swift motion, they withdrew over 10 meters, creating a significant distance from Lin Yi. In the action, it was filled with horror and dread. Lin Yi stood in place, his pair of scarlet eyes coldly watching the black-robed figure who had suddenly appeared. Beneath the black robe, the figure's build appeared somewhat slender. What was most striking was the mask the figure wore on their face. It was a pale white mask, outlined with black lines to depict countless images of anguished, twisted, wailing ghosts, as if the scenes of hell had been condensed into this small space. Lin Yi stared at the eerie figure in the black robe and slowly spoke. "Who are you?" The black-robed figure did not answer. Her body trembled slightly, as if she had not yet recovered from the shock just now. Her gaze was firmly locked onto Lin Yi's eyes, those scarlet, eerie eyes with a pattern resembling a three-bladed windmill. It took several seconds before she finally found her voice. The sound passed through the mask, appearing somewhat neutral, but upon closer listening, it could still be discerned as a woman's voice. "You are not an A-level ability user. She spoke in an incomparably certain tone. As soon as the words left her mouth, she keenly sensed that the aura of the young man opposite her had become even more dangerous. The power in those eyes was condensing in a terrifying manner. Not good. He's about to make a move. The black-robed man felt alarmed and immediately shouted loudly, Hey, don't make a move. Wait a moment. I'm not your enemy. I mean no harm." Lin Yi was just about to use the last bit of his supernatural energy to activate Tsukuyami when he heard her words and paused slightly. The supernatural energy in his body now was only enough to release Tsukuyami one more time at most. Moreover, due to the lack of energy, the effect would definitely be greatly diminished. The black-robed person in front of him had an unknown level of strength, but just based on that ghostly speed earlier, they were definitely no ordinary individual. "It's better not to act rashly for now." Lin Yi forcibly suppressed the urge to act and spoke again, though the chill in his voice did not diminish in the slightest. "If you don't speak, don't blame me for being rude. Who on earth are you?" Lin Yi pretended to be assertive. He could tell that the other person was wary of him, or rather, of his eyes. The man in the black robe saw that he had stopped intending to make a move and seemed to breathe a sigh of relief under the mask. Sure enough, there was no helping it. Those eyes of his were simply too eerie. Just being stared at by those eyes made her feel as if her soul was trembling, as though it would be dragged into an endless abyss in the next second. It was a fear stemming from the instinct of life. She had no doubt that once a fight broke out, she might very well die. The man in the black robe steadied his mind, glanced at the desolate and silent street around him, and then tentatively said, "This is not the place to talk. How about we change to another place? Why should I listen to you?" Lin Yi's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. "Black-robed man, this guy is really quite vigilant. But, that's understandable. Having just gone through something like that, anyone would be cautious about trusting a stranger who suddenly appears." The figure in the black robe stopped wasting words, looked at Lin Yi, and turned around directly. "If you want to know how your sister really died, follow me." As soon as the words fell, she leaped upward sharply, landing lightly on the roof nearby. Under the moonlight, her figure disappeared swiftly into the shadows of the buildings after a few agile movements. Lin Yi stood in place, his brows slightly furrowed. Shia Wan's death. Is there more to it? His heart suddenly clenched. The conversation of those demon exorcism division members echoed in his mind once again. Accidental killing. A light and fleeting word erased a vibrant life. Could it be that there's some unknown secret hidden within? However, blindly following like this is far too dangerous. That black-robed person's strength is unclear, their purpose unknown. Who knows if she's trying to harm me? If only his supernatural energy were still at its peak. Lin Yi felt the nearly depleted energy within his body and once again experienced a deep sense of powerlessness. He thought of the more than 10,000 emotion points he had just obtained. System Mall. Suddenly, System, is there anything in the store that can restore supernatural energy? System. Lin Yi immediately recited silently in his mind. Ding. Of course there is. The system's prompt sounded timely, carrying a mechanical sense of certainty. Recommended for the host to purchase. Grade B Ability Energy Recovery Potion. Description: instantly restores the full ability energy of grade B and below ability users, slightly increases the energy limit and physical strength. Note: this effect becomes ineffective after multiple uses, and eliminates overall fatigue. Price: 3,000 emotion points. 3,000? Really? Lin Yi's eye twitched slightly. He had worked so hard to kill so many people, only to gather just over 10,000 emotion points, and this one bottle of potion cost 3,000? Please don't be surprised, host. Products from the system are absolutely worth the price, fair and honest. The system explained righteously. Alright, now is not the time to fuss over this. Give me one. Lin Yi quickly made a decision. Ding. The host has successfully purchased a grade B Ability Energy Recovery Potion X1. Remaining emotion value, 12,888 points. As the system prompt sounded, a test tube filled with transparent liquid appeared out of thin air in Lin Yi's hand. The test tube felt cool to the touch, and the liquid inside refracted a faint glow under the moonlight. Lin Yi no longer hesitated, directly uncorked the bottle, and drank the potion in one gulp. The potion had no special taste, just like drinking a sip of ordinary cold water. But the next second, a surge of immense and pure energy suddenly exploded within his body. That surge of energy was like a flood breaking through a dam, instantly washing through every dried-up meridian in his body. In just a few seconds, the foreign energy within his body was replenished, even more abundant than before. The stark contrast from extreme weakness to an instant state of fullness made him feel incredibly comfortable. He could clearly sense that every cell in his body was greedily absorbing the lingering essence of this energy. The exhaustion throughout the body vanished completely. Not only that, strength, speed, senses, all seemed to have slightly improved. As the system described, the upper limit of the alien energy also broke through a little. 3,000 emotion points, totally worth it. Lin Yi stretched his muscles, producing a crisp crackling sound. The kaleidoscope Sharingan in his eyes slowly faded away, and those scarlet pupils returned to a deep black. He raised his head and looked in the direction where the black-robed figure had disappeared. Lin Yi's legs bent slightly, then suddenly exerted force. The ground beneath his feet instantly cracked. The next moment, the whole person shot up like a cannonball, easily surpassing a height of over 10 meters, landing steadily on the rooftop. Then, with a few leaps, he chased in the direction of the man in the black robe. Ahead, at the edge of a rooftop of a tall building, a figure in a black robe stood quietly, the night wind blowing against her garments, making them flutter noisily. She seemed certain that Lin Yi would follow her and did not go far. When she sensed the rapidly approaching presence behind her, a hint of doubt appeared on the face beneath the mask. She could clearly feel that the boy's supernatural energy had been completely depleted earlier, so weak that he could collapse at any moment. How long has it been? A minute? What's going on? How has his aura become so full again, even stronger than before? What a strange guy. The Six Paths organization seeks precisely such strange individuals. The stranger, the better. But, soon, a dark figure flickered a few times from behind and gracefully landed in front of her. It was Lin Yi. Lin Yi looked at her, his voice calm, but the coldness hidden beneath that calmness made the black-robed person feel a pang of unease. The man in the black robe said no more, nodded, and swiftly traversed the rooftops of the city with Lin Yi. Lead the way. The two moved one after the other and eventually arrived at a rather secluded alley in the city. There was a bar here. The bar's sign was somewhat old, with neon tubes forming several large characters, Black Dream Bar. Although the location was remote, the bar inside was flickering with lights, shadows moving, and faint music could be heard. Right at the entrance of the bar, the figure in the black robe stopped in their tracks. In front of Lin Yi, she reached out her hand and decisively removed the ghastly pale ghost mask from her face. Then, she took off the oversized black robe she was wearing. The next moment, the black robe and mask in her hand vanished into thin air. A delicate and charming face appeared in front of Lin Yi. The woman before him looked to be just over 20, with neat black short hair, striking features, and a gaze that carried a hint of carefree defiance. She was dressed in a fitted black combat suit that perfectly outlined her curvaceous figure. Very beautiful. This is the first reaction of most men when they see her. But Lin Yi looked at her with eyes devoid of any emotion, as calm as a still pool of water. The woman seemed accustomed to others' amazed gazes, but seeing Lin Yi's reaction, she found it somewhat intriguing. She gave Lin Yi a radiant smile and introduced herself. My name is Bai Meng, Six Paths, member of the Hell Path. Six Paths? Lin Yi frowned slightly. This was the first time he had heard of this faction. Bai Meng looked at his puzzled expression but didn't immediately explain. She simply tilted her head, signaling Lin Yi to follow. We'll talk inside. After speaking, she turned around and walked straight toward the bar's entrance. Lin Yi looked at Bai Meng's back, then raised his head to glance at the sign above the entrance that read red black dream bar. Black dream, white dream. Without thinking much, he stepped forward and followed her. Pushing open the bar's door, a wave of heat mixed with alcohol, perfume, and sweat, accompanied by deafening heavy metal music, rushed toward him. Inside the bar, the lighting is dim, and colorful lights are flashing wildly. In the center of the dance floor, countless young men and women are twisting their bodies frantically to the music. Each of them is emitting varying degrees of energy fluctuations. No ordinary person would dare to come to a place like this at night. Everyone here is an awakened superhuman. When Bai Meng walked in with Lin Yi, she immediately attracted a lot of attention. Obviously, Sister Bai Meng. Sister Meng is here. Sister Meng, good evening. Along the way, people kept greeting Bai Meng warmly, their eyes filled with awe. Bai Meng just nodded casually in response. Lin Yi followed behind her like this, his eyes under the hood coldly observing everything around him. The gazes of those people also curiously fell on Lin Yi. They were all speculating about the background of the guy personally brought by Sister Bai Meng. Soon, Bai Meng led Lin Yi through the bustling hall and into a corridor inside the bar. She pushed open a door at the end and walked in. The room was very quiet, resembling an office. A large executive chair, its back facing the doorway. A figure was sunk into the chair. Sis. Bai Meng looked at the chair and called out. The boss's chair slowly turned around. Lin Yi's pupils slightly contracted. Sitting in the chair was a woman who looked exactly like Bai Meng in front of him. The same delicate features, the same short black hair. The only difference was that this woman was dressed in a sharp white women's suit, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of intellect and maturity from head to toe. At this moment, she was holding her phone with a focused expression, her two thumbs moving so fast on the screen that after images appeared. Triple kill, penta, defeat, quadra kill. The woman slammed her phone onto the table, her delicate face instantly filled with frustration and regret. Suddenly, lost again. Just a little bit more. Smack. Can't carry, absolutely can't carry. Bai Meng coughed lightly twice beside her. The woman on the chair, who was still going crazy over her failure in the game, suddenly froze. It was as if a switch had been flipped. The annoyance and frustration on her face vanished without a trace in an instant. The woman slowly straightened her posture, adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses on her nose, raised her head, and looked at Lin Yi in front of her. That intellectual and mature aura had returned to her once again. Lin Yi, have these two sisters swapped their styles? Hello, my name is He Meng. I am Bai Meng's elder sister and also the owner of this bar. Black Dream looked at Lin Yi, his voice calm, carrying a professional politeness. Lin Yi responded just as calmly. He had no interest in unnecessary pleasantries. His gaze passed over Black Dream, landed on White Dream beside him, and then returned, going straight to the point. She said my sister's death has another hidden truth. Black Dream's eyes flickered slightly upon hearing this. She turned her head to look at her younger sister. Hello. White Dream met her gaze and nodded. Afterward, Black Dream's gaze returned to Lin Yi's face. Starting 3 months ago, girls aged 16 to 18 have been disappearing or dying one after another in the southern city. The voice of Black Dream was calm, as if narrating a piece of news completely unrelated to herself. The official reports are all over the place. Some were attacked by aberrant demons, some encountered robbers in alleys, and a large portion died in battles between espers and aberrant demons. She paused, looked at Lin Yi, and continued. Whether it's the Demon Elimination Division carrying out a clearing mission, or some other ability users accidentally encountering demons, there will always be 1 or 2 innocent girls who accidentally wander into the combat zone and are then accidentally killed. She emphasized the words accidentally killed with particular weight. Lin Yi's breath halted at that moment. The cold, indifferent face of the Demon Elimination Division captain, along with the casual remark, unfortunate death due to straying into the combat zone, once again exploded in his mind. It turns out, soft wasn't the first. Black Dream caught every subtle change in Lin Yi's expression and continued to throw out an even heavier bombshell. These deceased girls all have one thing in common. Each of them is missing a certain body part. It could be a pair of eyes, it could be an ear, or it could be an arm. At this point, Black Dream paused. She looked at Lin Yi and slowly uttered the final 2 words, one by one, or, a heart. Lin Yi's mind went completely blank. He remembered Shia Wan's appearance. She lay in a cold pool of blood, the ghastly wound in her chest so glaringly conspicuous. Boom! The heart was gone. At the time, overwhelmed by endless grief and rage, he simply thought it had been shattered directly by the abilities of the Demon Extermination Squad members. But now, hearing Black Dream say this, an indescribable chill surged from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. This was no accidental killing. This was a premeditated, targeted, serial hunt. Shia Wan is just one of the victims. Lin Yi slowly raised his head, his voice hoarse. At the very moment he lifted his head, his pitch-black pupils were suddenly dyed with a crimson hue. Who is it? A strange and sinister windmill pattern slowly rotated in his eyes. S-Class Mangekyō Sharingan. A chilling, violent, and destructive aura erupted fiercely from Lin Yi's body. The temperature in the entire office seemed to drop by several degrees. Black Dream and White Dream, the two sisters, felt this aura and their expressions changed slightly at the same time. What an intense sense of oppression. Especially Lin Yi's pair of eyes, which were like two bottomless whirlpools filled with an evil and dangerous magic that made one's soul feel as if it would be drawn in with just a glance. This boy, he just awakened his abilities not long ago, right? And he already possesses such terrifying power. The two sisters exchanged a glance simultaneously, and in each other's eyes, they saw an unmistakable trace of amazement and fervor. This person is simply born 4-6 paths. No matter who it is, I, Lin Yi, will make them experience the most extreme fear and pain in this world. Lin Yi roared furiously in his heart. The boiling killing intent almost materialized, threatening to engulf the entire room. I still don't know, handsome boy. What's your name? Hei Meng seemed unaffected by the pressure. She leaned forward slightly, a curious smile appearing on her face, breaking the heavy atmosphere. Lin Yi took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surging killing intent in his heart. He knew that now was not the time to vent his emotions. The kaleidoscope Sharingan in his eyes slowly faded away, returning to its normal black color. That suffocating aura also subsided along with it. Lin Yi. He coldly stated his name. Lin Yi. Hei Meng softly murmured this name, the curve of his lips lifting even higher, as if savoring a rare treasure. Who is the person behind the scenes? Lin Yi asked again. Hei Meng leaned back against the chair, crossed his hands on the table, and shook his head. We don't know either. Lin Yi's brows immediately furrowed. Aren't you guys from that 6 paths or something? Hearing this, Hei Meng chuckled softly. For the 6 paths, such things are simply not worth mentioning. Her tone was very calm, but the arrogance hidden beneath that calmness was unmistakable. Lin Yi looked at her without speaking, waiting for her to continue. In order to select truly outstanding talents, such trivial matters are usually used by the 6 paths as assessment tasks to filter out some promising candidates. Black Dream's gaze swept back and forth over Lin Yi. And you are precisely the promising talent we've been eyeing. Lin Yi's expression instantly turned cold. I never said I wanted to join your 6 paths. Hey handsome, don't be so quick to refuse. Hei Meng seemed to have anticipated his response long ago, the smile on his face unchanged. Our 6 paths isn't something just anyone can join. She extended a finger and gently shook it. If you want to join the 6 paths, the minimum requirement is that your ability level must reach grade B. This is just the stepping stone. After that, you still have to complete 3 extremely difficult assessment tasks, with a mortality rate of over 90%. But you're different. Black Dream looked at Lin Yi and offered a highly tempting condition. You only need to complete 1 task. Find out the true culprit behind the girl hunting incidents, and eliminate him. Of course, we will also provide you with the necessary assistance. Lin Yi remained silent. Although he needed power, needed emotional value, needed to revive Shia Wan, and also needed to avenge Shia Wan. And this mysterious organization called 6 Paths seemed capable of offering him some assistance. But he didn't want to join any organization. However, we can make use of them first, and talk about it after achieving our goal with their resources. Lin Yi's gaze swept toward Bai Meng, who was standing nearby, and he suddenly spoke. Could you please bring me a chair? Standing all the time is a bit tiring. Bai Meng was momentarily stunned, then glanced at her elder sister. Seeing Hei Meng nod, she then turned around and brought a soft chair from the corner, placing it behind Lin Yi. Lin Yi sat down unceremoniously. As he sat there, his demeanor instantly shifted from that of someone being scrutinized to that of an equal negotiator. I don't even know what your 6 paths really is, so how can I join? Black Dream looked at him in this state, and the admiration in her eyes grew even stronger. This guy not only has talent and strength but also a sharp mind. He knows how to secure the most advantageous position for himself at any time. 6 Paths is an organization that exists between humans and otherworldly demons. Black Dream began to introduce him. We are not subject to any laws or rules of the federal government. Our members are spread across the world, but the number of core members is extremely small. What we pursue is only the purest power and absolute freedom. Sometimes, we go to slaughter the alien demons. Sometimes, we also go to assassinate certain humans. Whether they're good or bad is not within our scope of consideration. We only do what we want to do. Lin Yi, after listening, leaned back in the seat and said, to put it bluntly, aren't they just a bunch of outlaws? Hei Meng heard this, thought about it seriously, and then nodded. Well, what you said isn't wrong. We are outlaws. Outlaws. This term seems to be the most fitting description for the organization known as 6 Paths. It also happens to suit Lin Yi's taste perfectly. At this moment, Lin Yi seemed to think of something. He leaned back on the soft chair, adjusted to a more comfortable position, and looked up to ask. Just now, she said she was a member of the Hell Realm. His gaze glanced at Bai Meng, who was standing nearby. Does your organization have 6 different departments? Hei Meng nodded, his eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses carrying a hint of approval. We, the 6 Paths, are divided into the path of heaven, the path of humanity, the path of Azura, the path of animals, the path of hungry ghosts, and the path of hell. Members determine their respective path based on various factors such as the type of their abilities, personality traits, and style of conduct. Her voice was neither hurried nor slow, carrying carrying a peculiar rhythm. Each path has a path master. That's right, master of the Tao? Lin Yi slowly spoke. Black Dream looked at Lin Yi, leaning forward slightly, and explained. Master of the Tao refers to the strongest within their respective Tao. Members of the 6 paths, whoever can defeat the current pathmaster of their respective path will directly become the new pathmaster. We of the 6 paths have taken the principle of the strong reigning supreme to the extreme. What is that? Lin Yi's fingertips lightly tapped on the armrest of the chair, seemingly lost in thought. Then, what rights does a pathmaster have? Actually, I'm not too sure either. Black Dream shook his head honestly. Although I am a core member, I only recently became one. I only know that the Tao Master can issue tasks at will, can assign members to complete them, or allow members to take them involuntarily. The assigned member must be a member of this sect, but anyone from any sect can take on the task. The assigned member, or the member who takes on the task, must complete the task. Otherwise, her voice turned cold. Either die, or be crippled and expelled from the 6 paths. Lin Yi listened, thought for a moment, and said, so, it seems your organization isn't that free after all. You still get forced to do certain things. Not doing it, you'll still die. His words carried a hint of subtle mockery. That's where you're wrong. Bai Meng, who had been quietly standing by, suddenly spoke up to refute. Her face carried an expression of fanaticism and excitement. The tasks issued by the Tao Master, other members are all scrambling to take them, because completing the tasks comes with extremely generous rewards. Alien demon cores, rare materials, powerful psionic equipment, and even some forbidden items. As long as you can complete the tasks, you can get anything. And, when carrying out tasks, you can request help from other members. Of course, that depends on your own connections. Bai Meng clenched her fists, her tone excited. Because of this, there's no task that can't be completed. Lin Yi listened and said nothing further. His brain was operating at full speed. The 6 Paths organization does sound quite impressive. The strong are respected, interests come first, and it is free from the constraints of rules. It's practically a platform tailor-made for him. What does he need the most right now? A massive amount of emotional energy, the kind that allows him to crush everything. To achieve this, he inevitably has to engage in frenzied battles with humans and otherworldly demons. And 6 Paths is the best shield. He can bear the name of the 6 Paths, recklessly harvesting fear and hunting everything. Even if he causes a colossal mess, there's a mysterious organization standing in front to take the hit. A perfect tool. Understanding this, Lin Yi raised his head again, his sharp gaze fixed on Black Dream. Why do you all want me to join so much? This time, it was Bai Meng who spoke. Her face returned to that innocent and carefree smile as she explained. Recommending others to join the 6 Paths comes with a reward. If the recommended person becomes a core member, the rewards will be even more generous. She made no effort to hide her intentions, her bright eyes sparkling as she looked at Lin Yi. You've just awakened your ability not long ago, yet you already possess such terrifying strength. Your potential is truly astonishing. Both my sister and I believe that you have a high chance of becoming a core member. So, she didn't finish her sentence, but the meaning was already self-evident. Alright, I understand. Lin Yi nodded slightly. So it turned out they had seen his potential and wanted to treat him as an investment opportunity. This purely interest-based relationship, on the contrary, made him feel more at ease. He stood up and walked to Black Dream's desk. I am indeed a bit interested in your 6 Paths. Just as well, I also need to avenge my sister. He looked down at Bai Meng from above. A brilliant smile instantly bloomed on Bai Meng's face. Then let me congratulate you in advance on successfully joining our Ludao. Bai Meng also revealed a satisfied smile. She adjusted her glasses and said, rest assured, during the mission, we will provide you with the necessary assistance. I'll take this mission. Okay. But before that, her gaze became somewhat meaningful. Can you tell me, what exactly is your ability? To show my sincerity, I'll first tell you about my ability. Bai Meng stood up from the chair. She looked directly at Lin Yi, and her intelligent eyes began to undergo a strange transformation. In her left eye, the original pupil and sclera instantly disappeared, turning into pure white. Then, a black yin fish from the Taiji Inyan fish pattern appeared. As the words fell, the yin fish seemed to possess life, slowly rotating within her eye sockets. A cold and obscure aura spread out from her body. A deep black light suddenly and without warning enveloped Lin Yi. Lin suddenly felt his body instantly restrained by a force. The foreign energy within his body surged out like a floodgate had been opened, flowing away uncontrollably. In just 1 second. At the same time, the foreign energy he had just replenished with the potion was drained by nearly half. Moreover, this suction force is continuously growing stronger. Along with it comes a bone-deep sense of exhaustion, and physical strength is being rapidly drained. Just as Lin Yi was about to activate the Mangekyō Sharingan to break free, Bai Meng withdrew her superpower. The anomaly in her left eye disappeared, returning to its normal state. The black light enveloping Lin Yi also dissipated accordingly. The sensation of being continuously drained abruptly ceased. Beside her, Bai Meng also activated her ability. Her right eye also underwent a change. With black as the background, a young fish composed entirely entirely of pure white slowly rotated in her eye, exuding a sacred and warm aura. A gentle beam of white light fell upon Lin Yi. At this moment, a completely opposite sensation surged through Lin Yi's entire body. Warm, comfortable, and full of vitality. The energy and stamina that had just been drained from him were rapidly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, his condition returned to its peak. Black Dream looked at Lin Yi, a faint smile on the corner of his lips. This is our special ability. My ability has not been fully displayed, and neither has Bai Meng's, but these are roughly our capabilities. She sat back in the chair, crossing her hands on the table in front of her. Her gaze, under the gold-rimmed glasses, locked onto Lin Yi's face. Now, can you tell us about your special ability? Beside him, Bai Meng also put away her smile, her big eyes curiously fixed on Lin Yi, eagerly watching him. Facing their gazes, Lin Yi's lips twitched slightly. He spoke calmly. Under the focused gaze of Black Dream and White Dream, Lin Yi's pitch-black eyes began to undergo an astonishing transformation. A scarlet hue, like the brightest blood, instantly spread across his entire pupils. Immediately after, a windmill pattern composed of 3 black curved blades slowly emerged in the scarlet depths of his eyes and began to rotate with an eerie rhythm. An indescribable aura of danger emanated from Lin Yi, sweeping through the entire office like a tidal wave. No problem. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. As soon as the words fell, the breaths of the Black Dream and the White Dream unconsciously came to a halt. Their entire attention was captivated by Lin Yi's enchanting and magnificent eyes, as if their souls were about to be drawn in. Lin Yi looked at the two of them, his thin lips slightly parted. Tsukuyomi no Makoto. In an instant, the consciousness of Koroyun and Shiroyun was forcibly stripped from their bodies by an irresistible and terrifying force, and they were abruptly dragged into an unknown space. In the real world, the once lively and expressive eyes of the two sisters instantly turned dull and vacant. At this moment, they stood there frozen, motionless, like two exquisite dolls that had lost their souls. In Lin Yi's pupils, there seemed to be an evil force flowing. Buzz. He looked at the two people in front of him with a blank expression. Black Dream and White Dream's pupils began to contract violently, shrinking to the size of a needle tip. Their heartbeats, like uncontrollable drumbeats, sped up madly. The intense sound of their heartbeats was exceptionally clear in the deathly silent office. An extreme trace of fear and pain slowly climbed onto their faces. The color drained from their faces at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning as pale as paper. The next second, cold sweat seeped from their foreheads, sliding down their cheeks. Their bodies also began to tremble slightly, uncontrollably. Thud, 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 ding. The host has gained plus 10,000 emotion points. The system's notification sound rang out at the perfect moment. There are actually 10,000. It seems these two are much stronger than those from the Demon Exorcism Division. Seeing the pained expressions on the two, Lin Yi felt it was about enough. If it continued, their spirits might suffer permanent damage. He calmly cancelled Tsukuyomi. The Mangekyō Sharingan slowly faded away, returning to its normal black color. That suffocating aura of danger also vanished without a trace. The office seemed to return to normal once again. Black Dream felt completely drained, as if all his strength had been taken away, and collapsed weakly into the boss chair behind him. She was gasping for air in big gulps, her chest heaving violently, and the eyes beneath her gold-rimmed glasses were still filled with lingering fear. Huff, huff. As for Bai Meng, her condition was even worse. She looked as if she had seen the most terrifying thing in the world, stumbling backward several steps before slamming heavily into the wall, barely managing to avoid collapsing to the ground. Plop! Her body was pressed tightly against the cold wall, as if it could bring her a trace of security. The two sisters took quite a while to recover, and only then did a hint of color return to their pale faces. When they looked at Lin Yi again, their gazes had completely changed. It was a complex look mixed with horror, dread, and a trace of morbid excitement. That feeling just now. What kind of ability is this? With just a single glance, their consciousness was pulled into a bizarre space. Everything in that space felt incredibly real. They were in there, enduring unimaginable torment and pain. That kind of fear and despair even fully manifested on their physical bodies in reality. How terrifying. This bizarre and domineering ability is simply perfect for their 6 paths. Lin Yi did not display Amaterasu again. Just 1 month of study has already demonstrated enough value to make them take her seriously. There's no need to reveal too many trump cards. Lin Yi. Bai Meng was the first to recover from the shock, her face breaking into an incredibly radiant and excited smile. Let me congratulate you in advance for joining us in the 6 paths. With the strength Lin Yi has demonstrated, passing the assessment to join the 6 paths is absolutely effortless. In fact, becoming a core member is just a matter of time. Lin Yi's terrifying illusion ability just now gave her the impression that it might even surpass the most experienced illusion ability user in the Hell Path. Moreover, it is much more powerful. Lin Yi remained non-committal. He waved his hand slightly, interrupting Bai Meng's excitement. Now, tell me everything you know about the mission. His voice was cold and calm, devoid of any emotion. Because I must complete the task as soon as possible to to avenge my sister. Then, join the six paths. Alright. Haiming took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed the vibration in his heart, and sat up straight again. She nodded and looked at Lin Yi's eyes, no longer the previous temptation, but more equal solemnity. She didn't talk nonsense anymore, and took out something like a bracelet from the desk drawer, as well as a black chip the size of a fingernail cap. She handed these two things to Lin Yi. Lin Yi stretched out his hand to take it and held it coldly. He looked at what was in his hand and asked, "What is this?" When Haiming heard this, he was stunned for a moment and looked at him with a monster-like look. "You don't know this?" She pushed her glasses. "Are you a savage who ran out of some deep mountain and old forest? Or are you an alien?" For Black Dream's casual ridicule, Lin Yi nodded silently in his heart. "In a sense, I am indeed an alien." Seeing that Lin Yi didn't react, Haiming thought he really didn't know, so he patiently explained. "This bracelet is a microcomputer, a product of the latest technology of the Federation, and can be connected to Skynet. There is a button on the side of the bracelet that you can press to start." When Lin Yi heard this, he lowered his head to find the tiny button and pressed it gently. Airplanes. A light blue curtain of light instantly projected from the bracelet and floated in front of him. The interface displayed on the light screen is almost exactly the same as the computer desktop of the previous life, but it is more sci-fi. Black Dream continued. "That chip records all the information we know so far about the mission. You just need to insert the chip into the card slot on the side of the bracelet and you can check it." Lin nodded a little, indicating understanding. With a flick of his finger, he turned off the light curtain and then put away the chip and the bracelet. Things have been negotiated, and he is ready to say goodbye and leave. However, just as he was about to turn around, the voice of the Black Dream sounded again. Do you have a place to live?" Lin Yi's footsteps paused. "Accommodation? Home?" In his mind, the small but warm room in the community where he had lived for several years instantly appeared. There are good memories of him and Shia Wan. But now, Shia Wan died. It is no longer home. Lin Yi was silent for a moment and shook his head gently. Seeing his reaction, Haiming's eyes moved. Without asking any more questions, she took out a black card directly from the drawer and threw it over. Lin consciously stretched out his hand to catch it. He looked down. On the card, only a string of gilded addresses is printed. Galaxy Apartment Building A404. "This is an apartment that by Mang and I bought before becoming core members." The voice of the Black Dream came. "No one lives there now, it's always empty. If you don't mind, you can live there temporarily." Lin Yi looked up and looked at Haiming. He looked next to him again, looking at his white dream with an expectant face. After a few seconds of silence, he tucked the card into his pocket. "Thank you." After saying that, he stopped staying, turned around and left the office. Lin Yi walked out of the back door of the Black Dream bar and walked in a silent alleyway. The moon at night is large and bright. The bright moonlight poured down like mercury and sprinkled on his face, reflecting a coolness. He glanced up at the moon and thought about everything that had happened that day. Awakening ability, tragic death of sister, massacre of the demon exterminator team, activation of the system, encounter of the six paths. Everything seemed so unreal. How much, a little dreamy. He thought of Shia Wan again. "I thought of my sister's face that always had a sweet smile." That smile kept echoing in his mind, so clear and so distant. Even, he could vaguely hear his sister's soft voice, which sounded in his ears. Brother. Lin Yi's footsteps stopped suddenly. He smiled self-deprecatingly. Did he miss her too much and have auditory hallucinations? Wrong. This voice. This is not an auditory hallucination. Brother. Listening to these sounds, the scarlet color instantly infected Lin Yi's dark pupils. The kaleidoscope Sharingan slowly emerged. The surrounding world instantly became different in Lin Yi's eyes. The dust in the air, the slight cracks in the walls, the trails of fallen leaves in the distance by the night wind, everything is hidden. His gaze was locked on the corner of the lane ahead. Shia Wan is dead. He collected the body with his own hands and placed it in the system space. This is a reality he doesn't want to accept anyway, but he has to face. So now this sound, supernatural or strange demon. However, no matter what it is, it has to die. Lin Yi's eyes were extremely cold. At this moment, at the corner of the roadway ahead, there were bursts of thick gray and white fog without warning. The mist, as if it had life, surged, twisted, and quickly spread towards Lin Yi's location. Wherever the fog passed, even the moonlight was swallowed up, leaving only a chaos where the five fingers could not be seen. Lin Yi's feet were slightly staggered, his body sank, and he took a pose that could be attacked at any time. He didn't back down. The Mangekyō Sharingan allowed him to see through the fog clearly. He saw that in the depths of the fog, a vague and familiar figure was standing quietly. Lin Yi's heart throbbed suddenly. That figure was so familiar that it had been engraved into his bones and integrated into his blood. It's a little soft. The next second, the figure moved, and she slowly walked out of the fog. The fog was like a stage curtain set up for her, spreading to the sides with her footsteps. A cute girl in a white dress appeared in front of Lin Yi. She had long black and soft hair, a pair of clear and bright big eyes, the corners of her mouth were slightly raised, and with a sweet smile, she looked at Lin Yi quietly. Brother, she called softly, her voice exactly the same as she remembered. Lin Yi looked at the little soft in front of him, and his lips trembled uncontrollably. Little soft, he muttered in his mouth, his voice hoarse, as if he had exhausted all his strength. When the little soft on the opposite side saw Lin Yi's appearance, the smile on his face became even brighter. She took a step, barefoot and tender feet, step by step, slowly towards Lin Yi. She walked very slowly, and every step seemed to step on the tip of Lin Yi's heart. Soon, she walked up to Lin Yi, a stone's throw away. Lin Yi could even smell the familiar, faintly fragrant breath on her body. He couldn't control it anymore, suddenly stretched out his arms, and hugged the little soft in front of him tightly and tightly into his arms. Little soft. A hot tear slipped from the corner of his eye and dripped onto the girl's white skirt. Shia Wan, who was hugged by Lin Yi, obediently leaned his little head on his shoulder. The corners of her mouth, at an angle that Lin Yi couldn't see, slowly and exaggeratedly cracked to the sides, all the way to the base of her ears. The originally cute cherry mouth turned into a terrifying giant mouth covered with 2 rows of sharp teeth. Her eyes were instantly swallowed up by pure darkness and turned into 2 empty black holes. A greedy and tyrannical aura emanated from her. It stretched out its long, forked tongue and licked it excitedly on its own split lips. That's what it tastes like. In this man's body, that pure and huge alien energy is a fatal temptation for him. It can already imagine the pleasure when its sharp teeth pierce the skin of his neck, tear his flesh and blood, and greedily suck his hot blood in energy. Without any hesitation, Little Soft opened his bloody mouth, aimed at Lin Yi's neck, and bit down fiercely. However, at the moment when its sharp teeth were about to touch Lin Yi's skin, a cold and gentle voice sounded softly in its ears. Shia Wan, I'm sorry. Brother will let you come back as soon as possible. The words just fell. Sneer. There are no signs. A cluster of flames as black as ink suddenly ignited from Lin Yi's arms, on the little soft body. The flame, without temperature, without sound, just burned quietly, but with a terrifying aura that burned everything, and even the soul could be burned to ashes. Ah! A sharp pain that cannot be described in words, originating from the depths of the soul, instantly spread throughout the whole body of Shia Wan. It raised its head suddenly, and from its cracked mouth, it let out a hoarse scream that was so fierce that it didn't sound like a human voice. It began to struggle frantically, trying to push Lin Yi away, trying to escape from this black flame. But Lin Yi hugged its arms, but it was like iron tongs cast in steel, not moving at all. He held it tightly. On his face, there is even a gentle and perverted smile. Little Soft. His voice was as soft as a sympathetic murmur. Endure it, and it will pass. Saying that, he also stretched out his hand and gently touched the head of Shia Wan that was being swallowed by the black flame. He looks like a good brother who is comforting his sister. Ah, let me go. Let me go. The monster was still screaming bitterly, and his voice was full of extreme fear and pain. Ding! The host gains plus 3,000 emotion points. The system's prompt sounds sounded in Lin Yi's mind. The smile on Lin Yi's mouth became even stronger. With the output of strange energy, Amaterasu's black flame burned even more vigorously. The strength of the monster's struggle is getting smaller and smaller. Its screams gradually became weaker. Ultimately, in Lin Yi's embrace full of love, this monster disguised as Lin Xiaoran was completely burned to ashes by Amaterasu's black flames. Not even a trace of existence remained. In the laneway, silence was restored. The strange fog also dissipated. Lin Yi slowly let go of his arms, looked at the empty embrace, and the smile on his face slowly disappeared, returning to a cold dead silence. A wisp of blue smoke rose from the ground. Where the monster was burned to ashes, a thumb-sized crystal was left behind, completely black, emitting some kind of energy. Lin Yi bent down and picked up the crystal. The hand is cold, and there is energy flowing inside. System, this is the core of the strange demon? He asked silently in his heart. Yes, host, this is a sea-level demon core. After receiving an affirmative answer from the system, Lin Yi did not hesitate at all, and with a move in his mind, he directly included this sea-level strange demon core into the system space. After doing all this, he took out the rune card that the dark dream gave him from his pocket. On the card, the string of gilded addresses reflected a shimmer in the cold moonlight. Galaxy Apartment Building A404. Lin Yi raised his hand and glanced at the black bracelet on his wrist. Start the bracelet. Airplanes. A light blue curtain of light was projected from the bracelet and suspended in front of him. Lin Yi's fingers quickly operated on the light curtain, brought up the map of Nanchang, and entered the words Galaxy Apartment. Soon, the location was locked. It is about 10 kilometers away from here. Lin Yi turned off the light curtain and put the rune card back in his pocket. His feet moved suddenly. The whole person turned into an afterimage, rushed out in an instant, and ran quickly in the direction of Galaxy Apartment. Perhaps because of the transformation of the Mangekyō Sharingan and the bottle of B-grade exotic energy recovery potion, his current physique has become more than several times stronger. The speed of running is not inferior to that of ordinary small cars at all. 10 minutes later, Galaxy Apartments. Looking at the introduction, this is one of the most high-end apartments in Nanchang, with tight security and elegant environment. Lin Yi walked into the apartment building smoothly. The elevator rose smoothly and stopped on the 4th floor. Ding! As soon as Lin walked out of the elevator, he quickly quickly found the door of 404. He took out his rune card and swiped the door lock. Drop. The door opened. Lin Yi walked in, closed the door with his backhand, and turned on the light in the living room. The whole room instantly brightens. The room is large and the decor is simple modern style and clean spotlessly. Living room, bedroom, kitchen, bathroom. Everything but the kitchen sink. All kinds of furniture and appliances are also brand new. Lin Yi walked into the bathroom, took off his slightly dusty clothes, and turned on the shower. The warm water washed over his body. He looked at himself in the mirror. The boy in the mirror has a well-proportioned figure, smooth lines, every muscle is just right, full of explosive power. It is a typical type of dressing to look thin and undressed. This is mostly due to the awakening of supernatural abilities and the bottle of B-level exotic energy recovery potion. After taking a shower, Lin Yi casually found a bathrobe from the closet and put it on, and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window in the living room. He opened the curtains, and the bustling night view of the southern city was in full view. The pale moonlight poured down like mercury, plating this steel jungle with a layer of cool brilliance. From time to time, he could still see the roofs of high-rise buildings in the distance, with faint shadows moving rapidly, and behind those shadows, there were also several figures chasing the same speed. Strange demons, extraordinary people, exterminator, 6 paths. These things were originally out of reach for him and only existed in the news. Today, in one day, all of them have rudely broken into his world. Lin Yi's gaze, through the lights of thousands of homes, looked at the distant sky. His eyes were empty and dazed. Small soft, he pronounced the name softly. This fucking world, without you, is really boring. Long. Lin Yi withdrew his gaze, turned around and walked to the sofa in the living room and sat down. He raised his wrist, and the surface of the black bracelet lit up with a faint blue light. Airplanes. A light blue curtain of light was projected from the bracelet and suspended in front of him. Lin Yi took out the chip that the Black Dream gave him from his pocket, which recorded the mission information, and inserted it into the slot on the side of the bracelet. The picture on the light curtain changed instantly. Lines of text and pictures refresh like a waterfall. Case No. 07. Victim, Lin Yi, female, 17 years old, sophomore student of Nanchang No. 3 Middle School. Crime location, abandoned industrial park in the West District. Official investigation report. The victim illegally broke into the demon elimination area at night, and was unfortunately involved in the battle between the demon eradication team and the sea-level physics demon Ripper, and died on the spot due to the aftermath of the ability. Autopsy report. There is no obvious trauma on the body surface, and the intracranial tissue is severely damaged, which is in line with the characteristics of high-intensity impact death. Remarks. Both eyes are missing. Below the report, there is also a photo of the scene. In the photo, a girl in a school uniform is lying on a cold pile of rubble. Her eyes are 2 shocking blood holes, and her face still has extreme fear. Lin Yi's face did not have any expression, and his fingers gently crossed the light curtain to bring up the next case. Case No. 11. Victim, Zhang Qian, female, 16 years old, a first-year student at Nanchang No. 1 Middle School. Crime location, Old Town. Official investigation report. The victim was attacked by the D-class energy-type alien demon Blackworm while playing with his companions. The demon exterminator team arrived after receiving a distress signal and successfully killed the demon, but the victim was unfortunately killed. Autopsy report. The chest cavity was pierced by a sharp weapon, the heart was damaged, and the blood loss was excessive and died. Note, heart is missing. The girl in the photo has a school uniform stained red with blood, a huge hole in her chest, empty, and nothing. Missing heart. Lin Yi's pupils contracted suddenly. He thought of Shia Wan. The same is true for Shia Wan, and his heart is hollowed out. He continued to read. Case No. 14. Victim, Wang Shui, female, 18 years old, just adult, unemployed. Crime location, Lover's Slope in the eastern suburbs. Official investigation report. Suspected of being attacked by the sea-level spiritual demon dreamer, fell into deep hallucinations, and committed suicide. Autopsy report. The cervical artery was cut and died of excessive blood loss. Note, both ears are cut off. Case after case. One innocent girl after another. They are all between 16 and 18 years old. Their ways of death are all kinds of strange. Their death reports were officially characterized as various accidents, but they all have one thing in common. The corpse is missing a certain part. Eyes, ears, heart, tongue. This information collected by the 6 Paths organization bloodily revealed a covered truth. The so-called manslaughter and the so-called accident are all bullshit. This is clearly a premeditated, organized serial hunt for girls of a certain age. And the officials, especially the demon exterminator, played a very disgraceful role in it. They are either accomplices or butchers who end up in person. In Lin Yi's chest, a tyrannical killing intent was surging wildly, but the expression on his face became more and more cold. He read all the information word for word. Clues, almost zero. The black hand hidden behind the scenes handled his hands and feet too cleanly. All evidence that may point to him has been smoothed out by those seemingly seamless official reports. Trying to find that person directly from this messy information is tantamount to looking for a needle in a haystack. But But, Lin Yi's eyes fell back on a few high-frequency words in those case reports. Demon exterminator. Eliminate the demons. Manslaughter. Since most of the accidents occurred at the scene of the Demon Extermination Division to eliminate strange demons, then, as long as you go to the scene to squat, you will definitely find some clues. Grab their hands and feet. Then, follow the vine. A plan, in Lin Yi's mind, quickly took shape. The communication icon on the side of the time curtain is flashing. Lin opened a little, and a chat box popped up. A cool black and white art photo with the word Black Dream above the avatar, followed by a message. Black Dream, are you here? Lin Yi edited a message and sent it over. Lin Yi, it's here. Almost a second. Black Dream, so fast? Are you satisfied with the apartment? Lin Yi, it's okay. Black Dream, after reading the mission information, what do you think? Lin Yi, although there is a lot of information, it is very miscellaneous and feels useless. Black Dream, you are right. The person behind the scenes has very clean hands and feet and pushed everything to the demons and accidents, and we investigated for several months and only found these. Between the lines, there is a sense of helplessness. Lin Yi, do you have a way to know the location of the Demon Extermination Division team for the first time? After the message was sent, the Dark Dream was silent for a few seconds. Black Dream, there is. Are you going to? Lin Yi, that's right, I'm going to squat them on the spot. The reply was simple and direct. A few seconds later, as if after thinking about it, Haiming replied to the message. Black Dream, okay, I will notify you as soon as there is news, be careful. Lin Yi, After ending the conversation with Haiming, Lin Yi turned off the microcomputer. In the room, silence fell again. He came to the bed and sat cross-legged, his mind moved. A thumb-sized, pitch-black crystal emitting ominous energy appeared in the palm of his hand. It was the sea-level demon disguised as a small soft appearance, the core of the demon left after death. Starting from the cold, there seems to be some kind of energy flowing slowly inside. System, how to absorb this strange demon core? Lin Yi asked silently in his heart. The host only needs to hold it in the palm of his hand, feel the strange energy in it, and then try to mobilize the strange energy in his body, resonate with the strange energy in the strange demon core, and then guide the strange energy in the core into the body. The sound of the system is as mechanical as ever. After hearing this, Lin immediately complied. He closed his eyes and immersed all his mind in the strange demon core in his hand. Soon, he felt a cold, chaotic energy flowing through his core. Lin Yi did not hesitate and began to mobilize the strange energy in his body. Under his control, the alien energy was like a stream, slowly probing towards the strange demon core. The moment the two come into contact, Lin Yi felt a slight warmth in his palm. The strange demon core, as if attracted by some kind, began to tremble slightly. The cold energy inside the core began to become active. Resonance produced. Lin Yi immediately concentrated and carefully guided the foreign energy. A cold trickle flowed down his palm and drilled into his body. As soon as that energy entered his body, he became manic and restless, like a wild horse that had run away from the reins, wanting to rampage inside him. Lin Yi's brows furrowed slightly. He mobilized his own strange energy with all his might, firmly wrapping the manic energy. Then, little by little, begin to assimilate it, absorb it. This process lasted about half an hour. When the last ray of cold energy was completely absorbed and refined by him, click! The sea-level demon core in Lin Yi's hand made a soft sound, turning into a pile of useless black powder and slipping between his fingers. Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes and felt the slightly increasing strange energy in his body. Although the growth rate is not large, it is a real improvement. It's still too slow. Lin Yi whispered to himself. A sea-level demon core can only bring such a little improvement. If you want to raise the level of alien energy from the current B level to a level or even S level, I don't know how many strange demon cores are needed. It seems that you will have to kill more strange demons in the future. The more you kill, the faster your strength will increase. After doing all this, a strong sense of fatigue surged up from the depths of his body. From the awakening ability, to the tragic death of his sister, to the massacre of the demon exterminator team, he encountered 6. In this short day, what happened was more bizarre and exciting than he had in the past 18 years combined. His spirit has always been in a state of tension. At this moment, he relaxed, and the feeling of fatigue drowned him like a tide. Lin Yi fell directly on the soft big bed. Soon, he fell asleep. The next day, noon, Lin Yi opened his eyes and touched his somewhat gloomy head. Last night, he had a dream. A long, warm dream. In the dream, he returned to the narrow but warm cabin. He told Shia Wan that he had awakened to an A-level ability. On her sister's cute little face, first shocked, then uncontrollable ecstasy, she threw herself into her arms and smiled like a child. The scene in the dream was so real that when I woke up, the empty pain became even more acute. Lin Yi slowly sat up and looked at the gray sky outside the window in silence. He raised his hand and gently stroked his cheek. A piece of cold wetness. Last night, I seemed to be crying in my dream. Lin Yi lifted the quilt and walked barefoot to the bathroom. In the mirror, a pale and cold face was reflected, and under the corners of the eyes, 2 clear tear stains had dried up. He stared at himself in the mirror, and there were no mood swings in his dark eyes. Wow! He turned on the the faucet, bent down, picked up the cold tap water with both hands, and poured at his face. The biting coolness made him sober up instantly. He swore, until Shia Wan is resurrected, he will not shed another tear. In a dream, it doesn't work. After a simple wash, Lin Yi sat down at the table. He raised his wrist and activated the microcomputer. Airplanes. A light blue curtain of light was cast into the air. Looking at the time, I actually slept until noon. Subsequently, a local news from Nanchang popped up. The title is bold in a striking red font and is full of incendiary. Official emergency report from the Nanchang Police Superintendent. The 13th Squad of the Nanchang Demon Extermination Division died on June 25, 2025 in the federal calendar. The murderer is suspected of being a high-level spiritual superpower. Lin Yi's eyes fell on the words, "all members sacrificed." He stretched out his finger and clicked on the news details. The content of the briefing is written in righteous words, full of condolences for the sacrificed team members and condemnation of the murderers. The 13th Squad of the Demon Eradication Division was attacked by an unidentified powerful enemy while carrying out a sea-level demon eradication mission in the Huimin community in the Old City last night, and unfortunately all of them died in the line of duty. After the on-site investigation by the Special Investigation Team of the Superintendent of Police, a total of 13 people were deceased, all of whom were official members of the Demon Extermination Division. 10 of the team members' fatal injuries were gunshot wounds and were concentrated in critical parts such as the head and heart. 3 other team members are missing, including the captain of the 13th Squad. According to the detection of traces and mental residues at the scene, all victims had abnormal sudden contractions of their pupils before they died, and their mental bodies were subjected to extremely strong impacts, falling into deep illusions and losing all ability to resist. Preliminary judgment is that this attack is a powerful person with illusion abilities. Its methods are cruel and heinous in nature, and it is a blatant provocation to federal law and human order. Below the news, a photo taken from the community surveillance is also attached. In the photo, a man wearing a black tracksuit and a hood, with his head down, is unhurriedly walking out of the residential building where the incident occurred. Although he couldn't see his face clearly, Lin Yi recognized it at a glance, and that was himself. He continued to look down. At the end of the briefing, I simply added a sentence with a very small space. In addition, in this incident, 2 ordinary residents are missing and their whereabouts are still unknown. The Superintendent of Police is now announcing the information of the 2 people, and I hope that those in the know will actively provide clues. Below are 2 clear ID photos. One is his. One is Lin Xiaowan's. Next to the photo, their basic information is also attached. Lin Yi, male, 18 years old, orphan, a freshman at Nanchang Supernatural Academy, just awakened to the A-level unknown ability yesterday, and was named Sharingan. Lin Xiaowan, female, 16 years old, orphan, Lin Yi's sister. Under Lin Yi's message, the official also added a paragraph intimately. We deeply regret and sadden that such a promising genius as Lin Yi may have suffered an accident. Lin Yi looked at the content on the light curtain and was expressionless. However, this outfit really can't be worn anymore. Lin Yi turned off the microcomputer and asked silently in his heart, "System, do you have clothes for sale here?" Ding. As long as the host needs it, the system is there. The sound of machinery sounded. In the next second, a cool mall interface that only Lin Yi could see appeared in front of him. The first few pages are all ordinary clothes and pants, popular in style, cheap, and dozens or hundreds of emotional values. Lin Yi was not interested, so he turned back. Soon, some sets with strange painting styles appeared in front of his eyes. Xiao organized the red cloud black robe suit, walking in the wind, forcing Grauman, the most beautiful boy in the crowd. Selling price, 1,000 mood points. Uchiha classic turtleneck, simple but not simple, highlighting the unique temperament of rebellion. Selling price, 800 sentiment points. With earth white mask set, includes a black robe and a white mask. Mysterious, powerful, and unfathomable, make the world tremble for your dance. Selling price, 1,000 mood points. Lin Yi's eyes finally fell on the white mask suit. This mask looks very suitable for him. This black robe is not bad. That's it. Ding. Consume 1,000 mood points to purchase a Beto white mask set. As the system prompt fell, Lin Yi's hand had a neatly folded black robe and a white mask that felt cold to the touch. The mask is pure white, with a hard texture, a round hole in the left and right eyes, and a circle of black lines carved on the surface with 3 magatama like ripples of water. Lin Yi stood up, took off his sportswear, and changed into the wide black robe. He walked to the mirror in the bathroom. The person in the mirror was completely shrouded in black robes, and he couldn't see fat or thin. He raised his hand and slowly put the cold white mask on his face. Click. The mask fits perfectly on the cheeks. The whole world instantly became narrow, leaving only 2 small round holes to glimpse the outside world. Lin Yi raised his head and looked at himself in the mirror. A mysterious and strange man in a black robe, as if he had come out of the abyss, was quietly looking at him. His mind moved. Airplanes. The scarlet light in his eyes suddenly lit up, and the Mangekyō Sharingan slowly emerged. Through the holes in the mask, the 2 scarlet eyes were like the only ghost fire in the night, exuding a terrifying terrifying aura that made the heart palpitate. Lin Yi looked in the mirror and saw his new appearance. Looking at the kaleidoscope Sharingan that was reflected on the mirror's surface, it belonged to him. An extremely absurd, even somewhat crazy idea came out of his mind without warning. Monthly reading. Can you use it on yourself? As soon as this thought appeared, it was like a wild weed that could no longer be contained. There's nothing to do now anyway. Try it and you'll know. Lin Yi took a deep breath, his mental power highly concentrated. His gaze was locked in the mirror, his scarlet eyes. Monthly reading, he shouted in his heart. In a flash, the whole world seemed to have been pressed the pause button. Everything around them, the tiles in the bathroom, the mirror, and the lights on the ceiling, lost their color in an instant and turned into black and white. Immediately afterwards, the black and white world is like broken glass, crumbling and disintegrating inch by inch. Boundless darkness swallowed him up. When Lin Yi regained consciousness again, he found himself standing in an extremely familiar place. The home where he and his sister have lived for more than 10 years, located in Huimin community. In the room, there is a faint aroma of food. In the kitchen, a familiar and petite figure was wearing an apron, humming an out-of-tune song, and busily stirring up something. It's a little soft. Lin Yi stood in the living room, looking at the back, and looked a little fascinated for a while. Brother, why are you stunned there? Come and wash your hands and eat. The girl's crisp and pleasant voice came. Shia Wan walked out of the kitchen with a plate of steaming braised pork and put the dishes on the table. She wiped her hands, turned her head, and saw Lin Yi still standing stupidly, and couldn't help but pout. Lin Yi came back to his senses, and a gentle smile appeared on his face that he hadn't even noticed. He responded and walked to the table and sat down. Brother, try it quickly. This is a new dish I have learned recently. I have been learning it for a long time. Shia Wan brought out 2 plates of dishes from the kitchen, a plate of stir-fried vegetables and a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. She took off her apron and sat down opposite Lin Yi, holding her chin with her hands and looking at him with big bright eyes. Lin Yi looked at the lifelike Shia Wan in front of him, and there was a ripple in his heart. He nodded, picked up his chopsticks, picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in his mouth. It melts in your mouth, soft and chewy. But, Lin Yi's movements paused slightly. No taste. There is no taste at all. How is it? Is it tasty? Shia Wan asked impatiently. Lin Yi raised his head, looked at her little face full of expectation, and nodded. It's delicious. Really? Shia Wan's eyes lit up instantly, as if she had received the best praise in the world. She also happily picked up a piece and couldn't wait to put it in her mouth. The next second, ba. She frowned and spat out the flesh, her face full of confusion. Strange. Why is there no taste at all? I clearly put the seasoning. She picked up another chopstick of tomato scrambled eggs, and the result was still the same. Looking at her sister's distressed and aggrieved cute appearance, Lin Yi stretched out his hand and gently touched her head, as he had done countless times before. His voice is very light and soft. Shia Wan, don't worry. Soon, there will be a smell. The moment the words fell, the little soft in front of me, along with the entire warm home, began to twist and change violently. The food on the table turned into fly ash. The girl's figure also became transparent and eventually dissipated into the air. The whole world collapsed again. Lin Yi's consciousness returned to the cold reality. He was still standing in front of the mirror in the bathroom, wearing the pale mask. The scarlet kaleidoscope Sharingan was lit up. Everything is just illusion. A short-lived dream woven by himself and for himself. Now, the dream is awake. Lin Yi took off the white mask on his face. A pair of scarlet kaleidoscope Sharingan slowly faded and returned to normal. The short-lived warmth in the world of illusion and the huge sense of separation from the cold reality made him feel in a trance for a moment. Grunt. The protest from his belly completely dragged him back to reality. Hungry. Lin Yi turned around and walked out of the bathroom, put the mask on the table, and sat down. Skillfully raise your wrist to activate the microcomputer. Then, I directly clicked on the largest takeaway platform in Nanchang and skillfully browsed the food on it. In the past, in order to save money, he and Shia Wan have always cooked by themselves. Now, he doesn't want to save anymore. Lin Yi directly found a highest-rated private restaurant and ordered a signature Buddha jumping over the wall, a dongpa meat, and a crab roe bibimbap. Settlement, 888 yuan. Click pay. Ding. Your account has been blocked and the payment has failed. A line of red system prompts popped up abruptly. Lin Yi's movement stopped. Account frozen? He immediately retreated to the main interface and logged into his bank account. Sure enough, in the column of account status, the 2 big words frozen are clearly written. Lin understood in an instant. The superintendent has already listed him as a missing person and possibly even a victim. According to federal regulations, all personal assets of such persons are temporarily frozen until the person appears or is officially declared dead. Now he is penniless. Lin Yi was silent for a moment and turned off the bank interface. He thought of a dark dream. They are mutually exploitative, so it is natural to seek a little funding. He clicked on the chat app and found Black Dream. Lin Yi, are you there? The message was sent over. In less than 2 seconds, the other party replied. Black Dream, borrow money? Lin Yi looked at these 2 words and picked up his eyebrows eyebrows slightly. Lin Yi, how do you know? Black dream. An ellipsis full of speechlessness. Lin Yi, my account is frozen. He simply stated the facts. Black dream, 888, Lin Yi. Lin Yi, what is this? Black dream, the account that belongs to you, the exclusive account of the members of our Six Paths organization, is not subject to federal regulation. Originally, it was to wait for you to complete the assessment and officially join the Six Paths before it could be given to you. However, with your strength, it doesn't hurt to give it to you in advance. Black dream, remember to change your password after logging in. I'll transfer some money to your account. Not much, you borrowed me. When you make money in the future, remember to pay me back. Lin Yi, okay, thank you. Black dream, you're welcome. The chat ends. Lin Yi followed the account number and initial password given by Black dream and successfully logged into a new bank interface. The interface is pure black, and there is only a pattern composed of 6 different styles of masks in the center, full of weirdness and mystery. He quickly changed the password. As soon as I finished changing it, a message popped up. Your account 888 will be received at 11:32 on June 26, 2025 in the federal calendar. 50,000 yuan. 50,000. Enough for a while. Lin Yi reopened the takeaway software and paid with a new account. Payment successful. Writers are rushing in. While waiting for the takeaway, Lin Yi was not idle. He opened the video website and entered 2 words in the search bar. Strange demons. Now that you've stepped into this dark forest, it's time to get to know all the hunters and prey in the forest as soon as possible. Soon, a bunch of popular science videos and documentaries about strange demons jumped out. Lin Yi directly clicked on the one with the highest number of views, Strange Demon Encyclopedia, From Beginner to Dirt. The video begins with bloody and chaotic video clips. Deformed monsters rage in the city, tall buildings collapse, flames soaring into the sky, and the screams of humans and the roars of monsters are mixed like hell. A man wearing a gas mask began to explain in a hoarse and heavy voice. Strange demons, this terrifying creature, appeared in this world without warning more than 2,000 years ago. They emerge from space rifts all over the world, feeding on human flesh and blood and alien energy, and are extremely ferocious. In the first 100 years, human civilization was almost destroyed until the first batch of superpowers appeared. The war lasted for hundreds of years, and humanity paid a heavy price, finally from being slaughtered prey to being able to fight back. Now, we have formed a delicate and dangerous balance with the demons. Nowadays, strange demons rarely appear during the day. They are more like beasts that come out of the day and night, turning the night into their hunting ground. This also gives ordinary people a relatively safe living environment. As soon as the video screen turned, various strange demon data illustrations began to appear. Based on hundreds of years of research by the Federal Demon Exorcist Division and major research institutions, we divide the demons into 4 basic categories according to their main attack methods. The first category, the Department of Physics. They have powerful flesh, or an indestructible carapace, or an indestructible claw. The second category is the Energy System. They can unleash various elemental or special energy attacks, with a wide attack range and strong destructive power. The third category is the Spiritual Department. They are the strangest kind of people, capable of directly attacking the human mind, creating illusions, causing fear and despair, and even manipulating people's minds. The fourth type, and the most difficult to deal with, is the Compound System. They possess a variety of abilities and are a nightmare for all superpowers. The level of the alien demon, like our superpowers, ranges from F level to SSS level. But remember, at the same level, the vitality and destructive power of the alien demon usually far exceed that of the superpower. The narrator's voice became extremely solemn. Finally, and most importantly, some powerful strange demons, usually refer to A-level and above individuals, they have wisdom that is not weaker than humans. Some of the strange demons can even perfectly mimic the appearance of humans and mingle among us humans. They learn our language, mimic our behavior, and even own our emotions. Conventional demon detection instruments are completely ineffective against them. The neighbor next to you who smiles at you may be a monster who is thinking about how to eat your guts. Seeing this, Lin Yi's pupils shrank slightly. He remembered the strange demon disguised as Shia Wan. However, the strange demon system said that it only has sea level. Why can it disguise itself so similarly? Perfect camouflage. If it weren't for his own kaleidoscope Sharingan, I am afraid that at that moment he would have died. The world is more dangerous than he imagined. Lin Yi continued to look down, and the video began to introduce various known humanoid demons with wisdom. Just when he was looking at it seriously, boom, 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 there was a knock on the door, and it rang suddenly. Outside the door, a somewhat hoarse man's voice came. Hello, take away. Hearing the movement at the door, Lin Yi stood up and walked towards the door. His steps were steady, and he didn't make a sound. Looking out through the cat's eyes, a man wearing a black peaked hat was standing outside the door with his head down. The brim of his hat was pressed very low, and his face could not be seen clearly at all. In the man's hand, he was carrying several large bags printed with the logo of a private restaurant. Lin Yi opened the door. Take your takeaway, please Please take it. The man handed over the bag in his hand, his voice hoarse, sounding obviously lack of breath. Lin Yi's eyes fell on the man. Very strange. An indescribable sense of eccentricity. Possessing the Mangekyō Sharingan, he is extremely sensitive to the fluctuations of supernatural energy around him. He could clearly feel that the free energy in the surrounding air was flowing at a normal frequency. But the man in front of him, the strange energy in his body was obscure and chaotic. This feeling is somewhat similar to the strange demon disguised as Shia Wan that he met last night, but it's a little different, more restrained and more massive. Lin Yi calmly stretched out his hand and took the heavy bags. Thank you, he said lightly. Afterwards, he was ready to close the door. Just as the door was about to close, the man spoke again. His voice was like a jammed gear, word by word, slow and stiff. Best wishes. You, use, meal, delightful, fast. When the last word fast fell, the heavy door clicked and just closed completely. From beginning to end, the man didn't raise his head and looked at Lin Yi. Lin Yi took the takeaway and turned around and walked back to the living room. He placed the bags on the coffee table and opened them one by one. The rich aroma of the Buddha jumping over the wall instantly spreads, mixing the sweetness of donpa meat and the deliciousness of crab roe bibimbap, which arouses people's appetite. He checked it carefully and there was no problem. Hungry, he stopped thinking about the strange delivery man, picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. The Buddha jumped over the wall with thick soup, the fat but not greasy donpa meat, and the golden butter and shiny crab roe rice. The aroma and heat of the food quickly dispelled the chill of the body. It's delicious. Lin Yi ate one bite after another, moving quickly, but not rudely. In the past, he and his sister only dared to think about these things, drooling so greedily that they never dared to really eat a meal. It's too expensive. A meal will cost their brothers and sisters half a month's living expenses. Now, he can eat as much as he wants. Order whatever you want. However, the girl who was always by his side, chattering and sharing every bite of food and praising his cooking skills, had become a cold corpse, lying quietly in the system space. Lin Yi's chewing action slowed down. The position of his chest seemed to be blocked by something, and he was stuffy and panicked. Soon, all the food on the table was wiped out by him, and there was not even a drop of soup left. He leaned back in his chair and sat quietly. At this moment, a cold, playful voice sounded in his ears without warning. You're done eating, then, it's time for me to eat. Buzz. As soon as the words fell, Lin Yi's scarlet kaleidoscope Sharingan instantly lit up. At the same time, the whole world in front of him began to distort and disappear violently. Luxurious apartments, exquisite furnishings, night views of the city outside the windows. Everything, like paint thrown into water, quickly melts, fades, and finally returns to pure darkness. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi was already in an endless dark space. Here, you can't feel the existence of time and space. Absolute silence, absolute nothingness. Lin Yi could even clearly hear the beating sound of his heart in his chest. In the entire space, the only light source was Lin Yi's scarlet and bloody eyes, which emitted a strange light in the darkness. What's going on? Lin Yi's mind was running fast. He could clearly feel that there was a huge, viscous, and malevolent alien energy around him. This is an independent space built by special energy field. He knew that the skill of the domain could only be used by a top ability person who had reached a very high level of ability level and special energy level. There is also an existence, which is a high-level strange demon. Feeling the huge and chaotic energy around him, Lin came to a conclusion in an instant. He was pulled into its realm by a powerful demon. Just as Lin Yi was thinking about countermeasures. Da, da, da. A burst of unhurried footsteps came from the darkness in the distance, from far to near. Soon, a human figure walked out of the darkness and appeared in front of Lin Yi. Lin Yi saw the person coming clearly. It was the delivery man who delivered him food just now. Only at this moment, he had already taken off the peaked cap that was extremely low, revealing a young and pale face. On his face, there was a hint of a sick, playful smile. It looked at Lin Yi, its eyes especially stayed on his scarlet eyes for a moment, and said with great interest, "Pupil magic ability? It's rare. Phantom, was killed by your eyes? Fantasy?" Lin Yi frowned slightly. The name was very unfamiliar. Seeing that Lin Yi did not react, the humanoid demon didn't care, and continued to say to himself, "Oh, I forgot to tell you, Phantom is the strange demon you killed last night." This sentence made Lin Yi's eyes fluctuate a little. He understood. This guy is here to seek revenge. It's my sister. The humanoid monster's voice was very calm, as if stating a trivial matter. Hearing the word sister, Lin Yi's frozen heart was gently touched. He killed a monster's sister, and his own sister was also killed. How ironic. However, since that strange demon dared to disguise himself as a little soft, he deserved to die. Therefore, Lin Yi still stood in place without any unnecessary movements. Seeing Lin Yi's indifferent look, the smile on the humanoid demon's face became more and more cruel and distorted. Originally, I planned to raise it a little fatter and eat it again. Unexpectedly, the plan was disrupted by you, but it's okay. It stuck out its tongue, licked its lips greedily, and stared at Lin Yi with a pair of eyes, as if looking at a plate of peerless delicacies. Then, please replace it and become a nutrient for me to become stronger. After all, you look much better than it. it. One more point. It faced Lin Yi, spread its hands, and its posture was arrogant and arrogant. I advise you, it's best not to struggle unnecessarily. Now, you are in my domain, and here, I can dominate everything. You don't have any chance of escape. Don't you humans have an old saying? Since you can't resist, you might as well enjoy it. Don't worry, I'll eat you little by little, so that you can clearly watch yourself slowly disappear. A harsh and unpleasant strange laughter echoed throughout the dark space. Hearing this standard villain laughter, Lin Yi said that if this guy had lived a few chapters in the novel, he would probably not have survived a few chapters. Here, it can't even live a chapter. Although he was trapped in this strange field, Lin Yi was not half flustered in his heart. He just stood quietly, using those scarlet kaleidoscope Sharingans to look at the humanoid demons in front of him. Seeing that he had already said this, the other party still didn't react at all, and the smile on the humanoid demon's face froze for a moment. It's a character. But so what? Within this field, I am invincible. Forget it, make a quick decision. Eat this guy who smells fragrant, and maybe he will be able to break through directly and become an S-class existence. Thinking of this, the humanoid demon's face was filled with uncontrollable excitement and greed. He stopped talking nonsense, raised his hand directly, ready to mobilize the power of the entire field and completely crush the guy in front of him who didn't know the height of the sky. However, the moment he raised his hand, he saw Lin Yi's scarlet eyes. In that pupil, the strange black windmill pattern seemed to have some kind of wonderful attraction, which made him involuntarily fall into it. The next second, the dark world around him disappeared in an instant. Instead, it is an endless bloody purgatory. The sky was dark red, the earth was cracked, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of sulfur mixed with blood. Countless twisted figures crucified, silent wailing in the distance. The humanoid demon looked around in confusion. What's going on? What is this place? Don't. A ridiculous thought rose in his head. Is this that guy's domain? No way. When pigs fly, that human energy fluctuation, obviously only a mere B-level, how could it be used to display the field? This is not scientific. Just when he was in doubt, the entire blood-colored world began to change violently. Hot magma gushed out from the ground, turning into a huge wave rushing towards him. Countless chains of burning black flames fell from the sky, binding him firmly. The extreme pain instantly swept through every inch of his nerves. Outside, in the room, everything returned to normal. The humanoid demon of the brother who claimed to be a phantom just stood there in a daze, motionless. His eyes were empty and blank, but his facial muscles were twisting and twitching wildly, showing extreme pain and fear. Wisps of black alien energy escaped from his body uncontrollably, dissipating into the air like steam. Lin Yi stood in front of him, observing him indifferently. At the same time, the system's prompt tone sounded wildly in his mind. Ding! Host gains plus 1,000 emotions. Ding! Host gains plus 2,000 mood points. Ding! The host gains plus 2,500 emotions. Lin Yi sighed secretly. The power of Tsukiyomi is indeed terrifying, but because of this, the consumption is also extremely huge. Just for the use of this powerful strange demon in front of him, the strange energy in his body was instantly drained, and it had bottomed out at this moment. You can imagine how terrifying this guy's strength is. For the sake of safety, Lin Yi did not hesitate at all, and with a move of his mind, he once again purchased a B-level strange energy recovery potion from the system mall. A test tube with blue liquid appeared in his hand. He raised his head and took a breath. A cool energy instantly spread all over the limbs, and the originally empty body was immediately refilled with surging strange energy. Lin Yi could clearly feel that his upper limit of his strange energy had increased slightly. Although it is not as obvious as it was when I first used it, it is also a real improvement. The anomaly is fully restored. Lin Yi raised his head and looked at the humanoid demon in front of him who was still suffering endless torture in the world of illusion. There were no waves in his eyes. At the next moment, a cluster of flames as black as ink appeared out of thin air on the body of the humanoid demon. He launched Amaterasu. The flame is not big, but it has a terrifying aura that burns everything. It has no temperature, but it is more domineering than any flame. Zila. The moment the black flame was contaminated by the body of the demon, it began to burn and spread wildly. The spirit was cut 1,000 times in the world of illusion. The body is burned by black flames in the real world. The double extreme pain made this A-level strange demon unable to even scream. The emotional value in his body began to increase wildly. Ding! The host gains plus 5,000 emotions. Ding! Host gains plus 6,000 mood points. The sentiment value is exaggerated. The humanoid demon in front of him slowly disappeared in the black flames at a speed visible to the naked eye. Skin, flesh, and blood, bones. Everything was burned by Amaterasu and turned into nothingness. It didn't take long for this awesome-looking monster to be burned to the point where only a head that was still twisting was left and fell to the floor. At this moment, his dilated pupils seemed to regain a little of their energy. His spirit finally broke free from the endless torture of Tsukiyomi. He looked at Lin Yi, who was close at hand, and there was no longer arrogance and playfulness in his eyes, only endless resentment and hatred. At the last moment when his head was about to be completely devoured by the black flame, a black energy condensed to the extreme suddenly flew flew out from his eyebrows, so fast that Lin Yi didn't have time to react. Burst! The black light hit Lin Yi's forehead accurately. Before it completely dissipated, Lin Yi clearly saw that the face of the head showed an extremely strange smile. The black flame continued to burn until the head was completely burned to ashes, and then slowly extinguished. Only a fist-sized black crystal was left in place, emitting huge energy fluctuations. Demon core. Lin Yi bent down, picked up the strange demon core on the ground, and threw it into the system space. Then, he walked quickly to the floor mirror in the living room. In the mirror, his appearance is clearly reflected. In the center of his eyebrows, there was a black weird mark. System, what is this mark? Lin Yi asked in his heart. Ding! Host, this mark is the mark left by the demon with all its original energy before it dies, and it will continue to exude a peculiar attraction, and all other demons will be extremely interested in you when they perceive you. To put it simply, host, you have now become a sweet spot in the circle of strange demons, and anyone who sees you wants to come up and take a bite. Lin Yi's face darkened. Is there any way to get rid of it? Naturally, there is. The sound of this system is still flat. Only the host needs to find another A-level or above monster and let it help you get rid of this mark. Let the demon help himself? It's a pity that this system can come up with it. In the system mall, are there any props that can be removed? Lin Yi asked again. Yes, but it's very expensive. How expensive? Host, please look at the big screen. In the next second, a virtual commodity interface appeared in Lin Yi's mind. A-level purification potion, it can purify most of the negative states and impurities in the body, and has a certain chance to evolve the ability. Selling price, 100,000 sentiment points. 100,000? So expensive? Lin Yi's brows furrowed. Yes, host, A-level purification potion is a very precious prop. Lin Yi opened his system panel. Name, Lin Yi. Ability, Mangekyō Sharingan, S. Ability, Tsukiyomi, Amaterasu, Susanoo Nobu. Props, Lin Shia Wan's corpse, photo with Lin Shia Wan X1, A-level demon core X1. Different energy, B. Emotional value, 105888. Note, due to the host's low energy, some abilities cannot be used, or the use effect is reduced. Please test the host by yourself. Just squeezed out an A-level demon, and the emotional value has just exceeded 100,000 points. It was really a loss to use this huge amount of money to buy a purification potion. With this emotional value, it is better to exchange for a new pupil technique. Lin Yi quickly made a decision in his heart. It seems that I still have to find other A-level demons, and please them to help me. Lin Yi did not hesitate in his heart, and his mind moved. System, open the kaleidoscope ability exchange panel. As soon as the words fell, a blue light curtain that only he could see appeared in front of him. The Mangekyō Sharingan ability exchange panel is as follows. Control, 50,000 mood value. Add earth life, 100,000 emotional value. 8,000 spears, 500,000 mood value. Don't be a god, 500,000 mood value. Izanami, 500,000 mood points. Double Shunwei, 800,000 mood value. Izanaji, 800,000 mood value. Great Sun Spirit, 100,000 emotional value. Lin Yi's eyes swept over the light curtain and finally stopped at adding earth life. This is Amaterasu's advanced pupil technique, which can transform the never-extinguishing black flame into any form according to its will, whether it's a sharp sword or a strong shield. Advance can be attacked, retreat can be defended. Your fighting style will no longer be monotonous, and your fault tolerance rate will be greatly improved. System, exchange me for a land life. Without thinking too much, Lin Yi made a decision directly. The exchange is complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan pupil techniques, plus the earth life. The moment the system prompt sounded, Lin Yi's eyes turned scarlet uncontrollably, and the strange black windmill pattern in his pupils rotated rapidly. A scorching warm current gushed out from the depths of the eyes, instantly flowing all over the limbs. He could clearly feel that his Kaleidoscope Sharingan had acquired a new pupil technique. The strange energy in his body seemed to have risen with it, and there was a big increase. Lin Yi opened the system panel. Name, Lin Yi. Ability, Mangekyō Sharingan, S. Ability, Tsukiyomi, Amaterasu, Jiatume, Susanoo no. Props, Lin Shia Wan's corpse, photo with Lin Shia Wan X1, A-level demon core X1. Different energy, B+. Emotional value, 5888. Note, due to the host's low energy, some abilities cannot be used, or the use effect is reduced. Please test the host by yourself. The emotional value that had just broken through the 100,000 mark was squandered in an instant, leaving only a fraction. But in exchange, it was a leap from B to B+ in the energy level, as well as an incomparably powerful new pupil technique. This deal is not a loss. Lin Yi could feel that his combat power had increased a lot. At this moment, boom, boom, boom. A sharp and powerful knock on the door suddenly sounded in the quiet room. Hello, Demon Exterminator, please open the door. A calm male voice came from outside the door. Exterminator? Lin Yi's eyes moved slightly, and the Kaleidoscope Sharingan quickly faded, returning to its normal black pupils. At the same time, the black mark on his forehead disappeared. He walked to the door and opened opened the door without the slightest hesitation. Outside the door stood several men and women in black uniforms with serious expressions. The leader was a middle-aged man with a Chinese face. He saw Lin Yi's black robe, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes, but he still showed his ID for the first time. The document reads, Nancheng Branch of the Demon Eradication Division, Captain of the 1st Action Squad, Li Kai. Li Kai took back his documents and said in a deep voice, "Hello, we were just tracking a strange demon, and the detector showed that the last place where it appeared was on this floor. For safety, we need to conduct a test on your room. Please cooperate." His tone was polite, but it had an unquestionable commanding tone. After hearing this, Lin didn't say anything, just silently took a step back and got out of the way behind him. "Thank you for your cooperation." Li Kai nodded and then walked into the house with several team members. They took out a tablet-like instrument and began scanning and probing all over the house. Lin Yi just stood quietly at the door, watching them busy in his room, without any expression on his face. His gaze seemed to unintentionally sweep over the team members one by one. In the end, he stayed at the end of the line with a tall and good-looking woman. This woman didn't say a word from the moment she entered the door, just lowered her head and silently cooperated with the team's actions. But in Lin Yi's keen sense, this woman's body was exuding an extremely familiar but extremely faint aura. It was the aura of a strange demon. It was the same as the strange demon that he had just burned to ashes with Amaterasu. However, she hid it very well. If she hadn't just dealt with an A-level strange demon with her own hands, and was extremely sensitive to this aura, it would have been impossible to detect it. It's really interesting. In the team of the Demon Exterminator Division, a high-level strange demon was actually mixed in. They took the detector and searched the world for strange demons, but they didn't know that the target they were looking for was right around them. This is simply the funniest joke in the world. The corners of Lin Yi's mouth hooked up an undetectable arc. When Lin Yi was observing the woman, he also noticed that the woman was also observing him, with a fiery look in her eyes, but she was hiding it very well. Lin Yi knew that this was the function of the mark. However, he wasn't worried. This woman had a similar aura to the strange demon disguised as a delivery man just now, and her strength should be about the same. If he dared to provoke him, he did not recommend gaining more emotional points and a demon core. Soon, the whole room was probed, and the high-tech looking instrument did not respond at all. "Captain, no abnormal energy fluctuations were found," a team member reported to Li Kai. When Li Kai heard this, he frowned slightly, glanced at the data on the instrument again, and finally could only accept the result helplessly. He walked up to Lin Yi and said routinely, "Excuse me, thank you for your cooperation." After saying that, he turned around and left with his teammates. Lin Yi closed the door, and the room was quiet again. Back on the bed in the bedroom, Lin Yi sat down cross-legged and took out the A-level alien core from the system space. The fist-sized black crystal emitted a huge and pure energy fluctuation as soon as it appeared. Lin Yi held it in his palm, closed his eyes, and began to absorb the strange energy with all his might. A surging torrent of energy flowed down his arm and poured into his body frantically. This energy was extremely pure, but with a hint of violent attributes, constantly impacting his limbs and bones, strengthening his body. Lin Yi could clearly feel that his muscles, bones, and even every cell were undergoing rebirth-like changes under the wash of this energy. The strange energy in the body surged wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, this crazy absorption did not last long. After absorbing about half of the energy of the strange demon core, Lin Yi's body suddenly felt a strong sense of fullness. No matter how he urged it, he could no longer absorb the slightest bit of energy from the core of the strange demon. "System, what's going on?" Lin Yi asked in his heart. Ding. Host, the human body has a temporary upper limit for absorbing the core of the demon. When a feeling of fullness occurs, it means that it cannot continue to be absorbed in a short period of time, and it takes a certain amount of time to digest and adapt. As for how long it takes, it is related to the physique and the strength of the ability, which varies from person to person. After hearing this, Lin could only stop helplessly. It seems that it is impossible to become a fat man in one bite. However, although only half of it was absorbed, the gain was still huge. Lin Yi could clearly feel that the strange energy in his body had successfully broken through the B+ level and reached a new level, A level. As his energy level increased, his five senses became sharper, and he became more comfortable with his ability to control his abilities. Now, if he faced that A-level humanoid demon again, he would definitely not be drained of all his energy just for a month like before. At this moment, a slight vibration came from his wrist. Lin Yi raised his hand and started the microcomputer. A dialog box pops up instantly. Black Dream, at 10 o'clock in the evening, in the old city, the demon exterminator will take action. Below the message, there is also an extremely fine positioning coordinate. Lin Yi looked at the message with cold eyes. He slowly got up, picked up the white mask from the table, and put it on his face. He replied with one word concisely. Lin Yi, okay. In the next second, in the room, two scarlet spots of light suddenly lit up, strange and stern. Night, 10 o'clock. The old town is a corner forgotten by urban development. The air is filled with a strange smell of decay mixed with dampness. Lin Yi's figure, like a ghost, melted into the darkness, quietly appeared at the entrance of a dilapidated park. He was wearing a black robe and that eerie white mask on his face, revealing only a pair of bottomless eyes. The park has long been abandoned, with rusty iron gates crooked and weeds growing taller than people. The broken swing made a creak sound in the night wind, as if telling some kind of ominousness. As soon as he stepped into this area, Lin Yi clearly felt several cold and sticky strange energy fluctuations. They were like sharks smelling blood, gathering from all directions, and several of them were approaching him at a very fast speed. Lin Yi raised his hand and lightly touched the black mark on his eyebrows with his fingertips. This imprint is really troublesome. He had no interest in entangled with these low-level demons. With a slight touch of his toes on the ground, the whole person floated quietly like a weightless fallen leaf. A few ups and downs, it appeared on the roof of an abandoned residential building next to it. Condescendingly, the entire park is unobstructed. At this moment, the harsh headlights cut through the darkness in the distance. Black off-road vehicles with the badge of the demon exterminator made a low engine roar and stopped neatly at the entrance of the park. The car door opened, and more than a dozen team members holding standard weapons and wearing black combat uniforms quickly got out of the car, moving competently and well-trained. Immediately afterwards, several more people got out of the car behind. These people were completely different from ordinary team members. They didn't carry any weapons, but the strange energy surging in their bodies was extremely thick and they were obviously superpowers in the team. At the head was a middle-aged man with a beard, wearing a dark trench coat and holding a cigarette that was about to burn out. He took a deep breath through the cigarette but on the ground and crushed it with his toes. Action! The man's hoarse voice was not loud, but full of majesty. At the sound of an order, a team of nearly 20 people immediately stepped into the park shrouded in darkness in an orderly manner, staggered in a peculiar formation. They act extremely efficiently. Soon, the team encountered a lurking demon. It was a monster that looked like a lizard but was covered in pustules. The monster let out a roar and pounced on the team. However, the battle ended faster than expected. A flash of lightning flashed, followed by a sharp wind blade. The strange demon, which was extremely terrifying in the eyes of ordinary people, was cut into several pieces in an instant before it even approached the team, and the fishy blood splattered all over the ground. Neat. Lin Yi watched all this quietly on the rooftop. His eyes did not fluctuate at all. The strength of this team is far stronger than those he has encountered before. Just as he was focusing all his attention on the park, a strong sense of peeping came from behind him without warning. This feeling is different from the greed of those strange demons, with scrutiny and curiosity. Lin Yi turned around suddenly. A scarlet light suddenly lit up in his eyes. The Mangekyō Sharingan opens instantly. In his field of vision, a figure appeared at some point on the roof of a taller building behind him. It was a young man in a black sports coat, with short white hair swaying slightly in the night breeze, and he was looking at himself with interest. "You are also a person who wants to join the Six Paths?" The white-haired man's voice was very clear, with a brisk tone, and came over condescendingly. Lin Yi looked at him and did not answer. Judging from the fluctuations of strange energy emitted by the other party, this guy's strength very strong. I'm afraid this person's energy level has reached S level. Listening to his words, it seems that he also came to complete the assessment task and join the Six Paths. Seeing that Lin Yi was silent, the white-haired man didn't care, and continued to say to himself, "It's actually a rare pupil ability, and it's also marked by a high-level demon, which is interesting." He jumped off the edge of the rooftop and landed steadily on the roof of the building where Lin Yi was, no more than 10 meters away from Lin Yi. "Hello, my name is Baiju." He had a hearty smile on his face, but his eyes were spinning around the mask on Lin Yi's face. "Seeing you wearing a mask, are you already an official member of the Six Paths? However, it seems that there is no mask like you in the Six Paths." Baiju touched his chin, looking like a curious baby. "However, you look pretty cool. When I pass the assessment and join the Six Paths, I will also make one." Lin Yi listened to the guy's chatter and was sure that he had no obvious malice towards himself. He retracted his gaze, the scarlet in his eyes slowly faded, and turned back to the park below. He came here not to make friends, nor to be cooler than others. Seeing that Lin Yi ignored him, Baiju shrugged his shoulders, leaned over, and followed Lin Yi's gaze to the park. At this moment, at the fence on the side of the park, a young girl in a school uniform was awkwardly climbing over a high fence and jumping into the park. After she landed, she patted the dust on her hands and took out her phone, as if she was looking for something. Lin Yi's pupils shrank slightly. "Victim, this is what happens. This girl doesn't want to be controlled. How dare she come to this abandoned park where monsters are rampant at night? Who gave her the courage? It's finally here." Baiju on the other side grinned, with an excited expression on his face. He moved his wrist and made a crackling sound. "Brother Mask, it looks like the game is about to start. I'll take the first step." Before the words fell, Baiju's whole person instantly turned into a white afterimage. Jumping from the roof, like a falling meteor, it rushed straight into the depths of the park. Lin Yi looked at the direction in which he disappeared, still standing in place, without any movement. What he needs is the hand hidden behind the scenes, instead of these pawns pushed to the front of the stage. I hope this white-haired boy named Baiju will not ruin his plan. Otherwise, Lin Yi's guy's eyes became cold. He didn't mind letting this guy contribute some emotional value to himself as a small compensation before completing the task. In an abandoned park at night, traces of fighting can be seen everywhere. The fishy blood mixed with the dirt and gave off a disgusting smell. A young member of the demon exterminator quickly walked up to the man in the trench coat, his voice filled with confusion that could not be concealed. "Captain, we have searched the entire park. Except for these F-level and E-class miscellaneous fish, I didn't even see the shadow of a C-class monster, let alone the B-class mentioned above." The man in the trench coat, who was the captain of the 13th squad, swept his eyes over the body of the demon scorched by lightning under his feet, his eyes deep. He spat out a puff of smoke ring and slowly spoke. "During this time, almost all of the clearance tasks we received were directly assigned by the above, and few people reported the case." His voice was hoarse and low. "This matter is weird everywhere." At this moment, the captain's ears moved slightly, and he suddenly looked up at the darkness in the depths of the park. There is movement. Be alert." With a low shout, all the team members instantly tensed their nerves, and the weapons in their hands were aimed in the direction from which the sound came. In the darkness, a silhouette slowly appeared. A few seconds later, a girl in a clean student uniform, looking down at her phone screen, walked out of the darkness. She seemed completely unaware of the tension around her. It wasn't until she raised her head and saw that more than a dozen black guns were facing her, and an obvious panic flashed on her face. But she quickly forced herself to calm down. The captain's eyes were as sharp as knives, locking on the girl tightly. "At this time, in this place, a student who looks harmless to humans and animals appears? This scene is weird no matter how you look at it." When the girl saw those deadly weapons, her survival instinct made her immediately raise her hands high. "Don't shoot. I am human. I'm not a demon." Her voice was a little sharp because of nervousness. The vigilance in the captain's eyes did not diminish in the slightest. Strange demons who can perfectly disguise themselves as humans, each more cunning than the other. He tilted his head towards a team member beside him. The team member understood, took a handheld detector, and walked cautiously towards the girl. "Classmates, don't be nervous, it's just a routine check." The players' voices were as slow as possible, trying to calm each other's emotions. The girl looked at the instrument in the man's hand, and her body tensed unconsciously. The detector was aimed at the girl's body and began scanning. 1 second, 2 seconds, tick 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 dash. Suddenly, the indicator light on the detector instantly turned from green to red, emitting a piercing and rapid alarm sound. The team member's face changed drastically, his pupils shrank suddenly, and he retreated without thinking, instantly pulling away a distance of more than 10 meters and retreating into the team. "It's a strange demon. Things happen too fast." Everyone's nerves were at their peak, and the sound of the bolt pulling was particularly clear in the silence of the night. In the body of the supernatural team members, the strange energy began to surge wildly, and a killing aura filled the air. As long as the captain gives an order, the girl in front of her will be blasted into pieces in an instant. The girl was completely stunned. She looked at herself blankly, and then at the members of the demon exterminator who were like a great enemy, completely not understanding what was happening. "Why did you call the police? How could I be a strange demon?" Seeing that the murderous intent in the eyes of those people was getting stronger and stronger, she finally reacted from the shock, and the huge fear made her scream. "I'm not a demon. I really don't. You got it wrong." Her voice was full of crying, full of despair and helplessness, for fear that she would be shot into a hornet's nest in the next second. The captain looked at her coldly. The girl's expression and reaction really didn't look like she was pretending. But he's seen too many cunning demons disguised as weak and exploiting human sympathy. What those things are best at is to show their fangs and swallow you in one bite the moment you let your guard down. This kind of deception, once he has been deceived, he will not be fooled a second time. "I'd rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let one go. This is the iron law," he summed up in countless bloody lessons. "Attack!" The cold words came out of his mouth without any emotion. The moment the order is issued. Bang 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 bang. Gunshots rang out. The fire illuminated the girl's face, distorted by fear. Countless bullets, wind blades, and fireballs were intertwined into a web of death, overwhelmingly shrouded in the girl. "Ah!" The girl let out a shrill scream, and fear made her go limp and fall to the ground. I could only close my eyes in despair, cover my ears with my hands, and wait for death to come. Time seems to stand still at this moment. The expected severe pain did not come. There was only the whistle of bullets tearing through the air in his ears, but he didn't feel any pain. "Is he dead?" The girl trembled, slowly and carefully, opened a slit in her eye. In the next second, her pupils dilated sharply. A figure appeared in front of her at some point. It was a young man with eye-catching white hair, wearing only an ordinary black sports jacket. He turned his back to her, not burly, but like an insurmountable mountain, blocking all attacks. Those bullets and supernatural attacks that were enough to tear through steel were all strangely suspended in front of him at this moment, only a few centimeters away from his body, but they could no longer advance. Tisk! The white-haired man let out a frivolous smack of his tongue, and he didn't even look back. "Your approach to the Demon Extermination Division is still as domineering as ever." After saying that, all the bullets in front of him landed on the ground, making a clanging sound. Those imprisoned supernatural attacks also disappeared in an instant. Quiescence, dead silence. Jochi, the man in the trench coat, and all the members of the Demon Extermination Division behind him, all stood in place. Their eyes widened, staring at the white-haired man, and the expressions on their faces froze into horror. Bullets, hovering in mid-air. Wind blade, stationary. The fireball froze in the air, emitting heat, but could not move forward at all. All attacks were imprisoned in front of the white-haired man by an invisible and majestic force. What a terrifying power is this? The members of the supernatural team present had their hearts beating wildly, and their bodies trembling under this coercion. They could clearly feel that the other party did not even use their abilities, and only with the surging energy in their bodies, they had built an absolutely insurmountable barrier. A grade? No, it's definitely more than A level. It may even be S-class, an S-class powerhouse. Jochi's pupils shrank into needle tips, and fine cold sweat oozed from his forehead. When did Nanchang come to such a number one person? High-rise roofs. Lin Yi's cold gaze penetrated the darkness, quietly staring at everything below. At that moment, he was also ready to make a move, but the man named Baiju was faster. Lin Yi's kaleidoscope Sharingan lit up. In his field of vision, the girl who was slumped on the ground did not have half of the energy fluctuations of a strange demon in her body. She was a complete ordinary person. But why did that detector call the police? The only explanation is that the detector is passive. In other words, there is some unknown means that interfere with the detector's judgment. This girl is the key. She is a living clue that can lead to the hand hidden behind the scenes. Lin Yi didn't move. He chose to continue observing. Jochi looked at the white-haired man who suddenly appeared in front of him and took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart and walked out of the team. He looked at Baiju and said in a deep voice, "Hello, my name is Jochi, and I am the captain of the 7th Squad of the Demon Eradication Division." Baiju turned around, with a playful smile on his face. "I know." He looked Jochi up and down, as if he was admiring an interesting collection. "Captain Jochi, a B-level superpower, a supernatural ability. King Kong is not broken, but he has always been ruthless in dealing with strange demons, and he pursues the principle that he would rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let one go." Baiju explained the details of Jochi clearly. Jochi's eyes instantly narrowed, and his vigilance was at its highest. The other party is not only unfathomable, but also knows himself well. "Since your excellency knows my identity, why do you want to stop us from carrying out our mission?" Jochi's voice became more and more cold. Baiju smiled even more happily, and he stretched out his finger to the girl behind him who had not yet recovered from the horror. "This girl is of great use to me, so, you can't kill her." His tone was flat, but with an unquestionable commanding tone. "She's a strange demon." Jochi became emotional and couldn't help but roar. Baiju shook his head indifferently. "Strange demons or something, I don't care. As long as she is useful to me, I will not let her die." These domineering words made everyone present gasp. What arrogance this is. The girl on the ground stared blankly at Baiju's back, her mind blank. Be useful to him? What is it for? Can he not even care about his identity as a strange demon? She suddenly remembered the mysterious message she received on her phone, the person who guided her to this abandoned park. "Don't. Is it related to him?" Jochi's face was blue, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Your Excellency, you are blatantly provoking the authority of the Demon Slayer Division. Do you want to go against the officials?" He bit the word official very hard. "Oh, Captain Joe, don't wrongfully accuse me." Baiju waved his hand exaggeratedly, looking innocent. "I am a good law-abiding citizen, but I dare not go against the Demon Eradication Division, let alone the officials. Otherwise, those strong people of the superintendent will arrest me and lock me up in minutes." His smooth appearance made Jochi block his chest in one breath, neither up nor down. "Then, Your Excellency." Jochi was about to speak when he was interrupted by Baiju. But then again, Baiju changed his mind and said with a smile, "This girl is of great use to me. Why don't you borrow it from me first, and when I run out, I will ensure that it will be perfectly returned to Zhao, and then return it to your demon removal department to deal with. How about it?" Jochi was completely speechless. He had never seen such a brazen person. Say that a suspect who was judged to be a strange demon has borrowed something? Then that's it. Baiju didn't give Jochi a chance to refute at all, and he nodded in satisfaction. He turned around and walked to the girl, and in the other party's astonished gaze, he carried the girl who was slumped on the ground and a little dazed on his shoulder. "Ah!" The girl let out a short exclamation, and her body instantly soared into the air. Baiju carried the girl, turned to look at Jochi again, and waved his hand. "Captain Joe, there will be a date later." After saying that, he lightly touched his toes on the ground, and the whole person was as light as a feather, and instantly rose from the ground and jumped towards the darkness in the distance. After a few ups and downs, his figure completely disappeared into the night. Only a group of people from the Demon Extermination Division were left to be messy in the wind on the spot. "Captain, let him go like this?" A young team member next to him looked at the direction in which Baiju disappeared and asked unwillingly. Jochi raised his hand to interrupt him. He silently took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket that had been somewhat deformed, pulled out one, and held it in his mouth. The young man next to him immediately understood, and his fingertips condensed a small cluster of flames, leaned forward and lit it for him. Ugh dash. Jochi took a big breath, and the spicy smoke poured into his lungs, causing him to have an internal circulation, which calmed him down a little. He patted the young man on the shoulder heavily. Go back. But the captain. Go back. Jochi's tone is unquestionable. The young man didn't dare to ask any more, so he could only turn around and shout to the team. Mission over. Close the team. Jochi finally took a deep look at the direction Baiju was leaving. His eyes were extremely complicated, with jealousy, anger, and a hint of powerlessness. He then extinguished his cigarette but turned around and led the team out of the abandoned park. When everyone left, a shadow in the center of the park began to wriggle strangely. The shadow slowly floated from the ground, gradually stretched, and finally condensed into a humanoid monster with no fixed form. It has no facial features, only a twisted darkness. It raised its head and looked at the roof of the residential building where Lin Yi was. Lin Yi was also staring at it coldly. This strange demon, without any strange energy fluctuations on its body, perfectly avoided Lin Yi's perception. No wonder. I saw the humanoid monster, with a crack in its black face, revealing an extremely strange, mocking smile. In the next second, its body turned into a flowing shadow again, instantly melted into the ground, and disappeared without a trace. At the same moment it disappears. An arrow condensed from black flames was stuck in the ground where it disappeared, and the powerful inside made the ground crack instantly. Add the life of the land. Lin Yi, who was standing on the roof, had a bow made entirely of black flames in his hand that slowly dissipated. Ugh! Lin Yi's figure appeared ghostly in the position where the monster was standing just now. In the air, there is still a trace of cold breath. Is this guy's ability to turn into a shadow? The girl was treated as a strange demon just now, and I am afraid it is also this guy's masterpiece. Lin Yi glanced at the direction in which the monster disappeared, and then turned his gaze to the direction where Baiju left. The monster ran away, and now the only clue is in the girl who was taken away by Baiju. Lin Yi did not hesitate at all. His legs were slightly bent, and the cement floor under his feet cracked instantly. The next moment, his whole body turned into a black lightning bolt and soared into the sky. In the direction of Baiju's departure, he hurriedly chased after him. In the southern city at night, neon lights flashed, cutting the prosperity and darkness of the city clearly. Baiju carried the girl in school uniform and swaggered into a hotel that looked quite impressive. The little girl at the front desk was swiping her phone boredly and saw Baiju, especially when the girl on his shoulder who was constantly struggling but couldn't make a sound. His eyes instantly widened. Open a room? The little sister's voice was a little out of tune. Baiju took out a black card from his pocket and slapped it on the front desk, with a harmless smile on his face. Yes, open a house, want the best suite. The little girl at the front desk looked at the pure black card without any bank logo. Looking at Baiju's overly handsome face again, her professionalism made her quickly calm down, and a standard smile piled up on her face. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. Along the way, the girl's heart has sunk to the bottom. She was easily carried on her shoulders by Baiju. No matter how hard she struggled, the other party's body was as hard as steel. She wanted to shout for help, but found that her throat seemed to be blocked by something and she couldn't make any sound. She could only watch as she was carried into the elevator, watching the numbers keep beating upwards and finally stopping on the top floor. Bang! The door to the hotel room was closed. Baiju casually threw the girl on the huge and soft bed in the center of the room. The elasticity of the mattress made the girl's body bump a few times, and she didn't care about her dizziness, so she immediately stepped back with her hands and feet. It wasn't until his back pressed against the cold head of the bed that he hugged the quilt tightly in horror and shrank himself into a ball. She only showed a pair of tearful eyes, staring at the white-haired man who was slowly taking off his coat. You, what do you want to do? The girl's voice trembled with extreme fear, and she could hardly write a sentence. Her mind was in chaos, and she suddenly remembered the piercing alarm from the detector of the Demon Extermination Division. I am an official demon certified by the Demon Eradication Division. She mustered up all her courage and shouted fiercely. You won't even let go of the demons, will you? Baiju unbuttoned the top two buttons of his shirt, revealing his well-defined collarbone. When he heard the girl's words, he paused and then laughed. He walked step by step to the big bed. Every step was like stepping on the girl's heart. Are you sure you are a strange demon? Baiju's smile had a cat-and-mouse joke. The girl watched him get closer and closer, her body trembling even more, but she still gritted her teeth and nodded. Baiju walked to the bedside and looked at her condescendingly. The smile on his face suddenly disappeared, replaced by a cold murderous intent. If you are a strange demon, I will kill you now. Now, are you still a strange demon? The cold words instantly pierced all the girl's psychological defenses. She was stunned, and Baiju's emotionless face was reflected in her pupils. The threat of death is so real and so clear. No, I'm not a demon. The girl was so frightened that she shook her head desperately, and her tears burst instantly. I'm just an ordinary person. I'm really an ordinary person. Baiju looked at at her collapsed appearance, and the smile on her face resurfaced. Don't be afraid. His tone became brisk again. As long as you answer my question honestly, I won't do anything to you. The girl looked at him tremblingly and asked with a crying voice. Then you just said in the park. Just say use me up. Leave it to the demon exterminator. Baiju touched the back of his head and smiled a little embarrassedly. The girl saw his reaction and became even more excited. Please don't hand me over to the demon exterminator, she cried and almost knelt on the bed. I'm really not a demon. Those blind demon exterminators say that I am a strange demon, and they will definitely kill me. I don't want to die yet. Baiju looked at the girl's pear blossom with rain, sighed and said, whether to hand it over to the demon exterminator or not depends on whether you can answer my question honestly. I will definitely answer your question honestly. The girl seemed to have grabbed the last straw and nodded repeatedly, for fear that the other party would regret it if she was a second slower. Okay, then I'll ask you. Baiju was about to speak, but his expression suddenly froze, and the smile on his face became playful. Brother Mask, isn't it a bit rude to come in without saying hello? The girl looked behind Baiju and saw there, and at some point, a person quietly appeared. The man was wearing a dark robe that enveloped his whole body, and his face was wearing a pale white airy mask. The mask has 3 black circular stripes, each of which has 3 black magatama stripes, revealing only a pair of scarlet eyes. Cold, dead silence, without any human emotions. The person who came was Lin Yi, who caught up all the way. Baiju turned around and looked at Lin Yi head-on, and his eyes were immediately attracted by those eyes. These eyes had an inexplicable attraction that made him can't help but look at them twice. Lin Yi ignored Baiju's ridicule, his eyes crossed Baiju, and fell on the frightened girl on the bed. He spoke slowly, his voice hoarse and cold. I need her. The corners of Baiju's mouth curled up, and he said for tat, I need her too. The girl on the bed looked at the 2 men staring at her like hungry wolves, feeling like fish on a chopping board, with only one thought in her mind. It's over, it's not good to have a big deal today. At this moment, Lin Yi moved, approaching Baiju step by step. He didn't release any supernatural energy, but every step he took made the air in the room solemn. An invisible and pure killing intent rushed towards Baiju like a tide. The smile on Baiju's face froze. He could feel that the other party really wanted to kill him, especially when he met Lin Yi's scarlet eyes again. A trembling feeling from the depths of his soul made the hair on his body stand up. I don't know why, he was actually a little scared. How is this possible? I am an S-class. Lin Yi stopped in front of Baiju, and the distance between the two was less than half a meter. Baiju coughed twice, trying to hide his gaffe, his mind spinning rapidly, and finally squeezed out an extremely strange proposal. How about, let's do it together? As soon as these words came out, the air instantly froze. The next second, the girl's pupils on the bed trembled and she let out an incredulous exclamation. What? Together? She looked at Lin Yi's mysterious figure shrouded in a black robe, and then at Baiju. Her voice was full of crying. 2 big brothers, my small body. I'm afraid I can't stand it. How about, you guys come one by one? Baiju was choked by her words, and then said uncontrollably, you think so beautifully. I'm such a... He glanced at Lin Yi and changed his words. We are 2 handsome guys, together, don't you take advantage of it? Oh, why are you getting more and more biased? Baiju patted his forehead in annoyance. His face changed, he instantly put away his expression, turned his head to look at the girl on the bed, and his eyes became extremely serious. Get down to business. The atmosphere in the room became serious again. Baiju stared into the girl's eyes and asked in a deep voice. The first question, why did you, an ordinary person, run to that dangerous abandoned park late at night? When the girl heard Baiju's question, she looked at him with a strong desire to survive. He glanced carefully at the black-robed man next to him, who was motionless from beginning to end, like a sculpture. Both of them are terrifying. But in comparison, it was the guy in the mask who made her feel suffocated. Her thoughts were racing, she organized her words, and spoke tremblingly. This matter, it's a long story. It's a long story, so let's talk short. Baiju interrupted her directly. The girl shrank her neck in fright, her eyes turned red again, and she looked pitiful, as if she was about to cry in the next second. My name is Su Lin, and I am in my 3rd year of high school in Nanchang No. 3 Middle School. A few days ago, there was a mysterious person. Added my microchat friends. Her voice was crying, and she continued intermittently. He said it could help me increase the supernatural energy in my body, so that when I was 18 years old, I could reach the standard of awakening supernatural abilities. Su Lin said this, with a deep sense of powerlessness in her voice. The strange energy in my body is too thin. Even if I am 18 years old, it is impossible to reach the awakening standard. His words made me. It shook me. Ha! Baiju sneered, as if he had heard some big joke. Do you believe this kind of nonsense? Now the methods of scammers are so up-to-date? Su Lin's face turned red from his mockery, and she shook her head sharply and defended eagerly. I didn't believe it at first. I really don't believe it. But he sent me something. As she spoke, she seemed to remember something, and hurriedly fumbled in the pocket of her school uniform. Soon, she took out a crystal that was completely black and exuded an ominous aura. camera and carefully handed it over. Baiju's eyes changed instantly. He took the crystal and looked at it carefully in front of his eyes. The expression on his face was more serious than ever. Strange demon core. Look at the appearance of this energy remnant, it is still half absorbed. He looked up and stared at Su Lin sharply. This thing is strictly controlled by the government, and the flow direction of each one is recorded, which is difficult for ordinary people to get. And Baiju's tone became a little heavier. You are not yet 18 years old, your body and spirit are not fully developed, and you forcibly absorb the core of the demon. At best, your energy will run out of control and become an idiot, and at worst, you will explode and die on the spot. Didn't your teacher teach you? Su Lin trembled at him and slowly lowered her head. The crystal tears could no longer be controlled, and they dripped onto the quilt, fading a small dark trace. I know. Her voice choked up and full of despair. But, if I can't awaken my abilities, my mother. She raised her head suddenly, tears blurred her eyes, and she shouted hoarsely, my mother will die. She has a very serious illness, her organs are constantly failing, and ordinary medical methods are useless. Only the top healing superpowers of the Federation can save her. If I can become a superpower, I can get a free opportunity to apply for Federal Core medical care. This is my only hope. Baiju was silent. In order to encourage more people to embark on the battlefield against the demons, the federal government has indeed provided many benefits and privileges that are unimaginable to ordinary people. Among them, applying for free treatment for oneself or an immediate family member for an S-class healing person is the most tempting one. After all, the probability of awakening of superpowers is too low, and a large number of superpowers die every year in the process of fighting against strange demons. The Federation has always been short of people, and there is a shortage of supernatural people. The room fell into dead silence for a while, and only the girl's suppressed cry remained. From beginning to end, Lin Yi didn't speak. His scarlet eyes stared indifferently at the girl on the bed who almost collapsed. Under the inside of the Mangekyō Sharingan, every trace of strange energy flowed faintly in Su Lin's body. Every change in the frequency of the heartbeat, every subtle twitch of every muscle, is not hidden. She didn't lie. Every word she said was true. But so what? Lin Yi didn't care about her life experience, her pain, and her despair. He only wanted to know one thing. Who is the mastermind behind the killing of Shia Wan? So, he spoke. The voice was hoarse, cold, without the slightest emotion, like a knife that had been quenched with ice, instantly piercing the sad atmosphere in the room. What else do you know about that mysterious man? Compared with Baiju, who was sometimes joking and sometimes serious, Su Lin was obviously more afraid of this black-robed masked man who exuded the breath of death from beginning to end. She was frightened by Lin Yi's voice and raised her head suddenly. He glanced at the scarlet eyes cautiously, then looked away like an electric shock, and said extremely quickly, That mysterious man asked me to go to the abandoned park in the old town tonight. He said that when he got there, he would give me a higher level demon core. And that's the kind of strange demon core that has been specially treated and can be safely absorbed even by those under the age of 18. The more she spoke, the more excited she became, as if she saw a glimmer of hope again. He said, as long as I absorb that core, I will ensure that when I turn 18 next year, the strange energy in my body will reach the awakening standard. Even far beyond the awakening standard, it is very likely to awaken high-level abilities above B-level. My brain was hot at the time, and I just wanted to save my mother, so I agreed to him. After saying that, she looked at the two of them again, her eyes full of pleading. That's all I know. I told you everything. I'm just an ordinary person. Please, can you let me go? The girl cried so much that her voice trembled. That's all? Baiju's voice sounded. That's all. That's really all. Su Lin nodded desperately, tears flowing even more fiercely. I'm really just an ordinary person, Just an ordinary person who is delusional and wants to become a superpower. Baiju looked at Su Lin's pear blossom and rainy appearance, and his face showed extreme impatience. Stop crying, don't cry. I hate women crying the most. If you cry again, I will kill you. Baiju put away the smile on his face and pretended to threaten viciously. His voice was not loud, but it carried a chill. Su Lin was so frightened by this sudden threat that her whole body trembled, and her crying stopped abruptly. She hurriedly stretched out her hands and wiped tears on her face indiscriminately, but her body still couldn't help but twitch because of fear and sobbing. Lin Yi never reacted. His scarlet kaleidoscope Sharingan stared at it all indifferently. The information this girl said had almost no value. The so-called mysterious man hid in the shadows from beginning to end and contacted her through the internet. The only clue that may remain is the strange demon that has just escaped into the shadows in the abandoned park. That guy was most likely sent by the mysterious man, or even the mysterious man himself. But now, it's gone, too. The clue is broken. At this time, Baiju turned his head to look at Lin Yi, spread his hands and said, Brother Mask, these clues are not good. That mysterious man must have known that this woman was kidnapped by us, and it is estimated that he will have run away by now, or be ready to find the next target. When Su Lin on the bed heard this, the hope that had been extinguished was rekindled. She raised her head cautiously and asked in a voice with a heavy nasal voice, since I'm useless, can Can you let me go? Baiju turned his head and smiled playfully again at the corner of his mouth. Yes, let you go. But, he deliberately lengthened his voice to whet Su Lin's appetite. Why don't you take a look at your hands first? Su Lin didn't know why, and subconsciously lowered her head and looked at her hands. In the next second, her pupils shrank sharply to the size of a needle. I saw that on the backs of her originally white and delicate hands. At some point, a few strange stripes as black as ink appeared. The stripes were spreading at an extremely slow pace, like living creatures. What's going on? Her eyes widened in horror, her voice sharp and harsh with fear. How did my hands turn out like this? The smile on Baiju's face became brighter and brighter, and he explained. Oh, I forgot to tell you. This is the third situation that may occur after a rookie like you, who is under 18 years old, forcibly absorbs the core of the strange demon. Except for what I just said, there is a high probability that the energy will go berserk and become an idiot, or the body will explode on the spot. There is also a very small probability that those who forcibly absorb it will be assimilated by the power of the alien demon core and eventually become the existence of half-human, half-strange demons is called Majin. However, this situation is extremely rare, and 1 out of 100,000 may not come out, and the result of most fools is the first two situations, Baiju said as he slowly bullied himself forward. He stretched out his hand and gently held Su Lin's cold little hand, as if admiring a work of art, carefully examining the spreading black lines on it. TSK, I really don't know if you are lucky or unfortunate. However, judging from your current situation, you should be lucky, right? After all, if you die, your sick mother will be completely uncared for. His words were light, but like a heavy hammer, slamming into Su Lin's heart. If you become a demon, at least you won't die, right? Moreover, you will also awaken your own abilities, which may be human abilities or special abilities of alien demons, so it seems that you are still a blessing in disguise? Of course, the price is. Baiju's eyes became playful. Neither humans nor demons will welcome you. When I see you, whether it is a human demon exterminator or a strange demon passing by, I will kill you without hesitation, because in their eyes, you are something that shouldn't exist. After saying that, he let go of Su Lin's hand, as if he was just stating a fact that had nothing to do with him. Su Lin stared blankly at her hands, her mind blank. Demons? You will become that kind of a monster that people don't look like people, ghosts don't look like ghosts? Will you awaken the ability? But what about awakening abilities? I can no longer gain a foothold in human society, and I may even implicate my mother. She couldn't save her mother. Nothing can be done. Despair drowned her like a tide. No, I don't want to. I don't want to turn into a monster. Su Lin raised her head suddenly, tears bursting again. She looked at Baiju, as if she had grabbed the last straw, and begged like crazy. Can you save me? You must have a way, right? Please save me. I don't want to be that kind of monster. You can do whatever you ask me to do. I'm willing to do anything. Lin Yi stood by the whole time, showing extreme indifference. He has reached the conclusion he wants. This woman no longer helped him find the mysterious man, so he turned around. Without the slightest hesitation, he went straight to the floor-to-ceiling window of the hotel room, and then, in the astonished eyes of Su Lin and Baiju, he jumped directly from the 30-story high-rise building. The black robe rustled in the night wind, and in a few ups and downs, his figure completely disappeared into the deep night, clean and tidy, without taking away a cloud. Baiju looked at the direction of Lin Yi's disappearance, whistled, and the expression on his face was a little playful. This guy wearing a mask is really cool. He turned around and looked back at the girl on the bed who had completely collapsed, and the smile on his face subsided. Once the mutation begins, it cannot be stopped, he said lightly, and there was no longer the previous joke in his voice. Unless you commit suicide now. This sentence, like the final judgment, made Su Lin's strength drained. She collapsed on the bed, her eyes empty and her mouth muttering, "How could it be? How could this be?" But Baiju's words suddenly changed. In Su Lin's empty eyes, a faint hope instantly ignited, and she raised her head suddenly, staring at him with hopeful eyes. However, you can take a gamble. In Baiju's hand, the pitch-black strange demon core appeared again at some point. Anyway, you have absorbed half of it and your body has begun to change, so it is better to simply absorb the remaining half. Maybe. What miracles will happen? Of course, if you end up becoming a demon and you can't accept this fact. Baiju laughed, but that smile was even more terrifying than a demon in Su Lin's eyes. I can also help you, very easily, to help you end this meaningless life. After saying that, he shook his wrist and threw the ominous demon core into Su Lin's arms. Su Lin's body trembled. She lowered her head, looked at the cold and hard spar in her arms, and then looked at the black lines on the back of her hand that were still spreading mercilessly. In his ears, it was Baiju's words like a demonic whisper. In the end, in the ultimate despair and the only trace of delusion left, she trembled and slowly clenched the core of the strange demon in her hand. The night wind howls. Lin Yi stood on the edge of the roof of a high-rise apartment building, his black robe rustling in the wind. He overlooked the dark city beneath him. The neon lights are dotted with it, which seems to be prosperous, but it is terribly quiet. Lin Yi knew that under this calm, there were countless unknown dangers. The light screen screen lit up, and he sent a message to Black Dream. Lin Yi, I need the time and place of the next operation of the demon exterminator. After sending, he waited quietly. Time passed minute by minute, and Black Dream never responded. It was late at night, and she might have slept. He raised his wrist and activated the microcomputer. When Lin Yi was about to turn off the microcomputer, the screen suddenly flashed. The news is coming. Black Dream, did anything be found in this operation of the demon exterminator division? Lin Yi replied quickly. Lin Yi, yes, but not much. Lin Yi, there is a mysterious person behind everything manipulating everything. I suspect that it is disguised as a high-level demon, or that the top management of the demon eradication division is colluding with the demons. Black Dream, okay, we also had doubts about these before, and I will send you the next demon exterminator operation information. Lin Yi looked at Haiming's reply, and the person named Baiju came to mind. He hesitated for a moment and typed again. Lin Yi, Baiju, do you know him? Black Dream, Baiju? I don't know. Lin Yi, he also came to complete the task in order to join the Six Paths. Black Dream, it should be someone brought by other core members of the Six Paths, which happened to coincide with the events we investigated, which is normal. Black Dream, you just need to continue to complete the task, and we will judge it uniformly according to the process and results of completing the task. Black Dream, is there still a problem? Lin Yi Gang wanted to reply, but suddenly, he keenly sensed that there were several faint but maliciously malicious, strange energy fluctuations coming from the surrounding air. Lin Yi, no, I have a few guys who don't have long eyes here. I'll deal with it. Black Dream, okay, pay attention to safety. Lin Yi turned off the microcomputer. Lin Yi, okay. He turned around slowly. At some point, 7 or 8 wolf-shaped demons had appeared on the rooftop. They are huge, covered in black scales, muscle-knotted, and exude a strong smell of blood. A pair of red eyes, flashing with greed and tyranny in the darkness, stared at Lin Yi intently. A deep roar came from their throats, full of threat. Lin Yi's eyes were instantly cold. The scarlet light bloomed under his eyes, and the kaleidoscope Sharingan opened. The black windmill pattern appears in a rotating manner and then stops. At the same time, under the mask, at the center of Lin Yi's eyebrows, the black mark planted by the A-level demon before his death also emerged. The momentum of Lin Zhou's body suddenly changed, cold and powerful. Feeling this power, several wolf-shaped demons around them obviously shrank back, their eyes showing instinctive fear. But that fear was soon overshadowed by the deadly temptation emanating from that mark. Roar! Suddenly, the red light in the eyes of these strange demons was so great that they seemed to have completely lost their minds and rushed towards Lin Yi as if they had gone crazy. Sharp claws make a piercing sound of breaking air in the air. Lin was expressionless, standing in place, motionless. At the moment when those claws were about to touch his body, Amaterasu, Lin Yi whispered softly. Rumble! The dark flames appeared out of thin air, instantly enveloping his whole body. But that's not the end. Add the earth life, Kagathorn 7. Lin Yi's pupil power broke out again. The black flames that wrapped around his body, as if given life, began to change shape in an instant. Countless thick and sharp black flame spikes stabbed out of the black flame shield. Put, put, put. The sound of sharp weapons entering the flesh sounded one after another. The few strange demons rushing to the front didn't have time to react, and were directly pierced by these black flame spikes. Woo! A mournful wail resounded through the night sky, but soon came to an abrupt end. The black flames spread wildly along the wound, burning their bodies and souls together. The system's prompt tone kept ringing in Lin Yi's mind. Ding! Host gains plus 100 emotions. Ding! Host gains plus 200 emotions. Ding! Host gains plus 150 mood points. Lin Yi took back the black flame that wrapped himself. Thump! 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 There were several consecutive sounds of heavy objects falling to the ground. The wolf-shaped demons that were still menacing just now had all fallen to the ground at this moment. On their bodies, there was a blood hole pierced by a thick object, and at the edge of the wound, the black Amaterasu flame was still burning until it completely reduced them to ashes. Soon, all the corpses disappeared, leaving only a dozen black and gray demon cores scattered on the ground. Lin Yi stood in place, looking at the loot. He slowly raised his right hand. The black flame emerged again, and under his control, it condensed into a huge black flame palm. With a wave of his hand, he grabbed all the strange demon cores on the ground and gathered them in front of Lin Yi. It's really convenient to add a local life. Lin Yi sighed. Being able to freely control Amaterasu black flame's form makes his fighting style more flexible and changeable. He incorporated all these demon cores into the system space. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a strong sense of crisis suddenly surged in my heart. Dangerous. Behind. Lin Yi didn't have time to think about it. Add the life of the earth. The black flames erupted again, instantly condensing into a huge black flame shield behind him. Boom! A loud noise that was extremely dull. An unimaginable terrifying force slammed into the black flame shield. Lin Yi felt like his back was hit by a high-speed heavy truck, and his body flew forward completely uncontrollably. His whole body flew directly out of the edge of the rooftop and fell hundreds of meters below. The wind howled in my ears. A strong sense of weightlessness came. Lin Yi's eyes were spinning wildly in the kaleidoscope Sharingan. It was about to have a close contact with the ground. Add the life of the earth. Lin Yi drank lowly again. The black flame instantly wrapped his whole body, forming an airtight protective layer of black flame. Bang! There was a loud noise. Lin Yi smashed the concrete floor downstairs of the apartment. The hard ground cracked instantly, and a huge pit was smashed out of it, and debris was splashed. Lin Yi lay at the bottom of the pit, and the black flame shield slowly dissipated. He struggled to get up, a trace of blood spilling out of the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, there are 2 buffers with earth life, otherwise this time, it will definitely be seriously injured. Lin Yi raised his head abruptly and looked at the roof of the building he was just now. I saw a dark figure standing quietly on the edge of the rooftop. The bright moonlight sprinkled out, outlining his eerie silhouette. Lin Yi locked on to the other party in an instant. It's him. It was the one I met in the abandoned park, the strange demon that could escape into the shadows. The strange demon lowered his head and looked down at Lin Yi at the bottom of the pit. Then, he slowly raised his head, revealing the smile that Lin Yi was extremely familiar with a strange and mocking smile, without eyes. Immediately afterwards, his body melted as if it had melted, turning into a puddle of shadows again and disappearing. Lin Yi stared at the place where he disappeared, his eyes cold to the extreme. This guy is the strongest opponent he has ever encountered. The terrifying power and speed far exceeded the previous A-level demon disguised as a delivery man. I'm afraid it has reached the S-level. But strangely, it didn't continue to pursue. It seems just to have fun. It's like finding an interesting toy and reluctant to break it all at once. Lin Yi felt this feeling for no reason. He took off the white mask he was carrying, slowly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a hint of hostility flashed in his eyes. I was underestimated. Pit bottom. Lin Yi slowly stood up straight. The sharp pain coming from his back made him frown, but he was more concerned about the shadow demon that suddenly disappeared. This feeling of being treated as prey, or in other words, a toy, made him extremely unhappy. At this moment, a sharp siren sound came from the distance. Woo wow woo 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 wow. The sound is fast from far to near. He is a person from the Demon Slayer. Lin Yi's eyes were cold. He is injured now, and the S-class demon may reappear at any time, so there is no need to entangle himself with the demon exterminator here. He quickly put on his white mask. Then his figure flashed. Lin Yi endured the pain in his back, exploded with speed, and instantly disappeared into the dark night. A few minutes later, several black vehicles with the logo of the Exorcist Division galloped over, their tires rubbing against the ground making a screeching brake sound, and stopped downstairs in the apartment. The door opened, and a team of heavily armed exterminators quickly got out of the car and guarded the surroundings. At the head was a middle-aged man with a Chinese face, with a resolute face and sharp eyes. If Lin Yi was still there, he could recognize that this was the person who led the team to search for him at Galaxy Apartment before. The captain of the first squad of the Southern City Demon Eradication Division, Lin Yi. After Lin Yi got out of the car, his eyes were immediately attracted by the huge pit on the ground. The concrete floor completely crumbled, creating a depression several meters in diameter, bottomless in the center and surrounded by cobweb-like cracks. Lin Yi's pupils shrank suddenly. What a terrifying destructive force. Captain, there was a strong fluctuation of strange energy here just now, but it has disappeared now, a team member reported. Lin Yi frowned, and he ordered in a deep voice, "Go and probe." Yes. A team member immediately held a sophisticated detection instrument, took a few steps forward, and aimed the probe at the deep pit. Did the instrument made a rapid sound, and the values on the screen jumped wildly, but soon calmed down. Zhang Wei turned around and reported with a solemn expression, "Captain, the remaining energy fluctuations are detected, very powerful. However, no energy frequencies unique to demons were detected." Not a strange demon? Lin Yi's face became even more ugly. It's not a monster, it's a superpower. What kind of supernatural power can cause such terrifying destruction? Lin Yi himself was an A-level superpower, and he knew very well that in order to cause an impact crater of this level, at least A-level had to have power-related abilities, or S-class. When did such an uncontrolled S-class powerhouse appear in Nanchang? They had just finished dealing with a C-level alien demon injury incident nearby and were about to close the team when they sensed the powerful energy fluctuations erupting here and rushed over immediately. As a result, only this huge pit was seen. S-class. Lin Yi whispered to himself, whether it is an S-class demon or an S-class superpower, the threat to ordinary people is devastating. This matter is no small matter. It must be reported to the deputy director immediately. Lin Yi took a deep breath and ordered decisively, "Close the team. Galaxy Apartments, Building A, Room 404. Click. The door opened, and Lin Yi walked in. He locked the door with his backhand, took off the black robe on his body, took off the white mask on his face, and threw it on the sofa. He went straight into the bathroom and turned on the shower. Wow! The cold water washed over his body, taking away the dust and blood from his body. Lin Yi stood in front of the mirror, turned sideways, and looked at his back. In the mirror, the flesh and blood on his back were blurred, and a large piece of flesh was torn apart by the terrifying impact, revealing the tender flesh inside. Shocking! Hiss! Lin Yi gasped. Although after awakening his his abilities and absorbing the core of the demon, his physique has been greatly strengthened. The wound was healing slowly at a speed visible to the naked eye, but the piercing pain was real. That strange demon is too strong. Lin Yi looked at himself wet in the mirror, his face was cold. Thinking of the strange ability and terrifying power of the strange demon just now, Lin Yi's eyes unconsciously lit up with scarlet light, and the pattern of the kaleidoscope Sharingan slowly rotated. The guy was far faster and stronger than himself, and his actions were secretive and extremely vigilant. Most importantly, it has no eyes. Lin Yi recalled the face with a mocking smile, with only a mouth and no eyes. Monthly reading, which requires visual eye contact to activate. Facing an enemy without eyes, one of his strongest means of control, may be ineffective at all. Moreover, the other party can escape into the shadows and come and go without a trace, and it is difficult for Amaterasu and Kaji to lock in. I am still too weak now. He may be able to crush the A-class demon, but in the face of this strange existence suspected of being an S-class, he has little power to fight back. It must become stronger as soon as possible. Lin Yi closed the Sharingan, and a strong sense of urgency surged in his heart. He opened the system panel and checked his current status. Props: Lin Shia Wan's corpse, photo with Shia Wan X1, A-level demon core, absorbed 50%, X1, C-level demon core X5, D-class demon core X15. Strange energy, A. Sentiment value, 25888. The few wolf-shaped demons he had just solved on the rooftop provided him with 10,000 emotional points. Although there are a lot, it is still a drop in the bucket for those powerful pupil techniques in the system mall that cost hundreds of thousands or millions. Lin Yi thought of the expensive pupil technique in the system mall, Double Shinwei. Name: Lin Yi. Ability: Mangekyō Sharingan, S. Ability: Tsukiyomi, Amaterasu, Jiatume, Susano no. This is the ability he craves most at the moment. With Kamui, he can truly have the capital to gain a foothold in this dangerous world. Kamui's life-saving means are undoubtedly the strongest. Note: due to the host's low energy, some abilities cannot be used, or the use effect is reduced. Please test the host by yourself. In the face of S-class demons with strange abilities like just now, they also have the ability to protect themselves and fight back. He needs more emotional values, massive emotional values. Lin Yi turned off the system panel, dried his body, and walked out of the bathroom. There was so much going on that night. His spirit had been in a highly tense state, and his strange energy had been consumed a lot at once to resist the deadly attack just now. Now, a strong sense of exhaustion is coming like a tide. Lin Yi didn't think much about it and fell directly on the soft bed. He was too tired. Soon, he fell asleep heavily. The next morning, the sun shines through the gaps in the curtains and shines on Lin Yi's face. He slowly opened his eyes. Last night's brief confrontation with the S-class shadow demon consumed him a lot, but it also gave him a clearer understanding of his strength. Lin Yi sat up from the bed and moved his shoulders. The expected severe pain in the back did not come, but was replaced by a slight soreness and numbness. He walked to the bathroom mirror and looked sideways at his back. In the mirror, the horrific wound that was bloody and visible last night had completely healed at this moment. Only a new, slightly pink skin remains. Lin Yi was a little surprised. This recovery speed is too exaggerated. Although he knew that his physique had been greatly strengthened, this resilience was probably no less than that of some A-level superpowers with healing abilities. It seems that the Mangekyō Sharingan brings not only powerful pupil techniques but also a deep strengthening of the body. Buzz. The microcomputer bracelet on his wrist suddenly vibrated. Lin Yi raised his hand and lit up the screen. It was a message from Black Dream. Black Dream, 13 districts, abandoned factories. This is followed by a precise coordinate positioning. Lin Yi glanced at the positioning information and replied quickly. At this moment, Lin Yi got it. Turning off the bracelet, Lin Yi did not delay in the slightest. He walked to the sofa, picked up a black robe and draped it over him, while putting on the white mask. On the mask, 3 black circular stripes and 9 nagatama are particularly cold in the morning light. Subsequently, Lin Yi did not choose to take the stairs or take the elevator. He walked directly to the floor-to-ceiling window and pushed open the window. Phew! The wind from high altitude poured into the room. Lin Yi jumped from a high-rise building of more than 40 floors. His body drew a black arc in the air and landed accurately on the roof of a slightly lower building opposite. Bang! After a slight landing sound, Lin Yi exerted force with his feet, and his speed exploded instantly. His figure shuttled between the city buildings in the early morning. Today, his physique and martial arts have been greatly improved. Jumping, rolling, and running between the rooftops, all kinds of difficult parkour movements are as natural as breathing for him. District 13, located on the edge of the South City, is quite a distance from the Galaxy apartment where he is located. After running for a while, Lin Yi regretted it a little. If I had known it was so far, I should have taken a taxi. But now he is running, and his speed is at full speed, not much slower than a car in the city. Forget it, just consider it a warm-up. Lin Yi's figure turned into a black lightning bolt and swept towards his destination. South City, 13th District. It was once a heavy industrial zone in Nanchang, but later with the adjustment of urban planning, factories were relocated one after another, leaving only huge abandoned factories, desolate and dilapidated. Because it is inaccessible, it has also become a breeding ground for strange demons. Outside a huge abandoned steel plant, several black special vehicles of the Demon Exterminator Division had parked on the side of the road. The headlights pierced the morning mist. Li Kai, the captain of the first squad of the Nanchang Demon Eradication Division, was standing in front of the rusty gate of the factory. His face was full of seriousness, and his eyes were staring sharply at the behemoth in front of him. "Captain, the detection results are out." A team member ran quickly and handed the detection instrument in his hand to Li Kai. Li Kai took the instrument and looked at the values and waveforms beating on the screen. His brows instantly twisted into a Sichuan character. "A-level demons," Li Kai said in a deep voice. The faces of the team members also became solemn. "A-level demons, this is no joke." Li Kai himself is an A-level superpower, but he knows very well that the alien demons of the same level are stronger than the superpowers in most cases. Strange demons are born with strong bodies, coupled with their strange and unpredictable special abilities, and their comprehensive combat effectiveness can often crush those with the same level of ability. Facing an A-level demon alone, even if Li Kai is very confident in his strength, he is not completely sure that he can deal with this A-level demon. This is not the time to be a hero. Li Kai decisively took out the communicator and asked for support from his superiors. "This is the first team. Coordinates are the 13th district of the abandoned steel factory. Found an A-class demon. Ask for reinforcements. Repeat, ask for reinforcements." After hanging up the communication, Li Kai ordered the team members. All of them are on guard, blocking factory exits, waiting for support. "Yes." The members of the first squad quickly dispersed and occupied advantageous positions, and ordinary team members set up and grabbed them, aiming their guns at the various exits of the factory. The wait is not long. A few minutes later, a hurried siren sounded in the distance. Woo wow woo 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 wow. The sound is extremely fast from far to near. Li Kai looked back in the direction where the voice came from, and his tense face relaxed slightly. "It's finally here." Squeak! The screeching brakes sounded. Several more vehicles of the Demon Exterminator Division galloped over, and a beautiful drift stopped next to Li Kai and the others. The doors opened. A woman in the uniform of the leader of the exterminator got out of the driver's seat. She was tall and heroic, wearing a pair of wide sunglasses on her face that covered half of her face. The woman walked straight to Li Kai, took off her sunglasses, and revealed a mature and beautiful face. She wore light makeup and looked full of energy. The captain of the second squad of the Southern City Demon Eradication Division, Lin Yi. Lin Yi looked at Li Kai, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and his tone was a bit ridiculous. "Brother Kai, what's the situation? There are still strange demons that you, the first captain, can't solve?" Li Kai looked at Lin Yi, his expression softened a little, but his tone was still serious. "Don't be poor, there are only A-level guys inside, and it's not easy for me to deal with alone." He paused and made a joke. "No, I can only ask you, the Tyrannosaurus god of war Lin Yi, to come to support." Lin Yi's ability is violence, which can greatly enhance his own strength, and his fighting style is extremely violent, comparable to that of a female Tyrannosaurus, so he won the title of Tyrannosaurus God of War. When Lin Yi heard this title, he glanced at Li Kai angrily. "Brother Kai, don't joke with me. In front of you, I can't be considered a god of war." Li Kai put away his joking look and returned to seriousness. "Okay, let's carry out the task first. The guys inside are not easy to deal with. We have to fight quickly." He looked at Lin Yi and added, "When I clean up this strange demon, I'll treat you to dinner." Lin Yi's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, "Okay, this is what you said. I wrote it down. You, the captain of the first squad, can't break your word." Li Kai nodded. "Don't worry, I, Li Kai, speak and count." Subsequently, the two quickly integrated the team. The first and second teams of the Demon Eradication Division were merged, with the more experienced Li Kai as the commander-in-chief and Lin Yi as the deputy, responsible for the main attack. Li Kai waved his hand and gave the order. The members of the two squads, led by the two A-class captains, rushed into this huge abandoned factory in an orderly manner. The atmosphere instantly became solemn. Meanwhile, at the top of an abandoned factory, a figure in a black robe and a white mask was standing quietly here. Lin Yi was condescending, taking in the actions of the demon exterminator below. Action! A pair of scarlet kaleidoscope Sharingans saw everything. As soon as he arrived, he saw the two squads below merge into one, and then entered the factory. Lin Yi was about to go down when his body suddenly froze. He felt a familiar aura. A figure appeared silently not far behind him. Lin Yi turned his head to look. The iconic silver-white short hair, the familiar Tang smile. It is precisely the White Absolute. Baiju also saw Lin Yi. He didn't seem surprised at all, but smiled and waved at Lin Yi. "Wow, brother Mask, meet again." Baiju's voice was very loud, and he didn't seem to care at all whether he would be discovered by the people below. "For the sake of our fate, can you tell me your name? You can't keep calling you Mask brother, right?" Lin Yi. He glanced at Baiju coldly and didn't say a word. This guy, how can he linger? Lin Yi ignored Baiju's conversation. He turned around and jumped directly from the roof tens of meters high. Then then it landed steadily on the ground. He must find the best observation position before the Demon Slayer division fights the A-level demon. On the roof, Baiju looked at Lin Yi's indifferent back and reluctantly spread his hands. "Hey, it's so cold," he said to himself, but there was no angry expression on his face, but he looked even more excited. "However, this is interesting." Baiju grinned, and his figure also flashed, jumped down from the roof, followed Lin Yi, and sneaked towards the inside of the factory. The interior of the abandoned factory was dark and damp, and the air was filled with a strange smell of rust mixed with corruption. As soon as he entered, Lin Yi saw a shocking scene. The entire interior of the factory is covered with thick white cobwebs. On walls, on abandoned machines, on steel beams, everywhere. Where is this factory? It is simply a silk hole. The demon exterminator team in front of them was obviously also troubled by this environment. They moved slowly and carefully guarded their surroundings. Fire-type supernatural abilities opened the way. Li Kai gave an order. Several team members with fire-type abilities immediately stepped forward. They lit flames in their hands and sprayed at the cobwebs in front of them. When the cobweb encounters flames, it quickly burns, emitting a burning smell. A passage was cleared. Lin Yi hid in the darkness and quietly followed not far behind the team. He used the path opened by the demon exterminator to save him the trouble of doing it himself. Baiju followed Lin Yi. He seemed to be full of curiosity about the environment, looking around, without any nervousness. Ahead, Li Kai held the detection instrument, looking at the constantly beating values on it, his brows furrowed. "Captain, how is the situation?" a team member asked in a low voice. "Zila," Li Kai analyzed in a deep voice. "Judging from the fluctuations of different energy and the on-site environment, this is most likely a crazy spider. Foolish spider?" Lan Jinjin also came over. Li Kai nodded and explained. "A-level alien demon, physics department. This kind of strange demon is very dangerous. They like to catch living people, then wrap their prey with spider silk and slowly absorb the strange energy and body fluids in their bodies until the prey is sucked dry." He paused and added, "Among all the A-level demons, the danger level of the demon spider is considered medium-high." Hearing this, the expressions of the team members became more solemn. Li Kai looked at Lan Jinjin, and his expression softened slightly. "The crazy spider is a typical physical demon, just restrained by your ability. Really, the main attack will depend on you later. I'll raid the formation for you." Lan Jinjin heard Li Kai's arrangement, and his eyes lit up. She suddenly put away her usual royal sister fan, winked at Li Kai playfully, and her voice became a little delicate. "No problem, brother Kai. Wrap it up on me." When Li Kai saw Lan Jinjin's appearance, he immediately felt a little panicked and got goosebumps. He coughed dryly and quickly looked away. In the team, some new members were stunned when they saw this scene. Is this still the blue team they know, known as the Tyrannosaurus god of war, who fights fiercerly than men? Why is there suddenly such a little girl's posture? Some of the veteran team members next to him saw the doubts of the recruits and quietly explained. "You newcomers don't know, the blue team has liked Team Lee for a long time. However, Team Lee seems to be a straight man of steel who doesn't understand style at all and has never given a clear response." The new team members suddenly realized. "I see. Love is really magical. Even a female god of war like the blue team can become like this." The team continued to go deeper. The inside of the factory is getting darker and darker, and the cobwebs are getting denser. Soon, they came to the deepest part of the factory, a huge furnace workshop. The scene in front of him made everyone gasp. I saw that in mid-air in the workshop, countless white cocoons were densely hung. These cocoons are all made of spider silk. Through the translucent spider silk, it can be clearly seen that all the human corpses wrapped in it are wrapped. Without exception, they were all sucked dry. Only a shriveled human skin was left wrapped around the skeleton, and the death was extremely miserable. Roughly speaking, there are at least dozens of corpses. In the team, those new team members saw such a terrifying and bloody scene for the first time. Their faces turned pale, their stomachs were overturned, and a few of them even almost vomited. The old players patted them on the shoulder and said in a deep voice, "Be patient. I will see more of this kind of scene in the future, and I will slowly get used to it. Those who do our business will have to go through these sooner or later." Li Kai looked at the corpses of these mutilated compatriots, and his eyes burned with anger. "Damn beast." His fists clenched. Lan Jinjin felt Li Kai's anger. She walked to Li Kai's side and comforted. "Brother Kai, don't worry. I'll definitely beat that guy until he doesn't even know him later, and avenge these victims." As she spoke, she waved her fist demonstratively. Rustling. A buzzing scratching sound suddenly came from the top of his head. Everyone looked up suddenly. A creepy picture appeared in front of their eyes. I saw a huge black spider hanging upside down on the towering steel dome of the factory. Its body shape was like a small truck, with 8 long legs covered with bristles clutching the steel beams, and its scarlet compound eyes stared coldly at the people below. "It's an A-level monster, a crazy spider." At this moment. But this is not the scariest. Around the crazy spider, the ceiling of the factory is densely covered with countless fist-sized spiders. The number of black pieces is incalculable. They huddle together, constantly wriggling. In this kind of scene, the trypophobia patient comes, and it is estimated that he will have to faint on the spot. The members members of the Demon Extermination Division below, although they are all elites, have extremely strong psychological quality. But in the face of such a terrifying scene, they still couldn't help but turn pale and break out in a cold sweat. They swallowed their saliva continuously, their eyes reflecting the disgusting image above their heads. Get ready to fight. Lin Yi reacted extremely quickly. He was not frightened by this scene, and immediately issued a loud battle order. According to the predetermined tactics, ordinary team members, firepower suppression, ability, ready, crash. The ordinary team members immediately raised the special firearms in their hands and aimed them at the spider swarm above their heads. Day. Tongue of fire spewed out. At the same time, the fire-type superpowers stepped forward again. Burn these chops, they roared, and the flames in their hands turned into fire dragons and swept towards the ceiling. Flame has a natural restraint against spiders. Countless small spiders were ignited by the flames, making a crackling popping sound and falling from overhead like a rain. Hiss! The huge crazy spider saw his child being slaughtered and was furious. It opened its terrifying mouthparts and let out a sharp roar at the members of the Demon Extermination Division below. This roar formed a sound wave visible to the naked eye, which spread instantly. Ah, my ears! Sonic attacks are pervasive. Some ordinary team members who were too close to cover their ears instantly felt severe pain in their eardrums. Blood flowed from their ears, and they fell to the ground in pain. Although the superpowers had a stronger physique, they also felt dizzy and extremely uncomfortable. Seeing this, several team members with healing abilities immediately began to act, wandering around the team and releasing their abilities to heal injured team members. At the same time, on the other side of the workshop, Lin Yi had already found an abandoned operation platform located at a high place. He stood here, condescending, with a panoramic view of the entire battlefield. As for Baiju, soon after entering the abandoned factory, he didn't know where he had slipped away. Lin Yi didn't bother to care about him. There are too many small spiders on the battlefield. Although the firepower of the demon exterminator is fierce, there are always fish that slip through the net. Some little spiders found Lin Yi standing on a high place and began to climb towards Lin Yi along the steel frame. Lin Yi looked coldly at these approaching spiders. The Mangekyō Sharingan rotated slightly. Amaterasu. Phew! Black flames instantly ignited around him. Those little spiders who tried to get closer, as soon as they came into contact with the black flame, did not even have a chance to struggle and were instantly burned into nothingness. Not even the ashes remained. Lin Yi's attention was always focused on the center of the battlefield. Always pay attention to the changes on the battlefield. In the field, the battle has entered a white heat. It's coming down. Disperse! Lin Yi roared loudly. I saw that the huge demon spider let go of the spider legs that were holding the steel beam, and its huge body was like a meteorite, smashing straight down from the dome tens of meters high towards the team of the demon eradicator. Everyone took refuge around. There is only one exception. Lin Yi. Not only did she not dodge, but rushed up to the falling foolish spider. It's good! Lin Yi shouted. The strange energy in his body exploded instantly. A-level ability, violence, activate. Rumble. A violent aura rose from her body. The powerful energy fluctuations even tore the demon slayer uniform on her body. Click. The clothes burst open and became tattered, but the key parts were miraculously covered, revealing a thrilling snow white on the chest. Her hair, the ends of her hair, instantly turned into a shining white gold, exuding a faint glow. Lin Yi clenched his fists with both hands and made a boxing gesture. Her eyes were full of high-spirited fighting spirit. Facing the huge spider falling from the sky, she jumped up suddenly, charged her right fist, and slammed it at the head of the crazy spider. Eat the old lady's punch. The crazy spider also felt threatened. It quickly blocked 8 thick spider legs in front of it in an attempt to defend. Bang! There was a loud noise. The moment the fist collided with the spider's leg, a terrifying force erupted. Time seemed to stand still for a second. The next moment, the truck-sized spider was actually knocked out by Lin Yi's punch. Its massive body flew backwards and slammed into the steel dome above its head. Bang! The solid steel ceiling was knocked out of a huge dent. The whole factory shook. Everyone was stunned by this scene. The crazy spider was actually blown away by a punch? Lin Yi also opened his mouth wide. He looked at the heroic Lin Yi in midair and sighed in his heart. The strength of this girl has improved again. It is worthy of being known as a genius girl back then. The name of Tyrannosaurus god of war that this girl has always wanted to get rid of. Now she has to be welded to death on her. Abandoned operating platform at height. Lin Yi had a panoramic view of everything that was happening in the center of the battlefield. He was wearing a mask and couldn't see his expression clearly, only revealing a pair of scarlet kaleidoscope Sharingan. This woman is really violent. Lin Yi looked at Lin Yi, who was heroic in midair and his clothes bursting. This woman's ability still needs to explode clothes? How much clothes does this have to waste? Lin Yi thought of these insignificant things for no reason. In the center of the battlefield, the crazy spider that was punched into the ceiling by Lin Yi hung on the steel dome for a few seconds. Then, its massive body slowly slipped out of the huge dent. Bang! The crazy spider smashed heavily on the ground. The hard concrete floor cracked instantly. Smoke and dust rose everywhere. The crazy spider lay on the ground, its 8 legs twitched a few times, and then it lay there on its backs, motionless. It seemed that he was directly killed by Lan Xinjin's punch. Damn, the blue team is awesome. When the members of the Demon Extermination Division saw this scene, their morale was immediately boosted and they cheered one after another. The A-level demon was actually knocked over by a punch. Worthy of being the Tyrannosaurus god of war. Lan Xinjin slowly landed. She shook her fist, and a smug smile curled up on the corner of her mouth. She looked at the motionless spider on the ground, spread her long legs, and prepared to walk over to confirm the results. By the way, dig out the core of the strange demon. However, at this moment, Li Kai on the side, his face suddenly changed drastically. He looked at the crazy spider, his pupils shrank sharply, as if he had sensed something extremely dangerous. Really, don't go over. Go back. Li Kai's eyes were about to crack, and he roared loudly at Lan Xinjin. Lan Xinjin heard Li Kai shout and was slightly stunned, but out of trust in Li Kai and fighting instinct, she immediately stopped, and her body was subconsciously about to explode backwards. However, it was too late. Sudden change. I saw that the crazy spider on the ground, which was originally dead, suddenly burst out with a huge strange energy in its body. This energy takes on a strange milky white color. The milky white energy instantly expanded, forming a huge hemispherical barrier centered on the demon spider. This barrier spreads extremely quickly. Lan Xinjin didn't have time to dodge, and was instantly enveloped in it. At the same time, a powerful repulsive force erupted from the edge of the field. Not good. Li Kai and the other members of the Demon Extermination Division changed dramatically. They wanted to step forward to support, but were forced back dozens of meters away by this terrifying force. They could only watch Lan Xinjin and be trapped in that huge milky white field. Buzz. Damn. Li Kai punched the abandoned machine next to him. He looked at the huge hemispherical milky white field in front of him, with a diameter of tens of meters, and frowned. Field, Captain, this is field? A team member asked in horror. Li Kai's face turned pale and he nodded. It is the unique domain of the demon spider, 10,000 silk cage. He explained in a deep voice. In the domain, the strength of the demon spider will be greatly enhanced, and it will be able to release special domain abilities. Blue team, will it be dangerous? The players were very worried. Li Kai took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down and analyze the current situation. There are only 3 ways to be pulled into the other party's field and want to come out. First, in the field, if you seriously injure or directly kill the caster, the domain will be self-defeating. Second, use your own field to forcibly cover the other party's field, but the premise is that the strength of your own field is higher than that of the other party. Lan Xinjin is a pure physical enhancement superpower, and the awakening field is more difficult than other superpowers, as if he has not awakened his own domain yet. So the second method doesn't work. Third, break the field from the outside. Li Kai looked at the surrounding team members. This method sounds simple, but it is extremely difficult to do. The defense of the field is extremely strong. If you want to break an A-level demon field from the outside, you need at least 3 or more A-level powerhouses of the same level to attack together, so that it is possible. There were no other A-level superpowers present except himself. Although the team members are elite, they are not level enough to shake this field at all. Therefore, the third method does not work. Now, I can only rely on Lan Xinjin himself. Li Kai recalled the power of Lan Xinjin's punch just now. His heart calmed down a little. Although this crazy spider is cunning, it is also very strong. But Lan Xinjin is not a vegetarian. Her current strength is probably not weaker than herself. It is still unknown who died in the deer. Everyone, be vigilant. Prevent other demons from attacking. Healing superpowers, hurry up and recover the wounded. Li Kai quickly gave the order. What he can do now is to stabilize the external situation and wait for the results of the battle inside. Inside the 10,000 silk cage field. It's a pure white world. The sky, the ground, everything is white. It looks extremely pure. But if you look closely, you will find that what makes up this world are countless tiny white spider silks. Moreover, these spider silks seem to have life, slowly wriggling, dense and endless. It made people's scalp tingle and disgusting. Lan Xinjin stood on the ground made of spider silk and looked around curiously. Is this the realm of the demons? It's a bit interesting. It was the first time she was pulled into the realm of strange demons. In the past, she encountered some B-level demons, all of which were blown up by her fists, and the A-level demon she encountered didn't need her to play at all, and she didn't have the opportunity to experience this feeling. Instead of fear, there was a hint of novelty and excitement in her eyes. The spider silk ground in front of her suddenly began to surge violently. It was like something was going to come out from below. Grunt. A huge bag rises on the ground. Then, the spider silk is separated to the sides. A huge spider with a whole body white jade color slowly appeared in front of Lan Xinjin. It was the previous crazy spider. But at this time, its appearance was completely different from before. At this moment, the body, which was originally dark, ugly, and covered with bristles, now looks like it was carved from the finest white jade. Crystal clear, even reflecting light. If you ignore its hideous mouthparts and scarlet compound eyes, it is simply a perfect work of art. It seems, it's not even so disgusting, but its size is more than twice as large as before. From the size of a small truck to the size of a heavy truck, a terrifying sense of oppression came to my face. In the field, the strength of the strange demon has been greatly increased. Hiss! The white jade foolish spider stared at Lanjinjin and let out a low roar. It didn't seem to expect that this human woman was not afraid at all after being pulled into her realm. Lanjinjin looked at the mutated demon spider in front of him with interest. In her eyes, the fighting spirit burned. Bald? It's also getting stronger? She even licked her lips excitedly. I moved my wrists and ankles. Click, click. The joints burst. Should I say it or not, it is worthy of being the Tyrannosaurus god of war. In the face of the skyrocketing A-level demons, she was not thinking about how to escape, but, come on, big guy, let me see, are you enough to beat my mother now? Lanjinjin shouted coquettishly, and her legs suddenly exerted force. Bang! Her body was like a cannonball, and she took the initiative to rush towards the white jade idiot spider. The battle broke out again. Abandoned operating platform. Lin Yi stood on a high place and watched all this coldly. From the demon spider expanding its domain to Lanjinjin being trapped, he witnessed the whole process. It's the field again. Lin Yi frowned slightly. The A-level demon disguised as a delivery man before had a domain. Now this A-level crazy spider also has a domain. Why does any A-level monster have a domain? Outside, he remembered that it was mentioned in the Encyclopedia of Strange Demons. Normally, the ability level of the person with special abilities is A-level, and when the supernatural energy accumulates to a certain extent, it also has the opportunity to comprehend its own field. Lin Yi looked at his system panel. Strange energy, A. His current energy level has reached A-level. Why don't you have a field? Isn't the A-level anomaly energy enough? Need to achieve A+, or even S grade? Lin Yi thought for a moment. Never mind. It doesn't matter if there is or not. Domain is not a necessity for him. He has the Mangekyō Sharingan. Just keep collecting emotional points and exchange them for more powerful pupils. What field is not easy to use in front of him? Monthly reading can directly attack the spirit. Amaterasu can burn everything. If you redeem twin gods. Lin Yi's gaze passed through the milky white field. Although he couldn't see what's going on inside, he could sense the violent energy fluctuations inside. The battle was fierce. Lin Yi didn't care about the life or death of the female captain of the Demon Exorcist Division. He only cares about whether he can find clues about the mastermind behind this battle. This crazy spider is obviously just a pawn placed on the surface. The real Black Hand is still hidden in the shadows. Just like him, Lin Yi's kaleidoscope Sharingan slowly rotated, scanning every shadow in the factory. Outside the field, Li Kai looked solemn. He looked at the field ahead and waved his hand decisively to order. Everyone, surround the realm. Stay vigilant. The members of the Demon Extermination Division are well trained and act immediately. They quickly dispersed, surrounding the huge domain, their weapons and abilities ready to go. They all knew that when a strange demon was fatally damaged in the domain would be cracked. And the moment the domain was broken, it was the moment when they launched a general attack. A team member clenched the ally battle knife in his hand, his palms sweating slightly. He couldn't help but ask, Captain, Blue Team, is it really okay to be alone in it? Li Kai's eyes were firm, passed through the air, and landed on the milky white barrier. He said in a deep voice, believe her. She is more than the strength she just showed. Li Kai's mind came to mind Lanjinjin's appearance of fighting on weekdays. An imperceptible wry smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Lanjinjin has a characteristic that is, the more difficult the predicament he faces, the more terrifying the strength he shows. To put it simply, it is strong when you are strong, and even more violent when you are violent. Lanjinjin once tried his best to defend herself, saying that this was because of the characteristics of her supernatural abilities, and she herself was actually very gentle. But in the Demon Exorcist Division, no one believes it. When the team members heard Li Kai's words, their nervousness relaxed slightly. The worry in their eyes is replaced by faith. That's right, that's the blue captain known as the Tyrannosaurus god of war. A-level demons, what is it? Buzz. Inside the field, a more intense energy fluctuation suddenly erupted. The entire milky white hemispherical barrier began to tremble violently. Visible energy ripples spread across the surface of the barrier. Obviously, the battle inside has entered the most critical white-hot stage. Get ready to fight, Li Kai roared. All the team members' nerves instantly tensed, and the strange energy in their bodies began to run wildly, ready to strike at any time. Oh, at this moment, a frivolous and excited strange cry came abruptly from above the domain. Li Kai and the team members subconsciously looked up. They saw an amazing scene. A white-haired man was falling from a high altitude with open arms and a free fall posture. He was astonishingly fast, like a white meteor, and the target of his fall was the huge milky white field below. Who is it? Li Kai was shocked, but everything happened too quickly. The crowd didn't even have time to react. Rumble. The white-haired man was like a bombshell, accurately smashing into the top of the field. That was extremely tenacious, and theoretically required 3 A-level powerhouses to join forces to shake the domain barrier. Under this collision, it turned out to be click, click. A crisp cracking sound sounded, centered on the landing point of the white-haired man. Shocking cracks like spider webs spread frantically around. The cracks are getting more and longer. In an instant, the entire milky white hemisphere was covered. At last, bang! A deafening loud noise. That huge A-level demon realm, that's it. It was smashed from the outside, with its body. At the moment when the domain was shattered, a powerful energy shockwave, mixed with wind and dust, suddenly exploded from the center and poured out in all directions. The members of the Demon Exorcist Division were blown to the ground by this shockwave and stood unsteadily. When the smoke cleared, they looked back at the location where the original field was. Everyone was stunned. I saw that Lin Yi maintained a punching posture and stood there with a confused face. She had just fought inseparably with the white jade fool spider in the domain, and was about to burst out with stronger power, but the domain suddenly disappeared? She looked at the white-haired man who suddenly appeared between herself and the crazy spider. I looked at the abandoned workshops around me that had been restored to their original state. Came out, smashed out by this white hair, and opposite her, the crazy spider also changed from the crystal-clear white jade form to its original dark and ugly appearance because of the fragmentation of the domain. Its size has also shrunk back to the size of a small truck. The strength is greatly reduced. At this moment, its 8 scarlet compound eyes were staring at the white-haired man in front of him. Fear. Its eyes revealed extreme fear and horror. This sudden appearance of a human man brought it a sense of danger that was countless times stronger than the human woman just now. It is a trembling that comes from the instinct of life. High place. Lin Yi wore a white mask and looked condescendingly at the white-haired man who suddenly appeared below. Under the mask, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. This guy is Baiju, who didn't know where he was going before. What the hell is he doing? Lin Yi felt speechless for a while. This guy's actions are completely illogical. He does whatever he wants. It disrupted the actions of the demon exterminator and disrupted his observation plan. This guy's brain circuit is indeed different from normal people. Pure joy people. In the field, Baiju stood between Lin Yi and the crazy spider, like a third party who suddenly broke in. He completely ignored the shocked, fearful, or vigilant gaze around him. He reached out and stroked his iconic white hair in a natural and narcissistic motion. It seems that he cares a lot about his image. Oh, the hairstyle is messed up, Baiju muttered in a low voice. Lin Yi, crazy spider, Li Kai and the members of the Demon Extermination Division in the distance. This white hair, who sent the joke? Lin Yi looked at the white hair in front of him who was tidying up his hair, and recalled the scene just now. Although this guy looks like a joke with an abnormal mind, but he can break the realm of A-level demons with his own strength. This is definitely not something that A-level can do. This person is probably an S-class powerhouse. A wild S-class powerhouse, suddenly appearing here. What is the purpose? Friend or foe? Li Kai also realized that this man who suddenly appeared was extremely dangerous. He didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. Lin Yi, come back! He immediately shouted loudly at Lin Yi. Lin Yi heard this without the slightest hesitation. She took a deep look at Baiju, her legs slammed hard, and her body burst backwards. Instantly returned to Li Kai's side and joined the team of the Demon Exterminator Division. Baiju ignored Lin Yi, who was retreating. He slowly arranged his hairstyle, and then raised his head with satisfaction and looked at the crazy spider on the other side. Hiss! The crazy spider saw this extremely dangerous human man looking at him, and a strong sense of crisis instantly enveloped it. Out of instinct, it opened its hideous mouthparts in fear and let out a piercing roar at Baiju. The intense sonic attack, mixed with the remaining alien energy, stirred up a gust of wind in the air. The wind blew. Baiju's white broken hair, which had just been carefully arranged, was instantly blown into a messy mess. A few tufts of dull hair stood stubbornly in the wind. The expression on Baiju's face froze. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. His expression, which was originally a bit laughing and cynical, was little by little, slowly, convergence, become ruthless, sullen. He stared at the crazy spider that didn't know whether it was alive or dead, and the corners of his mouth curled up in a cruel and twisted arc. There was a morbid excitement in his eyes. You beast, messed up my hairstyle. His voice was low and hoarse, with a chilling chill. I'm going to punish you. Play with it well. The words fell, and an extremely terrifying S-class coercion erupted from his body without reservation. The temperature of the entire abandoned factory seems to have dropped by several degrees. High platform. Lin Yi looked at the situation on Baiju's side from a distance. An extremely familiar and disgusting aura appeared without warning. Lin Yi's eyes were cold. Under the mask, the pair of scarlet kaleidoscope Sharingan instantly locked into a dark corner not far below. There, the light cannot reach. I saw that the black shadow there seemed to have life, like a wriggling muddy water, slowly floating from the ground. Then, the shadows converged and condensed into a humanoid silhouette with no facial features. It's the S-class shadow demon. Lin Yi looked at it coldly. This guy is really here. At this moment, the shadow demon also seemed to feel Lin Yi's gaze. It slowly turned its head and faced Lin Yi from a high place. Its dark face suddenly cracked with an exaggerated smile to the roots of its ears. In the dimly lit factory, it looks extremely eerie and seeping. It was like saying hello to Lin Yi, and it was like mocking. However, it just glanced at Lin Yi and stopped paying attention. It turned its head and turned to the group of demon exterminators waiting not far away. Compared with Lin Yi in a high place, it seems that is its real goal. In the factory, the atmosphere was solemn to the extreme. Everyone in the demon extermination division had their eyes fixed on the white-haired man and the demon spider. They are tense and ready for any unexpected situation. Li Kai's face was particularly ugly. A wild S-class powerhouse suddenly broke into the scene of the elimination of A-class demons. This matter is no longer something he can solve. So, he quickly pressed the communicator in his ear and reported to his superiors in a deep voice. Command Center, this is the first squad Li Kai. An unknown S-class superpower appeared at the site of the abandoned factory, with an unknown title and an unknown purpose, and he just smashed the realm of the A-class foolish spider with his bare hands. Request special support. There was a brief silence on the other end of the communicator, followed by a serious voice. Received, Captain Li Kai. The S-class commissioner is on his way and is expected to arrive in 10 minutes. Please be sure to report the situation at all times. If the situation gets out of control, you are allowed to retreat immediately and save your strength. Yes, Li Kai ended the call. He got instructions from his superiors and made up his mind. S-class commissioner, that is the top combat power of the Demon Eradication Division. He quickly scanned his surroundings and gave orders to the team members. Attention! The target danger level has been raised to S level. Everyone, keep a safe distance and retreat slowly towards the exit of the factory. The observation team stays and monitors the target dynamics in real time. The members of the Demon Extermination Division immediately took action. They walked slowly, but extremely fast, and evacuated to the periphery in an orderly manner. Only a few superpowers who were good at reconnaissance and concealment were left, scattered in the dark, staring at Baiju in the field. In the center of the field, Baiju faced the trembling crazy spider, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. He suddenly broke in, seemingly reckless, but it wasn't. During the time when he had just disappeared, he had already explored the entire abandoned factory at a very fast speed. He found some interesting clues. This A-level crazy spider did not appear here naturally. Instead, they are deliberately guided, or in other words, they are brought here. The person behind this may be the person behind the mission, and this beast may know something. That's why he broke the domain, and he wanted to capture the spider alive. Little spider, don't be afraid. Baiju grinned, showing his white teeth. Tell me you know, I can make you die happily. The crazy spider on the opposite side couldn't understand human language at all, or could understand it, but didn't want to answer. All it could feel was the fear that the human in front of it brought to it, which was deep in the bone marrow. This fear overwhelms its desire for flesh and blood, and its instinct to kill. It was going crazy from this pressure. Roar! Finally, the crazy spider couldn't bear it anymore. It raised its head sharply and let out an earth-shattering roar. It went berserk. On the pitch-black carapace, strange blood-colored lines appeared. Its 8 compound eyes became as red as blood diamonds. A raging and extremely violent strange energy, centered on it, like a tsunami, swept wildly in all directions. Thundered! The entire abandoned factory trembled under this force. The ground cracked and the walls collapsed. The terrifying power shockwave instantly swept through the retreating demon exterminator team. Steady! Li Kai roared. But the shockwave is too strong. Most of the team members were like fallen leaves swept up by the wind, and were directly blown out, crashing into the ruins in the distance. Smoke and dust filled the air. There were only 3 people, still standing firmly in place. Captain Li Kai, Tyrannosaurus God of War Longinjin. There is also a young female team member who looks like she has just turned 18 and wears a ponytail. She gritted her teeth, her face flushed, clearly trying her best to resist the impact. Storm Center. Baiju was still standing there. A violent stream of energy roared past him, but it could not shake him in the slightest. He even had the leisure to raise his hand and slowly tidy up his blown collar. It seemed that what was happening around was not a rampage of demons, but just a breeze. He looked at the crazy spider that had completely lost its mind and released energy frantically. The smile on the corner of his mouth became stronger. That's right, toys should look like toys. The words fell. Rumble. A terrifying force 10 times stronger than when the demon spider ran amok, no, 100 times, burst out from Baiju's body. S-level ability, polarization. Baiju's appearance did not change at all. No transformation, no elemental surrounding. But in his body, there is a power that is depressed to the extreme, pure to the extreme. This force is too strong. It is so strong that once it is completely released, I am afraid that the entire factory and part of the surrounding area will be razed to the ground. Baiju tried his best to suppress his powers, controlling them at a delicate balance. He raised his eyes and looked at the foolish spider. Just this one look. The crazy spider, which was originally in a violent state and had no reason, seemed to be poured on its head by a basin of ice water. Its whole body trembled trembled suddenly. The runaway energy came to an abrupt end. Fear. Unspeakable fear. Every cell in its body is sending it the most dangerous alarm. Run away. Will die. In a state of rage, the crazy spider, which was supposed to be fierce and not afraid of death, unconsciously took a step back, driven by instinct. It's scary. Baiju looked at the retreating demon spider, and the excitement on his face was even greater. Don't run, play with Uncle Ben, he whispered. Rumble. The ground under his feet exploded instantly, and Baiju's figure disappeared directly on the spot. It's too fast. It's so fast that even the air doesn't have time to react. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the crazy spider. He flew lightly and threw a punch. There are no gorgeous special effects, no shocking momentum, only pure, extreme power. Bang! A muffled sound. The next second, the truck-sized spider seemed to be hit head-on by a high-speed train. Its huge body flew out completely uncontrollably. Bang! It directly smashed through the thick alloy walls of the abandoned factory. Fly outside the factory. The dazzling sunlight shines in through that huge hollow. Baiju stood in the position where the foolish spider was originally located, maintaining a punching posture. He looked at his fist and was stunned for a moment. Then, he muttered with some annoyance. Damn, it's too hard. Don't die, I haven't had enough fun. After saying that, he exerted force again under his feet, turned into a white light, and chased him out in the direction of the crazy spider flying backwards. The people of the demon extermination team were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Their brains went blank. Li Kai's pupils contracted violently. He looked at the direction in which Baiju disappeared, and his evaluation of this white-haired man in his heart was raised to a higher level again. This power. It is definitely not something that ordinary S-level superpowers can have. Lanjinjin beside him was not afraid at all. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. It was the excitement of finally meeting fellow travelers. She really wanted to compete with this white hair. However, she also knew that with her current strength, she was afraid that she would be killed by a punch like that crazy spider. High place. Lin Yi looked at the huge movement caused by Baiju coldly. This guy is really in trouble. But he didn't have time to worry about it now. His attention was all focused on that shadow, that S-class shadow demon. At the moment when Baiju punched the crazy spider away, attracting everyone's attention, the shadow demon that had been standing quietly in the shadows moved. It was originally pitch black, with only a big mouth on its face. Suddenly, a pair of eyes slowly appeared. A pair of scarlet eyes, full of malice and playfulness. When Lin Yi saw this scene, his eyes under the mask instantly became cold. It turns out that this guy has eyes. He had previously thought that this shadow demon was born without a visual organ and might be immune to moon reading. Now it seems that it just hides its eyes. Since there are eyes, then monthly reading must be effective. The scarlet eyes of the shadow demon looked in the direction of the demon exterminator team below. Its gaze was fixed on a person in the crowd. The next moment, in the team of the demon eradicator, a female player suddenly shook her body. Her eyes instantly glowed with the same scarlet light. Lin Yi knew this woman. It was the strange demon hidden in the demon extermination team disguised as a human that he saw before in the galaxy apartment. It seems that they are in the same group. After all this, the shadow demon seemed to have completed some kind of activation ritual. It raised its head again and glanced at Lin Yi from a high place. Scarlet eyes were full of mockery. Then, its body melted again, turning into a puddle of shadow, seeping into the ground and disappearing. The moment Lin Yi looked at him, he was ready to launch moon reading. But the other party disappeared too quickly. It seemed to be jealous of Lin Yi's pupil technique and did not give him a chance to look at each other at all. Seeing this, Lin Yi no longer cared about the disappearing shadow demons, but set his sights on the team of the demon exterminator. In the team of the demon eradicator, the female team member who was activated by the shadow demon burst into a dazzling red light in her eyes. Her breath changed, become violent and bloodthirsty. She turned her head sharply and locked onto the young ponytail female player who had just resisted the shockwave standing not far behind Li Kai. Then, without warning, she made a move. She suddenly stretched out her right hand to the back of the female team member's heart. The team members next to her noticed her abnormality and exclaimed loudly, "There is a strange demon," but it was too late. Click. The woman's right hand, in the process of stretching out, instantly alienated. It transforms into a dark, hideous, scale-covered monster claw. The claws quickly lengthened, like lightning, pointing directly at the back of the young female team member. It's too fast. Although Li Kai and Lanjinjin heard the warning, they were too close and the change was too sudden. They simply did not have time to react in any way. Put. The sound of claws piercing into the flesh sounded clearly. The dark claw easily pierced the chest of the young female team member, coming out of her chest. Blood splattered. Time seems to freeze at this moment. The young female player lowered her head and looked at the dark paw on her chest, her eyes full of disbelief and pain. The demon woman withdrew her claws. In her paws, she held a heart that was still beating slightly. She stretched out the heart in front of her and came closer to sniff it. An expression of extreme intoxication and satisfaction appeared on his face. Ah, young taste. The young female team member who was attacked fell back limply. Xiao Ya, Li Kai's eyes were about to crack. He rushed up with an arrow and hugged the fallen female team member. He looked at the terrifying hollow in her chest, at her face that quickly lost its life. Wrath, the monstrous anger instantly filled his chest. Li Kai gently laid her body flat on the ground. He slowly stood up and turned to the red-eyed woman who was still admiring her heart with intoxication. His eyes were bloodshot. His voice seemed to come from the 9 netherworlds, with extreme anger and murderous intent. Beast, I want you to die. Inside the factory, there was a hint of blood. The red-eyed woman looked at the furious Li Kai, without the slightest fear on her face. She just lowered her head and looked at the warm heart in her hand. Then, she casually threw the heart on the ground. It's like throwing away garbage. As soon as the heart landed, in a shadow next to him, a black shadow hand suddenly stretched out, dragged his heart into the shadow, and disappeared in an instant. It all happened extremely quickly. Li Kai's pupils shrank. There are other demons. The red-eyed woman completed her task. She looked up at Li Kai and Lanjinjin, and the corners of her mouth curled up in a cruel arc. She stretched out her finger and hooked it at the 2 of them. Provocation. Naked provocation. Li Kai laughed angrily. He had seen arrogant demons, but he had never seen someone looking for death like this. Very good. Li Kai's voice was cold, but he hasn't had time to move yet. Lanjinjin beside him couldn't bear it anymore. I'll go to you. Lanjinjin scolded angrily. A-level ability, violence, activated again. Rumble. The ground under her feet cracked instantly. Lanjinjin's figure turned into an afterimage, and with violent power, he rushed straight towards the red-eyed woman. Her fists were clenched, her veins burst out, and a sharp popping sound came from the air. Facing Lanjinjin's thunderous punch, red-eyed women don't dodge or dodge. Her eyes were red. Click. Her hands quickly alienated into monster claws covered with black scales and sharp nails. She raised her claws and met Lanjinjin's fist. Clang. Fists and claws intersect. It actually made a sound like metal colliding. The huge force impact caused the ground under the 2 of them to sink at the same time. Lanjinjin frowned. What a hard paw. There was a tingling pain in her fist. The 2 separated instantly and immediately fought together. Bang, bang, bang. The shadows of fists and claws intertwined in the air. Every time it collides, it erupts with a dull loud noise and scattered airwaves. Lanjinjin's power was extremely terrifying, and every punch was enough to split the mountain. But the claws of the red-eyed woman were not only extremely hard, but also extremely sharp. After a few rounds, Lanjinjin's fists and arms were actually cut with several visible bone wounds. Blood flowed. You must know that just in the realm of the A-level Crazy Spider, facing the enhanced version of the Crazy Spider, Lanjinjin was not injured. And now, in the face of this woman, she actually hung the lottery in a short period of time. Lanjinjin, step back. Li Kai shouted in a deep voice from behind. He saw the clues. This strange demon is much stronger than that crazy spider. Li Kai's eyes were sharp, and he quickly analyzed. This is an A-level compound demon, scale illusioner. Although they are both A-level, the combat power of the compound demons far exceeds that of other demons. Although Lanjinjin was belligerent, he also knew that he would not be able to take advantage of the continued hard fighting. She shook her fist and retreated. How could the scale illusionist let her go so easily? It roared, its claws with cold light, and went straight to Lanjinjin's face. Humph! Li Kai snorted coldly. He stood still in place, just facing the direction of the scale phantom and clenched his fist suddenly. A-level ability, She. Launch. There was a high-frequency vibration in the air. The scale illusionist who was chasing suddenly stagnates. It was as if an invisible mountain suddenly pressed on its body. It seems that there are countless invisible chains that imprison it firmly in place. Atmospheric pressure. Li Kai instantly changed the air pressure around the scale illusionist, forming a terrifying pressure cage. Hiss. The scale phantom let out a painful roar. It struggled wildly, but its body couldn't move at all. Well done, Brother Kai. Lanjinjin's eyes lit up. Buzz. Opportunity. She stopped her retreat, slammed her feet into force, and rushed towards the immobilized scale illusion again. She concentrated her whole body on her right fist. The fist even glowed faintly red because the strength was too concentrated. The target, the head of the scale illusionist. If this punch is solid, even if it is a compound A-level demon, it will have to burst its head on the spot. At the moment when Lanjinjin's fist was about to hit, abnormal changes occur suddenly. In the body of the imprisoned scale illusionist, an even more violent strange energy suddenly erupted. Click. The camouflage on its body was completely shattered. The appearance of a human woman quickly dissolves, and in its place, it is its true form. A humanoid monster over 2 meters tall and covered in pitch black, hard scales. The edges of the scales are covered with sharp barbs. Its head is hideous and terrifying. Its eyes are scarlet, and its mouth is full of fangs. Behind him, a tail as thick as a python and also covered with scales was thrown out suddenly. Rumble. However, the scale illusionist who returned to his original form skyrocketed in power. It actually broke free from Li Kai's control. The terrifying tail, with the whistling sound of tearing the air, was like a steel whip drawing towards Lanjinjin, who was close at hand. Lanjinjin's pupils shrank. It's too late to change your moves. She could only give up the attack and and cross her arms in front of her. Bang! The giant tail twitched on Lan Jinjin's arm. The huge force shook her straight out. The scale illusion is not forgiving. It fell on all fours, like a beast, and rushed towards Lan Jinjin, who was flying backwards, at a very fast speed. The claws were raised high, ready to tear her to pieces. Looking for death, Li Kai's eyes were cold. He raised his right hand and swung it down sharply in the direction of the scale illusionist. Air hammer. Bang! It seemed that an invisible 10,000-pound giant hammer appeared in the air, which slammed into the back of the scale illusionist. Burst! The scale illusion was smashed forward by this sudden force, and black blood spurted out of his mouth. It fell heavily to the ground, smashing an abandoned steel beam into bend and deform. It struggled to get up, clutching its chest and panting violently. Pair scarlet eyes, looking at Li Kai resentfully. It knew that it was this human man who did it. The ability of this human man is too weird to guard against. It glanced at Lan Jinjin, who was standing firm again. These two humans, alone, both of them are confident in a fight. But when the two work together, it is not an opponent at all. Escape! The scale illusionist had a retreat in his heart. It roared violently, poised to attack again. But at the moment of rushing out, it suddenly turned and ran towards the exit of the factory. It's going to run away. Lan Jinjin and Li Kai were both stunned. Want to run? Li Kai reacted extremely quickly. He opened his 5 fingers in the direction of the scale illusionist's escape, and then pressed down suddenly. Air palm. Rumble. An invisible huge palm fell from the sky. He slapped the scaled illusion, who was running wildly. Click. The ground instantly cracked into a huge palm print. The scale illusionist was pressed to the center of the palm print, and the bones of his whole body made a shattering sound, and black blood spurted wildly. It was pressed to the ground and completely immobilized. It's over. Lan Jinjin seized the opportunity. She exerted her legs and jumped high, jumping directly above the scale illusionist. She clasped her hands together, like a warhammer, accumulating all her strength. Facing the head of the scale illusionist below, it smashed down suddenly. The air was suppressed by this blow to make a sonic boom. The scale illusionist raised his head in despair and watched the deadly attack fall. It is powerless to resist. At the moment when Lan Jinjin's attack was about to hit the scale illusionist, a flower suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. A dark shadow appeared between her and the scale illusionist without warning, followed by an irresistible, terrifying force bombarded her chest. Lan Jinjin snorted. She felt like she was hit head-on by a universiade. Her body flew backwards faster than when she came. Fly straight in the direction of Li Kai. Li Kai's face changed drastically. However, he immediately took a step forward, opened his arms, caught Lan Jinjin, who was flying backwards, and held him in his arms. The huge impact made Li Kai take several steps back to stabilize his figure. Ahem! Lan Jinjin covered his chest and coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, obviously suffering internal injuries. She struggled to stand firm, and with Li Kai, she looked in the direction of the scale illusionist. Where the scale illusion was originally suppressed, there was a person standing at this moment. A man wearing a wide black robe and a strange white mask on his face. On the mask, there are 3 black circular stripes, and there is also a magatama pattern on the stripes. Mysterious, eerie, powerful. The moment Li Kai saw this outfit, his pupils contracted violently. This dress. He remembered the mysterious and powerful organization. The mysterious organization that is outside the Federation and has few members, but each one is extremely powerful. The members of that organization acted unscrupulously, based solely on their preferences, and they all wore all kinds of weird masks. Li Kai was once fortunate enough to see a core member of that organization take action from a distance. The man only used one move. Tens of thousands of strange demons will be completely wiped out, like gods and demons. The guy in front of him suddenly appeared and hit Lan Jinjin hard with a blow. Also from that organization? This person seems to be on the side of the strange demon. If this is the case, I am afraid that these people will be more vicious than lucky. I can only hope that the S-Class Commissioner of the Demon Extermination Division will arrive soon, so that there is still a glimmer of hope. Inside the factory, there was a strong smell of blood. The scale illusion fell to the ground, and black blood seeped out from the cracks in the scales, staining the ground black. Its eyeballs were gray, its body twitched violently, and it was dying. Lin Yi stood beside her, his black robe rustling. He didn't look at the scale illusionists on the ground, but fell on Li Kai and Lan Jinjin. Who is that masked man? The members of the demon exterminator trembled and clenched their weapons in their hands. Don't! They saw their blue team just now and was knocked away by a move. How strong is this man wearing a mask? Li Kai's Chinese face had a solemn expression. He looked at Lan Jinjin beside him and said with concern, "Are you okay?" Lan Jinjin shook his head. "I'm fine." She said it was okay, but her face turned pale and sweat broke out on her forehead. Her chest was burning and painful. The blow just now directly injured her. If it weren't for her excellent physical fitness, and Li Kai caught it in time, she would probably have died at this moment. This masked man is stronger than she imagined. S-Class, definitely S-Class. The white hair just now was S-Class, and this is another S-Class. When did the S-Class become so worthless? Met 2 in one day. Li Kai's eyes fell on Lin Yi again. This This man exudes an extremely dangerous aura. Your Excellency, who are you? Li Kai asked in a deep voice. Lin Yi did not respond. He just stood still, motionless. A pair of deep eyes, through the hole in the mask, looked directly at Li Kai and Lan Jinjin. That kind of gaze, cold, indifferent, without human emotions. Li Kai and Lan Jinjin subconsciously tensed their bodies. The surrounding members of the Demon Extermination Division were also instantly ready for battle. Inside the factory, you can hear the drop of needles. Only in the distance, a few rat creaks were occasionally heard. Lin Yi moved his right foot a step forward, a very light step without making any sound. But this step made the bodies of Li Kai and Lan Jinjin tremble suddenly. Their muscles tense, and the strange energy surged wildly in their bodies, ready for that terrifying blow. Lin Yi did not attack them. He just turned around. Then, he walked towards the dying scale illusionist on the ground. Li Kai and Lan Jinjin looked at each other, their eyes full of puzzlement. What is this masked man going to do? Lin Yi walked to the scale illusionist. In its chest, there is a big hole in the flesh and blood. It was smashed out by Li Kai's air hammer. The scale illusionist looked at Lin Yi with empty eyes. It seemed to have been saved by this man just now. It doesn't understand. What is this human wanting? However, why save yourself? Just when it was wondering, Lin Yi opened his right hand without warning. 5 fingers are open, fair and slender. Then, he crouched down. In the gradually dilated pupils of the scale illusionist, Lin Yi's big hand directly grabbed its head. Hiss! The scale illusion let out a painful hiss. Its head was held tightly. Lin Yi did not pause and suddenly pushed upwards, lifted up directly. Its original body was more than 2 meters high, but in Lin Yi's hands, it turned out to be like a rag doll. The whole body, along with the thick tail, swayed, and was carried in midair by Lin Yi with one hand. Let go of me! The scale illusionist let out a desperate roar. Its body was still twitching violently, and its claws were waving wildly. The thick tail also used all its strength to frantically whip Lin Yi's arm. Bang! 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 Every beating was accompanied by the sound of the howling wind, which was enough to break the steel bars. But Lin Yi's arm did not move at all. It struggled, trying to break free from Lin Yi's hands. Unfortunately, it was seriously injured and it was impossible to break free. Despair filled the heart of the scales. Ding! The host gains plus 500 emotions. The sound of the system sounded at the right time. Lin Yi ignored the struggle of the scale illusionist. He just carried the weak demon, turned around, and prepared to leave. Your Excellency! At the moment when Lin Yi raised his foot, Li Kai finally couldn't help it and spoke. If you don't speak, the sacrifices of the team members today will be in vain. They risk their lives to fight, and the result seems meaningless. The most important thing is that everything that has happened in Nanchang recently is too weird, and there seem to be several pairs of invisible big hands controlling everything behind it. And those of them who rushed to the front were kept in the dark and didn't know anything. He needs answers. Li Kai's eyes were filled with anger. But more importantly, it is a kind of powerlessness and frustration. He had to figure it out. Who is the powerful masked man in front of him, and the white-haired man? Why did they interfere in the task of the demon exterminator? Which side of the forces do they belong to? Is it a strange demon, or some other organization of superpowers? Lin Yi, who was just about to leave, was stagnant. He grabbed the scaled illusionist's head, and the scaled illusionist's body was dragged to the ground. And then, Lin Yi slowly turned around. A pair of weird scarlet eyes appeared in the sight of Li Kai and Lan Jinjin. Li Kai swallowed his saliva fiercely. He felt an extreme pressure coming to his face. An invisible fluctuation emanated from those eyes. It makes people feel creepy, very much like the red eyes of the demon. But the red eye of the demon is usually bloody and violent. And these eyes are more like a person's ability display. Could it be a rare pupil ability? And these eyes looked very familiar, but I couldn't remember seeing them there. Tyrannosaurus God of War Lan Jinjin was also frightened by Lin Yi at this time. A layer of cold sweat broke out on her back. The punch just now made her really feel Lin Yi's strength. She trembled, stretched out her hand, and pinched Li Kai's arm. Then, she looked at Lin Yi and forced a smile that was uglier than crying. Big, my lord, you are free, you are free. Just think of us as air. We don't see anything. When Li Kai heard this, he glanced at Lan Jinjin unexpectedly. When will this woman say such a thing? Is this still the Tyrannosaurus who is not afraid of heaven and earth and starts to do it at the slightest disagreement? However, at this time, he also knew that he was a little reckless. The masked man in front of him is unfathomable. It's not something they can control at all. If you are not careful, you will lose your life. Ding! Host gains plus 1,000 emotions. Lin Yi on the other side didn't say anything more. He grabbed the scale phantom. Move under your feet. Brush! His figure disappeared in an instant. The speed was so fast that only an afterimage was left in the factory. Seeing the masked man leave, Li Kai and Lan Jinjin breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. The sense of oppression this person brought to them was too strong. The reason why Lin Yi no longer entangled with Li Kai and the others was because he vaguely felt that there were two extremely strong auras in the distance, which were rapidly approaching. There is no doubt that it is an S-class superpower. Moreover, there are two. Just to be on the safe side, it's better to leave first. first. Lin Yi rushed out of the abandoned factory. He saw Chang Wei beating Lai Fu. Oh no, it was Bai Ju fighting the foolish demon spider. I saw that in the smashed open space. Bai Ju was riding on the dying demon spider. He raised his fist and smashed it on the huge head of the crazy spider with one punch. The force, every punch made the ground tremble. Bai Ju smashed it and cursed in his mouth. Tell you to mess up my hairstyle. Tell you to mess up my hairstyle. Do you know that I have a hairstyle that is very expensive? Teacher Tony needs 888 to cut once. Can you afford to lose you, crazy spider? I'm not human, but you're a real dog. As if tired from fighting, Bai Ju finally stopped and jumped off the foolish spider panting. He shook his slightly sore arm, and then saw Lin Yi walking out with another strange demon at a glance. Bai Ju's eyes lit up, and he immediately waved his hand warmly to greet him. Hello, brother Mask. After saying hello, his eyes fell on the half-dead scale illusion in Lin Yi's hand. Yo, brother Mask, it seems that you have gained a lot. Lin Yi didn't pay attention to this familiar guy at all. With his feet exerting force, the whole person soared into the sky and landed steadily on the roof of an abandoned building more than 10 meters high with a jump. Immediately afterwards, there were a few more jumps, and the figure completely disappeared into the complex. Hey, don't go. Seeing this, Bai Ju immediately wanted to follow. But as soon as he ran out of 2 steps, he stopped again and looked back at the truck-sized spider on the ground. Such a big one, he can't take it away. You can't carry it around the city, right? He scratched his head, suddenly thought of something, and his eyes lit up. He walked up to the crazy spider, cleared his throat, and said to it in a commanding tone, "You, turn me into a sexy beautiful girl." Bai Ju pointed to the crazy spider on the ground and ordered loudly. The body of the demon spider trembled violently. Its gray eyes moved. Humans, why don't you listen to what you're saying? The crazy spider's heart roared wildly. Unfortunately, it is weak now, and it can only make a faint sound. Bai Ju saw that the crazy spider did not respond, so he immediately threatened it. If you don't change, don't blame me for being rude. On his face, there was a smile that was even more terrifying than a demon. Jia Jia Jia. The crazy spider looked at the human in front of him, trembling all over, feeling that it was even more strange than this strange demon. Its body seemed to be pinched by an invisible hand. In the midst of extreme fear, it finally gave in. Driven by the desire to survive, it mobilized the last bit of strange energy in its body. Bang! The truck-sized body of the crazy spider began to tremble violently. Immediately afterwards, the huge body began to shrink rapidly. The gray carapaces visibly faded to the naked eye. Its shape began to change. The hideous head gradually became softer. The dense fluff also peeled off piece by piece. The blood basin shrank and turned into a delicate cherry lip. The 8 eyes also slowly wriggled in the eye sockets, and finally closed, leaving only a pair of jet black eyes. Its body begins to stretch, lengthen. In the end, she turned into a human girl. However, it becomes incomplete. The girl's face still retains the marks of 8 eyes, and although they are closed, there are still faint black lines in the eye sockets. Her legs have become snow white and slender, like works of art. However, there are still strange black lines at the base of the thighs and other parts of the body, like mysterious totems. However, these incompleteness did not make the girl ugly. On the contrary, it has a different kind of beauty, fragile and mysterious, evoking reverie. Bai Ju looked at the crazy spider after the change in front of him, and his eyes lit up. His mouth opened, but in the end he didn't say anything. The girl's body fell limply to the ground. She said tremblingly in human language, "People, human, you won't even let go of spiders, will you?" Her voice was weak and crying, which made people feel pity when they heard it. "I don't have this habit." Bai Ju shook his head, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He didn't hesitate, and directly hugged the girl horizontally. The girl's body was light, as if there was nothing. "I have to go. If you don't leave, you may not be able to leave." After Bai Ju finished speaking, he ran directly in the direction Lin Yi left. His speed was extremely fast, like a white lightning bolt, and disappeared into the night in an instant. Bai Ju just left. A man and a woman arrived from the other direction at great speed. The speed of the two is extremely fast. They seemed to appear out of thin air in this ruin. Both of them looked very young, in their 20s at most. The man was tall, with a handsome face and sharp eyes. The woman has a graceful figure, long hair fluttering, and a hint of laziness in her eyes. They were all dressed in well-tailored black combat uniforms without any frills. Shows a kind of capable and powerful. The man closed his eyes, as if he was feeling something. His brows furrowed imperceptibly. A few seconds later, the man opened his eyes. There was a strong interest in his eyes. He spoke. 2, no, 3S ranks. When the woman next to her heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She said lightly, 2 humans, a strange demon. The man took a deep breath and had a playful smile on his face. He looked up at the dark night sky. It seems that this southern city is not as simple as we think. The woman snorted softly and did not speak. The man showed an interested look. His smile gradually expanded. Isn't it better? I originally thought it would be boring to be sent to this Nanchang by the above. I didn't expect to encounter such an interesting thing not long after I came to Nanchang. It looks looks like the next days won't be boring. He stretched out his hand and gently patted the woman on the shoulder. The woman glanced at him with a hint of helplessness in her eyes. Li Kai and Lan Jinjin walked out of the abandoned factory with 2 squads of members. Their combat uniforms were somewhat torn, and their faces were stained with dust and blood. Although tired, everyone has the joy of the rest of their lives in their eyes. The 2 saw a man and a woman standing not far away at a glance. They were keenly aware of the powerful aura emanating from each other. It was a kind of terrifying coercion that completely surpassed A-level. The expression on Li Kai's face became serious. He immediately took Lan Jinjin with him and hurriedly stepped forward. The 2 stood upright at the same time and saluted respectfully. 2 special lords. I am Li Kai, the captain of the first squad, and she is Lan Jinjin, the captain of the second squad. The man known as the special grade looked at Li Kai and the others. At this moment, there was undisguised doubt in his eyes. You are not dead? His tone was calm, yet full of disbelief, as if to say, how can you little minions still be alive? When Lan Jinjin heard this, his brows furrowed suddenly. Her temper has always been direct. What does it mean that we are not dead? Do we have to die? A trace of displeasure flashed in her eyes, but due to the other party's identity and strength, she endured it and did not have an attack. It's just that his mouth is pursed slightly, and his face is full of dissatisfaction. The man noticed Lan Jinjin's expression. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. I'm sorry, I didn't use the right words. In his words, although apologetic, his tone did not change in the slightest. On the contrary, it is more like a ridicule with a smile. But I'm still curious. How did you survive under 3 S-class men? The man's question was like a thunderbolt, exploding in the ears of Li Kai and Lan Jinjin. 3 S ranks? Li Kai's face showed extreme surprise. His pupils contracted violently. There are obviously only 2 of them, the white-haired man and the masked man. Is there still an S-class secretly? He felt a chill rise down his spine. What happened to Nanchung? Why did so many S-classes suddenly appear? All kinds of strange events appeared in his mind, and the uneasiness in his heart became stronger and stronger. Lan Jinjin next to him was also stunned. 3 S ranks? What does this mean? That kind of power is enough to easily destroy the order of the entire southern city. Faced with Li Kai's surprise, the man didn't want to explain too much. He seemed to think that explaining this kind of thing was a waste of time. He just waved his hand casually. Okay, since you are lucky not to die, then cherish this hard-won life. Go back. Finished. The man and woman disappeared in an instant. Their figures, like smoke blown away by the wind, had no warning or sound, as if they never appeared. Li Kai and Lan Jinjin, as well as the team members behind them, were all stunned in place. They didn't even have time to react. Lan Jinjin came back to his senses at this time. Her face was full of anger and unwillingness. She turned her head abruptly and looked at Li Kai. Brother Kai, these 2 special grades are too contemptuous. What do you mean we are not dead? Her voice was filled with a hint of grievance and anger. Li Kai didn't speak. He took a cigarette out of his pocket. A team member behind him immediately stepped forward and respectfully lit it for him. Li Kai took a deep breath. The spicy taste of nicotine temporarily calmed the shock and uneasiness in his heart. He slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. The white smoke slowly dissipated in the night, just like their sense of powerlessness at the moment. He looked at the dilapidated houses in the distance. Then, he said slowly, this is the way of the world. His voice was a little hoarse, with a kind of vicissitudes of seeing through the world. Although we are A-level, but in the eyes of those S-class, there is no difference from ordinary people. When Lan Jinjin heard this, although he felt that what Li Kai said was reasonable, he still curled his lips. She said indignantly, I'm just upset. She clenched her fists. Although the level of the person with the ability is determined when the ability is awakened, the level of the ability awakened is the level of the person with the ability. It is almost impossible to increase a person's ability level. However, with the increase of special energy, its own abilities will also change slightly, and it is not impossible for A-level to defeat S-level. At that time, she will make these arrogant S-class realize that there is nothing great about S-class. Suburbs of District 13. It is a deserted clearing, far from the hustle and bustle of the city, where not even the shadow of a bird can be seen. The sultry wind blew through at noon, rolling up the sand and dust on the ground, which looked particularly desolate. Thump! The scale illusion was thrown to the ground by Lin Yi. Its huge body smashed a shallow pit on the ground, splashing a cloud of dust. At this moment, the scale illusionist no longer had the arrogance he had when he was in the factory. It was covered in wounds, its scales were broken, and its breath was weak. Its scarlet eyes were staring at Lin Yi at the moment. The eyes are no longer ferociousness and violence, but deep fear. It looked at Lin Yi like a helpless little woman facing a vicious gangster. It is hard to imagine that an A-level demon would show such a look. Lin Yi stood in front of it and looked down on it condescendingly. The eyes under the mask were so indifferent that they didn't have a trace of emotion. He was about to open his mouth for interrogation. Alas! A familiar and unbeaten voice suddenly sounded. Lin Yi frowned slightly and looked back. I saw Baiju running from a distance at a very fast speed. He was still holding a woman in his arms. Wherever it passed, a raging dust rolled up, like a runaway sports car. In the blink of an eye, Baiju came to Lin Yi. He put the woman in his arms on the ground. Then, he gave her a look of "Don't think about running away, or you will die." The woman trembled with fright from Baiju's eyes, and quickly lowered her head, not daring to look directly at her. Baiju nodded in satisfaction. He turned around and looked at Lin Yi, with a signature bright smile on his face. "Brother Mask, see you again." He pointed to the scale illusionist on the ground, and then to the woman he brought. "Since our purpose is the same, why don't we cooperate appropriately?" Baiju continued. "The one I caught, and the one you caught, they should all know something. Why don't we? Intelligence sharing?" There was a hint of anticipation in his tone. Lin Yi's eyes fell on the woman Baiju had just picked up. Although her appearance has become a human girl, the faint aura emanating from her can be judged. She is the A-class strange demon that was ravaged by Baiju under him, the crazy spider. Lin Yi was silent for a moment. His purpose is just to find the real culprit behind the scenes as soon as possible and avenge Shia Wan. He is not averse to cooperation if it can achieve its goals faster. Although this white hair is a bit annoying. So, Lin Yi nodded slightly and agreed. Baiju looked very happy when he saw this. He immediately stretched out his hand enthusiastically, wanting to shake hands with Lin Yi and express his happiness in cooperation. "Great, Brother Mask. I knew you were a refreshing person." However, Lin Yi ignored his outstretched hand. He turned directly and walked towards the scale illusionist on the ground. Baiju's hand hung awkwardly in midair. He withdrew his hand sneeringly and touched his nose. However, he seemed to be used to Lin Yi's coldness. He still followed Lin Yi familiarly and asked, "Brother Mask, since we have all cooperated, you can always tell me your name now, right? You can't keep calling you Brother Mask, right?" Lin Yi stopped. He didn't look back, his voice calm and indifferent. Lin Yi, he didn't intend to hide it. Just a name, it doesn't matter. In this world where strength is valued, a name is just a code name. Lin, One, Baiju muttered the name in a low voice. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, and his eyes lit up suddenly. "Brother Lin, are you?" He pointed at Lin Yi, his tone full of surprise. "One of the two people who were officially reported missing by the superintendent before? That student of Nanchang Supernatural Academy, Lin Yi?" The report of the superintendent of Nanchang not only caused an uproar among the general public but also spread widely in the circle of superpowers, especially the A-class ability mentioned in the report, Sharingan. Lin Yi was not surprised when he heard his words. His identity information has long been announced and it is normal for Baiju to be recognized. He did not answer Baiju's question. It doesn't matter if it's right or not. He now only wants to know the clues of the person behind it. Baiju saw that Lin Yi did not deny it, so he regarded him as acquiescing. The excitement on his face grew stronger. "You also killed those people from the demon exterminator? Your red-eye ability is the Sharingan?" Baiju circled around Lin Yi. "Tisk tisk. This name is so cool. Sharingan, Sharingan. It sounds very forced." Lin Yi suddenly regretted cooperating with this words. This guy's mouth is even better than a machine gun. "You call again." Lin Yi spoke coldly, interrupting Baiju's chatter. "I'll let you sit at a table with these two demons." The cold voice seemed to come from the 9 netherworlds, with a piercing chill. Baiju's body stiffened suddenly. He immediately closed his mouth. For some reason, he felt a palpitating threat from Lin Yi's calm tone. He was actually a little scared. This masked man, no, Lin Yi, he is definitely not joking. "Okay, Brother Lin, I shut up." Baiju made a gesture of zipping his mouth. Then, he put away the laughter on his face. He turned around, grabbed the arm of the demon spider next to him, who had been bowing his head, and dragged her roughly to the side of the scaled illusionist. The two A-level demons were as helpless as two lambs to be slaughtered at the moment. Baiju stood in front of them, putting on a fierce look. "You too," he shouted. The crazy spider was so frightened that his whole body trembled, and the scale illusion also shrank his neck subconsciously. Baiju was very satisfied with the reaction of the two of them. He continued to say viciously, "Now, tell us everything you know, word for word. Otherwise," he paused deliberately, with an evil smile on his face. In the face of Baiju's questioning, the foolish spider in human form dodged its eyes and trembled slightly. She hesitated for a long time, and finally held back. I really don't know anything." "Nani?" Baiju's eyes widened, and his tone instantly rose. He felt like he was being played. Just made such a big move in an abandoned factory, but now he says he doesn't know anything? What a liar. Baiju was very angry. He took a step forward and squeezed the delicate chin of the crazy spider with his big hand. "Apply a little effort." Hiss. The foolish spider gasped in pain. Her jaw seemed to be crushed. She grabbed Baiju's wrist hard with both hands and tried to break free, but the hand was like iron tongs, motionless. Tears gushed out instantly, rolling in the eyes, looking pitiful. "If I hadn't known that she was transformed by that ugly crazy spider, I am afraid I would really think that she was a weak girl with no power to bind chickens." Baiju didn't eat this set. He looked at her coldly, and the strength in his hand increased a little. "Let me ask you again, who instructed you?" The crazy spider was in so much pain that tears flowed, and she spoke intermittently with a crying voice. I. Baiju saw that she seemed to be about to move, and the strength in in his hand loosened slightly. The demon spider rubbed his red chin, his voice full of grievances and fear. I was originally a carefree little spider outside the southern city, living a good life with my people. But one day, an S-class adult suddenly found me. She looked up at Lin Yi and Baiju, and a trace of fear flashed in her eyes. That lord is very powerful. I can't resist at all. He forcibly took me to the abandoned factory just now, and every once in a while, he would grab some humans and let me eat. I don't know what the purpose of that adult is. I'm just a weak A-level demon. I can only listen to him. Speaking of this, the tears of the crazy spider flowed down again. That's how it is, until you come over and beat me for no reason. The more she talked, the more aggrieved she became, as if she was the victim. After hearing this, Baiju frowned. S-class adults? Who is it? Could it be that he is behind it? He stared into the spider's eyes, trying to tell the truth of her words. What you said is true. If you dare to lie to me, you might be miserable. He deliberately showed a threatening smile. The crazy spider nodded frantically, for fear that Bai would never believe it. What I said is true. I can guarantee it with my Moj. Baiju saw that she had even moved out of the Moj, and most of the doubts in her heart dissipated. Okay, since you said so, I'll trust you for the time being. He let go of his hand and took a step back. Lin Yi watched from the sidelines. He didn't know whether to say that Baiju was simple or brainless. A strange demon side of the word. How could he believe it so easily? The words of the alien demon cannot be believed by a single punctuation mark. Lin Yi didn't say much. In his eyes, a scarlet light instantly lit up. The Mangekyō Sharingan appeared. Baiju noticed the change in Lin Yi, and he turned his head curiously. Brother Lin, you. The crazy spider also subconsciously looked at Lin Yi. In an instant, her eyes were drawn to those eyes. In the aesthetics of the demons, these scarlet and eerie eyes seem to contain some kind of deadly magic, and they are so beautiful that they are suffocating. Lin Yi ignored Baiju. He stared at the spider's eyes and directly launched the moon reading. Moment. The crazy spider's eyes became empty, and her spiritual consciousness was forcibly dragged into a completely different dimension at this moment. In the real world, her body stiffened in place, motionless. Illusion space. Blood-colored sky, dark moon. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood. When the crazy spider's consciousness came back to life, she found herself in a completely unfamiliar place. What frightened her even more was that her body was firmly bound to a cross by thick iron chains, and she could not move at all. The feeling of powerlessness that penetrated deep into her bone marrow instantly caused her to feel a huge fear in her heart. Ding! The host gains plus 500 emotions. At this time, Lin Yi's figure slowly emerged in the blood mist. He stood in front of the crazy spider, expressionless. This is my world. Lin Yi's voice echoed in the illusion space, cold and majestic. Here, time, space, quality, everything is under my control. Now, tell me the truth. The crazy spider looked at Lin Yi in horror. She tried to struggle, but the chains seemed to grow on her body, making her unable to move. I'm telling the truth. I didn't lie to you, she screamed, her voice filled with fear. Lin Yi's eyes were cold. It seems that you haven't recognized the reality yet. He slowly raised his hand. A long sharp knife appeared in his hand. Lin Yi did not hesitate at all, and raised his knife and fell. Put! The long knife stabbed into the abdomen of the foolish spider. The severe pain instantly spread throughout the body, and the crazy spider let out a terrible scream. This kind of pain is 100 or 1,000 times stronger than physical injury. Lin Yi pulled out a long knife and stabbed again. Tell the truth. I'm telling the truth. Please, let me go. The crazy spider begged in pain. Put! Another knife. Ding! Host gains plus 1,500 mood points. Lin Yi was like an emotionless executioner, constantly repeating the actions of stabbing and pulling out. He needed to squeeze out the value of this strange demon in the shortest possible time, whether it's intelligence or emotional value. Who instructed you? I don't know. I really don't know. Put! Time loses its meaning in the illusion space. Ding! Host gains plus 1,000 emotions. It may have been a few hours, or it may have been a few days. The spirit of the crazy spider is on the verge of collapse. She was tortured countless times by Lin Yi in various ways. Scorched by flames, frozen by frost, pierced by thousands of arrows. But no matter how Lin Yi tortured, she always insisted that she didn't know anything. Lin Yi stopped moving. He could see that the spirit of the crazy spider was about to collapse. If she really knew something, it was impossible to keep it a secret under such extreme pain. It seems that she really doesn't know anything. In other words, the control of the mastermind behind her has exceeded her cognition. Since there is no valuable information to ask, there is no need to waste any more time. So, Lin Yi put away the long knife and lifted the monthly reading. The real world. Ding! Host gains plus 2,000 mood points. The spiritual consciousness of the crazy spider instantly returned to its body. She let out a short scream, and then her whole body fell to the ground like mud. Her body trembled violently, foaming at the mouth and rolling her eyes. It seems that he has just experienced the most terrifying thing in the world. Baiju was stunned from the sidelines. From his perspective, Lin Yi only lit up those scarlet eyes and glanced at the crazy spider. Then, just a second passed. This A-level crazy spider collapsed directly to the ground and turned into this miserable appearance. What is the situation? Baiju felt a little chill in his back. Could it be that this is the effect of Lin Yi's ability? Pupil magic ability? Magic? In an instant, just one look, tortured an A-level demon like this? This is too scary. Baiju subconsciously looked away, not daring to look directly into Lin Yi's eyes anymore. He was afraid that he would accidentally fall into this terrifying illusion. This Lin Yi is more dangerous than he imagined. Lin Yi ignored Baiju's shock. He turned his head, his eyes falling on the scale illusion next to him. The scale illusionist witnessed the tragic situation of the crazy spider throughout the whole process. Although it didn't know what the crazy spider had experienced, judging by her extremely terrified reaction, it was definitely not a good thing. When Lin Yi's eyes fell on it, the scale illusionist was excited. It chose to admit without hesitation, I'll recruit them all. The scale illusionist shouted with all his strength for fear that Lin Yi would also do this to it. I'll tell you everything I know. Please, don't torture me. Lin Yi saw that it knew current affairs so well, and nodded slightly. Tell me. The scale illusionist took a deep breath and was about to speak. Suddenly, an extremely fierce strange energy burst out from the darkness in the distance. This energy fluctuation was powerful and hidden, extremely fast. With a clear goal, go straight to the core of the scale illusionist. Obviously, someone wants to kill the demon to silence them. Lin Yi's reaction was extremely fast. At the moment when the attack hit, his Mangekyō Sharingan rotated rapidly. Amaterasu, Amateras. Add the earth life, Kaguthorn 7. The pitch-black flames appeared out of thin air, instantly turning into a huge black shield, blocking behind the scale illusionist. Rumble. The fierce supernatural energy slammed into the black flame shield, making a violent explosion sound. The black flame and energy eroded each other, and eventually both were annihilated. Baiju also reacted. He stared sharply in the direction of the attack, and a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. Where is the demon? He shouted, and his body catapulted out like a cannonball, rushing towards the distance. Hurry up and die. Baiju's figure turned into a white light and rushed away. His ability, polarization, was instantly activated. The muscles of the whole body were tense to the extreme at this moment, and the strength, speed, reaction, and six-dimensional attributes were all full. With every step he took, the ground under his feet could not withstand this huge force, and burst into deep pits. Smoke and dust rose everywhere. At this moment, Baiju was like a runaway heavy truck with an unrivaled momentum, crashing into the direction from which the attack came. Lin Yi stood still in place. His kaleidoscope Sharingan has already set his sights on it. Under a large withered tree in the distance, a vague shadow stood. That was the shadow demon that appeared several times before. At this moment, it is still hidden in the shadows, and it still has no facial features. Only the grinning mouth, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth, looked particularly dazzling in the dark. It's laughing. A laugh full of mockery and cruelty. The scale illusionists and demon spiders on the ground saw the shadow, and their bodies trembled even more. Especially the scale illusionists. It knows that the other party is here to kill it. Good coming. Baiju roared, his eyes full of excitement. His right fist was clenched, and the air seemed to be compressed by this punch, making a piercing sonic boom. In the face of Baiju's thunderous blow, the shadow demon did not dodge. The curvature of the corner of its mouth cracked even more. Then, its shadow-like right hand slowly clenched into a fist. There are no fancy movements, no majestic energy fluctuations. It's simple, one punch, smashing towards Baiju. The ground. When Baiju saw the scene, his face was about to burst into laughter. Boy, how dare you compare strength with him? He likes this kind of iron-headed monster the most. In a flash, both fists clenched. Bang! There was a loud noise, like thunder. With the two of them as the center, the ground under their feet instantly sank downwards, a whole layer shorter. The cobweb-like cracks spread wildly in all directions. A terrifying flow of power, like a substantial blade, spread out towards the surroundings. The surrounding trees, flowers and plants, under the impact of this force, were instantly torn to pieces and turned into powder. Smoke and dust filled the air, obscuring the view. The center of the collision. Baiju and the shadow demon maintained a posture of colliding with each other, stalemate in place. Baiju's expression changed from excitement to surprise. He found that this strange demon was actually on par with him in terms of strength, even faintly stronger. How is this possible? His polarization ability is to push his physical strength to the extreme. In pure power confrontation, he has not lost yet. What is the origin of this strange demon? Just now it wanted to kill the 2 A-level demons, obviously to silence them. As you can imagine, this guy must have been sent by the mastermind behind the scenes. Baiju's mind turned quickly. In that case, if you catch this guy, wouldn't you be able to directly find the mastermind behind it? Find the mastermind behind the scenes, and then solve him. Won't your assessment task be completed? When the task is completed, he can successfully join the 6 paths. When he thought of 6 paths, Baiju trembled with excitement. He knew it since he first heard about the organization and got to know it in depth. 6 paths is his belonging. He was born to belong to the 6 paths. In order to join the organization, the roadblock in front of you must be taken. The stalemate ended. The two closed their fists at the same time and stepped back. But the next second, they collided together in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. The muffled sound of punching to the flesh kept coming out. Both sides are fighting using the purest and most primitive physical strength. Every collision brings a violent air current. The fight here was in full swing, and the sky was crumbling. Lin Yi on the other side was not looking at Baiju's side. Instead, he continued to look at the scale illusion in front of him. There was a stalemate between Baiju and the shadow demon, and he could just interrogate it properly. Lin Yi lowered his head and looked at the trembling scale illusionist. His voice was cold. Continue. The scale illusionist's body trembled. It subconsciously glanced at Lin Yi. In other words, it was Lin Yi's scarlet kaleidoscope Sharingan. With just one glance, it looked away like an electric shock. It's terrible. It was these eyes that made the crazy spider next to him still collapse there like a puddle of mud, foaming at the mouth in delirium. This human being is even more terrifying than that adult. It doesn't dare to hide anything anymore. The scaled illusionist lowered his head and said in a trembling voice, "Yes, it's you humans. Some of you humans have cooperated with our demons. Moreover, he has a very high status among you humans." Lin Yi's eyes moved slightly. It is indeed related to humans. Who is he? I don't know his specific identity. The scale phantom shook his head, as if remembering something. I only know that in this southern city, you are the deputy of the Human Demon Eradication Division. The words did not fall. Ah! The scale illusion suddenly let out a shrill scream. Its expression became extremely painful, and its features were distorted. At this moment, the strange energy in the body became extremely violent and completely out of control. Its body quickly inflated like a balloon. Lin Yi's kaleidoscope Sharingan instantly captured this abnormal change. Not good. It's going to explode. Lin Yi did not hesitate, grabbed the arm of the demon spider on the ground, and his figure retreated violently. It was withdrawn dozens of meters in an instant. The next second he left the place. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded. The body of the scale illusionist completely exploded. The power of the A-level demon explosion is extremely terrifying. The raging energy instantly swept through everything around him. A huge pit was blown out of the ground, and fragments of corpses mixed with flesh and blood splashed around. The strong shockwave even affected Baiju and the shadow demon who were fighting fiercely. Baiju was attracted by this sudden explosion. He glanced back at the rising mushroom cloud. Damn, what's going on? Why did it explode suddenly? At the moment when he was distracted, the shadow demon opposite him stopped attacking. It stood in place, with its right hand spread out, and a cloud of black energy emerged from the palm of its hand. I saw the direction of the scale illusionist's self-detonation, and a trace of black energy visible to the naked eye was slowly floating in and merging into the energy mass in its hand. At this time, the shadow demon actually spoke. A hoarse, unpleasant sound, like sandpaper rubbing against glass, came from its throat. What a waste of Lao Tzu's energy! After absorbing the energy of the scale illusionist, the black energy mass in the palm of his hand became more solid. Its face without facial features has a larger curvature of its mouth, and it seems to be very satisfied. Baiju's eyes were awe-inspiring. Good guy, do it in front of him? Hey, don't think I can't do anything about you. Baiju roared lowly, and the Yi polarization ability was once again activated to the limit. The muscles of his body instantly swelled, and the blue veins burst out, like steel casting iron. He stepped on his foot, and the ground exploded, and the whole person shot out like a cannonball, directly taking the shadow demon. Leave it for me. Baiju's fist smashed into the face door of the shadow demon with a terrifying sonic boom. This time, he used all his might. However, the shadow demon seems to have had enough. In the face of Baiju's thunderous blow, it did not choose to go head-to-head again. Its shadowy body suddenly became illusory. Baiju's fist actually passed directly through its body and hit the empty space. What? Baiju's pupils shrank. Physical attacks are ineffective? At the moment of his surprise, the illusory body of the shadow demon solidified again. It raised its hand and slapped Baiju's chest with a palm. Bang! An unimaginable burst of great force. Baiju only felt like he was hit head-on by a high-speed train. He flew out backwards and crashed into the open space in the distance, with smoke and dust everywhere. Ahem! Baiju crawled out of the ruins, his face gray, and a trace of blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Although he was not seriously injured, he was also beaten by this palm. Damn, this grandson is so strong. Baiju took a mouthful of bloody spit and looked up again. I saw the shadow demon smile mockingly at Baiju, and then his body quickly sank, like a liquid, blending into the shadow of the ground. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. There was not even a trace of strange energy fluctuations left. Baiju was stunned in place. Run away? His senses were full, trying to catch the trail of the shadow demon. However, there was silence all around. Nothing happened. This strange demon came and went without a trace, and there was no way to pursue it at all. Grass! Count you running fast. Baiju hammered the ground in annoyance. The cooked duck flew away. The clues of the mastermind behind the scenes are broken. He sighed helplessly and could only give up temporarily. He turned around and and ran in the direction of Lin Yi. The other side. In the center of the explosion, the smoke and dust gradually dissipated. Lin Yi stood on the edge of the pit. His kaleidoscope Sharingan, still scarlet, calmly stared at the center of the explosion. The scales and illusions are gone, and on his right hand, there was also a person. To be precise, it is hugging Crazy Spider. At this moment, the crazy spider that has completely transformed into a human girl still has some spider characteristics on its body, but on the whole, she is already a young and cute girl. Just now, in order to avoid the explosion, Lin Yi grabbed her arm in a hurry and took her out of the explosion range. Now, she is snuggling in Lin Yi's arms. The foolish spider had just been tortured by Tsukiyomi to the point of delirium, and now he had recovered a little. Her little face was red. She raised her head and looked at Lin Yi with some obsession. Lin Yi wore a white mask with only a pair of eyes exposed. The scarlet kaleidoscope Sharingan with a black windmill pattern. In the eyes of humans, these eyes may be weird and terrifying, but in the aesthetics of the demon, these eyes represent strength and handsomeness. It's so beautiful. The crazy spider felt its heart beat faster. Although she was tortured to death by the owner of these eyes just now, at this moment, she couldn't help but be attracted. Alien demons, born to worship the strong. And Lin Yi is undoubtedly the most powerful and mysterious human she has ever seen. Brother Lin, you, what is this for? Baiju's voice suddenly came from the side. He ran over and saw the scene in front of him, and was stunned. Lin Yi hugged the crazy spider tightly in his right hand, and the crazy spider looked at Lin Yi with a nymphomaniac face. This picture, it's a bit ambiguous. Baiju's expression became strange. Damn, is Brother Lin's charm so terrifying? Even strange demons can seduce? Hearing Baiju's voice, Lin Yi realized that he was still holding the demon spider. He frowned slightly, and then naturally let go of his hand. The crazy spider was released, its body went limp, and it almost fell to the ground. A hint of loss flashed in her eyes. Lin Yi saved her, not suddenly kind. Instead, he thought of the mark on his eyebrows. The system said that the mark left by the A-level demon requires another A-level or above demon to be erased. If both A-level demons are dead, he will have to find them again, which will be too troublesome. So, he saved the crazy spider. That's all. Lin Yi looked at the foolish spider. She still looks like a shy girl. Lin Yi. It's hard to imagine that the young and cute girl in front of her was an ugly and terrifying giant spider not long ago. The ability to change the strange demon is indeed something. Baiju came over, with a meaningful smile on his face, and bumped Lin Yi's shoulder. Brother Lin, I didn't expect you to take this bite. However, I can also understand, after all, who can refuse a spider girl? TSK, the love of humans and demons, exciting enough. Lin Yi glanced at him coldly. Those cold eyes made Baiju instantly put away his smile. Ahem, I'm kidding, don't take it seriously. Baiju scratched his head in embarrassment. Lin Yi ignored him anymore. He looked at the crazy spider, then slowly raised his hand and took off the white mask on his face. A slightly green but well-defined face was revealed. Baiju saw Lin Yi's appearance clearly and knew it in his heart. Sure enough, it was the missing teenager in the superintendent's report, Lin Yi. It seems that he did not lie to himself. After Lin Yi took off his mask, the Mangekyō Sharingan was still open. With the opening of the Sharingan, a black mark on his eyebrows was exuding a strange aura. The crazy spider looked up at Lin Yi cautiously. When she saw the mark on Lin Yi's heart, she couldn't help but be stunned. This imprint, she muttered to herself. Lin Yi spoke, his voice cold, and went straight to the topic. This mark was planted by an A-level alien demon. I heard that only the same A-level demons can be erased. He stared at the crazy spider, his scarlet eyes showing no emotion. You help me erase this mark, I don't kill you. Otherwise. Lin paused, and his tone revealed a chill. You may have to experience the torture before. Hearing the word torture, the spider's body trembled suddenly. She remembered the endless pain and despair she had just experienced in that unknown world. It's terrible. She definitely didn't want to go through it again. I can. The foolish spider immediately nodded, for fear that Lin Yi would regret it. But then, she became a little hesitant again, as if she had something to say, but she didn't dare to say it. Lin Yi frowned. Say whatever you want, don't ink. Only then did the foolish spider muster up the courage and whispered, You, come here. Lin Yi walked up to her as she was told. The foolish spider looked at the imprint in Lin Yi's heart. She took a deep breath and stood on tiptoe. She stretched out two fingers, put them together, and gently wiped the mark on Lin Yi's eyebrows. A faint wave of alien energy came. Then, the mark that had troubled Lin Yi for a long time magically disappeared. Okay. The foolish spider withdrew his finger and whispered, So simple? Lin Yi felt it. The original strange and cold strange energy at the center of the eyebrows has indeed disappeared without a trace. The mark was erased. He looked up at the foolish spider, his eyes calm. I will not kill you. You go. The foolish spider was stunned. She couldn't believe her ears. This human really wants to let her go? Humans and demons are the enemies of life and death. Strange demons need to devour human flesh and energy to grow. Humans also need to hunt demons and absorb the cores of demons to become stronger. The two sides are like water and fire, and they will not die. She was ready to be be killed or enslaved by this human. Unexpectedly, he actually kept his promise and let himself go. This human, a little different. Lin Yi looked like she was about to leave, and her patience gradually disappeared. Why, don't you want to leave? Want to die? The cold words made the crazy spider suddenly excited. She didn't dare to stay any longer, so she immediately turned around and chose a direction. Her body changed rapidly, transforming back into a giant spider body, and its 8 long legs moved quickly and quickly disappeared into the darkness. Baiju looked at the departing back of the demon spider and whistled. Brother Lin, you really keep your word. He walked up to Lin Yi and asked, did you ask anything before that strange demon exploded just now? Lin Yi put on his mask again and shook his head. At the critical moment, it suddenly blew itself. However, before self-destructing, it mentioned the deputy of the Demon Exterminator Division. Deputy? Baiju frowned and thought. The deputy of the Demon Eradication Division? Could it be the deputy director of the Demon Removal Division? Or a person surnamed Fu in the Demon Eradication Division? If it is the former, the South City Demon Removal Division does have several deputy directors. If the mastermind behind it is really the deputy director of the Demon Eradication Division, then things will be troublesome. This means that the top management of the Demon Eradication Division has been infiltrated by strange demons, or colluded with strange demons. This can also explain why the previous cases of girl disappearances were characterized as accidents. In that case, I'll go back and ask my referee. Baiju said he has some ways in the 6 paths, and he should be able to find out the situation of the internal personnel of the Demon Eradication Division. Lin nodded a little. This is consistent with his judgment. As core members of the 6 paths, Black Dream and White Dream's ability to obtain information must be much stronger than his own blind investigation. Okay, then I'll leave first. Baiju waved his hand and prepared to leave. Just 2 steps away, he suddenly turned around again, took out his mobile phone, and smiled at Lin. Brother Lin, leave a contact information. Add a microchat friend for easy contact. Lin Yi returned to the room, took off the black robe on his body, took off the white mask, and put it aside. Galaxy Apartments. He walked to the sofa and sat down. After repeated battles and runs, even though his current physique is far beyond ordinary people, he feels a little tired. He raised his wrist and clicked on the microcomputer. The screen lights up, and an unread message is displayed on the microchat icon. When I clicked on it, it was sent by Baiju. There is only one expression. A very unbeatable funny expression. Lin Yi's eyes were calm and he ignored it directly. Although this white hair is very strong, his personality is too out of the box, and Lin Yi doesn't really want to deal with him. He now just wants to find out the real culprit behind the murder of Shia Wan as soon as possible. Lin Yi closed Baiju's dialog box and opened the private chat window of the 6 Paths organization instead. Finding Black Dream's avatar, he sent a message directly. Lin Yi, there is a clue. Black Dream, what clues? Almost a second. Black Dream seems to have been online, or rather, has been paying attention to Lin Yi's movements. Lin Yi, it seems to be related to the deputy director of the Demon Exorcism Division, or a person with the surname Fu. Lin Yi sent the broken information from the Scale Illusionist. Black Dream, deputy director, or a person with the surname Fu? Lin Yi, that's right, I was attacked by an S-class demon in the middle, causing the clue to be interrupted. Lin Yi, however, it is not separated from 10. Lin Yi, can you find out the internal members of the Demon Eradication Division? After all, the Demon Eradication Division is an official organization, and internal information is kept confidential. If you want to investigate, it is not easy. There was silence for a few seconds, as if thinking. Subsequently, the news came. Black Dream, it's a bit difficult, let's try our best. Black Dream, the information of the top management of the Demon Eradication Division is not so easy to obtain. Black Dream, during this time, you can arrange it yourself, or you can log into Ludao Network in advance to be familiar with it. Black Dream, I will notify you if there is news. Lin Yi closed the chat interface. Lin Yi, okay. The clues have been provided, and the next step is to look at the intelligence capabilities of Black Dream and White Dream. All he can do now is wait and continue to find ways to improve his strength. Lin Yi's eyes fell on the microcomputer screen. A software icon displayed as 6 networks. The icon is an abstract pattern made up of 6 rings nested in each other. He stretched out his finger and clicked in. The screen went black. Then, a line of cool English letters with neon effects emerged. Link start. It is accompanied by a passionate electronic sound effect. The picture suddenly turns, and countless data streams brush across the screen like a waterfall, creating a cyberpunk-style virtual space. Lin Yi looked at this cutscene and was stunned for a moment. What is going on with this second breath? The maker of this software, I'm afraid it's not a senior two-dimensional? At the end of the animation, Lin Yi entered the main interface of Ludao.com. A pop-up window immediately popped up. Please enter your member nickname. Lin Yi thought slightly. What is a nickname? His own Scarlet Kaleidoscope Sharingan came came to mind. He typed 2 words. Pain. Let the world feel the pain. This name suits him very well. When you're done, click confirm. A strong atmosphere of online games came to my face. A series of prompts sounded, and pop-ups popped up one after another. Congratulations on becoming a member of the Black Iron class. Congratulations on getting the initial avatar frame. It is detected that you have not officially joined Lutao, marked as a temporary account. Please pass the assessment task and your recommender will initiate the application for full membership. Lutao looks forward to your joining. Lin Yi closed these hints one by one, and then began to seriously study this so-called 6 nets. After a brief browsing, Lin Yi understood. This Lutao.com is a large-scale collection website for members of the Lutao organization to carry out various activities. It is very functional, including posting, commenting, short videos, live streaming, trading, publishing tasks, receiving tasks, and more. It is simply a dark web world independent of the federated network. Lin Yi Dian opened his personal information interface. Account status, temporary account. Account ID, Lin Yi 888888. Member nickname, Pain. 6 levels, Black Iron. Personal level, not entered. Way of belonging, none for the time being. Points, 0. Bound to Lutao bank account, not bound. Bound delivery address, not bound. Lin Yi looked at the Black Iron level, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Are these 6 paths still classified? Are you still a Black Iron? Is there still bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and diamonds on it? Lin Yi complained silently in his heart. This strong sense of deja vu made him feel like he was playing a low-quality online game. He exited the personal information interface and clicked on the task section. The task list is densely packed and scrolling to refresh. Lin Yi glanced at it and found that the tasks here were really varied, and there were all kinds of strange things. One of the tasks at the top, the title is very exciting. Damn, my girlfriend is too. I can't do it alone. Hurry up and conquer this girl together. Requirements, innate kidney body. Mission reward, C-level demon core X3, 100,000 Federation coins. This brother can be said to be very self-green. Lin Yi, it's really a knife pulling the buttocks and opening my eyes. He continued to scroll down. Spend a lot of money to get excited. Come to 3 burly men. Location, room 8808, Hilton Nanchung. Looking for the lost pet cat Mimi. Characteristics, can speak human language and have a bad temper. Reward, C-level exotic energy recovery potion X3, 50,000 federal coins. In addition to these strange missions, there are more commissions full of blood and darkness. For example, this. Assassinate the captain of the first squad of the Nanchang Demon Extermination Division. Requirements, personal grade A or higher. Mission reward, A-level demon core X2, 100 million FedEx coins. When Lin Yi saw this task, his eyes moved slightly. The captain of the first squad of the Nanchang Demon Eradication Division, isn't it the same Li Kai? Unexpectedly, on the Lutao network, someone actually publicly announced the task of assassinating an important official figure. It seems that these 6 organizations are indeed taboo-free and lawless. They don't take the federal government seriously at all. Lin Yi casually clicked the receive button behind the assassination mission. He wanted to try it. A prompt pops up immediately. You are not an official member of the 6 paths and cannot accept the task. Predictable. Lin Yi's current status is only a temporary worker with limited authority. It seems that if you want to truly use the resources of the 6 paths, you must complete the assessment task as soon as possible and become a full member. He closed the task section and opened the short video section. As soon as I opened it, the screen was full of pictures that made people blush and heartbeat. All kinds of coolly dressed and hot female anchors scratched their heads in front of the camera, extremely tempting. The barrage was full of foul language. Lin Yi frowned and swept quickly. Keep scrolling down. The style of painting changed suddenly. In a live broadcast room, a man wearing a Shura mask was in a jungle, tearing apart a strange demon that looked awesome with his bare hands. Blood splattered, and the scene was extremely brutal. The barrage was applauded, and the gifts were flying. Awesome, Shura Dao boss. As expected of an extraordinary member. This strange demon is too vegetable, not enough to see. When will the anchor kill the people of the demon exorcist? Scroll down again. A live broadcast room is broadcasting a live broadcast of killing. A person with special abilities who was torturing an ordinary person tied to a chair. Lin Yi's eyes were cold. In this 6 networks, the laws and morals of human society are trampled on worthlessly. There is only naked desire, violence, and power here. The weak eat the strong, which is vividly displayed. However, for Lin Yi, these 6 paths are indeed a good place. For several days in a row, Lin Yi stayed in the Galaxy apartment. From time to time, I surfed the internet on Lutao, and this time can be regarded as a preliminary understanding of Lutao. Everyone in this organization feels abnormal, and sometimes seeing people who look like normal is actually the most abnormal. Anyway, the people in these 6 paths are very crazy. On this day, Lin Yi sat cross-legged on the carpet in the living room, his eyes slightly closed. He could feel that his body's sage mode was over, and he could absorb the strange demon core again. Lin Yi opened his eyes and his mind moved. Wow! A large number of of demon cores appeared out of thin air on the carpet in front of him. An A-level alien demon core that had been absorbed more than half and had a slightly dim light. 5 C-level demon cores. 15 D-ranked demon cores. These are all his current inventory. Lin Yi looked at these crystals that exuded energy fluctuations, his eyes calm. I don't know if I can make my different energy level go further after absorbing all of these. After A-level, if you want to improve, it is obviously much more difficult than before. Without hesitation, he directly picked up the A-level demon core and held it in his palm. The body was surging with strange energy. Absorb! A pure and majestic alien energy immediately gushed out from the core, along his arm, and merged into his body. Lin Yi's body was like a dry black hole, greedily devouring this energy. The Mangekyō Sharingan also lit up at the same time, slightly heated, as if assisting him in refining these foreign powers. Time passed minute by minute. The A-level demon core shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally turned into a handful of powder and slipped between Lin Yi's fingers. Lin Yi did not stop and grabbed the core of C-level and D-class again, one in one hand, and absorb at the same time. Although the energy contained in these low-level cores is far inferior to that of A-level cores, the advantage lies in the large amount. In the living room, energy fluctuations continue. One after another, the demon cores turned into powder. The sky outside the window gradually turned from bright to dim, until evening. The last D-class demon core shattered in Lin Yi's hands. Lin Yi let out a long breath of turbid air. He moved his muscles and bones, feeling the surging energy in his body, which was more than several times more than before. At the same time, a strong feeling of fullness came. Lin Yi knew that his body had once again reached the upper limit of absorbing strange energy in a short period of time. If you want to continue to absorb, you must wait a while. He opened the system panel. Props: Lin Shia Wan's corpse. Photo with Shia Wan X1, with Earth White mask set. Mood value: 77388. Name: Lin Yi. Ability: Mangekyō Sharingan, S. Ability: Tsukiyomi, Amaterasu, Jiatume, Susano no. Lin Yi's brows furrowed slightly. Strange energy, A. After absorbing so much, the energy level is still A, not reaching A+. Note: due to the host's low energy, some abilities cannot be used, or the use effect is reduced. Please test the host by yourself. It seems that the higher the level, the more energy is required to ascend. It is difficult to get from A to A+, and from A+ to S, it is a huge gap. As for the emotional value, more than 70,000 points, it seems to be a lot. But Lin Yi glanced at the exchange panel. The cheapest, Control, costs 50,000, and those truly powerful pupil techniques often cost hundreds of thousands or millions. Control, 50,000 mood value. 8,000 spears, 500,000 mood value. Don't be a god, 500,000 mood value. My emotional value is not enough at all. If you want to revive Shaosoft, there is a long way to go. Lin Yi stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the cold night view of Nanchang. You have to find a way to get more demon cores and harvest more emotional points. Killing the demon is currently the fastest and most effective method. It can not only use cores to increase special energy, but also extract emotional points from their fear and pain. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Just when Lin Yi was thinking about where to hunt the demons, the microcomputer on his wrist gave a buzzing vibration. Lin Yi raised his hand and clicked. He thought that the investigation on the members of the Demon Extermination Division on the Black Dream side had come to fruition. Unexpectedly, what popped up on the screen was Baiju's microchat message. Baiju, brother Lin, come out and hi. Immediately afterwards, under this message, a short video followed. Lin Yi casually clicked on the video. The sound of explosive heavy metal music immediately came, deafening. In the picture, the lights flickered, obviously in a bar or nightclub. Baiju's yawning face was in front of the camera, his hair was shiny, and he smiled extremely brightly. Around him, there were several hot and coolly dressed beauties, who were twisting their bodies to the music and laughing with the wine. Baiju was obviously already drunk. He put his arms around the waist of a beautiful woman and shouted loudly to the camera. Brother Lin, see, the great nightlife begins. Do you want to come and play? Lin looked indifferent and was about to turn off the video. He was not interested in this kind of occasion, but Baiju's next words made him stop moving. Baiju's smile suddenly became a little mysterious and playful. He lowered his voice, approached the camera and said, there are not only human beauties here, and strange demon. Strange demons? Lin Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. In the video, Baiju stretched out his hand, grabbed the neck of a long-haired beauty next to him, and dragged her to the camera. The beauty was dragged to a stagger, but she didn't look angry, but threw a charming glance at the camera, smiling extremely charmingly. Baiju patted her on the cheek and said with a smile, come on, show my brother a change. The beauty smiled coquettishly. Her appearance began to change. The pupils contracted suddenly, turning into a beastly golden vertical pupil. The next second, fine, bizarre black scales appeared on the skin, and the nails became sharp and sharp, flashing with cold light. Her temperament instantly changed from charming to dangerous and wild. Although it still maintains its human form, these strange demon characteristics are very obvious. It looks offbeat, but it has a different and dangerous beauty. In this era of pursuing excitement, this style of a foreign mother is probably very popular with some people with special habits. Lin Yi looked at the strange beauty in the video, and his eyes lit up instantly. What he saw was not a beautiful woman. Instead, they are walking demon cores. The level of the demon that can perfectly transform is definitely not low, at least B grade, or even a level. Where is this place? This is simply a cafeteria. It's all ready-made monster cores and emotional values. This kind of good thing must go. Lin Yi did not hesitate at all and immediately replied to the message. Lin Yi, address. By Jufa came to a position. District 9, Paradise of Paradise nightclub. Almost a second. This time I went to eat, so I can't be too high profile. He put the white mask and black robe on the sofa into the system space. Lin Yi turned off the microcomputer. This outfit is so eye-catching. He walked into the bedroom and changed into a simple casual outfit. White shirt and black shorts. I found another black peaked hat to wear. The brim was lowered, covering half of my face, revealing only the cold and hard chin. After packing up, Lin Yi left the apartment and went downstairs. I stopped a taxi on the side of the road. Go to the 9th district, Paradise. Night falls, the 9th district of the southern city. The neon lights began to flicker, painting the sky with a psychedelic hue. Unlike the hustle and hustle of the day, the streets at night are much deserted, with pedestrians and vehicles sparsely populated. As we all know, the night belongs to the demons. A yellow taxi is driving smoothly on the streets. Inside the car, Lin Yi sat in the back seat. His peaked hat was pressed very low, and he closed his eyes, as if he was pretending to sleep. Tonight he is going to the Paradise of Paradise to eat a buffet, and he needs to recharge. There may be many strange demon cores waiting for him to harvest. The driver of the car was a middle-aged man, who glanced at Lin Yi through the rearview mirror and took the initiative to break the silence. Little brother, you are also a superpower, right? Lin Yi didn't open his eyes and didn't answer. The driver seemed to be accustomed to the indifference of high-level superpowers, or simply wanted to find someone to talk to relieve the tension of driving at night, and continued to himself. If you go to heaven of bliss so late, your ability level must be very high. That place is not something ordinary people dare to go to. The driver sighed, with a bit of envy and helplessness in his tone. I really envy you high-level superpowers. You are strong and come to the money quickly. Like me, I have awakened an F-level night vision ability, and I don't have any use for farts, so I can only come out at night to run and rant out. He paused, his voice lowering a little. Although it is dangerous at night and it is easy to bump into strange demons, there is a lot of money in the evening, and in order to support the family, I can only bite the bullet and do it. The driver babbled, and Lin Yi never responded. The cabin fell silent again, with only a slight roar of the engine. Suddenly, Lin Yi opened his eyes suddenly. He opened his eyes not because of the driver's words, but because he felt that there were several strange demonic auras around him, which were rapidly approaching. These breaths, unabashedly, are full of malice and greed. Stop. Lin Yi's voice was very cold, and it was particularly clear in the quiet carriage. The driver was stunned for a moment, and although he didn't understand why he suddenly stopped, there was still some distance from his destination, but he immediately stepped on the brakes. The taxi stopped on the side of the road. Little brother, what's wrong? Did something fall? The driver asked suspiciously. Lin Yi did not explain. He paid the fare directly through the microcomputer on his wrist by scanning the code. Then, he pushed open the car door and walked down. The driver was completely stunned. He also quickly unfastened his seatbelt, got out of the car to catch up with Lin Yi, his face full of puzzlement. Little brother, this is not yet the place. Why did you pay for it? There is no shop in front of the village here. It is very dangerous. Lin Yi stood under the street lamp and turned around. The shadow of the peaked cap covered most of his face, but when he raised his head, the eyes revealed were as cold as ice for 10,000 years. If you don't want to die, leave now. Lin Yi's voice did not have any temperature. The driver was frightened by Lin Yi's eyes, and a chill rushed straight from the soles of his feet to the sky. Although he was only an F-class superpower, his intuition told him that the young man in front of him was extremely dangerous. Moreover, the surrounding air seems to have become depressing. Okay, I'll go right away. The driver didn't dare to ask any more questions, and crawled back into the car. Buzz! With a kick on the accelerator, the taxi disappeared into the night in an instant as if running for its life. Lin Yi stood in the middle of the empty street. With his hands in the pockets of his slacks, the street lamp stretched his shadow very long, making him look a little thin. He raised his head slightly, his eyes hidden in the shadow of the peaked cap, staring at the darkness not far ahead. Rustling. In the darkness, there was a faint sound of rubbing. 1 pair, 2 pairs, 3 pairs. The scarlet spot of light lit up in the darkness, the eyes of the beast, reflecting the bloodthirsty light in the night. Roar, followed by a deep roar came from the shadows, with a strong sense of oppression. Several huge black demons slowly walked out of the darkness. They resemble tigers in appearance, but they are dark all over. Their muscles are knotted, and their claws are sharper than blades, making them more hideous and terrifying than ordinary tigers. Sea-level monster, black-striped tiger. There are 5 in total. Along with the appearance of these black-striped tigers, there was also a burst of charming female laughter. Giggle. Laughter echoed in the silent night, which was particularly eerie. A human woman came out of the crowd of black-striped tigers. She is tall and hot, wearing revealing black leather clothes and leather pants, outlining graceful curves. Long hair shawl, face bewitching. But if you look closely, you can faintly see black tiger stripes on her skin, her pupils are beast-like vertical pupils, and her nails are sharp and slender, shining with a metallic luster. It seems that this is an A-class demon that can transform into a human. She twisted her waist and walked to Lin Yi and stood not far away, her scarlet vertical eyes looking up and down Lin Yi, like a hunter examining her prey. The eyes are full of greed and desire. The aura emanating from Lin Yi's body fascinated her. For strange demons, the flesh and blood and energy of high-level superpowers are the best supplements. The tiger man and the demon licked his red lips and said with a smile, "I didn't expect that on the way to paradise of bliss, I could meet such a good quality human being. My mother's luck is really good." She completely regarded Lin Yi as a roadside supper. Lin Yi looked at her, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. He imitated the tone of the tiger man and the demon, and said in the same playful tone, "I didn't expect that on the way to paradise of bliss, I could meet such a good quality demon. Lao Tzu's luck is really good." Tiger man and demon. Her smile instantly froze on her face. The scarlet vertical pupils narrowed slightly, flashing a hint of astonishment and annoyance. "This human brat. How dare you learn to speak from me? Doesn't he know what he's up against? A real A-class monster. Why is he so arrogant?" A cruel smile appeared on the face of the tiger man and the demon. "It's quite bold. Such a human will definitely taste excellent when he eats it later. Fear and struggle are the best seasoning." And Lin Yi looked at her, thinking in his heart, "This tiger man and monster looks good. It should be A-level and didn't run away. Kill her, and you can get an A-level demon core." This is not yet the paradise of bliss. The appetizers are delivered to the door. When you arrive at the nightclub later, you can eat a sumptuous buffet and get many demon cores. It seems that his alien energy level will soon be able to be upgraded to a plus or even S level. Thinking of this, Lin Yi's face also showed a smile. That was the excited smile of the hunter when he saw his prey. The tiger man and the demon saw that Lin Yi was still laughing, and his face completely froze. Is this human kid having a problem with his brain? It's too arrogant. She felt that her dignity as a high-level alien demon was being provoked. The tiger man and the demon stopped talking nonsense. She waved her hand violently and let out a sharp roar. "Up! Tear him apart for me!" The 5 sea-level black-striped tigers and demons beside her had long been unable to hold back, looking for death. Hearing the order, they immediately let out an earth-shattering roar, exerting force on all fours, with a violent aura, like 5 black lightning, pounced on Lin Yi from different directions. The bloody wind came to my face. Roar! Lin Yi stood in place, motionless. Facing the pounced demon, he slowly raised his head. In the shadow of the peaked cap, a pair of scarlet kaleidoscope Sharingan suddenly lit up. At the same time, Lin Yi pulled his right hand out of his pocket, palm facing up. Tai! A flame as black as ink ignited in the palm of his hand. Amaterasu's flame. Add the earth life. Kagathorn 7. Under the control of the earth life, the black flame quickly stretched, deformed, and condensed into a black flame long knife. Lin Yi held the handle of the knife. He looked at the black-striped tiger that was rushing towards him, and his eyes revealed uncontrollable excitement. It's all about the core of the demons. It's all about emotional value. The corners of his mouth curled in an exaggerated arc, revealing an extremely cruel smile, set against the scarlet kaleidoscope Sharingan and black peaked cap. At this moment, Lin Yi looks like a perverted murderous maniac. 5 B-grade black-striped tigers, with strong winds that tore through the air, pounced from 5 tricky angles. The fangs and claws reflect the cold light under the street lamps. Lin Yi stood in place, holding the black flame long knife, and under the brim of his hat, a pair of scarlet kaleidoscope Sharingan set off Lin Yi's bloodthirstiness. The corner of his mouth still had that cruel smile. At the moment when the black-striped tiger's claws were about to touch his body, his figure suddenly disappeared in place, so fast that it goes beyond the limits of visual capture. It was like a black ghost, shuttling through the battlefield. Alpha raid. Lin Yi moved. Ugh, it's too fast. Only a vague afterimage of black flames was left in the air. Lin Yi's figure had already appeared in front of the tiger man and the demon like a ghost, less than half a meter away from her. The tip of the black flame long knife pointed diagonally to the ground. The pupils of the tiger man and the demon suddenly shrank to the size of a needle. So fast. The next second, she didn't even see Lin Yi's movements clearly, and behind Lin Yi, the 5 black-striped tigers that pounced on them suddenly stopped in the air. Put, put, put. Their bodies, as if they had been cut by invisible blades, were instantly torn apart. Countless pieces of minced meat with traces of black flame burning, under the action of inertia, continued to splash forward and then sprinkled all over the ground. Blood gushed out, staining the road red, followed by kill in seconds. The 5 B-level demons were instantly dismembered without even touching the corners of Lin Yi's clothes. Dingling, dingling. 5 B-grade demon cores rolled out of the minced meat, making a crisp collision sound on the ground. The system's prompt sounds sounded in Lin Yi's mind. Lin Yi ignored it. He just calmly looked at the Tiger Man and Demon in front of him. The expression of the Tiger Man and the monster changed from astonishment to shock and finally to irrepressible excitement and greed. Ding! The host gains plus 500 emotions. Ding! The host gains plus 500 emotions. She didn't expect that a human supernatural she met on the side of the road would have such strong strength. That's great. The Tiger Man and the Demon looked at Lin Yi as if he were looking at an incomparably fat piece of fresh meat, and he wanted to swallow him alive immediately. The more powerful the superpower, the more delicious the flesh and energy are, and the greater the improvement for her. Cluck, little handsome guy, your strength makes my mother very satisfied. The Tiger Man and the Demon stretched out his scarlet tongue and licked his lips, his eyes full of desire. The stronger you are, the more flavorful it will be. Lin Yi's eyes were cold, and the black flame long knife in his hand was slightly raised, pointing directly at the Tiger Man and the Demon. Really? Then it depends on you, whether you have this ability. The two confronted each other for 3 seconds. Roar! The Tiger Man and the Demon took the lead in attacking. She let out a roar, her body instantly swelled, and the leather coat on her body was torn by the muscles of the dragon knot. Black tiger stripes covered her body, and her hands turned into sharp tiger claws, flashing with cold light. She kicked under her feet, and the ground cracked instantly. She turned into a black afterimage and rushed straight towards Lin Yi. The coercion of A-level demons broke out in full force. Lin Yi had a pair of kaleidoscope Sharingan pupils. He clearly captured the movements of the Tiger Man and the Demon. Lin Yi shouted lowly. The black flame long knife in his hand instantly changed its form, turning into a black flame giant shield, blocking in front of him. Bell! The claws of the Tiger Man and the Demon grabbed fiercely on the black flame shield, making a loud sound like a metal collision. Add the life of the earth. The powerful impact made Lin Yi take a few steps back, but the black flame giant shield did not move. The Tiger Man and the strange demon failed with one claw and immediately changed his move. Her body twisted strangely in the air, bypassing the giant shield, and the other claw grabbed Lin Yi's neck with a strong wind. Lin Yi reacted extremely quickly. The black flame giant shield liquefied instantly and then recondensed into a black flame spear. Lin Yi held the spear and stabbed it out suddenly. Put! The spear grazed the arm of the Tiger Man and the Demon, bringing up a string of blood flowers. Meantime, a small pinch of black flame stained the wound on the arm of the Tiger Man and the Demon. Tai! The black flame instantly began to burn and spread rapidly. The Tiger Man and the Demon let out a cry of pain and quickly retreated. She looked at the black flame on her arm in horror. She tried to use her own energy to extinguish it, but as soon as the energy came into contact with the black flame, it was instantly burned out. This fire cannot be extinguished. Moreover, the black flame was devouring her flesh and blood at a speed visible to the naked eye, spreading towards her shoulders. A look of determination flashed in the eyes of the Tiger Man and the Demon. She suddenly raised her other hand, and her claws fell from her hands. Put! She actually directly cut off her arm that was burned by the black flames. The broken arm fell to the ground and was quickly burned to ashes by the black flames. Where the Tiger Man and the Demon's broken arm were scrambled, the flesh and blood wriggled wildly. In just a few breaths, a brand new arm grew again. A-level demon, powerful self-healing ability. But her face turned a little pale, and it was obvious that the regenerated arm also consumed a lot of her energy. The Tiger Man and the strange demon looked at Lin Yi's eyes, and finally had a deep fear. This strange black flame is too terrifying. Can't play anymore. It must be decided quickly. The Tiger Man and the demon took a deep breath, and she decided to use her unique ability. I saw her roar. Around her body, a large number of dark shadows emerged. The black shadow is twisted and condensed. 1, 2, 3. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen tiger men and monsters who looked exactly like her appeared on the street. Moment. Each clone exudes an A-level demonic aura as powerful as the main body. They surrounded Lin Yi. Little handsome guy, I'll see how you block it this time. The voices of tiger men and demons came from all directions, and it was impossible to tell which one was the main body. More than a dozen A-level tiger men and monsters launched attacks at the same time. They pounced on Lin Yi from different directions, with violent power. Lin Yi looked around and frowned slightly. He found that these clones were all entities. Moreover, the aura of each clone is no different from the main body. It stands to reason that the abilities of the clone class can usually only inherit part of the strength of the body, but the clones of this tiger man and demon are all A-level. This made Lin Yi's pressure skyrocket instantly. Sure enough, none of the A-level monsters are simple goods. While dodging the attack, Lin Yi seized the opportunity and instantly distanced himself from these clones. He looked at the dozen tiger men and demons opposite, and the kaleidoscope Sharingan froze. Moon reading, crying with rice. The powerful pupil power was instantly released, enveloping all the tiger man and demon clones. The expected scene of collective genjutsu did not appear. The body of the dozen tiger man and demon clones only stagnated slightly for a moment. Then, as if nothing was wrong, they continued to rush towards Lin Yi. Monthly reading, no effect? However, Lin Yi was shocked. He immediately looked closely with the Sharingan. Only then did I realize that although these clones were entities, abilities, they had no brilliance in their eyes. They have no sense of self at all, and they have no spiritual soul. It's just a controlled battle puppet. Monthly reading is a spiritual illusion, and it is ineffective for goals without spiritual consciousness. And the main body of the tiger man and the demon didn't know where to hide at this time. Roar! More than a dozen tiger men and monsters had already rushed forward. Lin tiptoed a little, jumped back, and jumped directly to the top of the street lamp more than 10 meters high next to him. He stood on the street lamp, looking down at the tiger man and demon clone below with teeth and claws. Since the moon reading is ineffective, then use physical means to destroy them all. Boom! A large amount of black flames, emerging from them. The dozen or so tiger man and demon clones were devoured by the black flame before they could react. Roar! 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 Amaterasu, Amateras! A shrill scream sounded. Although they were unconscious, the pain of their bodies being burned still made them wail instinctively. This time, they were all wrapped in black flames. The trick of surviving with a broken arm is useless. A few breaths of time. The dozen or so tiger man and demon clones below were burned clean by the flames of Amaterasu, leaving no ashes. On the streets, only the blazing black flames remained. Lin Yi used the earth life to extinguish the black flame. Silence returned to the surroundings again. Human, you have some skills. At this time, an irritated voice came from the darkness not far away. My mother won't play with you today. The next time we meet, my mother will have to eat you. The main body of the tiger man and the demon has been hiding in the dark to observe. Seeing that Lin Yi's black flame was so terrifying, she instantly killed all her clones, and she knew that she had kicked the iron plate today. She did not dare to stay any longer and prepared to flee. Lin Yi instantly sensed her location. Want to run? Lin Yi snorted coldly. He stretched out his right hand. A cloud of black flame quickly condensed and turned into a black longbow. Lin Yi pulled the string with his left hand, and a black flame arrow was instantly formed. Aim, fire. Wow! The black flame arrows cut through the night sky, with an aura of destruction, shooting into the darkness where the tiger man and the demon were hiding. Boom! Where the black flame arrow hit, a violent explosion occurred, and a large crater was blown out of the ground, and black flames splashed everywhere. But there are no tigers and demons there. She ran away. There was a loud noise. Lin Yi fell to the ground, looking at the big pit. His eyes were a little gloomy. He regretted it a little. I was still careless. You should use Tsukiyomi to control her as soon as you meet, and then kill her. I originally wanted to save some strange energy, so I honed my combat skills by the way and increased the upper limit of the special energy in my body. It turned out to be a mess. The abilities of A-level strange demons are indeed very strange. If you are not careful, let her run away. The A-level demon core in hand flew away. It seems that when encountering high-level demons in the future, you must go all out, and when you come up, you will enlarge the move. The lion fights the rabbit with all his might. You can't pick up sesame seeds anymore and lose watermelon. Ding! The host gains plus 4,000 emotions. This is the last emotional value contributed by the tiger man and the demon before escaping. Lin Yi shook his head and put the 5 B-level demon cores on the ground into the system space. Although they ran big, these small ones are better than nothing. At this moment, a hurried siren sounded from a distance. The people of the demon exterminator are here. Lin Yi raised his hand and lowered the brim of the peaked hat, covering most of his face. He took one last look at the messy battlefield, then jumped onto the roof of the building next to him. His figure quickly shuttled between the rooftops, galloping in the direction of pure heaven. Tonight's buffet has just begun. South City, 9th District, Central Area. It is in stark contrast to the desolation of other places in Nanchang. The lights are brilliant and the neon lights are flashing. On both sides of the street, various shops are open normally. Bars, KTVs, restaurants, luxury stores, the whole 9 yards. There are even many pedestrians on the street, in 2s and 3s, talking and laughing. It seems that this place has not been affected by strange demons, and it is still the bustling city. Lin Yi wore a black peaked hat with the brim pressed very low to cover most of his face. He walked on the sidewalk wearing simple white short sleeves and shorts, with his hands in his pockets. His ink-like eyes calmly observed everything around him. He can sense it clearly. Everyone on the street exudes strong or weak energy fluctuations in their bodies. These people are all superpowers. Even the owners and waiters in those shops are superpowers. It seems that this place is an area exclusive to people with special abilities. It is their paradise for pleasure in this world infested with strange demons. Lin Yi's goal is the Paradise of Bliss nightclub that Baiju sends positioning. But Baiju only sent a general location, and he had to find the specific location himself. He was not familiar with this place, so he could only walk and look for it. On the side of the road ahead, there was a red roadster. There was a woman sitting in the sports car. She wears a double ponytail and looks very young and cute. Wearing a crop top with bear patterns, the slender waist is exposed, and the turbulent waves bring the bear pattern to life. The lower body is a pair of ultra-short hot pants, a pair of white and slender thighs, dizzy under the street lamp. At this moment, the whole person looks sexy, but also has a pure cuteness. At this time, she was holding her mobile phone, as if she was was broadcasting live. Her voice was greasy to the point of being greasy. Thank you for the plane sent by my brother One Night Shichijiro. Oh no. Wow. Thank you for the super rocket sent by Big Brother Bang. I love you. As the woman spoke, she threw a charming wink at the camera, her movements skillful and natural. The barrage in the live broadcast room exploded instantly. Charm, my charm, you're finally on the air. Ah, Nini is dressed up too much today. I'm gone. Wife, look at me. In order to brush you rockets, I can't afford to eat instant noodles this month. Charming wink, the lethality is too great. I will directly disarm and surrender. Brother upstairs, pay attention to your body. The woman looked at the rapidly scrolling barrage and constantly refreshing gifs on the screen, and an imperceptible sneer curled up at the corner of her mouth. Her name is Humimi. He is a supernatural person who makes money from live broadcasting. Her heart was full of contempt for these men who were frantically tipping in the live broadcast room. You stinky men only deserve to be firmly squeezed in the palm of your hand by me, Humimi, until you have drained every last bit of value. Humimi's live broadcast content is very simple. It is driving a luxury car and randomly accosting men passing by on the street. What she likes to see most is the ugliness of men who are seduced by her, show longing expressions, and then be ruthlessly rejected by her. This is the biggest attraction of her live broadcast room, and her biggest reliance is her ability. A spiritual ability that can charm the mind. With her pure and sexy skin, it is simply invincible. No man can resist her charm. Thank you brothers for the gift. I love you. Humimi once again compared her heart to the camera. Her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Lin Yi not far away, who was walking towards this side. Although Lin Yi was wearing a peaked hat, he covered most of his face. But just by the well-defined jaw and the tall nose bridge, you can judge that this is an absolute handsome guy. And he is more than 1.8 meters tall and has a tall posture. Although she dressed casually, the indifference and faint melancholy temperament exuded by her body had a fatal attraction to women. At this moment, Humimi's eyes lit up instantly. This is absolutely superb. It must be more flavorful than all the men she has talked to before. She quickly adjusted the angle of her mobile phone camera and aimed the camera at Lin Yi, who was walking over. She lowered her voice, with a bit of playfulness and excitement, and said to the audience in the live broadcast room, brothers, pay attention. The next goal, I found it. The barrage in the live broadcast room boiled again. Damn, this buddy has a great temperament. Although I can't see his face clearly, he must be a handsome man. Charm, hurry up. Take him down. Let him fall under your long legs. This guy looks a little cold, not very easy to handle. Cut, no matter how cold it is, so what? In front of the charm, don't you have to obediently incarnate as a licking dog? That's right, charm, you choose a difficult one, this kind of handsome guy. It's a good strategy at first glance. Humimi looked at these barrages and smiled confidently. She tidied up her hair, showed a sweet smile, and said to the camera, brothers, next is the familiar quiz session. Guess how long will it take for Mei to get this little brother on the car willingly? If you guess 10 times in a row, you can add Mimi's private microchat. Speaking of this, Humimi deliberately paused, showing a meaningful and slightly ambiguous smile. You can have in-depth communication with Mimi. She deliberately emphasized the tone of the 4 words, in-depth exchange. At this time, the men in the live broadcast room went completely crazy. The heart was pounding, the barrage was flying, and the gifts were smashed out like money. Damn, in-depth exchange? I'm fine. I can't bear it. You are so good at charming. I guess a minute. The charm is out of the horse, and the hand is captured. I guess 30 seconds. No, 10 seconds. The moment he sees the charm, he will fall. Humimi is very satisfied with the current atmosphere in the live broadcast room. She secured her phone to the bracket of the sports car, ensuring that the camera could capture her and Lin Yi at the same time. Boom! She stepped on the accelerator, and the engine let out a low roar. The red roadster slowly started and drove in the direction of Lin Yi. Lin Yi naturally noticed the approaching sports car, and the coolly dressed woman in the car. But he didn't even lift his eyelids. He had only one thing on his mind now. Go to Paradise of Elysium, hunt demons, and collect cores and mood points. As for the rest, he was not interested. He did not squint and continued to walk forward at his own pace. Humimi controlled the speed of the car very slowly, just driving side by side with Lin Yi. She turned her head sideways, with a carefully prepared smile on her face that best showed her charm. She was just about to talk to her. Handsome. The word handsome has just been spoken. Lin Yi's figure had already crossed her sports car. I didn't even look back. The footsteps did not stop. I didn't even look at her. Just like that, he walked straight over. Humimi. The smile on her face froze. The mouth still maintains the mouth shape of the word just said. She suspected she was mistaken. You know, even if she doesn't use her ability, her face and figure alone will have a 100% return rate. When a man sees her, which one is not straight in his eyes and can't walk? As a result, this person didn't even look at it? What's going on? Just leave? Ignored? Humimi's self-confidence has suffered an unprecedented blow. This man is a bit interesting. In the live broadcast room, after a short period of silence, the barrage exploded instantly. Humimi. Ha 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 ha. The charm overturned. The first time I saw the charm deflated, I laughed to death. That buddy didn't even look at you. It's too pretending. What's going on with this person? With such a big beauty next to Mimi, he was actually indifferent? I think this person is probably incompetent, right? Either it's a non-tung. Otherwise, how could it be impossible to turn a blind eye to the charm? Yes, it must be non-tung. It's a pity for such a good skin. Humimi looked at Lin Yi's back as he drifted away through the rearview mirror. She quickly adjusted her expression and showed a slightly aggrieved but very determined look to the camera. Brothers, don't guess. This person came here so late, he must also come to enjoy the nightlife. Maybe he just didn't notice the charm. Humimi bit her lip and a touch of conquest flashed in her eyes. Mimi is not a person who gives up easily. Let's go, let's follow. Mimi must take him down today. After saying that, Humimi slammed the steering wheel. The tires rubbed against the ground, making a screeching sound. The sports car completed a handsome drift U-turn in place. Then, she stepped on the accelerator and chased in the direction Lin Yi left. Lin Yi walked in front. The steps are neither fast nor slow, and the speed is always maintained. Behind, the red sports car also slowly followed. Humimi sat in the car, far behind Lin Yi. She didn't come forward to talk again. This man completely aroused her curiosity. She wanted to see where this man who regarded herself as nothing was going to play. Can he not even look at himself? Lin Yi's attention was all on finding the paradise of bliss. He looked left and right, his eyes sweeping over the flashing neon signs. Soon, he came to a crossroads. He stood in the middle of the intersection and stopped. He then looked at the road on the left. At the end of the road, a huge building stands. The lights of various colors intertwined and flickered, rendering the building like a dream castle. It's a bit far away, and you can't see the sign clearly. In Lin Yi's eyes, a scarlet light flashed. Mangekyō Sharingan, open. In an instant, his gaze was pulled closer countless times. The scenery in the distance was clearly presented in front of his eyes. He clearly saw the bright big characters above the door of the building. Paradise of bliss. People came and went at the door, and it was very lively. Got it. Lin Yi looked at the building, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. His eyes revealed an uncontrollable excitement. The buffet is about to open. The kaleidoscope Sharingan disappeared, and his eyes returned to ink. He took a step towards the direction of paradise of bliss. At the same time, he silently recited in his heart, "System, give me an A-level energy recovery potion." Ding! A-level supernatural energy recovery potion. Introduction. It can instantly restore all the energy of A-level and below superpowers, and slightly increase the upper limit of special energy and physical strength. Note, this effect is ineffective after multiple uses, clearing the fatigue of the whole body. Price, 10,000 emotional value. May I ask if the host confirms the purchase of A-level energy recovery potion X1? 10,000 emotional value? Lin Yi raised his eyebrows. I didn't expect the price of A-level potions to be so much higher than B-grade. The B-level is only 3,000, and the A-level has more than tripled. However, it doesn't matter. After a while, there will be a lot of emotional value in the account. This investment is necessary. Confirm. Ding. The host successfully purchases A-level exotic energy recovery potion X1. The item has been saved into the system space. Props, Lin Shia Wan's corpse, photo with Shia Wan X1, with Earth White Mask set, B-level Demon Core X5, A-level exotic energy potion X1. Sentiment value, 80388. Lin Yi looked at the A-level special energy potion in the props column. Preparation, done. Lin Yi looked at the paradise of bliss in front of him, and the excitement in his eyes could no longer be hidden. He moved slightly under his feet. Lin Yi opened the system panel. Name, Lin Yi. Ability, Mangekyō Sharingan, S. Ability, Tsukiyomi, Amaterasu, Jiatume, Susano no. The whole person disappeared in place in an instant. Strange energy, A. Rear. Note, due to the host's low energy, some abilities cannot be used, or the use effect is reduced. Please test the host by yourself. Humimi was driving slowly. She had already seen the direction Lin Yi was looking in just now. Paradise? Humimi's brows furrowed slightly. Ugh, this place she has been to. It is the top gold cave in the 9th district, and one of the most dangerous places. There are mixed fish and dragons, not only those with special abilities, but also many strange demons mixed in it. There, humans and demons can still coexist peacefully for a short time, because they are all going to play and find excitement. Even she, an A-level superpower, didn't dare to go in alone. The only time I went was with a friend. This man, what is going there alone? In the live broadcast room, the barrage is still rolling wildly. Charm, keep up, don't let him run. The direction this buddy is going seems to be paradise of bliss. Damn, it's truly a paradise. That place is not a good place. Mimi, listen to my brother's advice, don't go. The water in there is too deep for you to grasp. There are not only ordinary people in the live broadcast room, but also many people with special abilities. They knew what the paradise of paradise was, and they dissuaded Humimi. But Humimi's curiosity has been completely ignited. This man is so strange. He didn't look like he was going to have fun at all. all. His indifference and alienation temperament is incompatible with the drunken gold fans of Bliss Paradise. He goes there, more like, going to pick up food? In Mimi's mind, such an absurd idea suddenly popped up. She was amused by her thoughts. How can it be? Although she was a little scared, she decided to follow. Her intuition told her that if she didn't go today, she might miss a big show. Her intuition has always been very accurate. At the door of Paradise of Bliss, Lin Yi's figure appeared again. Looking at it from a distance with the kaleidoscope Sharingan eye is completely different from standing here up close. The buildings in front of him are magnificent and resplendent. It's not so much a nightclub as a super high-end club. The huge crystal chandelier illuminates the door as bright as day. The floor is covered with an expensive red carpet that stretches all the way to the interior. Almost all men and women who come and go wear formal clothes, men's suits and leather shoes, and women's all kinds of gorgeous evening dresses. Lin Yi was dressed in simple white short sleeves and shorts. Standing here, he looked out of place. It's like an ugly duckling mixed into a flock of swans. People passing by around him looked at him with strange eyes. Lin Yi didn't care about this. He observed the doorway. There are no security guards and no doormen. It seems that anyone can come in and out at will. However, the more this is the case, the more Lin Yi feels that this place is not simple. There is no threshold, which often means that the threshold is extremely high. If ordinary people mistakenly enter here, I am afraid they don't even know how to die. However, the more dangerous it is, the greater the reward. Lin Yi lowered the brim of his hat, put his hands in his pockets, and walked in without looking back. He had just gone in. Mimi's red sports car stopped at the door. She got out of the car and looked up at the sign of Paradise of Bliss. She had been here with friends once last time. I really experienced the ultimate pleasure. But her friends also told her, when you're alone, don't come here. Here, it's dangerous. Mimi shook her head. It's all here. Now that she regrets it, it is not her Mimi's style. She took a deep breath and mustered up her courage. Stepping on those long legs, he also walked in. She also did not forget to adjust the angle of her mobile phone to ensure that the audience in the live broadcast room could see the environment. Under the street lamp not far from the door of Paradise of Bliss, in the shadows, there is a woman standing. She is dressed stylishly, has a hot body, and is full of the charm of a mature woman. She held a slender lady's cigarette in her hand and took a puff from time to time. The red lips opened lightly and exhaled the smoke. If Lin Yi was here, he would definitely recognize her. Meanwhile, this woman was the A-class tiger man and demon I met on the road before. Although at this time, she did not have any traces of strange demons on her body, and she was completely human, but the appearance has not changed much. Hiss whoosh. She looked at the door of the Paradise of Bliss and exhaled a puff of smoke again. This human cigarette, I have to say, is indeed a good thing, she muttered to herself. She then took out a mobile phone from her bag and dialed a number. The call was quickly connected. Her voice instantly became charming, and her tone was a little coquettish. Boss, here, there's a little bad guy inside the Paradise of Bliss. As soon as Lin Yi walked in, he immediately felt a completely different atmosphere from the outside world. Under the luxurious crystal chandelier, the light is dim and ambiguous. The air is filled with expensive perfumes, alcohol, and some indescribable sweetness. It is huge, like a huge labyrinth. As soon as you enter the door, there is a spacious hall. The decoration style is extremely luxurious, and gold decorations can be seen everywhere. Several eyes fell on Lin Yi almost at the same time. With curiosity, exploration, and even undisguised desire. Lin Yi's outfit is too incongruous here. Dressed in casual clothes and wearing a peaked hat, he looks like a college student who mistakenly entered a high-end dinner party. But he didn't care about these eyes. His attention is all about sensing the energy fluctuations around him. People here generally have high levels of aberration. In his perception, the weakest person here, the special energy level has also reached level C. Lin Yi recalled the official ability research report. A person's energy level is usually up to half a level higher than their own ability level. For example, A-level abilities usually have a maximum energy level of A+. If you want to improve further, it is as difficult as ascending to the sky. But if you can break the limit, the ability will evolve, the level will increase, the potential will be raised again, and the combat power will skyrocket. Therefore, the lowest level of human energy here is C, which means that they are at least C-level superpowers. This density far exceeds the outside world. What made Lin Yi even more interested was that he felt a large amount of cold alien energy, and there are quite a few of them. But at a glance, they were all humans, and these strange demons had strong skills and camouflage skills to hide their aura. If it weren't for the passivity brought by his kaleidoscope Sharingan, it would have been difficult for him to see who the monsters were. He also saw some human males hugging strange demons disguised as human women, making out and joking in the corner. Humans and demons actually coexisted harmoniously here. What an interesting place. Strange demons. Lin Yi looked at all this with interest. Here, as expected, ordinary people can come. No wonder Baiju likes to come here. Looking for excitement, this is truly the perfect place. But for Lin Yi, this is an excellent hunting ground. Lin Yi ignored those unscrupulous gazes. He lowered the brim of his hat and went straight to the depths of the hall. At the same time, he sent a message to Baiju. "I'm here." The message was just sent out for more than 10 seconds. In the depths of the hall, an extremely sassy figure appeared, a signature white hair that stands out in the dim light. She wore a fancy shirt with a low neckline to reveal her delicate collarbone. He saw Lin Yi, who was out of place in the crowd, at a glance. His eyes lit up, and he immediately waved his hand excitedly and trotted over. "Brother Lin, you're finally here." Baiju ran to Lin Yi, his face full of smiles. He raised his eyebrows, and his tone was a bit mysterious and proud. "I left you a top-notch one. It is precisely the white absolute. Just wait for you to enjoy it." As he said, he stretched out his hand very familiarly and hugged Lin Yi's shoulder, looking very enthusiastic. "Let's go. I'll take you inside." Lin Yi's brows furrowed inexplicably. He doesn't like physical contact with people, especially unfamiliar people. He calmly leaned down, and at the same time reached out and pushed away Baiju's hand on his shoulder. The movements are natural. Then, he walked forward on his own, his voice cold. "Lead the way." Baiju was stunned for a moment. He touched his hair, a little embarrassed, but quickly regained his smile. "All right, Brother Lin, please." Baiju walked a few steps quickly and ran to Lin Yi to lead the way. Along the way, more and more people noticed Lin Yi. This man, who is obviously dressed and does not have a painting style in Paradise of Bliss, has aroused the interest of many people, especially some daring women. There are humans and strange demons. They twisted their waists and tried to strike up a conversation. The men who can come here are either rich or expensive or powerful. Although Lin Yi was dressed ordinary, the temperament of not approaching strangers aroused their desire to conquer even more. However, as soon as they approached, they were glared back by Baiju. The coercion of the S-class superpowers, although it only leaked a little bit, was enough to make these women feel chilled and dare not approach anymore. Lin Yi looked at Baiju's actions and said lightly, "Your status here is quite high." When Baiju heard Lin Yi take the initiative to talk to him, he immediately came to his senses. He raised his chin proudly. "Of course, I'm an S-class superpower, and I'm a guest wherever I go. What's more, I am still a frequent visitor here, a noble VIP in P." He patted his chest. "Whether it is in terms of strength or consumption level, Baiju is ranked first here." Lin Yi looked at his triumphant look, shook his head, and didn't speak again. He just came to eat and was not interested in these. The two walked through the hall and into the corridor in the depths. At this moment, Lin Yi's eyes suddenly froze. He stopped. His eyes fell on the door of an elevator in the distance. On the elevator door, there was a sign: "Idlers are exempt from entering, and the consequences are at their own risk." At the door of the elevator, a familiar figure stood. A middle-aged man with a Chinese face and a resolute face. The captain of the first squad of the Demon Eradication Division, Li Kai. How could he be here? At this time, Li Kai did not wear the uniform of the Demon Exterminator, but changed into a straight suit. A man in a waiter's vest was respectfully leading him into the elevator. Li Kai also seemed to be aware of Lin Yi's gaze. At the moment when the elevator door was about to close, he turned his head. The eyes of the two met briefly. The elevator door closed, cutting off the view. Lin Yi withdrew his gaze. The squad leader of the Demon Exterminator actually appeared alone in such a place. And it's also a confidential area to go to. It doesn't seem like they're here to carry out a mission. Interesting. Ding. However, it has nothing to do with him. Lin Yi shook his head and left Li Kai's affairs behind. Today's buffet, he has decided. No one can stop it. In the slowly rising elevator, Li Kai frowned and fell into deep thought. The person just now, the young man wearing a peaked hat. Why does it give him a very familiar feeling? That feeling is very strange, as if I have seen it, but it is very strange. Meanwhile, he was sure that he had never seen this person in his memory. Strange, Li Kai muttered to himself. Ding! The elevator reached the top floor. The elevator door opened slowly. The waiter in front bent down and made a respectful please gesture. Distinguished guest, here, please. Li Kai took a deep breath and suppressed the doubts in his mind. Tonight, he has more important things to do. He tidied up his suit, took a step, and walked out of the elevator. The other side. Baiju took Lin Yi to the other side of the corridor. There are several huge metal doors with excellent soundproofing. Baiju walked to one of the doors and pushed it open suddenly. Boom! The deafening dynamic music instantly hit the face. Colorful lights flicker wildly, stimulating people's eyes. On the huge dance floor, countless men and women are twisting their bodies like crazy. Compared with the hall outside, it is more presumptuous and crazy. Everyone wears clothes that best show off their figure. The women's clothes are extremely sexy and hot, and the long legs of white flowers sway in the light. The air is filled with hormonal scents. Lin Yi frowned. Whether it was in his previous life or in this life, it was the first time he had come to this kind of place. It's too noisy. He is not used to it. He still likes to be clean. Baiju seemed to see Lin Yi's discomfort, but he misunderstood. He thought Lin Yi was dissatisfied with the environment here. Brother Lin, don't worry, the good show is still to come. Baiju took Lin Yi and continued to walk inside. When the people on the dance floor saw Baiju, they all subconsciously unconsciously gave way. But there were still some women who were drunk and leaned up, trying to stick to Lin Yi and Baiju. "Handsome guy, let's dance together. Come on, don't be shy." Baiju pushed them away impatiently. "Go, go, get out of here. Don't get in the way." Those women seemed to be very afraid of Baiju, and after being pushed away, although they were a little dissatisfied, they just snorted coquettishly and left sensibly. Baiju turned around and said to Lin Yi, "Brother Lin, don't worry about these vulgar fans, they are not worthy of you." He squeezed his eyes and lowered his voice. "The best I left you will never disappoint you. I guarantee your satisfaction." Paradise of Bliss Hall. Humimi held her mobile phone and followed incautiously. Although she is also an A-level superpower, she still instinctively feels nervous in this kind of mixed place where there are even strange demons. She tried to make her expression look as natural as possible, and the camera swept around the luxurious surroundings around her. "Babies, we're in. This is paradise." The barrage in the live broadcast room exploded instantly. "Damn, this place is too luxurious, right? How much is the chandelier worth? This decoration style is resplendent, and I feel that my eyes are going to be blinded. Mimi, do you see those people on the sofa? It feels like the aura is very strong." "Nonsense, it's still so lively in the middle of the night, and looking at this pomp, it seems to be a place where only people with special abilities can enter." Envy and crying. The supernatural person is really cool. Drunk gold fan. "Upstairs, don't be sour. We ordinary people just need to take a look. Let's go back to be cattle and horses honestly." Woo-woo, the reality is too cruel. Humimi didn't have the heart to watch the barrage at all. Her eyes searched quickly in the hall. "What about the man wearing the peaked hat? I just saw him come in." Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of a familiar figure in her peripheral vision. "Got it." The man, following a white-haired man, walked towards the corridor deep in the hall. The white hair is still a little familiar. Humimi's eyes lit up, and she immediately wanted to follow. At this moment, a figure stood in front of her. It was a man in a tuxedo, his hair shiny and well-dressed. The man had a self-righteous smile on his face and bowed slightly to Humimi. "Hello, beautiful young lady. Are you lucky enough to know you?" Saying that, he actually stretched out his hand, wanting to take Humimi's hand and give a Western-style kiss. Humimi's scalp went numb for a while. Embarrassing cancer is about to be committed. What age is it? And there are still people playing this set. What kind of Western devils do Orientals pretend to be? She quickly took a step back and avoided the other person's hand. "I'm sorry, sir, I have something to do now." Humimi politely rejected him and was about to go around sideways. The man seemed a little surprised, not expecting that he would be rejected, but he quickly regained his smile and wanted to say something. Humimi had no time to pay attention to him. She saw Lin Yi and the white-haired man almost disappearing at the end of the corridor. She felt anxious, her steps quickened, and she hurriedly chased after her. Because she was too anxious, she didn't pay attention to the road and bumped into a person head-on. The man was like an iron plate, hitting Humimi's shoulder painfully. I'm sorry. Humimi quickly apologized, didn't raise her head, and was about to continue to move forward. "Stop." A low and cold voice came. Humimi stopped. Bang! A hand rested on her shoulder. The temperature from that hand was terrifyingly cold. "Miss, if you hit me and run away just by apologizing, isn't it a bit too perfunctory?" Humimi chuckled in her heart. She turned around and looked up at the man in front of her. The man was very tall, half a head taller than her. He was dressed in a black casual suit with a handsome face, but his face was unusually pale. He was looking at Humimi condescendingly, with a playful smile on his lips. Humimi hurriedly distanced herself a little, and a smile appeared on her face. "Sir, I'm really sorry. I was in a hurry just now." The audience in the live broadcast room saw this scene through the camera. The barrage immediately began to fight. "What kind of thing? Mimi just accidentally bumped into it. Isn't it enough to apologize? Who is this man? So dragged?" Hee. At first glance, I saw that the charm was good-looking, and I just deliberately found fault with her. "That's right. Maybe he just got hit, and he designed it on purpose. Routines, all routines." Mimi ignores him. This kind of man is no different from those popular men before. That is, if you pay attention to him, his goal will be achieved. "Go quickly, don't delay us to see that peaked hat handsome guy." If possible, of course Humimi wants to leave, but now, she can't go. Her expression was a little nervous, and a layer of fine cold sweat even appeared on her forehead. Humimi's ability is spiritual, and her perception is extremely keen. She already saw it. The man in front of him is not human. He is a strange demon. Moreover, it is a very powerful demon. That cold and tyrannical aura, although he deliberately restrained it, still made Humimi feel frightened. A-level. This strange demon, at least A-level. Humimi's heart beat wildly. Meet the A-class strange demon handsome guy. What should I do? Have a love between humans and demons from ancient times to the present? Love a hammer. If you fall in love with it, you may fall in love with it. She didn't expect that as soon as she came in, she would get into trouble with such a terrible guy. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. What does the gentleman think? What is not perfunctory? Humimi's voice trembled with an imperceptible tremor. The man laughed. His smile was beautiful, but it made Humimi creepy. He stretched out his finger and gently lifted Hu Mimi's chin. It's simple. Have a glass of wine with me. Forget about it. He specifically emphasized. Don't worry, just have a little wine. I won't do anything to you. Of course, Hu Mimi couldn't believe his nonsense. Drink with him? What is the difference between that and a sheep entering a tiger's mouth? But, can she refuse? This is a paradise of bliss, a place for demons and superpowers to have fun. If she fights with an A-class demon here, the consequences will be unimaginable. Maybe, as soon as she made a move, she would be torn apart by the other demons here. She had no choice. I can only stabilize him first. Hu Mimi forced herself to show a charming smile. She gently pushed away the man's hand and said, "Okay, it's my honor to drink with a handsome guy like you. As for the man, I can only talk about it later. It's important to save your life first." When the audience in the live broadcast room saw this scene, they immediately wailed, "Mimi, why did you agree to him?" "No, my charm. How can you succumb to the forces of evil?" "Mimi, are you planning to change your target? Although this man is also handsome, he looks dangerous." It's over, the house collapsed. However, there are also some viewers who know about Paradise and guess Hu Mimi's current situation. Don't be weird, she may be in trouble. In a place like Paradise, the water is very deep. What can she do as a girl? I persuaded Mimi not to come here before, but now it's okay, I'm in trouble. I hope Mimi can be safe. She can only ask for more blessings now. The other side. Lin Yi, followed by Ju, walked through the noisy dance floor and came to the innermost part. The corridors here are covered with thick carpets, blocking out most of the music outside. Ju took Lin Yi through the corridors and finally stopped in front of a huge door. The door looks very heavy and has intricate patterns carved on it. Ju stepped forward, tidied up his flower shirt, and then slowly pushed open the door. Squeak! Behind the door, there is an extremely spacious and luxurious box. The lighting in the box was soft, and the air was filled with a nice incense. And at the door, there were 2 rows of young girls dressed in black and white maid outfits. When they saw Ju coming in, they immediately bent down in unison and shouted respectfully, "Welcome to Bai Xiao." The voice is soft and sweet. Ju obviously enjoyed this treatment. The door opened. He raised his eyebrows proudly at Lin Yi and then swaggered in. "Brother Lin, please come in." Lin was expressionless and followed in. The door behind him slowly closed. Isolate all the hustle and flow outside. In the box, the decoration is extremely luxurious. The huge crystal chandelier emits a soft glow, and the smell of expensive incense fills the air. Lin Yi looked around. These maids turned out to be humans, none of whom were strange demons. This was a bit unexpected for him. Ju pulled Lin Yi and sat down on a wide and soft leather sofa. In front of him is a heavy mahogany table filled with exquisite desserts, expensive fruits, and a variety of famous wines. Ju picked up a bottle of strangely shaped foreign wine with no label on the bottle. He poured a glass for Lin Yi and filled it up for himself. "Brother Lin, come on, come on." Ju greeted warmly. "This wine is the signature special supply of pure heaven. You can't drink it if you have money outside, you can taste it." Lin Yi picked up the wine glass and shook it gently. The scarlet wine reflects a shimmering color in the light, but he didn't drink it. His purpose is not to drink. Lin Yi put down his wine glass, looked at Ju calmly, and asked, "Didn't you say, what is the best?" Ju picked up the wine glass, drank it all in one gulp, and sighed with satisfaction. "Brother Lin, don't worry." He wiped the wine stains from the corners of his mouth and said with a smile, "The show has just begun, and the best is coming soon." Saying that, Ju clapped his hands. "Come on, wait." Immediately, 2 girls in maid costumes came over, one left and one right, ready to sit down next to Ju. Ju waved his hand and directly hugged the 2 girls into his arms. He closed his eyes and enjoyed the maid's gentle massage with an intoxicated face. 2 more maids walked towards Lin Yi. There was curiosity and a hint of restraint in their eyes, and it was obviously the first time they had seen Lin Yi's new face. "Sir, do you need us to serve you?" one of the girls asked softly. Lin Yi waved his hand and refused. He has no interest in humans. He only wanted the strange demon now. The 2 maids looked at each other with some embarrassment, and then stepped aside. Lin Yi leaned on the sofa, closed his eyes and waited quietly for the arrival of his prey. Ju enjoyed it for a while, opened his eyes and saw Lin Yi's appearance, and couldn't help but smile. "Brother Lin, come out to play, don't be so restrained, relax." Time passed minute by minute. Dong dong dong. The door of the box was knocked. Ju's eyes lit up, and he immediately sat up straight. He pushed away the maid in his arms, tidied up his clothes, looked at Lin Yi, and winked and said, "Brother Lin, pay attention. Best, come on, come in." Lin Yi did not respond. Ju shouted. The heavy door was slowly pushed open. 2 women walked in. Lin Yi opened his eyes and looked at the door. The appearance of these 2 women is indeed the best, and they are not inferior to those top stars. One was wearing a short black skirt, with slender legs wrapped in black silk, bold and charming eyes, a hot figure, and full of temptation. The other is wearing a white dress and small white socks on her feet, with a pure and lovely temperament, like a little girl next door. Black and white double evil, different styles, but equally eye-catching. After the 2 women came in, when they saw Ju, they immediately saluted respectfully. "Bai Xiao." Ju Baiju saw them but was stunned for a moment. He pointed to the woman in white stockings and asked the woman in black silk suspiciously, "I think I only called her today, right? Why are you here too?" Before the white stocking woman could speak, the black silk woman took the lead and said with a coquettish smile, "Bai Xiao, this is specially arranged by our boss, saying that it is a benefit for you, buy one get one free." When Baiju heard this, he suddenly became excited. "Damn, and this good thing? That's a good relationship. Thank you for me, boss." He waved his hand, pointed at Lin Yi, and said to the two women, "Today you are not serving me, but this one." The two women looked at Baiju's gaze. Lin Yi was also looking at them. Finally here, Lin Yi sensed that these two women were both strange demons. Moreover, they are all A grade. Not bad. Just use them as an appetizer. Baiju continued to introduce. "This is my brother. You can call him Lin Xiao." The two women nodded, then took cat steps and slowly walked to Lin Yi. Lin Xiao. Their voices are enchanting, sweet. Lin Yi looked at the two prey in front of him, and an excited smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This smile seemed a little perverted to the two female demons, like a hunter seeing his favorite prey. The two female demons looked at each other quietly, and a trace of imperceptible color flashed in their eyes. But they still had professional smiles on their faces, one left and one right, and sat directly on either side of Lin Yi. The black silk female demon is very active. She directly held Lin Yi's hand, put it on her thigh wrapped in black silk, and let Lin Yi play with it. The white sock female demon looked a little shy, just leaning gently on Lin Yi's shoulder. Lin Yi is not pretentious. He directly stretched out his hands, one by one, and took them into his arms. The two big hands also began to become dishonest and roamed around them. This is the first time Lin Yi has had this experience. Although he had also been in contact with women in his previous life, it was the first time he had encountered a top-notch beauty like this. Although both women are strange demons, Lin Yi pinched their waists. The feel of the strange demon seems to be better, more delicate, and more elastic than that of humans. Lin Yi felt as if he had discovered a new continent. Baiju watched Lin Yi hug left and right, showing a smile that men understood. "Brother Lin, how do you feel?" Baiju asked. Lin Yi enjoyed the service of the two female demons, and his body gradually relaxed. "Not bad, but..." At this moment, Baiju's mobile phone rang a message prompt tone. Ding dong. Baiju took out his mobile phone and glanced at it, his brows furrowed slightly. It seems that something important. He put away his phone, looked at Lin Yi, and said, "Brother Lin, you play first. I have something to do. Go out and deal with it, and I'll be back soon." Lin nodded a little and didn't ask any more. He said lightly. Baiju stood up, and before leaving, he did not forget to tell the two female demons, "You two, serve my brother well, you can't neglect it." The black silk female demon smiled coquettishly. "Bai Xiao, don't worry." The white sock female demon also echoed, "We promise to let Lin Xiao experience the feeling of being like a god." Baiju nodded in satisfaction, and then walked out of the box without looking back. The door was closed, isolating the hustle and flow of the outside world. In the box, only Lin Yi and two female demons were left. The atmosphere instantly became a little subtle. When the black silk female demon saw that Baiju was gone, she became bolder. Her whole body was almost attached to Lin Yi. After playing for a while, she stretched out her hands and held Lin Yi's face so that he could look at her. "Lin Xiao, let me tell you a secret." Her voice was full of charm. Lin Yi raised his eyebrows. "Oh, what secret?" A hint of joke flashed in the eyes of the black silk female demon. She leaned into Lin Yi's ear and exhaled like an orchid. "Actually, we are strange demons." After saying that, her pupils turned into beastly vertical pupils, full of wild and tyrannical flavors. She was expecting Lin Yi to show a surprised or fearful expression. However, Lin Yi's reaction was beyond her expectations. He was very calm. Lin Yi looked into her eyes and said, the two women thought at this time that they would definitely not be weak in terms of being able to call someone like Baiju brothers. It is normal to be able to see that they are strange demons. Lin Yi pushed them away a little and sat up straight. "I'll tell you a secret too." The White Sox female demon blinked her eyes and asked softly, "Is Lin Xiao also a strange demon?" Lin Yi smiled mysteriously. "I know. You look me in the eye." The two female demons looked at each other, a little unclear, but they still looked into Lin Yi's eyes obediently. The moment their eyes met, Lin Yi's eyes suddenly changed color. A scarlet background emerged, and two eerie black windmill patterns slowly rotated in the pupils. The pupils of the two female demons shrank suddenly. Before they could react, a cold voice sounded in their ears. "Monthly reading, crying with rice." Baiju walked out of the box, walked through the noisy dance floor, came to the hall, and walked quickly in one direction. He took out his phone and looked at the message on it. "Silly ex-cousin, kiss cousin, come to the rescue." This is followed by the positioning of a specific room inside the paradise of bliss. Baiju rolled his eyes helplessly. Why did this stupid cousin X come here? He put his phone in his pocket and quickened his pace. Although he scolded carelessly, after all, he was his cousin, so he couldn't ignore it. Passing through the hall, Baiju came to the door of a private room. As soon as he arrived at the door, he heard a frightened female voice coming from the room. "No, no!" Baiju's eyes were awe-inspiring. He kicked the door open. In the room, Humimi was being pressed on on the sofa by the pale-faced male demon before, moving her hands and feet. The clothes on her body had been torn off a little, revealing a round Snow White. Hearing the movement at the door, the male demon stopped moving, and the two of them looked towards the door together. When Baiju saw this scene, he was immediately furious. "Let go of my cousin," he roared angrily, and his figure disappeared in an instant. In the next second, he appeared next to the male demon, directly grabbed his neck with one hand, and lifted him up. The male demon left the ground with his feet off the ground, struggling desperately. Bang! The strength in Baiju's hand was so great that he almost suffocated. Under great pressure, the characteristics of the male demon began to manifest. Strange lines appeared on his skin, his nails became sharp, and his pupils became vertical. Baiju's eyes flashed with disgust, and he casually threw him on the ground. The male demon fell heavily to the ground, making a muffled sound. At this time, in Humimi's live broadcast room, the barrage had exploded. The phone fell to the ground, but the camera was pointing right in the direction of the door, capturing everything that had just happened. Damn, this white hair is so handsome. The way of appearing is too explosive. Fortunately, otherwise, the charm will really be defeated by that guy. The charm is so big, so round, so white. Fortunately, this white hair came in time, otherwise the live broadcast room would be sealed later. Listen to this white-haired cousin just now. Is he Mimi's cousin? There are also a large number of female viewers in the live broadcast room. Bang! Wow, the charming cousin is so handsome. This appearance, I love it. Cousin, I can. Mimi, let me introduce you. Some sharp-eyed viewers also noticed the change in the man just now. Damn, did you see it? That man seems to be a strange demon. That's right. His appearance has changed just now, and I can see it clearly. Nails are out. Mei is actually drinking with strange demons? It's too dangerous. In other words, the charm almost. With a strange demon just now. Humimi ignored the barrage. She tidied up her messy clothes, stood up, and walked to Baiju. Baiju is a head taller than her. She looked up at him, and the two looked at each other. The atmosphere is somewhat subtle. Subsequently, Humimi suddenly made a move and grabbed Baiju's ear. It hurts. Hurt. Baiju grinned in pain. Cousin, let go of me. Humimi pretended to be angry and said, "Okay, my dear cousin, I didn't expect it to be you." She let go of Baiju's ears, pinched the collar of his coquettish shirt again, and continued. "Looking at your dress and familiar appearance, it seems that you are still a frequent visitor here. You've grown up, Xiaobai. Believe it or not, I'll go back and tell your parents. Let's see how they clean up you." Baiju grabbed her rebellious hand and pulled her hand away. He rubbed his reddened ears, changed his momentum, and looked at her condescendingly. "My dear cousin, you are embarrassed to talk about me." Baiju snorted coldly. "You are so strong, even if you seduce men live on weekdays, you dare to go to a place like paradise? Don't you know what place this is? If I hadn't come in time just now, you would have almost been given by a strange demon. If you have the ability, don't ask me for help." Baiju became more and more energetic and turned on the mockery mode. "Maybe tomorrow I will have a strange demon cousin-in-law. It's quite exciting to think about. Humimi is actually weak. Is this your attitude of talking to your sister?" Baiju spread his hands, revealing an indifferent look. Table. Blood is thicker than water. Humimi was speechless when he was scolded. Today she was indeed reckless. In order to chase the peaked hat man, she ran in despite the danger, and almost fell here. "I originally thought that my ability to control this male demon, but I didn't expect that not only did I not control it, but it was like feeding it a large jar of aphrodisiacs. Is this ability really? Forget it. It's not bad to have an ability or an A-level." Humimi glared at Baiju, glanced at the male demon lying on the ground pretending to be dead, and was ready to leave this land of right and wrong first. "I'll go back and clean you up." She was about to lift her foot and leave. Suddenly, a high-pitched, tearing scream, as if from the depths of hell, filled with endless pain and despair, instantly resounded throughout the paradise of bliss. The sound was harsh and penetrating, even drowning out the deafening music on the dance floor. Humimi was startled by this sudden scream and stopped in her tracks. The male demon, who was originally lying on the ground pretending to be dead, stood up suddenly at this time. His eyes glowed scarlet, and his body underwent drastic changes, completely transforming into a humanoid alien demon form, with a hideous face. He seemed to have been stimulated by some kind of strong stimulation and became extremely violent. But he ignored Baiju and Humimi, but rushed out of the private room directly and ran in one direction. At the same time, the same changes have occurred in other parts of paradise. On the dance floor, in the box, those strange demons disguised as humans, after hearing this scream, revealed their true bodies. They rushed in the same direction as if they were crazy. The entire paradise of bliss was instantly in chaos. The screams of humans and the roars of demons are mixed. Baiju's pupils shrank. Damn! He could see that the direction these strange demons were rushing in was the direction where Lin Yi was. Brother Lin has an accident over there? Or is something happening to Brother Lin? Baiju's face became solemn. He looked at Humimi and said in a serious tone, "Cousin, you go back first, it's dangerous here." After saying that, he was about to rush in the direction of Lin Yi. Humimi Yi also put away her joking mentality. She knew the seriousness of the matter. Okay, you pay attention to safety. She nodded and then ran towards the exit of Pure Paradise without looking back. Although she is an A-level ability, her abilities are biased towards charm and control. In this chaotic battle scene, it doesn't play a role, and staying will only add to the chaos. However, she had no intention of actually going back. After running to the gate of Pure Paradise and making sure it was safe, she raised her mobile phone and continued the live broadcast. The camera is focused on the interior of Paradise. This kind of big scene is rare. The traffic is exploding. Paradise of Bliss, top floor, in a luxurious office. Li Kai, the captain of the first squad of the Demon Eradication Division, was sitting on a chair. On the boss's chair opposite him sat an old man in a Tang costume. The two seemed to be discussing something. The piercing scream also came here. Li Kai frowned slightly and put down the teacup in his hand. He was about to ask. The old man on the opposite side waved his hand and interrupted him. Some small things can be solved quickly. The old man looked calm, picked up the teapot, and served Li Kaishu a cup of tea. Come, Captain Li, please have tea. He smiled and said, as if the chaos downstairs was irrelevant at all. 3 minutes ago. In the box, Lin Yi leaned lazily on the sofa. In front of him, two hot A-class female demons opened their eyes wide. Lin Yi's scarlet eyes with a black windmill pattern were reflected in his pupils. Fear exploded in the depths of their souls. Monthly reading. Lin Yi's two hands pierced the chests of the two female demons without warning. Black blood trickled down his arm and dripped onto the expensive carpet. Ding! Host gains plus 40,000 mood points. Lin Yi slowly pulled out his hands, and there were two more A-level demon cores emitting glow in his palms. Bang! Bang! The corpses of the two female demons fell limply to the ground, revealing their bodies covered with scales and spikes, dying unclenched. Lin Yi put the strange demon core into the system space, casually took out a tissue, and slowly wiped the blood on his hand. I didn't expect you to be able to call it out. He whispered to himself, his tone as flat as water. The body of the strange demon is really strong. The next second, put. The two screams that resounded throughout the paradise came from their mouths. As these two voices came out, Lin Yi knew that it was time to have a big meal next. The door of the box was slammed open by an unmatched force, and the heavy door panel smashed at Lin Yi like a cannonball. Lin's eyes did not fluctuate. The black flame ignited out of thin air, instantly burning a large hole in the door panel. His figure shook and passed through the hole. The door panel slammed into the wall behind him, making a loud noise, cracking the wall and filling the smoke and dust. Outside the door, there was a scene of demons dancing. The corridor was crowded with all kinds of strange demons. Their scarlet eyes stared at Lin Yi, exuding bloodthirsty desire. Behind these strange demons, there were several humanoid strange demons whose aura was obviously much stronger. They looked at Lin Yi with interest, as if they were looking at an interesting toy. Bang! Among them, there was the Tiger Man and the monster with a hot body. She held a lady's cigarette, spat out a puff of smoke ring, and looked at Lin Yi with a hint of playfulness in her voice. This little villain, we haven't done it yet. He actually started first. A burly man next to him, with a muscular knot, said angrily, this human is not weak, and he actually killed two A-levels at once. The other handsome, but pale-faced male demon snorted disdainfully. I just killed two A-level who had just been promoted, and I think that's it. Don't underestimate him. The Tiger Man and the demon flicked the soot, and his eyes became solemn. I almost fell into his hands before. As soon as these words came out, the contempt on the faces of the other humanoid demons instantly converged, and they looked at Lin Yi in unison, with a hint of suspicion in their eyes. Even these tiger girls were almost planted? It seems that this human being is indeed extraordinary. This is enough to attract their attention. Lin Yi looked at the black demon group on the opposite side, facing the number that was enough to make any demon exterminator team despair. Not only was he not afraid at all, but a morbid excitement surged in his heart. He didn't know what was wrong with him. Since his sister's death, he sometimes felt that his brain was not normal. The strange demon on the opposite side looked at Lin Yi, and then saw the two corpses of the same kind in front of him, and immediately let out an angry roar. Roar! One of the cheetah-shaped demons couldn't bear it, and its hind legs suddenly exerted force, turning into a black shadow and rushing directly towards Lin Yi. The speed was extremely fast, and the sharp claws cut several cold lights in the air, directly grabbing Lin Yi's neck, and the attack was extremely fierce. However, Lin Yi's reaction was more rapid. He didn't even retreat, but took the initiative to greet him. The figure flashed, and instantly appeared in front of the cheetah demon. Then, simply, a straight punch. The fist passed through its chest without hindrance. Ding! Host gains plus 1800 mood points. Lin Yi pulled out his hand, and another strange demon core was in his hand. The body in front of him fell weakly. Roar! Kill him! Seeing that his companions were killed in seconds, the strange demon group on the opposite side completely rioted. More than a dozen strange demons rushed over in a swarm, baring their teeth and claws, about to tear Lin Yi to pieces. Lin Yi looked at them, and the corners of his mouth curled up with a cruel arc. A pair of kaleidoscope Sharingans are scarlet like blood. Monthly reading. In an instant, all the strange demons rushed rushing in front of him suddenly froze in place. Time seems to stand still. Less than a second. They let out a howl of extreme pain, rolled on the ground with their heads in their hands, and bled. And then, bang, 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 fell to the ground one after another, completely silent. In Lin Yi's ears, the system's prompt sound sounded wildly. Ding! The host gains plus 1,200 mood points. Lin Yi was a little annoyed when he heard this. System, turn off the system tone. Okay, host. Suddenly, my ears were much clearer. Those strange demons who did not rush up saw that their companions who rushed over died so strangely. His eyes were instantly filled with fear, and he suddenly felt a sense of retreat. Even, a few strange demons at the back had quietly turned around and wanted to slip away. However, as soon as they were about to run, their bodies seemed to be grabbed by an invisible big hand, flew up directly and uncontrollably, and came to the handsome male demon. Ding! The host gains plus 500 emotions. His cold gaze swept over all the demons, moving these controlled demons to the front of the formation. Ding! Host gains plus 1,500 mood points. Whoever runs, who dies. Boom! The strange demons who were controlled in the air and unable to move their bodies exploded suddenly, and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Several demon cores fell from the blood mist. A quick-eyed monster grabbed one, threw it into his mouth without thinking, and swallowed it. Its body began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye, becoming stronger, and its breath skyrocketed, apparently upgraded. The other cores were also snatched and swallowed by several strange demons, and they all became more or less strong. Greed overcomes fear. The strange demons who had swallowed the core of the strange demon looked at each other, then roared, and rushed towards Lin Yi one after another. Seeing this, the rest of the demons also launched a charge. The words did not fall. A large group of strange demons rushed towards Lin Yi at the same time like a tide. Lin Yi stood in place, looking indifferent. The Amaterasu black flame on his body suddenly skyrocketed, and under his control, it transformed into various forms. A black wall of fire rose from the ground, blocking the impact at the front. Countless black flame spikes shot out from the wall of fire, piercing through the bodies of one monster after another. The black flame turned into a long whip and swept out, igniting when touched and dying as soon as it touched. The battle was crazy and tragic. Lin Yi is like a Shura who has returned from hell, frantically harvesting the life of strange demons. Countless strange demon cores were included in the system space by him. Halfway through, more than half of the strange energy in his body was consumed. Without hesitation, he exchanged the bottle of A-level ability recovery potion from the system mall and drank it with his head up. A warm current surged all over the body, and the empty alien energy was instantly replenished. Add the life of the land. Fight, continue. Monthly reading, Amaterasu. The three pupil techniques were used alternately by him, and they were used to the extreme. In the end, when the last miscellaneous fish demon was swallowed by the black flame, the entire corridor had turned into a hell on earth. Blood flowed into rivers, and stumps and broken arms spread all over the ground. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood and burning. Lin Yi killed all these dozens of strange demons alone. At this moment, in the corridor, only he was left, as well as the A-class humanoid demons with powerful aura on the opposite side. Lin Yi once again exchanged a bottle of A-level energy recovery potion from the system mall, and drank it all in one gulp in front of them. The strange energy is full again. He raised his eyes and looked at the humanoid demons whose faces had become extremely ugly, and there was only one thought in his mind. Lao Tzu is infinite blue. How do you deal with it? Add the life of the land. At this time, the muscular knotted male demon obviously couldn't bear it anymore. He took a step forward, and the whole ground trembled. He stared at Lin Yi and let out a roar. Let me meet you. Boy, report your name. I don't kill nameless people. The muscular demon took a step forward, and the entire ground trembled. He stared at Lin Yi and let out a deafening roar. Lin Yi looked at him, his lips curled up lightly, but he didn't make any sound. Seeing this, the muscular demon showed a hideous mockery on his face. Human, can't speak? Do you want me to teach you? His huge fist clenched and clenched, ready to smash the human in front of him into flesh at any time. Lin Yi looked at him and spoke again. This time, there is a voice. Humans. It was very light, but it clearly reached the ears of every strange demon present. Monthly reading. The muscular demon pupils on the opposite side shrank suddenly. He suddenly remembered that the tiger girls had reminded him just now to be careful of this human eye. I also thought of those low-level kinds who were silently controlled by this strange ability. He subconsciously wanted to close his eyes, but unfortunately, it was too late. The moment he and Lin Yi's scarlet eyes looked at each other, his consciousness was blurred. His eyes instantly lost their luster, his pupils dilated, and the whole person froze in place, like a sculpture. Lin Yi looked at the muscle demon controlled by Tsukiyomi and was preparing to take the next step. Suddenly, a sharp sting came from his right eye. Immediately afterwards, the vision of the right eye also became a little blurry. He felt some warm liquid flowing out of the corner of his eye. Lin Yi's heart was cold, and he immediately raised his hand to touch the corner of his eye, and then put his finger in front of him. It's blood. He forgot that the Mangekyō Sharingan had side effects. Just now, in order to clean up the miscellaneous fish, he used the pupil pupil technique too frequently, which had exceeded the current load of these eyes. It seems that he must find a way to evolve his kaleidoscope into an eternal kaleidoscope, otherwise his eyes may be blind sooner or later. System, is there anything that can counteract the side effects of the kaleidoscope? He muttered in his heart. Ding! The host only needs to use the A-level purification agent, and one copy allows the host to perform pupil surgery at will within 90 days without worrying about any side effects. The system's prompt sound sounded at the right time. A-level purification potion, it can purify most of the negative states and impurities in the body, and has a certain chance to evolve the ability. Price, 100,000 emotional value. 100,000 emotional value? Lin Yi frowned slightly. How much emotion do I have now? Ding! The host's current mood value is 188888. Unexpectedly, the large group of miscellaneous fish and demons just now actually provided him with more than 100,000 emotional value. Lin Yi's gaze swept over the muscle demons who were stunned in place opposite, as well as the few humanoid demons behind him who were still watching the battle. Today, all of these guys have to become his emotional value. Otherwise, it would be too much of a loss. System, redeem it for me, he said in his heart without hesitation. Ding! The host successfully redeemed A-level purification potion X1. In the next second, a glass reagent tube containing bright red liquid appeared out of thin air in Lin Yi's hand. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly uncorked the bottle and drank it all with his head up. Suddenly, an incomparably warm and gentle energy poured into his body, converging straight towards his eyes. The original stinging right eye was instantly replaced by an indescribable sense of comfort. Refreshing! Lin Yi casually threw the empty reagent tube in his hand aside, making a crisp sound. He raised his head again, and the scarlet kaleidoscope Sharingan was even more bizarre and deeper than before. He looked at the muscle demon on the opposite side, who was still in the sluggishness of illusion, and spoke softly. A cluster of flames as black as ink ignited on the body of the muscle demon without warning. In the next second, the great pain that came from the depths of his soul instantly made him wake up from the illusion of Tsukiyomi. Ah! He let out a heart-wrenching howl of pain. Looking at the black flames on his body that could not be extinguished, he fell to the ground in horror and rolled wildly, trying to extinguish it. Unfortunately, everything was in vain. The black flame is like a maggot on the tarsal bone. The more it burns, the more vigorous it becomes. He suddenly stood up from the ground and rushed frantically towards the few humanoid demons behind him, as if he wanted them to help him. However, the humanoid demons did not help him. Instead, it was like seeing a ghost, and I couldn't avoid it for fear of being contaminated with this strange black flame. In the end, under the indifferent gaze of several companions, the screams of the muscle demons became weaker and weaker until they were completely burned into nothingness by the black flames. Amaterasu, Amateras. Rumble. Only in place, an A-level demon core with a glowing light was left. The Tiger Man and the strange demon looked at the strange demon core and shook his head. A guy with well-developed limbs and a simple mind, he died unjustly. She just wanted to step forward to pick up the strange demon core. Suddenly, a green shadow flashed. A snake man demon used her long snake tail to sweep away the core of the demon on the ground in an instant, and then threw it into her mouth without hesitation. After eating, she also stretched out a long forked snake letter, licked her bright red lips, and showed a satisfied expression on her face. After swallowing the core, strange changes occurred in her body. The lower body of the snake, which was originally covered with fine scales, became smoother and more beautiful. The upper body is also closer to the perfect human female form, and the light flashes in a pair of turquoise vertical pupils. Seeing this, the Tiger Man and the strange demon were immediately furious. This A-level core must be handed over to the boss according to the rules. But now, it was swallowed by the snake man and demon privately. This is undoubtedly a big taboo. She was about to have a seizure, but a handsome male demon next to her stretched out his hand to stop her and shook his head at her. The Tiger Man and the demon instantly understood. At this point, if you want to calm the anger of the boss, there is only one way to go. That is, solve the human being in front of you. The snake man and the demon obviously understand. So he slowly twisted his body and came to Lin Yi. Lin Yi looked at her, his eyes shining. The snake man and the demon spat out the letter, looked at him with a look of cargo, and then smiled and spoke. Human handsome guy, your eyes are so beautiful. It's a pity. Her body writhed enchantingly. It's not as beautiful as my. As soon as she finished speaking, her turquoise vertical eyes burst out with dazzling light. For a moment, Lin Yi felt that his body was imprisoned by invisible shackles and could not move. Then, a cold and stiff feeling started from his feet and spread upwards rapidly. Petrifaction. His body, from his feet to his legs, to his waist and abdomen, was turning into a grayish-white rock little by little. Soon, petrification spread to his eyes. From beginning to end, Lin Yi did not react, as if he had completely given up on the struggle. Seeing this, the snake man and the demon immediately burst into a smug laugh. Just a human boy, Shirao, came out and took it directly. She turned to look at the adoring expressions on her companions' faces, but strangely, they all stood there like wooden men, without any reaction. Just when she was confused, a cold voice sounded faintly in her ears. When the snake man and when the demon Shirao heard the sound that suddenly sounded in his ears, his turquoise vertical pupils shrank suddenly. A chill from the depths of her soul made her stiffen. She wanted to escape. As soon as this thought arose, the body did not obey at all. An unparalleled pain spread throughout the body. She slowly lowered her head, only to see a big bloody hand piercing her entire chest. A warm heart was beating plopping in that hand. You, Shirao raised her head with difficulty and looked at Lin Yi, who was unscathed in front of her, her eyes full of disbelief. What? How is it possible? Lin Yi's expression was extremely indifferent. He held the beating heart and suddenly pulled out his hand. Blood splattered. Shirao's body fell softly to the ground, and her vitality was passing rapidly. Lin Yi looked at her condescendingly, his eyes cold. Silly bee. Everything just now, starting from petrification, is all illusion. The next second. Put. The moment Shirao came over, Lin Yi had already activated the moon reading and dragged her into the illusion space that was exactly the same as reality. For the current Lin Yi, whenever he has the opportunity, he will not hesitate to use the monthly reading. This is the simplest, most direct, and most fault-tolerant means. In the eyes of several other humanoid demons, Shirao just slowly walked towards that human. Then, she suddenly stopped in place. In the next second, she covered her chest and fell straight. Her face froze with an expression of incomparable pain, and her life was cut off. He's dead? Just died like that? The tiger man and the demon looked at Shirao's corpse, and his face became extremely solemn. Let's go up together. This guy's strength is probably close to S level, she said in a deep voice. Several other strange demons also had to admit that this human was a bit ridiculously strong. They knew they couldn't play anymore. If it drags on any longer, when the boss gets angry, none of them can afford it. In an instant, the remaining humanoid demons reached a consensus. Outside. At the same time, a terrifying aura erupted, rushing towards Lin Yi from all directions. As soon as Lin Yi's spirit exited from the illusion space, he saw several strange demons rushing at the same time. His scarlet eyes lit up again, and he was about to activate his pupils. Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking the air behind him. A thick tentacle, like a poisonous snake coming out of a hole, quietly attacked his back. Lin Yi made a quick decision, and the strange energy in his body instantly rushed to his eyes. The space behind him twisted for a while. A cluster of Amaterasu black flame appeared out of thin air, quickly condensing into a pitch-black shield. Boom! The tentacles slammed into the black flame shield. Although the shield abruptly blocked the fatal blow, the huge force still blasted Lin Yi's entire body forward. Lin Yi's body smashed a heavy wall and appeared in the hall outside, and the tentacles of the tentacle demon began to burn wildly the moment they came into contact with Amaterasu black flame. He let out a muffled snort and decisively cut off his tentacles to stop the spread of the black flame. In the next second, the flesh and blood wriggled at the fracture, and a new tentacle grew back. At the entrance of the Hall of Paradise, Humimi was holding her mobile phone and broadcasting live to the chaotic interior. Those human superpowers all escaped and watched the play here. Add the life of the earth. Suddenly, bang! A wall deep in the hall shattered. A figure flew backwards from the smoke and landed heavily on the ground not far from the door. The huge impact made him cut a deep gully on the smooth floor, and finally stopped. Bang! Humimi rubbed her eyes and looked at the figure lying in the ravine. Isn't this the handsome guy wearing a peaked hat? Everyone in the live broadcast room also recognized it. Damn! The peaked hat handsome guy was directly beaten out. Is the riot inside just now because of him? Is your attention crooked? Isn't the point why there are so many strange demons in paradise? It's terrible. So many demons. Is the southern city about to fall? Think about it carefully. In this way, the people around us may be disguised as strange demons. The barrage exploded instantly. At this moment, at the entrance of the broken wall, several humanoid demons exuding a powerful aura slowly walked out. Each of them looks difficult to mess with. One of the tentacle demons, seeing Lin Yi lying motionless on the ground, did not hesitate at all, stretched out a tentacle again, and pulled it fiercely. Damn! At the moment when the tentacles were about to hit Lin Yi, a white figure suddenly appeared. The visitor just raised his hand and slapped it casually. The powerful and thick tentacles, like swatting flies, were directly slapped away and fell deep into the wall next to them. The tentacle demon withdrew his tentacles, looked at the person who suddenly appeared vigilantly, and said coldly, "Young master of the Bai family, are you sure you want to stop us?" The person who came was Baiju. When Baiju heard this, his brows furrowed slightly. His figure disappeared in an instant. The next moment, he had already appeared in front of the tentacle demon. A punch blasted out. The tentacle demon was shocked and quickly crossed several tentacles to resist. The terrifying force still blasted his whole body out, directly collapsing a wall, and the rubble splashed. Baiju shook his hand, put on a sassy and arrogant appearance, and said to the tentacle demon in the ruins, "How old are you? Dare to talk to me like this?" Seeing this, several other humanoid demons immediately quickly moved away from Baiju. This is a real S-level ability. Not only the ability is S-level, but even the alien energy has reached S-level, and they are not enough for others to fight. Baiju looked around, then stretched out his finger to Lin Yi in the pit and announced domineeringly, "He's my brother." Who dares to touch him today? In fact, Baiju was not simply to help Lin Yi. He just thought that this kind of scene was too exciting. Moreover, Lin Yidong killed alone in such a place. This courage is big enough. Such a person is worthy of being his true brother. Just when he was enjoying the spotlight. Rumble, jingle bell dash. His phone rang. Baiju took out his mobile phone and took a look, and the call notes showed two big characters. Lao Dang. When Baiju saw these two words, he immediately felt bad. He hesitated for a few seconds, but still connected the phone. Hey, old Dang. Master, I'm busy. Hang up. Baiju was just about to hang up the phone when a deep and majestic middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Stinky boy, you dare to hang up my phone. Believe it or not, I'm going to stop your card now. Also, you now. Immediately. Right away. Get out of here. When Baiju heard this tone, he knew that the old man was serious. He looked at the strange demons in front of him. He looked at Lin Yi, who was lying in the pit behind him and had not moved, and a helpless expression appeared on his face. He sighed, put away his phone, left the place, and came to the door. Humimi looked at Baiju, who was walking over, and couldn't help but mock. Isn't he your brother? How? This abandoned your brother? Baiju didn't use that joking tone this time, but looked at Lin Yi in the field and said seriously, actually, with or without me, the result is the same. I just want to brush a wave of goodwill in front of him. My brother is not ordinary. Humimi looked at him with a look of disbelief. What's not ordinary? He was beaten like that, lying there for a long time without moving, which was not ordinary. Baiju just smiled and didn't explain anything more. Humimi curled her lips. Every day is mysterious. In the hall, those humanoid demons were relieved to see Baiju gone. They knew that it must be the boss's side that made efforts. At this moment, Lin Yi in the pit covered his head and stood up slowly. He moved his neck and made a click sound. It's really strong, he said softly, and there was no joy or anger in his tone. Outside the paradise of bliss, countless people with special abilities looked at him, all lamenting that this person was too bold, and he actually dared to do it here. Humimi saw Lin Yi standing up and immediately pointed the camera at Lin Yi. In the live broadcast room, watching Lin Yi face so many strange demons alone, the back sent barrages one after another. Damn, how does this person feel so handsome? Sparrow food handsome. So many people with superpowers around him actually don't help. It depends on him facing so many strange demons alone. What is the situation of these people? We don't understand. We don't know either. In the hall, several strange demons around Lin Yi saw him stand up and then looked at each other, no longer hesitating. They each used their means and rushed towards Lin Yi again. Several A-level strange demons' terrifying energy erupted at the same time, and the powerful airwaves shattered all the glass in the hall. Cracks also appeared in the walls. The human superpowers watching outside, although a little pitiful Lin Yi, none of them helped. For the sake of someone you don't know, it's not worth facing so many powerful demons. Lin Yi looked at the enemies rushing from all directions, and instead of fear, there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. I haven't used this trick yet. Today, just take you to give it a try. The strange energy in his body began to boil, surging wildly, stirring the airflow around him. An indescribable coercion of terror permeated him. The next moment, a cold voice resounded throughout the hall. The third power, Susano, Dai Sanoclix, Dead 3 Noto. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, an even more powerful force suddenly erupted from his body. The impact of this force made the several humanoid demons who rushed over stop abruptly. They each used their means to desperately resist this violent airwave. They stared at Lin Yi, the center of power, their eyes full of horror. Baiju at the door reacted extremely quickly at the moment of the outbreak. He carried Humimi, who was still in a daze, on his shoulders. In Humimi's exclamation, her figure flashed, and she retreated outside the paradise. All the superpowers watching outside held their breath at this moment, staring at the arrogant back in the center of the hall. The words fell. In the sky, a dull thunder rolled in. Immediately afterwards, a pale lightning bolt cut through the dark night sky, instantly illuminating everyone's face. All kinds of scenes seemed to indicate that something extremely terrifying is about to come to the world. In the dilapidated interior of the pure paradise, I saw a strange black energy rising from Lin Yi's body. This energy is like thick ink, which quickly begins to condense and converge. A huge half-body energy skeleton with scarlet eyes, black as ink, and a height of more than 10 meters rose from the ground behind Lin Yi. Around the skeleton's body, black energy like hellish karma burned. This is the third power that belongs to Lin Yi's Mangekyō Sharingan. No, it should be the fourth power for Lin Yi today. The power of the gods, Susanoo, half-body skeleton form. Lin Yi lowered his head and stood quietly in place. The whole person was firmly surrounded by Susanoo's huge ribcage ribs, as if a god had descended. Everyone present, including Humimi, Baiju, and the few humanoid demons who were still alive. Bang! And thousands of viewers in Humimi's live broadcast room, all stunned. They looked at the black skeleton like an ancient demon god, shocked beyond words, and their brains went blank. They had never seen such a weird and terrifying ability. The aura emanating from this black skeleton, powerful, cold, and violent, each of them involuntarily rose a fear from the soul deep in their hearts. Soon, Baiju was not afraid, his eyes widened, and his face showed an extremely excited look. Damn! As expected of my brother, Nyobi. Ding! The host gains plus 1,200 mood points. Ding! The host gains plus 999 emotions. Lin Yi's emotional value was increasing at an alarming rate, but he still kept his head down, standing motionless, terribly quiet. Those humanoid demons didn't dare to move at all. This thing is more than 10 meters high, and its head is almost up to the ceiling, and it doesn't look like they can afford to mess with it. How many terrifying and weird abilities are hidden in this human being? The tiger man and the demon swallowed his saliva, and his heart had begun to retreat. At this moment, the tentacle demon beside her bit the bullet and took a step forward. Although he was also extremely shocked by Lin Yi's strange ability, he had no intention of giving up. He lowered his voice and said to his companion behind him, "Everyone, the boss is still watching." This sentence is both a reminder and a warning. Ding! Host gains plus 1,000 emotions. When the other humanoid demons heard this, they instantly remembered the boss's terrifying methods. Most of the fear that had just risen in their hearts dissipated. They could only bite the bullet and move forward slowly. The tiger man and the demon looked at them, complaining wildly in their hearts. A bunch of silly X. If you want to go to yourself, my mother doesn't want to die here. She finally took a deep look at the huge black skeleton monster opposite. Then he protected several other humanoid demons in front of him, and his body quietly retreated backwards inadvertently. Soon, her figure blended into the dimly lit hall and disappeared. The tentacle demon took the lead. He roared, and 8 thick tentacles were like arrows off the string, shooting out from different angles at the same time, directly hitting all the vital points of Lin Yi's body. The speed of the 8 tentacles was extremely fast, and they were about to attack Lin Yi in an instant. But the moment he touched Susa's body surface, he could no longer make any progress. Just when the tentacle demon was in a bad mood and wanted to withdraw the tentacle, Susa moved. Its huge skull palm suddenly lifted, directly grabbing the 8 struggling tentacles, and then the arm muscles suddenly exerted force. The tentacle demon had no resistance at all, and his body was instantly pulled over by an irresistible force. The next moment, he was held tightly by Susa in the palm of his huge hand. He frantically wanted to struggle, but unfortunately the enormous force made him unable to move at all. Several other demons just wanted to rescue them, but it was too late. A dull popping sound sounded. The tentacle demon was crushed alive by the huge skeleton palm. Flesh and broken bones were like mud, scattered from between their fingers. An A-level demon core with a glowing light lay quietly in the huge palm. At this time, Lin Yi slowly raised his head. On his face, there was a sick and crazy smile. The excitement and murderous intent in his eyes are intertwined, making people shudder. Lin Yi controlled Susa's huge palm and slowly moved in front of him. He stretched out his hand and picked up the warm demon core from the huge palm. Put it under the moonlight shining in from outside the door and take a closer look. Subsequently, it was included in the system space. Lin Yi's eyes fell on the strange demons on the opposite side again. Put. That look was like looking at a few delicious dishes that had already been put on the table. When several strange demons on the opposite side saw Lin Yi's appearance, their eyes finally showed extreme fear. Just as they turned around and were about to escape, a huge black fist had already appeared above them, carrying a devastating momentum, and slammed down. Several of the fast demons narrowly escaped by chance, but the remaining 2 are not so lucky. They were directly smashed into 2-dimensional creatures by Susa's fist, and they didn't even have time to scream. Before the few strange demons who were lucky enough to escape could catch their breath, another huge palm swept over again. This time, only the handsome male demon used his strange telekinesis ability to narrowly escape. The other demons were all caught by Susa. In the next second, it was instantly pinched into a baby, and the flesh and blood were blurred. Lin Yi controlled Susa and began to frantically attack the last male demon. The entire paradise of paradise, under this violent attack, was destroyed horribly and almost became a ruin. Outside, Humimi's big eyes stared at the huge black skeleton monster, her eyes full of surprise. Looking at Lin Yi's crazy appearance, not only did he feel perverted, but he felt that he was handsome. Rumble. Other people with special abilities around them took out their mobile phones, took pictures, and took videos. They may never see this rare scene in their lifetime, but they can't miss it, and they must record it well. Baiju's originally excited expression gradually became solemn. He saw that Lin Yi's state was not normal at this time. It seemed that Lin Yi was controlling the huge skeleton, but he felt as if this skeleton was controlling Lin Yi to kill. Boom! Boom! In paradise, Susa's attacks became more and more violent. The male strange demon frantically dodged the attack, and the strange energy in his body had bottomed out. He leaned against a broken wall in embarrassment, gasping for breath. Watching the huge black fist smash towards him again, the shadow of death completely envelopes him. At this critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The visitor only stretched out a hand and blocked the huge Susa fist firmly. Where the fists and palms met, the huge force that erupted caused the entire ground to collapse a large part down. After the male demon tribulation, the rest of his life came back to his senses. When he saw the figure in front of him clearly, his voice trembled, even with a hint of choking. Old, the boss. The old man caught Susa's fist steadily. He didn't even look back, he just said coldly to the trembling male demon behind him, "Get out of here." The male demon seemed to be pardoned, rolled, and crawled up, and fled from this land of right and wrong without looking back. Lin Yi grinned and slowly withdrew Susa's fist. With crazy interest in his eyes, he looked at the old man who suddenly appeared in front of him. The old man was also observing Lin Yi, his brows furrowing tighter and tighter. This kid is wrong. A person with A-level superpowers, even if his abilities are S-level, cannot release such weird and powerful abilities. Moreover, the strange energy in this kid's body seemed to be endless, and there was no sign of consumption until now. What's more, he was delirious at the moment and completely dominated by the desire to kill. There must be some secret hidden in this kid. One old and one young, just like this, confronted each other in the air, staring at each other with big eyes and small eyes, and no one moved first. Under the shadows in the distance, Li Kai stared at Lin Yi's young and crazy face, always feeling that he had seen it somewhere. Suddenly, a photo flashed through his mind. He quickly took out his phone and swiped his fingers quickly across the screen. I found the notice issued by the superintendent on June 26, 2025 in the federal calendar about the sacrifice of all members of the 13th Squad of the Demon Extermination Division. He turned directly to the end and saw the information of the missing person. Li Kai looked up and repeatedly compared the photo on his phone with the young man wrapped in a huge black skeleton in the distance. That's right, that's him. Looking at those scarlet and weird eyes, it should be the Sharingan mentioned in the report. But, Li Kai looked at the black skeleton that was more than 10 meters high and exuded a terrifying aura. An A-level ability, can it have such an outrageous ability? This strength he had only seen in those S-class agents sent from above. A thought suddenly rushed into his mind. Could it be that the destruction of the 13th Squad is also related to this Lin Yi? He clapped his hands violently, feeling as if he had discovered something bright. At this moment, Lin Yi in the field finally moved. Lin Yi, male, 18 years old, orphan, a freshman at Nanchang Supernatural Academy, just awakened to the A-level unknown ability yesterday, and was named Sharingan. He no longer attacked as disorganized as before. Instead, it drove Susanoo, the huge skull arm with a whistling wind, and smashed a punch at the old man. The old man's figure was erratic, sometimes easily dodging Susa's heavy blows, sometimes shaking head-on, and bombarding the huge fist. Every time it collided, terrifying energy aftermath erupted, shaking the entire paradise trembling. The crowd of onlookers outside had already hid far away, for fear of being affected by the aftermath of the battle between these two great gods. In Humimi's live broadcast room, the barrage has gone completely crazy. Damn, is this something I can watch for free? These two are definitely S-class superpowers, right? This power, this speed, package S-class. 3 lives are lucky. It is not possible to see this level of immortal fighting. Tomorrow you have to buy a lottery ticket to celebrate. Humimi held up her mobile phone, swallowed her saliva nervously, and turned her head to ask Baiju beside her, "Cousin, can you beat them?" Baiju changed his hippie smile in the past. His expression was more serious than ever, and he said after thinking for a moment, "If it's just this much, there's no problem." However, neither of them has obviously exerted all their strength. The specific situation will only be known after fighting. Humimi was a little surprised. "I didn't expect you to say such a thing as an arrogant person. Aren't you always the biggest in the world? Are you the biggest?" Baiju shook his head. "It's different." At this moment, the battle between the two in the field has entered a white heat. The strength of this old man is many times stronger than the previous A-level demons combined. Lin Yi was in a state of Susanoo, and he only drew with him. The old man once again dodged Susa's attack sideways, but his heart became more and more confused. This kid, why is he getting stronger and stronger? There is no reason to speak of it. The strange energy in the body is even more inexhaustible, like a perpetual motion machine. Can't drag it on any longer. The old man's eyes were fierce, knowing that he had to fight quickly, otherwise God knows how strong this kid would become. He began to frantically mobilize the supernatural energy in his body. I saw strange black lines emerging from under his skin and quickly spreading throughout his body. 2 sharp horns grew on the top of his head, his face became young at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his white hair turned into long black hair that reached his waist. An aura that was several times stronger than before burst out from his body. Baiju saw the old man's changes, and his pupils shrank suddenly. Demon? He was extremely surprised in his heart. This old man was actually a demon. The development of things is really getting more and more interesting. Lin Yi controlled Susa, and in a state of madness, he didn't care what the old man in front of him had become. He only had one word in his head now: kill. On the opposite side, the old man who had transformed into a demon man looked at Lin Yi coldly, and the strange energy in his body surged wildly. Where he was, the space produced slight fluctuations. In the next second, his whole body disappeared out of thin air. When it appeared again, it had already come directly to Lin Yi's face. It's incredibly fast, like teleportation. Even though Lin Yi now has a kaleidoscope Sharingan and his observation ability is already extremely strong, his body has no time to react. The old man of the demon man made a fierce split, carrying a great great power and kicked Susanoo's chest hard. The huge force even kicked Susanoo's hard ribs directly. Lin Yi took the huge Susa, as if hit by a cannonball, instantly smashing the broken wall behind him, and the whole person flew backwards to the street outside the paradise. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Along the way, he broke several street lamps and even smashed and killed a few bold and too close superpowers. Finally, it slid dozens of meters on the ground and crashed into a small building. Wow! Countless gravel and steel bars buried Lin Yi in an instant. A broken street lamp fell to the ground, and the bulb flickered a few times before it went out completely, plunging the area into deeper darkness. Swish! The old demon teleported again and appeared in front of the ruins. He gathered his strength and prepared to give Lin Yi the final blow to completely solve this weird boy. But just as he was about to make a move, the action suddenly stopped. Click! He looked up sharply and looked at the top of the ruins. At some point, two figures were standing there quietly. They wore hideous ghost masks on their faces, and their bodies were shrouded in wide black robes. The old man looked at the two figures. His face first flashed with fear, but soon it was covered by anger. People of the Six Paths, are you here to save this kid? One of the relatively petite men in black robes spoke in a voice that could not be heard from men and women. Yes, no. The old demon man was furious. I care if you are not. This kid, I killed him today. He roared angrily, not giving the other party a chance to react at all. Before he flashed to the ruins again, his movements were extremely fast, and he punched the ruins in front of him. The man in the black robe didn't seem to expect that this guy would dare to do something after knowing that they were people from the Six Paths. Just when she was about to stop it, a majestic wave of strange energy suddenly spread out from the ruins. The ruins exploded in an instant. In the smoke and dust, I saw Lin Yi rubbing his head and slowly standing up from the ground. Susanoo behind him had disappeared, but the strange energy fluctuations on his body were extremely strong. Lin Yi rubbed his still somewhat chaotic mind. Just now, his consciousness did fall into a strange state of madness. He was not him just now, or another him. He felt the unprecedented and incomparably powerful alien energy in his body, and immediately looked at his system panel. Different energy, A+. A+ grade. His supernatural energy was actually promoted to A+ level. It seems that fighting can indeed increase the level of special energy. Lin Yi shook his head, feeling much more comfortable. The next moment, bang! He raised his head, and his cold gaze fell on the old demon man opposite. It's you who just wanted to kill me? Before the words fell, the strange energy in his whole body surged wildly. Another huge Susanoo instantly condensed behind him. Lin Yi directly opened Susa in seconds. But this time Susa was completely different from just now. Its whole body is no longer just bones, but is covered with dark muscle textures, full of explosive power. The height reached nearly 20 meters, like a hill. At the same time, in Susa's right hand, there was a huge long knife composed of Susa's power, but its appearance was vague and not complete. This is Lin Yi's new form of Susanoo, half-body muscular. Here we go again. In the distance, a person with special abilities looked at the recondensed black giant and said in horror, "This is different from the one just now. It's obviously a lot stronger." Another person next to him was also exclaiming, his voice trembling. Baiju looked at Lin Yi with interest and the even larger Susanoo. The surprise this guy brought to him is really bigger and bigger every time. A thought came to his mind. Decided, this guy, the young master, must take him down. Jia. Humimi looked at the obscene smile on Baiju's face, couldn't help but shudder, and shook her head. This nervous cousin must be thinking about something strange again. In her live broadcast room, the barrage has gone completely crazy. How did he get stronger again? Why does this person look more like a monster than a monster? What is that huge monster? Does his ability still have the ability to summon? This body shape, this sense of oppression, my legs are soft across the screen. At this moment, Lin Yi, who is in the center of Susanoo, has only one feeling. This Susanoo is really too energy consuming. And it's not just about strange energy. He was under great stress both mentally and physically. This thing is really not something that ordinary people can afford. It seems that it has to be decided quickly. Lin Yi's gaze swept over the two black-robed figures standing on the ruins in the distance. Black dreams and white dreams? Why are they here? Forget it, don't care. Immediately, his eyes relocked on the old demon man with a vigilant face on the opposite side. The two looked at each other. The cold, emotionless scarlet eyes made the old man stiff, and the cold sweat instantly soaked his back. He swallowed his saliva unconsciously, and the huge black Susa gave him an extremely ominous feeling, which was extremely strong. His footsteps began to move quietly backwards. Lin Yi captured his small movements. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly controlled Susanoo, and the huge right arm covered with dark muscle texture slowly raised. In his giant hand was holding the huge long knife made of the power of Susa. Then, swing and slash with a horizontal knife. In an instant, heaven and earth lost their voice. Time seemed to stand still for a moment. Then, from above the pitch-black giant blade, a devastating force broke out in an instant. In the direction of the old demon, he rushed away with an invincible attitude, incredibly fast. The old demon's pupils shrank suddenly. He wanted to teleport, movement, but under this power, his body was directly imprisoned in place, making him unable to use his abilities at all. He could only mobilize all the strange energy in his body with millisecond-level reactions between lightning and flint. The madness gathered in front of him, his arms crossed, also blocking his chest, ready to fight the next attack. But he far underestimated the horror of Susa's power. I saw him bearing the brunt of it, swept away by the invisible torrent of energy. At the moment of contact, the old man suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood. The body was wrapped in that force and flew backwards, disappearing from everyone's sight in an instant. And that force did not stop. Wherever it passed, the ground shattered layer by layer, and everything along the way was swallowed and torn apart. Those who thought it was safe to hide far away, but unfortunately they happened to be standing in the direction of Susanoric's large-scale attack. Their eyes widened in horror, and their pupils reflected what was gradually being destroyed in front of them. They looked desperate and wanted to escape, but their bodies were too stiff to move. In the next second, they didn't even have time to scream, and in that terrifying force, they were directly blasted into scum. Sleep trough. Hurry up! Seeing this, Baiju shouted violently. The strange energy in his body erupted without reservation. Activate the ability with all your might. Grabbed Humimi, who was still in a daze next to her, and jumped directly on the spot. The ground was stepped out of a deep pit by him, and his whole body soared into the sky like a cannonball, instantly leaping to a height of tens of meters. Baiju lowered his head and looked down. I saw that below, a large block with countless buildings was directly blown into pieces by that force. In front of Lin Yi, within 100 meters, it had already turned into a purgatory on Earth. Everything was destroyed, leaving only a chaotic scene, with countless smoke and dust. On the ruins, Black Dream and White Dream were also completely shocked by the scene in front of them. Through their masks, they stared blankly at the apocalyptic scene below, their eyes filled with unbearable shock. What is this power? When they came to their senses, their eyes fell on the initiator below. At this time, the huge Susanoo had disappeared. Lin's face was pale, and he stood staggeringly in place, looking like he had had kidney deficiency that had been hollowed out. This shot is really cool, but this stamina is really uncomfortable. Rumble. All the strange energy in his body was emptied. Even the spirit and strength were drained away, and the whole person was languishing. It is indeed called the power of God. This is just a semi-finished Susa. He can't imagine how invincible the complete Susa can be. Black Dream and White Dream immediately noticed Lin Yi's strangeness, and the two of them flashed and both came to Lin Yi's side. Bai Meng didn't say a word, and directly used his abilities. A soft white light instantly enveloped Lin Yi. The dried-up alien energy in Lin Yi's body was slowly recovering, and the languishing spirit was also restored a lot. However, only for a few seconds. Bai Meng's face turned pale and he was forced to stop his ability. Her forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, and she gasped for breath and said weakly, What kind of physique is this guy? Even though I am using my abilities with all my might, I can't satisfy you? What a monster!" Haimon looked at Lin Yi, but his eyes were filled with undisguised appreciation and excitement. It seems that he is really favored by Lady Luck. Such a Bulby character actually let himself run into it. Is Subalacy. Haimon suppressed the excitement in his heart, looked at the weak two, and said in a deep voice, "It's time to go." Lin Yi's condition has improved a lot. He looked at Haimon and nodded slightly. Then he glanced at the feet he left behind in front of him, the huge chasm that crossed the block. Then, the three of them stopped staying, jumped a few times towards the rear, and quickly disappeared into the deep night. In the distance, the roof of an unaffected building is not affected. Baiju carried Humimi and looked in the direction the three of them left with an excited smile on his face. He is looking forward to Lin Yi's more and more earth-shattering things in the future. He turned around and ran quickly in the other direction. "Baiju, you bastard, let me go first." In the quiet night, only a woman's exclamation remained, gradually drifting away. Li Kai, who had already hid far away, walked out of the shadow of the building. He looked at the tragic scene in front of him, which was like being smashed by a meteorite, and his whole body was numb. With trembling hands, he took out the phone and dialed a number. Soon, the call was connected. There was a popping mahjong sound on the opposite side, and a man full of anger. "Hey, Shao Kai, is there anything important about calling me so late?" Wait a minute. Touch. Li Kai took a deep breath, trying to make his voice sound less trembling, and said in a tone that was almost crying, "Lord Division, you really have to come back." The sky was slightly bright, and the silent southern city began to become noisy at night. In a noodle restaurant, a young man who was immersed in eating ramen quickly traced his fingers on the mobile phone screen. He bounced off his seat suddenly. The diners who were eating noodles around them cast surprised glances. The young man didn't care at all. He stared at the phone screen with wide eyes, his mouth open enough to stuff an egg. On the screen, a video is playing. A black monster that was so huge that it covered the sky and the sun just waved the long knife in his hand. Countless buildings in front of them collapsed and cut off in an instant like building blocks. This kind of devastating scene has only been seen in that kind of top special effects blockbuster. Damn, what kind of movie is this promotional film? It's awesome. What the hell? Show me. The people around also came over curiously. However, However, at this moment, several more people in the noodle restaurant let out similar exclamations at the same time. Obviously, they also swiped this shocking short video. But before they could take a few more looks, the video screen flashed, directly disappeared. The next second. Damn! Instead, there is a line of icy system prompts. The video has violations and has now been banned and removed. In the southern city, a very small number of people who swiped the video at the first time completely disappeared from the internet without a trace before they had time to save it. 10 miles away from the south city, in a lush forest, an area here has completely changed at this moment. Within a radius of hundreds of meters, the earth was scorched black, all the trees had collapsed, and there were still traces of charred on them. On the ground, dark red lava flowed slowly, emitting suffocating heat, turning the place into a molten hell. Regional centers. A man wearing the uniform of a commissioner of the Exorcist Division put one hand in his pocket and looked arrogant. In his right hand, he held a spear made entirely of molten flames. At the front end of the spear, a humanoid demon with a thin body and a prominent head runs through. At the wound, the scorching molten flames were frantically devouring the flesh and blood of the strange demons, making a sizzling sound. The breath of life of this strange demon had long since disappeared. The man looked at it, his eyes full of contempt, and casually pulled the spear back. The body of the demon fell weakly to the ground. He used his molten flame spear to randomly cut open the abdomen of the demon, picked out a demon core that exuded powerful energy from it, and held it in his hand to play with. At this time, there were slight footsteps behind him. The man turned around, and the molten flame spear in his hand instantly turned into a bit of sparks and dissipated. The visitor was a woman, proud, also wearing the uniform of a commissioner, with a pretty face full of frost. She came to the man and said in a cold voice, "Sosuke, show you something." As she said, she stretched out a white finger and gently tapped it on Sosuke's forehead. The fingertips emit a soft white light. Sosuke closed his eyes. A picture instantly flooded into his mind. In the picture, a huge half-humanoid monster holds a hideous long knife in his hand. Under the monster, a small figure could be vaguely seen. Then, the monster swung out with a knife. Within 100 meters in front of him, everything turned into ruins in an instant. This is the end of the picture. Sosuke opened his eyes, and the arrogance on his face disappeared, replaced by a morbid excitement with a fanaticism visible to the naked eye. "Jiang Yu, where did you see this?" Jiang Yu shook the mobile phone in his hand and said lightly, "The video on the internet was blocked after only a few seconds. It should be the official effort." Sosuke threw the strange demon core in his hand to Jiang Yu casually, and licked his lips excitedly. "I'm more interested in this guy than this spicy chicken S-level demon." In a dark room, an old man covered in blood lay quietly on a bed, like a corpse, without any breath of life. Next to the bed, the tiger man and the demon stood there with their arms folded. "Oops, boss, why did you die like this? How can we live without you?" The male demon who was rescued by the old man knelt on the edge of the bed and cried sadly to the old man on the bed. "Duong." The male demon's head was suddenly knocked hard. Cough, cough. A series of coughs came from the bed. The tiger man's eyes changed slightly. The male demon looked up at the old man in disbelief. I saw that the old man's face that was about to die began to turn rosy. Then he slowly opened his eyes. "Boss, you live!" the male demon shouted excitedly. The old man ignored the male demon, but took out a piece of paper from his arms tremblingly. Weakly said to the tiger man and demon standing aside, "Hunyo, you make this call and tell him, last time, you will definitely pay in the future. Today is sunny, cloudy, and sunny today." Lin Yi woke up from a soft and comfortable big bed. He stretched, his bones crackling all over his body. He was extremely tired after a night in Susa last night. After following Black Dream and White Dream to this luxurious villa in the suburbs, he fell asleep directly and slept extremely comfortably. Lin Yi walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window naked and pulled open the heavy curtains. The morning sun instantly filled the room. He pushed open the glass door and came to the huge and wide balcony outside. The warm sunlight shone on Lin Yi's body, which was very comfortable. He took a deep breath of fresh morning air. Comfortable. Lin Yi hadn't been so comfortable for a long time. After a hearty battle, he felt as if his body had been reactivated, full of inexhaustible vitality. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door. As soon as Lin Yi turned around, the door was opened from the outside. At the door, Bai Meng was wearing cool hot pants, and his two straight and white long legs were very dazzling. She wore a simple t-shirt with a cute twin ponytails on her head. Today, she is a representative of cuteness and sexiness. As soon as Bai Meng opened the door, he saw Lin Yi on the balcony, looking at him naked. Those well-defined pectoral muscles, that angular 8-pack abs. Bai Meng's face turned red with a brush. She subconsciously stretched out her hand and covered her face, but her fingers still couldn't help but open a gap and secretly looked at Lin Yi. "Lin Yi, get dressed." Her voice was filled with a hint of embarrassment and panic. When Lin Yi heard Bai Meng's words, his expression did not change at all, and he calmly walked to the bed to get dressed. At this time, Bai Meng breathed a sigh of relief and touched his hot cheek. She looked at Lin Yi. "Lin Yi, you go to the living room to have breakfast first, and my sister will tell you something later." Lin nodded nodded a little. The two came to the living room, and the table was already full of sumptuous breakfast. Lin Yi was not polite, and after sitting down, he quickly solved all the food. Subsequently, Bai Meng drove a red sports car, carrying Lin Yi in the direction of the Black Dream Bar. Lin Yi sat in the back seat, his eyes closed, and his mind was full of hearty killing images last night. After killing for a night, I don't know how much emotional value those guys have contributed to me. Lin Yi directly recited in his heart and opened the system panel. Props: Lin Shia Wan's corpse, photo with Shia Wan X1, with Earth White Mask set, A-level Demon Core X7, B-class Demon Core X20, C-class Demon Core X85. Different energy, A+. Emotional value, 799999. Well, why is it only 790,000? Last night, I killed so many demons, and there were many people with superpowers that were affected, so it stands to reason that I have to have a million emotional values, right? System, what's going on with this emotional value? Did you hack me? Ding. Please do not slander the system. The system will always adhere to the principles of fairness and openness. Then what's going on? Ding. Last night, the host used the power of Susanoo for the first time, and due to the low level of different energy and special reasons of a certain system, the host fell into a state of madness. In order to prevent the host from dying from running out of energy, the system automatically helps the host use emotional values to exchange for A-level energy recovery potions and use them. Even so, I shouldn't be the only one, right? Did I use dozens of bottles? Ding. The host guessed right. The host in that state consumes energy extremely quickly, which can be called a bottomless pit. Name: Lin Yi. Ability: Mangekyō Sharingan. S. Ability: Tsukiyomi Amaterasu Jiatume Susano no. Okay, at least nearly 800,000. Enough to redeem that ability. Note: due to the host's low energy, some abilities cannot be used, or the use effect is reduced. Please test the host by yourself. Lin Yi's eyes looked through the car window at the street scene that was rapidly retreating outside. As he passed by a remote alley, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a yellow-haired gangster, blocking a flowering girl in a school uniform in a corner and moving his hands and feet. Lin Yi's brows furrowed. The girl's face was full of horror and helplessness. A faint black flame appeared out of thin air, instantly condensed into a spike, so fast that it was difficult to catch with the naked eye. The black flame spikes directly pierced Huang Mao's head. Huang Mao's movement stopped abruptly, and his body fell limply, dying no more. Just as the girl was stunned, the black flame spike turned a corner and pierced her head in an instant. The girl's body fell on the yellow-haired corpse and gradually turned into a strange-looking monster. Inside the sports car, Lin Yi looked at his system panel again. Emotional value, 800599. This is enough. Lin Yi. System, exchange pupil technique for me, double divine power. Ding. The exchange is complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Mangekyō Sharingan pupil technique, double kamui. The cold voice of the system fell in Lin Yi's mind. In the next second, an invisible majestic force surged into his body, frantically pouring into his eyes. Lin Yi's kaleidoscope Sharingan opened uncontrollably, and the eerie black windmill pattern in his pupil began to rotate rapidly. At first, the force brought a warm current, like the warm winter sun, which was extremely comfortable. The next moment. But this feeling lasted less than a second. Put. Immediately afterwards, a violent tingling sensation that could not be described in words burst out from the deepest part of his eyes. It was like two red-hot steel needles, piercing into his eye sockets fiercely, still stirring wildly. Ugh! Lin Yi's body arched suddenly. He held his head tightly with both hands, and a suppressed moan of pain erupted in his throat. He felt like his eyes were about to explode. Bai Meng, who was driving in front, immediately noticed the movement in the back seat. She glanced through the rearview mirror and was stunned. I'm a bean. I don't know if I don't see this. I was shocked when I saw it. I saw Lin Yi curled up in the back seat in pain, his body convulsing violently, like a maggot wriggling, and his face was extremely hideous. Bai Meng immediately made a decision. She slammed on the brakes, shook the steering wheel, and parked the sports car steadily on the side of the road. She didn't even have time to open the door, and her body flipped deftly and crossed directly from the driver's seat to the back seat. Yang Yu! Bai Meng shouted lowly, and her right eye instantly changed, and the white of her eye turned into deep black. In the pupil, a pure white young fish slowly emerged, spinning leisurely. A soft white halo overflowed from her eyes, quickly enveloping Lin Yi's whole body. Under the shroud of white light, Lin Yi's violent trembling began to slowly subside, and the painful moans gradually weakened. Time passed minute by minute. Lin Yi gradually became quiet, but Bai Meng's smooth forehead began to ooze fine beads of sweat. Her face also turned a little pale. Obviously maintaining her ability was a huge consumption for her. After a while, Lin Yi's eye covered his still aching head, slowly straightened up, raised his head, and looked at Bai Meng beside him. Bai Meng just wanted to breathe a sigh of relief, but when she saw Lin Yi's appearance at the moment, she was directly startled. At this time, Lin Yi's entire face was covered in blood, and bright red blood kept flowing out of his eyes, sliding down his cheeks, dyeing the collar of his white shirt red. His eyes were wide open, covered with terrifying bloodshots, and he looked like an evil ghost crawling out of the endless hell. Lin Yi glanced at Bai Meng, then withdrew withdrew his gaze, and his consciousness sank into his mind. System, what is my situation? How can the fusion pupil technique be like this? The host's kaleidoscope Sharingan already has 3 pupil techniques, and now if the 2 pupil techniques are fused, the host's eyes cannot bear the burden, and this situation will occur. Lin Yi's brows furrowed tightly. Is there such a thing as TM? Then you said it in advance. Has my dual divine power fusion been successful? System check. Ding. Double pupil technique, left eye divine power, and right eye divine way, all successfully fused. Friendly reminder, due to the increase in the host's kaleidoscope Sharingan pupil technique and the increase in the level of different energy, the effects of various props will be weakened accordingly. For example, the effect of Class A purification agent has been shortened from the original 90 days to 30 days. Please pay attention to the time. Hearing the system's inspection results, Lin Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the integration was successful. However, the weakening of the effective items is a nuisance. In particular, the A-level purification potion, which can counteract the side effects of the kaleidoscope, has been shortened from 90 days to 30 days, which means that the consumption of mood points will increase exponentially. That's something worth a bottle of 100,000 emotions. 10 bottles are enough to exchange for the most expensive pupil technique. Lin Yi is no longer entangled. The soldiers will block it, and the water will cover it. There will always be a way. Now, the most important thing is to test the effect of Kamui. He slowly turned his head and looked at Bai Meng, who looked tired and raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. As soon as Bai Meng looked up, he met Lin's eyes that had been hooked. Looking at Lin Yi's bloodstained face, Bai Meng was suddenly a little scared. Lin Yi's voice was low and hoarse, and his expression was very serious. Hearing this thanks, Bai Meng suddenly felt a little uncomfortable and quickly waved his hand. You're welcome. Squeak! A sharp and piercing brake sound suddenly came, tearing apart the tranquility of the street. The two of them followed the reputation at the same time. I saw that 100 meters ahead, an out-of-control Universiade, like a beast that had escaped from the rains, was rushing towards their small sports car at a very fast speed with its good luck. Time seemed to be slowed down at this moment. Bai Meng's pupils contracted suddenly, and the blood on his face faded. Never mind. At the moment of a critical moment, a clear and calm voice suddenly came from her ears. Kamui, Kawi. At the next moment, the space between Lin Yi and Bai Meng suddenly twisted and rotated without warning. The bodies of the two were also pulled by an irresistible force, twisting, rotating, and contracting in an instant, converging into an invisible point. Thank you. Boom. Almost at the same moment as they disappeared, the Universiade truck crushed over. Bai Meng's brand new red sports car was as fragile as paper paste in front of the Universiade and was instantly pressed into two-way foil. The words just fell. The out-of-control luck was unabated, directly breaking the guardrail on the side of the road and plunged headlong into the turbulent river next to it, causing a huge splash. The surrounding crowd erupted in exclamations, and then someone shouted to save people. And in an uninhabited corner 10 meters away from the wreckage of the sports car, the space twists and rotates again. In the next moment, Lin Yi and Bai Meng, who was still in a state of confusion, appeared in place out of thin air. Bai Meng stared blankly at his car that had been crushed into a discus, subconsciously grabbed his twin ponytails with both hands, and his beautiful face was full of shock and confusion. What just happened? Why did I suddenly come here? Lin Yi next to him sighed in his heart. Kamui, it's really easy to use. Experiencing it in person in reality is far more shocking than seeing it in anime. He could truly feel the absolute power to manipulate space. From today onwards, as long as he operates properly, he can be said to be invincible. Lin Yi, did you do it just now? Bai Meng's trembling voice interrupted Lin Yi's thoughts. Lin Yi didn't look at her, just nodded slightly. After receiving an affirmative answer, Bai Meng's assessment of Lin Yi's strength instantly doubled several times. Not long ago, he was a poor teenager whose sister was killed and had no way to take revenge. In a short period of time, he has grown into a powerful person who can stand on his own. This growth rate is simply a monster. This kind of person, if it is his own person, if it is an enemy, it is fine. Bai Meng didn't dare to think about it anymore. She felt that she might have to cover herself with an extra quilt when she slept at night, otherwise she wouldn't know how she would die. Just when Bai Meng was amazed by Lin Yi's strength, on the horizon, a cheerful voice came from far to near. Alas! Superintendent's second squad, come to the rescue. Hearing the sound, Lin Yi looked towards the sky in the distance. A black shadow was astonishingly fast from far to near, and instantly hovered over the river. Although they were thousands of meters away, with the extraordinary eyesight of the Mangekyō Sharingan, Lin Yi could still see clearly. The black shadow was a very young boy, probably just an adult, and his appearance was still a bit childish. He had a bright smile on his face, looking full of youth, and he looked like a sunny and cheerful big boy. The boy was wearing a black and gold superintendent's uniform, which was well tailored, making him stand tall. With his arrival, in the distance on the road, bursts of rapid sirens sounded from far to near. Several police cars of the superintendent roared and stopped abruptly by the river. The door opened quickly, and dozens of superintendents in the same uniform quickly got out of the car, moved competently, and quickly quickly pulled up the cordon to block the entire accident scene. At this time, the teenager above the river in the distance began to act. I saw his arms slowly open, as if embracing the whole world. He closed his eyes and raised his head slightly. The expression on his face seemed to be carefully feeling something. The next moment, the river, which was originally just rippled by the fall of the truck, suddenly became even bigger for no reason. The leaves of the street trees by the river were blown by a sudden breeze, making a rustling sound. People watching the excitement on the side of the road suddenly felt a breeze blowing on their cheeks. In this hot summer, it brings a rare touch of coolness and comfort. Lin Yi looked at the boy on the river and clearly felt the increasingly obvious energy fluctuations in the surrounding air. This person's ability seems to be wind. This thought had just crossed his mind. The next moment, the originally calm and gentle breeze began to become violent without warning. The wind howled, causing the trees on the roadside to shake violently, and the leaves were scraped off in pieces and danced wildly in the air. Some girls in short skirts let out a burst of exclamations, and hurriedly reached out to press down on the hem of their skirts to prevent themselves from being exposed. Some men retracted their gaze with a little regret, but the long white legs were enough for them to feast their eyes. The July sun is very vicious. But at this moment, those who joined in the fun actually felt a little cold, and couldn't help but clasp their arms. On the surface of the river, a huge tornado visible to the naked eye had formed at this time. Countless streams of water were rolled up by the terrifying suction force and converged into a waterspout connecting heaven and earth, spinning wildly on the river's surface, making a deafening roar. The Universiade truck that fell into the river was also swept up by this huge force and kept rolling in the waterspout. The boy on the river controlled the tornado and slowly moved the Universiade to the shore. Boom! With a dull loud noise, the Universiade truck was placed firmly on the ground. The young man waved his hand lightly. The huge waterspout disappeared instantly, and the river that was swept up into the sky fell back into the river, stirring up huge waves. At the same time, the cool and biting wind around him also dissipated suddenly. The heat brought by the scorching summer is back again. The young man clapped his hands lightly and grinned. Done! After saying that, his body flew directly to the shore and landed lightly in front of several police cars. The rest is left to his team members. A large group of onlookers immediately swarmed up, holding their mobile phones high, taking frantic pictures of the teenager, shouting excitedly, "So handsome! Damn! This ability is too handsome!" The teenager seems to have become accustomed to this kind of scene. He expertly took out a pair of cool sunglasses from his uniform pocket and put them on. A handsome smile curled up on the corner of his mouth, and he also posed a few poses very coquettishly, which caused the crowd to scream even more enthusiastically. After a while, a team member trotted over, saluted upright, and reported loudly, "Captain, the matter has been investigated." The boy waved his hand and signaled that the crowd around him could leave, and today's fan meeting ended here. The crowd gradually dispersed, and the young man took off his sunglasses to look at the team members next to him, and asked, "Tell me, what's the situation?" The team members immediately replied, "The truck driver was drunk driving." Subsequently, there was no follow-up. The teenager frowned. "Gone?" The team members replied with a serious face. "Gone." The teenager's face showed obvious disappointment. He thought it would be some kind of shocking crime, such as buying murder, confrontation between forces, or powerful demons causing chaos or something. The result? It's boring. Are there any casualties? The teenager continued to ask. The team member stretched out his finger and pointed to the red sports car that had been crushed into a discus not far away, and reported, "Except for the crushed sports car, there were no other casualties." The boy looked in the direction pointed by the team members. "The car, why is it a bit familiar?" Yang Yu. Just as he was trying to recall the owner of the sassy sports car in his mind, a crisp and pleasant voice came from not far away. The young man followed the sound, and when he saw the comer, the doubts on his face were instantly swept away, revealing a big smiling face. "Sister Bai Meng." Bai Meng walked over quickly with a gentle smile, while Lin Yi still followed her expressionlessly. Yang Yu looked at Bai Meng and asked curiously, "Sister Bai Meng, why are you here?" Bai Meng pointed to the scrapped sports car. Yang Yu suddenly patted his head and suddenly realized, "I just said that I feel that the car is so familiar. It's really Sister Bai Meng's new car." At this time, he noticed Lin Yi following Bai Meng again. When he saw Lin Yi's bloodstained face clearly, Yang Yu's face showed an expression of surprise and doubt. This big brother, you." He stretched out his finger and gestured on his face, as if looking for the right words to describe it. Bai Meng immediately answered. He was very angry today, bleeding a little. Nothing happened. "Oh." Yang Yu nodded, showing an expression that seemed to understand. "Sister Bai Meng, are you going to a bar?" Yang Yu asked again. Bai Meng nodded. "It just so happens that I haven't been there for a while. Let's go, take my car, and I'll take you for a ride." Bai Meng saw the situation and gladly agreed. Yang Yu took the two of them to a police car. Bai Meng unceremoniously opened the car door and sat on it. Lin Yi also followed Bai Meng into the back seat. After getting into the car, Yang Yu suddenly turned back from the driver's seat, looked at Lin Yi, and asked with a serious face, "Big brother, don't you really have to go to the hospital?" Lin Yi, "No." "Okay." Yang Yu Yu immediately turned around and started the car. Bang! The car starts and smoothly merges into the traffic flow. Lin Yi opened the car window and let the wind with the humidity of the river blow on his face. He looked out the window at the rapidly retreating river scenery, but his mind became heavy. He saw the shadow of his sister Shia Wan in Yan Yu's body. In the past, Shia Wan, although frail and sickly, was always so cheerful and lively. As long as he is there, Shia Wan's face is always filled with the purest smile, and although their lives are poor, they are full of sunshine. Lin Yi's eyes, at this moment when no one was paying attention, were slightly sour. Small soft. After only 2 seconds of sadness, Lin Yi quickly packed up his emotions. Now that he has Kamui, it can be said that he lacks nothing. As long as he didn't meet those with particularly outrageous abilities, he was already invincible. Next, he must find a way to quickly accumulate emotional points, not only to increase fault tolerance in future battles, but also to resurrect Shia Wan as soon as possible. Lin Yi's eyes gradually became cold. Whether it was a human or a strange demon, as long as it stood in front of him, he would grab it and refine it in an instant. Let it become the purest emotional value and contribute to the path he takes. The car stopped in front of the entrance to a hidden alley. The three of them got out of the car one after another and walked into the alley. Yan Yu walked alone in the front, but with an irrepressible joy in his steps. He seemed a little nervous and a little expectant. Bai Meng and Lin Yi walked side by side. At this time, Yan Yu, who was walking in front, suddenly turned around. While walking backwards, he looked at Bai Meng with a smile on his face. "Sister Bai Meng, how has the bar been doing in the past 6 months?" Bai Meng thought for a while and replied very seriously, "Nothing has changed, it's still the same. But, I want to ask you, boy." Bai Meng hugged his chest with his hands, squinted his eyes slightly, and his tone was a bit scrutinizing. "Didn't you say you were going to Kyoto for further study half a year ago? Why, did you come back from your studies so soon? He also transformed into a captain in our Nanchang police superintendent?" Hearing this, Yan Yu touched the back of his head. His eyes were a little dodgy, and he didn't dare to look at Bai Meng. I don't miss you and Sister Haimeng." His voice fell, and he added cautiously, "How is Sister Black Dream doing?" Bai Meng snorted and said angrily, "Are you embarrassed to ask? Half a year ago, you left a note saying that you were going to Kyoto for further study, and then the person disappeared as if he had evaporated, and there was no news. Sister is very angry with you. You have to apologize to her when you come back now, otherwise, you know her temper." Yan Yu's expression immediately became extremely solemn, and he nodded repeatedly, like a chick pecking rice. "Don't worry, Sister Bai Meng. I will definitely apologize to Sister Haimeng." At this time, he seemed to remember something, and he didn't know where to take out an exquisite metal box and held it in front of the two of them like a treasure. "I also prepared a gift for you." "What gift?" Bai Meng asked curiously. Yan Yu smiled and opened the metal box directly. The moment the box was opened, 2 bright blue lights bloomed from it, reflecting the narrow alleys in a dark blue. "I saw 2 crystal clear crystals all over the body, like the purest sapphire-like crystals. It is lying quietly on the black velvet padding, exuding a dreamy luster under the refraction of the sun. This is the A-level alienation demon core?" Bai Meng's eyes widened instantly, and his face was full of shock. "Or is it energy?" Lin Yi looked at the 2 crystals in the box, and his eyes froze slightly. He remembered some of the tasks he had seen on the 6 Paths network before, and his rewards included this alienated demon core. To this end, he also specially checked the relevant information. The core of the alienated demon only exists in a special alien demon called Alienated Demon. The number of alienated demons is extremely rare. It can be said that they are 1 in 10,000, but their strength far exceeds that of ordinary alien demons of the same level. The strength of an A-level alienated demon can even be comparable to or even surpass the S-level alien demon of the same type. Therefore, the role of the alienated demon core is also much more powerful than that of ordinary strange demon cores. Especially for those with the same type of ability, its value is even more immeasurable. This thing is completely priceless in the circle of superpowers. No wonder Bai Meng was so surprised. After Bai Meng reacted, he immediately stretched out his hand, closed the box with a snap, and lowered his voice to reprimand Yang Yu. "You boy, don't you know that wealth is not exposed? This kind of thing also dares to take out here." Yang Yu touched his nose, but with a strong confidence on his face, he patted his chest and said, "Don't be afraid, Sister Bai Meng, my strength is very strong." Although he said so, he carefully took the metal box back into his arms. At this time, he set his sights on Bai Meng, the man who was silent from beginning to end, exuding the aura of being unapproachable. "Sister Bai Meng, who is this eldest brother?" Bai Meng glanced at Lin Yi and replied casually, "Friends I've met during this time." "Oh, don't worry about who he is, he'll be there soon. You should think about how to explain it to your sister later." "Okay," Yang Yu responded, and couldn't help but glance at Lin Yi again. He always felt that this man covered in blood was familiar, but the other party's face was covered in blood, and he couldn't see his appearance clearly at all. Forget it, now is not the time to think about this. He turned and looked at the familiar door at the end of the alley, his heart beating a little faster uncontrollably. Soon, the three of them came to the door of the Black Dream Bar and pushed pushed the door in. There was no one inside. Yang Yu continued to walk inside, and soon the three of them came to a door. Yang Yu stopped, stood in front of the door, took a deep breath, and deliberately tidied up his collar, looking like he was ready to be generous. Bai Meng looked at his cowardly look, with a black line on his face. She didn't bother to wait any longer, so she stepped forward and pushed the door open. "Sister, Xiao Yuzi is back!" Crisp shouts echoed in the empty bar. This sudden operation directly made Yang Yu stunned in place, at a loss, and the courage he had just plucked up was instantly half released. Lin Yi walked up from behind, patted him on the shoulder expressionlessly, didn't look at him, and walked straight in. Yang Yu looked at Lin Yi's back, a little unclear. Finally, he gritted his teeth but still mustered up the courage and walked in. As soon as he stepped into Haiming's office, he heard an angry voice coming from inside. "That kid still dares to come back?" At this time, Haiming, who was sitting behind the desk, turned around and happened to meet Yang Yusi's eyes at the door. Suddenly, the scene was silent. The air is frozen. In the next second, Yang Yu raised his hand stiffly and waved it. "Hi!" Hearing this sound, the anger in Haiming's heart suddenly rushed up. She stood up from her seat suddenly, grabbed the phone on the table and threw it at Yang Yu. "Hi, your head!" After Haiming scolded angrily, he sat down heavily, folded his arms around his chest, and turned his head to the side, making it clear that he didn't want to look at him again. Yang Xiang's right eye was quick, and he caught the flying mobile phone. He held his phone and walked over cautiously, squeezing a smile on his face that was uglier than crying. "That, Sister Haiming, long time no see." Haiming ignored him directly, but set his sights on Lin Yi. When he saw Lin Yi's bloody appearance, Haiming's brows immediately furrowed and he asked suspiciously, "Lin Yi, you, like this?" Lin Yi replied calmly, "It's nothing, why don't you wash it?" Black Dream suggested. Lin nodded a little, turned around and walked out of the room. When he came to the bathroom, Lin Yi turned on the faucet, picked up the cold tap water, and washed his face hard. The water washed away the blood and fatigue on his face, and he raised his head and looked at himself in the mirror. In the mirror was a still young face, but those black eyes were full of vicissitudes that did not match their age. After washing his face, he returned to the office door. "As soon as I walked to the door, I heard a miserable cry from inside. Wow! Sister Haiming, don't fight. Pain, pain. I was wrong. Sister Black Dream, I was really wrong. I never dared to leave a piece of paper and run away again. I will definitely keep two next time." As soon as these words were said, an even more tragic wail rang out in the room. Lin Yi pushed open the door and walked in. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Haiming hitting Yang Yu. Yang Yu was beaten so hard that his nose was blue and his face was swollen, and he couldn't speak clearly. When the Black Dream saw that Lin Yi was back, he let go of his hand, snorted coldly, and sat back in his seat. Yang Yu rubbed his red ears, raised his head aggrievely, and looked in Lin Yi's direction. This look made his whole body froze. His eyes, which were already swollen, were now round and his pupils contracted violently. He quickly raised his trembling hand and pointed at Lin Yi, because his face was swollen, and his speech became slurred. "Mud, mud, Nistan Fantasy, you are wanted." When Haiming heard Yang Yu's words, his brows furrowed tightly. "What East Fantasy?" she asked angrily. "Can you say it clearly?" Yang Yu looked back at Haiming with an innocent face. Black Dream saw his face swollen like a pig's head, and didn't know what to say for a while. Yang Yu couldn't care about the pain on his face, and immediately took out his mobile phone in a hurry, scratched the screen, clicked on an interface, and then handed the phone to Haiming. Haiming took the phone suspiciously. A message is displayed on the screen. "Release a secret mission." All squad leaders' reply received after receiving it. She clicked in, and a series of mission information popped up instantly. At the top is a huge photo, which is Lin Yi's clear face after washing away the blood. Below the photo is Lin Yi's basic information. Age, 18. Ability, A-class, suspected S-class, unknown, self-proclaimed Sharingan. Name, Lin Yi. Incident, suspected of massacring all members of the 13th Squad of the Demon Extermination Division, and related to the terrorist attack in District 9 last night. At the end of the mission, a line of warning is written in scarlet font. This person is extremely strong and has an extremely dangerous personality. All teams secretly search for traces of this person, and any conflict is strictly prohibited after discovery, and must be reported to superiors as soon as possible. Black Dream's pupils contracted slightly. She returned the phone to Yang Yu, and it instantly understood in her heart. No wonder the videos and messages about last night's paradise on the internet have all been banned and removed. The superintendent did this probably because Lin Yi showed too much threat. In order to avoid causing uncontrollable panic among the people, and at the same time to avoid startling snakes, this method of secret search was chosen. Once a squad leader like Yang Yu reports Lin Yi's position, I am afraid that the next step will be for the special powerhouses of the Federation to come and arrest them, or even direct kill. Black Dream's eyes cooled. She looked at Yang Yu, and the corners of her mouth curled up with a dangerous arc. "What? You want to report him?" The cold voice made Yang Yu shiver unconsciously. Black Dream took a step forward and stared at him. The murderous intent in his tone was unabashed. "Otherwise, why don't you just report me too?" Yang Yu was so frightened that his soul was about to fly, and he shook his head nervously. No report, no report. He had no doubt that if he dared to say the word report, in the next second, Sister Haimeng would definitely clean up the door on the spot and destroy her relatives for righteousness. At this time, Lin Yi came over. He just glanced at Yang Yu calmly. Yang Yu felt like he was being targeted by a wild beast that came out of the mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and the blood in his body was about to solidify. The look in this big brother's eyes is so scary. Lin Yi didn't take this guy to report at all. He even felt that it would be good if he could bring a few so-called official powerhouses over and let him brush up on his emotional value. He looked at Haimeng and asked directly. Bai Meng said, "Do you have something to tell me?" Haimeng nodded and then gave Yang Yu a look next to him. Yang Yu immediately understood, as if he had been pardoned, and was about to turn around and leave. He suddenly remembered that the gift hadn't been given yet, so he quickly took out the exquisite metal box from his arms, held it in both hands, and stuffed it directly into Black Dream's hand. "Sister Haimeng, this is a gift for you and Sister Bai Meng." After saying that, he ran out without looking back, as if a ghost was chasing him. Black Dream opens the box. Two crystal clear crystals all over their bodies, like the purest sapphire-like crystals, lay quietly inside. A-level energy is the core of the alienated demon. The corner of Haimeng's mouth showed an undetectable smile. "I guess this kid still has snacks." She put away the box and looked at Lin Yi, her expression becoming serious again. "Lin Yi, our investigation of the internal personnel of the Demon Eradication Division has made some progress." As she spoke, she took out a small chip from her pocket and handed it over. "This is the information we have compiled. You go back and take a look." Lin nodded and took the chip away. Then he spoke. "I have a question. You say." Black Dream looked at him. "Where are there a large number of strange demons in the southern city?" "A large number of strange demons?" Haimeng was stunned for a moment, a little puzzled why Lin Yi suddenly asked this. He was not a member of the Demon Slayer Division, and he needed to hunt demons in exchange for merit. "Is it for the core of the demons?" Bai Meng next to him also spoke with a puzzled face. "Lin Yi, you are looking for a strange demon." Before he finished speaking, Haimeng shot over with a look, and Bai Meng immediately closed his mouth. Only then did Haimeng answer Lin Yi's question. "Outside the city. There are strange demons everywhere." "Outside the city?" "However, not everyone can go out of the city to hunt demons." "Why?" Lin Yi frowned slightly. This time, it was Bai Meng who explained. "Because strange demons are monsters that threaten their lives at all times for ordinary people. But for us superpowers, strange demons are resources, the most precious resources that can make us stronger, especially those high-level strange demons. Therefore, the federal government will not only strictly control the circulation of all demon cores, but also will not allow any person with special abilities to go out of the city to hunt monsters without permission. If you want to go out of the city, you must have an officially issued demon hunting license. If you leave the city without a permit, you will be regarded as a poacher by them, and once caught, you will be imprisoned in a prison for superpowers at best, or at worst, direct death penalty." Black Dream nodded and added, "Bai Meng is right." Lin Yi's brows furrowed even deeper. "Monopolize. Or is it monopolized by the officials?" In this way, the federal government is equivalent to controlling the lifeblood of all superpowers. Any person with special abilities, if he wants to become stronger and obtain resources, must listen to them and abide by their rules. What a good means. However, he didn't care about these rules. "Okay, I know." Haimeng raised his eyebrows and looked at Lin Yi. "If you really want to go out, we can help you. After all, we are people from the Six Paths." Liu Dao's favorite thing to do is to break the rules. He wanted to try whether these so-called rules were hard enough. Leaving the Black Dream bar, Lin Yi casually found a restaurant on the street and had lunch. Lin Yi, no. He decided to leave the city tomorrow. Save hundreds of thousands of emotional points first, otherwise you will feel insecure. In the afternoon, he strutted down the street, not caring about the superintendents. As he walked, he saw a milk tea shop. He ordered a glass of chilled lemonade and drank it slowly as he walked in the direction of the apartment. In this world, the daytime is very short, and the sky quickly darkens. Unknowingly, he actually walked to the door of the Nanchang Supernatural Academy. At this time, night fell and the streets were empty. At this moment, next to the tall iron gate of the academy, a girl and three boys sneakily turned out from inside. Several people were disheveled, their hair was messy, and their faces were flushed after satisfaction. Obviously they had just had a big fight at school. "I just don't know whether it's 3v1 or 1v3. They tidied up their clothes. One of the boys with yellow hair lit a cigarette and said proudly, "It's really exciting to fight in the field at school at night." Another boy with a face full of pimples smiled and said, "Am I right? Definitely more than a hotel." The girl in the miniskirt snorted coquettishly and said, "You don't know how to be lighter. It makes my whole body hurt now." "It hurts?" Huang Mao spat out a smoke ring and teased, "I think you were almost happy just now." At this time, the third-inch-headed boy who had not spoken inadvertently swept his eyes across the street and suddenly saw Lin Yi standing under the streetlight. The dim light just illuminated Lin Yi's indifferent face. The smile on the boy's face instantly froze, and the whole person began to tremble violently, and he trembled and raised his finger in the direction direction of Lin Yi. Ghost. Ghost. The remaining three looked over for some reason. When they saw Lin Yi's face clearly, the expression on their face was extremely exciting. Lin Yi? The girl let out a sharp exclamation. Isn't he dead? Lin Yi's eyes also fell on them. He recognized these people. The four-headed scum in the academy. South City Supernatural Academy. Entrance. The dim street lights stretched Lin Yi's shadow very long. The four-headed scum looked at Lin Yi in fear. One of the yellow hairs suddenly thought of something, and said calmly, I remember the superintendent reported before that Lin Yi was missing, but I guess that he might be dead. Could it be that this guy had a big life and escaped the disaster? Lin Yi didn't speak, raised his foot and walked slowly towards them. In the academy, these four people and some others like to bully people like Lin Yi with no background and take pleasure in it. Since they were met by him, they could only blame them for being too lucky to die at his hands. In his dark pupils, the eerie black windmill pattern slowly lit up, and the scarlet light seeped in the night. The four of them looked at Lin Yi, whose eyes were red, and their hearts tightened suddenly. The girl couldn't help at first, screamed and turned around and ran into the distance. She had only run a few steps when her body suddenly froze. Centered on her body, the space ahead began to twist without warning, forming a rapidly swirling vortex. Her body was pulled by this eerie force and was twisted and deformed uncontrollably. What is it? She watched her body twist up like a twist, her eyes full of fear. In her shrill screams, the whole person was sucked into the vortex and disappeared in an instant. Ding! Host gains plus 380 emotions. The three boys who were still in place watched the girl disappear out of thin air. Their legs weakened in fright, and they were almost unsteady. They looked at Lin Yi in unison. I saw Lin Yi slowly raise his right hand. The space in front of his palm was distorted again, and the girl who had just disappeared appeared out of thin air and was grabbed by his neck and lifted up. The girl was caught breathless, her face flushed, her hands clutching Lin Yi's hands, her feet fluttering weakly in the air. Let her go! Huang Mao suppressed the fear in his heart and roared. The three of them unleashed their abilities at the same time. A fierce fire, a water arrow, and an earth thorn. Three attacks bombarded Lin Yi at the same time. However, a strange scene happened. All the attacks actually passed directly through Lin Yi's body and landed on the ground behind him, causing no damage. Lin Yi's body was like air, and it seemed that it did not exist in this space at all. But in his hand, he really grabbed a person. The three of them were stunned, their brains blank, and they couldn't understand what was happening in front of them. Run! Huang Mao was the first to react, shouted, directly chose to abandon the girl, turned around and ran away. The other two boys immediately followed, and the three of them ran away with all their might, wishing they could grow two more legs. Lin didn't bother to look at them. He casually threw the woman in his hand on the ground. The girl fell to the ground and let out a painful snort. Lin Yi raised his foot, faced the woman's head, and stepped on it without hesitation. That foot was constantly enlarged in the woman's pupils. No, no! The sound of a watermelon popping sounded. The woman's head was stepped on by Lin Yi, and yellow and white things splashed everywhere. Ding! The host gains plus 888 emotion. Put! Lin Yi looked in the direction of the three people escaping. The next second, his body also began to twist and disappear in place. The three of them ran away desperately, shouting for help, hoping that the superintendent or the people of the demon exterminator would hear it and come to save them. At this moment, there were bursts of sirens in the distance. Hearing this sound, their faces suddenly showed hope. However, just in front of them, space began to twist and spin without warning. In the next second, a man in a black robe with an eerie white mask on his face appeared in front of them. The three of them slammed their footsteps. When they saw the scarlet eyes under the mask, Huang Mao trembled and said, Lin Yi, you killed people in the city and broke the rules, and the superintendent will never let you go. The superintendent's man has already come over. I advise you to run quickly, otherwise you will be imprisoned. Superintendent? Rules? Lin Yi sneered in his heart. These fools would be so stupid that they thought those people could protect them? He looked at the three of them without the slightest hesitation, and his left eye froze. The heads of the three of them, the space began to twist at the same time. At this moment, a cold scolding came from the sky. Stop! But it's too late. In the next second, the heads of the three disappeared instantly. The blood on the necks of the three headless corpses gushed out like a fountain, and then fell to the ground. Ding! The host gains plus 3,666 emotion points. A woman holding a spear fell from the sky and landed steadily on the ground. She was wearing the black and gold captain's uniform of the superintendent, with a tall posture and mountains, and a tall horse that was tied to flutter in the wind. She looked at the three headless corpses on the ground, and then looked up at Lin Yi wearing a mask, her eyes burning with anger. A long spear with one finger. You are looking for death. Before the words fell, her whole person had turned into an afterimage. Guns are like dragons. The gun body burst into hot flames, tearing through the air and heading straight for Lin Yi. Lin Yi just looked at her quietly. Kamui launched again. On the path of the woman's rush, the space in which the head was located instantly began to distort. A fatal sense of threat instantly filled her body. Her pupils shrank suddenly, and she reacted instantly. The spear slammed on the ground, and her body flew backwards abruptly. But it was still a step slower. A A scream. Her right arm was directly twisted and broken by the power of divine power and fell to the ground. The spear also fell to the ground with a bang. Ah! She covered her right shoulder, which was gushing with blood, with her left hand, and her face instantly turned pale. In the rear, several superintendents' cars finally arrived. Dozens of people wearing the superintendent's ordinary black uniform quickly got out of the car, came to the captain, pointed the firearm in their hands at Lin Yi, and put on a fighting posture. Those supernatural team members guarded the captain, looking at Lin Yi and waiting for battle. Captain! One of the team members saw that the captain was injured and hurriedly stepped forward. A soft green light flashed in his hand, which acted on the captain's right arm, and the blood gradually stopped. The captain endured the severe pain, stared at Lin Yi, and shouted to the team members around him, "Quick! Raise an S-class alert to request support from other squads." However, the team member just responded and was about to take out the communicator. His head disappeared directly. Warm blood gushed out and sprinkled the female captain's face. Yes, the body fell to the ground with a pop. The next second, put. The female captain stared wide-eyed at the confidant who was still standing alive next to her, and in just one breath the head was separated and turned into a headless corpse. The anger in her eyes was replaced by fear for the first time. The other team members around him were also trembling, and fear spread rapidly in the crowd. Ding! Host gains plus 1,000 emotions. It was the first time they had seen such a strong supernatural person after living for so long. Even the A-level captain can't beat him. Fire! I don't know who shouted. At the next moment, countless gunshots rang out, and several colorful supernatural attacks also flew towards Lin Yi together. In front of Lin Yi, a large area of space was directly distorted into a huge vortex. All bullets and ability attacks are sucked into it. Behind those superintendents, a huge space vortex also appeared. The attack they had just sent out flew out of it intact and shot at themselves. Suddenly, screams came and went, and the formation was instantly chaotic. The next second, in Lin Yi's hand, a long knife condensed from Amaterasu black flame appeared. His figure instantly disappeared in place and rushed into the chaotic crowd. Ah! He was like a graceful dancer, dancing through the crowd. It is also like a ruthless god of death, coldly harvesting everyone's lives. Divinity. All kinds of pupil techniques are used one by one. Otherwise, after 30 days, the effect of the A-level purification potion will disappear, and he will have to spend another 100,000 emotional points to use it so unscrupulously. Monthly reading. Amaterasu. Add the life of the land. Lin Yi's figure swam in the crowd, and every time he swung the black flame long knife in his hand, it would take away several lives. The screens gradually decreased and finally disappeared completely. After a while, only Lin Yi and the female captain with a broken arm were left in the field. Lin Yi grabbed her neck with his right hand and lifted her off the ground. She looked at the stumps and broken arms all over the ground, and at the corpses of the team members who had fought side by side with her. Only despair remained in her eyes. In the end, she gave up the struggle, closed her eyes, and the figure of a man appeared in her mind, with 2 lines of tears left from the corners of her eyes. Her head is also gone. Lin Yi casually threw the headless body on the ground. He stood in the middle of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, raised his head, and looked at the empty streets. The next second, put. In the next second, the space in front of him began to distort, and countless human heads with different expressions poured out of it. In the blink of an eye, a scalp-tingling mountain of heads was piled up on the spot. After doing all this, Lin Yi turned around, his figure twisted, and disappeared into the night. Only a dead street and the Beijing temple made of human heads remain. Not long after Lin Yi left, a man wearing a black robe with a Shura mask came out of the darkness. He looked at the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood in front of him, and slowly lowered his head. Then, he slowly lowered his head and his body began to tremble, not fear, but excitement. A few seconds later, he slowly raised his head, and his eyes under the mask were morbidly excited, as if he had found someone with the same illness. Interesting. It's really interesting. Why is such an interesting person appearing now? Didn't I live in vain all these years? But, it's not too late to appear now. The next day, Lin Yi slept directly into the afternoon. The constant killing last night gave him a strange sense of exhaustion. Not physical, but mental. He had the feeling that he didn't want to kill anyone again in his life. It turns out that if you do too much of anything, you will really get tired of it. Lin Yi glanced at the time on the microcomputer, 3:30. The sky is starting to turn yellow, and it will be dark again. He took out the chip given by the Black Dream from the system space and inserted it into the microcomputer bracelet on his wrist. The blue light lit up and a series of data streams flashed across the screen. Lin Yi just glanced at it and closed it. Now is not the time to look at this. The most urgent thing is to get out of the city first. As for the contents of the chip, let's look at it when we come back. He got out of bed, went into the bathroom to take a shower, and the cold water made his chaotic head clear up a lot. Put on the familiar black robe and put on the white mask. He walked to the window, without the slightest hesitation, and pushed the window open. Cold air pours into the room. He jumped and jumped from a building dozens of stories high. His body fell rapidly in midair, and in midair, his figure suddenly began to twist and rotate, and finally turned into a vortex of nothingness nothingness and disappeared. In the next second, he was already on the roof of a building hundreds of meters away. Lin Yi increased his speed to the extreme. The whole person turned into a blurred black shadow, rushing through the reinforced concrete urban forest, running with all his might in the direction of the nearest exit, District 19. The east gate of the southern city is there. The entire Nanchang has 33 districts, covering an area of nearly 100,000 square kilometers, which is very large. But even a city of this size can only be regarded as moderately low in the entire territory of the Federation. At the speed at which Lin Yi burst out with all his might, he also ran for an hour and a half. When he arrived in the 19th arrondissement, it was already dark. Night enveloped the earth. However, the streets of the 19th arrondissement are still bustling with people and bright lights, and they have not become deserted at all because of the advent of night. The faces of pedestrians did not show concern about the strange demons, but were full of life. Lin Yi's figure flickered a few times and came to the top of a skyscraper. He stood on the edge of the rooftop, looking down, and then looked into the distance. The scene in front of him made his pupils shrink slightly. At the end of the city, an unimaginably huge wall rose from the ground, towering into the sky, as if dividing the heavens and the earth. The walls are pitch black and glow with metallic cold, stretching infinitely along the edge of the city, with no end in sight, firmly surrounding the entire huge city. Beneath the wall, a wide avenue leads to a huge steel gate. It was brightly lit and heavily guarded. Countless heavily armed soldiers patrolled the streets, and countless sophisticated inspection facilities were set up at the gates. On the tall sentry post, the soldiers vigilantly scanned everything around them. Lin Yi saw that occasionally a few people walked together, and after showing a document at the door, they were successfully released and entered the world beyond the walls. Come to think of it, that is what Black Dream called the demon hunting license. No wonder Black Dream said that it was as difficult as going out of the city privately. This huge wall alone was enough to block the vast majority of superpowers. Coupled with the strict guards below like a military fortress, ordinary people really don't even have a chance to get close. But these rules are not difficult for him. Lin Yi's toe lightly touched the edge of the rooftop, and his figure disappeared instantly. Like a ghost, he shuttled between the rooftops of various buildings, quietly and quickly approaching the huge wall. As he approached the guard's guard range under the wall, he slammed his feet into force. The whole person was like a disemboweled cannonball, without making any sound, and crashed straight towards the cold wall. At the same time, at the gate below, a soldier in charge of the inspection yawned boredly, and when he looked up, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he immediately patted the captain next to him on the shoulder. The captain turned around and looked at him impatiently. "What are you doing?" The soldier stretched out his finger to the sky and stammered. "Old boss, look, it seems that someone is flying in the sky." I saw that in the dark night sky, under the bright moonlight, an invisibly small black shadow flashed like a meteor and rushed straight to the huge wall. Then, it disappeared out of thin air. The man who was called the boss frowned and looked up in the direction of the soldier's finger, but saw nothing. The night sky is still the same, with only a bright moon hanging high. "Fly a fart. Don't be surprised at night," he scolded angrily. At this time, a man in front of him who was waiting for an examination urged impatiently, "What are you looking at? Is it still checked?" Grinding. The captain immediately turned his head. His face was full of flattering smiles, and he nodded repeatedly to the man in front of him with a white hair. Okay, Bai Xiao, don't worry, it's okay right away, it's fine right away." Beyond the walls, a dark shadow broke through the solid wall without warning and landed lightly on the barren ground. Lin Yi glanced back at the huge metal structure behind him, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Camui's blurring ability is simply a divine skill. Not bad, not bad. He retracted his gaze and looked ahead. In front of you is an endless wilderness, overgrown with weeds, strange rocks, and dilapidated roads. You can see many dilapidated buildings and decaying wreckage, and the whole scene looks like the end of the world, full of danger. However, he did not see the strange demon, but saw the faint light of several human activities in the distance. Crunch dash. The heavy steel door next to it slowly opened. A guy dressed coquettishly with white hair walked out of it. Lin Yi recognized the other party with just a glance. White is extinct. He couldn't help but feel that the world was really small, and he could meet this guy everywhere. Lin Yi ignored his interest, and directly chose a direction, and as soon as his figure moved, he ran towards the depths of the wilderness. After a few ups and downs, it quickly disappeared into the thick night. Lin Yi finally met the first strange demon after leaving Nancheng. No, to be precise, the first group of strange demons. A large group of strange demons that resemble wild wolves but are larger and covered in dark scales. They are gathering together, biting the body of an unknown creature. 10 minutes later, facing Lin Yi who suddenly appeared, this group of wolf-shaped demons was stunned for a moment. Then he stopped eating in unison, raised his head, revealed a pair of scarlet eyes, and stared at the uninvited guest. One of them was obviously a circle larger, and the wolf-like monster like a leader raised its head to the sky and let out a long roar. Whoa dash. The next moment, all the strange demons gave up the food in their mouths and rushed towards Lin Yi like crazy. A fishy wind blows in the face. Lin Yi's eyes were cold, and he didn't even bother to move. Quick, call. Without warning, black flames appeared out of thin air on each charging wolf-shaped monster. Whoa! A shrill scream resounded through the wilderness. Amaterasu! These strange demons rolled and struggled frantically under the burning of the black flames, but all in vain. In just 10 seconds, the screams stopped abruptly. Only a few dozen alien demon cores emitted weak energy fluctuations were left in place. Although these cores are all low-level, most of them are D-level and C-grade, but Lin Yi does not dislike it at all. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. He stepped forward and picked up all the strange demon cores one by one, all of which were included in the system space. Rumble! In the distance in a pitch-black forest, an earth-shattering loud noise suddenly erupted. Immediately afterwards, a flame rose into the sky, dyeing half of the night sky orange-red. Roar! At this moment, a roar of a giant beast full of tyranny and anger rang out immediately after. The sound was rolling in and deafening. Even from such a long distance, Lin Yi could still clearly feel the powerful power contained in that voice. Finally, a big baby came. His feet moved suddenly, and his figure instantly ejected out, rushing in the direction of the loud noise and fire. Big baby, I'm here. In the dark forest, the silence is broken by a heavy gasp. More than a dozen people with different clothes surrounded a humanoid demon with a terrified expression. The surroundings are full of burnt marks. The strange demon's whole body was pitch black, and the surface of his body was covered with strange red lines, and in the lines, there was dark red energy slowly flowing. On the body, those burned wounds quickly recovered. Its momentum is still soaring, and its thin figure is also changing. It looks more and more like a huge humanoid ant, and a dark red exoskeleton armor is rapidly generating on the surface of the body. Although his body looked thin, the terrifying power contained in it made the surrounding air stagnate for it. This A-level alien demon is actually an alien demon. A person with superpowers trembled in his voice, almost unable to hold the weapon in his hand. Damn, who TM said this damn thing is just an ordinary A-level? Run! Come on! After a short silence, the crowd exploded. Fear overcomes greed. An A-class alienated demon, strong enough to rival the terrifying existence of S-class. And these people, the strongest is just an A-level superpower, and the rest are B-level and C-level, and they are simply here to deliver food. Stay, there is only one way out. Everyone had no intention of fighting, and turned around in unison, frantically fleeing in all directions. One of the superpowers with an inch of head reacted the fastest, and a flash of light flashed under his feet, and a skateboard made of rocks took shape in an instant. He jumped up suddenly, his speed suddenly accelerated, turning into a streamer, and rushing towards the distance. However, just when he thought he could escape, a cold blade light flashed behind him. At the next moment, Kuntu only felt a light body, and his gaze flew forward uncontrollably. Due to inertia, his legs were still firmly on the stone skateboard, and he continued to sprint forward with a cloud of smoke, and his upper body fell heavily in place. A figure whizzed past him, without even looking at him. Lying on the ground, looking at the back of the dust in disbelief, the blood gushing out of the abdominal cavity made him miserable. He used his last strength and roared. Why? The man didn't look back, and the cold voice floated back with the night wind. I'm sorry, brother. Dead Taoist friends do not die, poor Taoists. The sound grew farther and farther until it disappeared. Kunta's eyes were instantly bloodshot, staring at the direction in which the man disappeared, and the resentment in his eyes almost swallowed the other party alive. At this moment, a huge shadow enveloped him. He turned his head with difficulty. I saw that the ant-shaped alienated demon, which had fully evolved, was standing beside him. It was covered in hideous dark red armor, and a huge ant head looked down at him humanely. A pair of compound eyes emitted a faint green light, full of undisguised killing intent. Subsequently, the ant-shaped alienated demon slowly lifted its foot covered with arthropods and stepped on it heavily. Put! The head of the inch head exploded like a watermelon, and red and white things splashed everywhere. The ant-shaped alienation demon didn't even look at the corpse under its feet. It raised its head, and its compound eyes locked on the human who had just attacked the same kind. The complex mouth parts make a few slight tremors. The next moment, its figure instantly disappeared from place. The man who had just killed the inch was running wildly in the forest. He looked back and found that the terrifying alienated demon had not chased after him, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, with a hint of happiness for the rest of his life after the catastrophe on his face. A claw, covered in dark red armor, pierced his chest from behind without warning. The man's body stiffened suddenly, and all his strength was drained. He was lifted up by the claw, slowly raised his head, and saw a terrifying mouthpiece that was constantly enlarging, full of sharp teeth. His consciousness fell into eternal darkness. The ant-shaped alienation demon bit off the man's head in one bite and chewed it mechanically a few times. Suddenly, then, it seemed to have tasted something unpalatable, and spat out the minced meat and bones in its mouth on the ground in disgust, showing a humane look of contempt. It slowly retracted its claws. In the claws, a heart that was still beating slightly was exuding an enticing smell of blood. The ant-shaped alienated demon did not hesitate and stuffed his heart into his mouthparts. Click! This time, it showed an extremely satisfied look. After eating the heart, its gaze swept to the other humans in the forest who were still desperately fleeing. The mouthparts vibrate with excitement. excitement. The figure disappeared in place again. The top of a giant tree in the distance. Lin Yi stood quietly, the night wind blew on his black robe, and the hunting sound sounded. A pair of cold scarlet kaleidoscope Sharingan stared indifferently at this one-sided bloody killing led by strange demons. That strange demon is indeed different. The aura of ordinary demons is chaotic, cold, and disorderly. And this strange demon, its breath only has the most primitive bloodlust in killing, and even with a little bit of imperceptible reason. Its strange energy fluctuations are obviously only A-level, but the speed and strength shown at this moment were much stronger than any A-grade monster he had encountered before. Alienated demon. All kinds of characteristics made Lin think of this special demon in an instant. Isn't it said that alienated demons are extremely rare? Why did I just go out of the city and run into one? Could it be that this is the so-called luck of the strong? Time is slowly passing. A huge bright moon hung high in the air, and the pale moonlight sprinkled mottled light and shadow in the forest through the sparse branches and leaves. In the forest, screams came and went, and they were endless. Those dozen or so superpowers had already been slaughtered, more than half at this moment. The remaining few are just struggling in vain. The ant-shaped alienated demon was like visiting a cafeteria, chasing and killing while slowly enjoying its loot. Lin Yi stood on the top of the tree, not in a hurry to do it at all, as if he was enjoying a wonderful drama. Suddenly, a piercing sound came from afar. Below, he is enjoying an ant-shaped alienation demon action with a fresh heart. It abruptly threw away the unfinished food in its hand, quickly turned around, and stretched out its right hand, which was covered in hard armor. A fist slammed into its palm. The huge power exploded. The ground under their feet sank sharply, and a huge pit appeared instantly. The terrifying shockwave spread wildly around them, and the trees within tens of meters around were uprooted and instantly turned to powder. The ant-shaped alienation demon clutched the fist tightly, looking at the white-haired human who suddenly appeared in front of him. His mouthparts trembled violently, and he made a threatening sound of squeak. The next moment, Baiju looked at it, his face full of excited smiles. Rumble. Hey, big guy, it's not small. He originally just wanted to come out and try his luck to see if he could catch a rare alien demon and take its core as a birthday gift for his old man's 80th birthday. Unexpectedly, he really hit me. My luck is really so good that it explodes. Thinking about it, the corners of Baiju's mouth grinned, and he unconsciously let out a laugh of hee hee hee. The ant-shaped alienation demon tilted the huge ant head, and his eyes were full of confusion. It could feel that the human in front of it was much stronger than those just now. Such powerful flesh and blood must taste more delicious than other humans. One person and one alien demon, just like this. They all stared at each other with the eyes of their prey. I just don't know who is the prey and who is the hunter. Baiju and the ant-shaped alienation demon were in a stalemate. One person and one demon all stared at each other with the eyes of looking at the food on the plate. The atmosphere is stagnant. In the end, Baiju took the lead. He withdrew his fist, and his figure exploded back dozens of meters, facing the ant-shaped alienation demon from a distance, and the smile on his face became more and more excited. The ant-shaped alienated demon also slowly let go of his right claw. A shallow pit appeared on the ground under its feet, and its huge body burst out like a cannonball, heading straight for Baiju. Baiju looked at it and shouted excitedly. He shouted, and the strange energy in his body burst out without reservation. Ability, polarization. In an instant, Baiju's six-dimensional attributes of his body reached the limit of what he could bear. A powerful power fluctuation centered on him and spread wildly around him, forcing the alien demon that rushed at high speed to stop. The next second, the mouthparts of the ant-shaped alienated demon trembled wildly. Good coming. The human in front of him made the blood in its body boil. Squeak. It looked up to the sky and let out a piercing scream, and its whole body also erupted with a terrifying aura. It also gave it its all. One person and one demon both broke out. Their eyes met in the air, and sparks flew. The two figures disappeared from the spot at the same time. The deafening sonic boom almost tore people's eardrums. Immediately afterwards, they collided in an instant. The ground under his feet could not withstand this terrifying force, and cracked instantly, and the cobweb-like cracks spread wildly around. Less than a second after fighting, the two separated again. Then, the next moment collided. The next moment. Rumble. This is a pure to extreme power contest. There are no bells and whistles, only fist-to-flesh savagery and blood. One person and one demon displayed all their strength, enjoying this hearty battle to the fullest. Click. The loud roar was endless. Large patches of trees were uprooted by the terrifying shockwave and turned into powder in midair. The ground was smashed into huge cracks, and the hard ground even surged up like waves. The top of a giant tree in the distance. Lin Yi stood quietly. He stared indifferently at the devastating battlefield below. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At this moment, his scarlet kaleidoscope Sharingan froze slightly. There were two S-levels, as well as more than a dozen S-level sub-S-level energy fluctuations, which were rapidly approaching from different directions. Here we go again. Baiju and the ant-shaped alienation demon are in full swing, inseparable and incomprehensible. Suddenly, a rough and heroic laughter came from the depths of the forest, breaking maintaining the balance of the battlefield. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that near this southern city I could still encounter such a rare alienated demon. It seems that the god of wealth did not kneel in vain this morning. Several figures slowly walked out of the surrounding forest. At the head was a strong man carrying a hideous sword and a beard. He was followed by a woman with a bewitching figure. Her eyes were charming, and her red lips were like fire. Behind the two of them, there were more than a dozen superpowers with arrogant expressions. They were all wearing uniform black clothes, and on their chests, two big characters of dragon flying and phoenix dance were embroidered with gold thread, big knives. Baiju, who was in the midst of a fierce battle, caught a glimpse of this group of uninvited guests. The words fell. His heart was chilling, and he instantly distanced himself from the ant-shaped alienation demon. When he saw the big characters on those people's clothes, he couldn't help but frown. Big Knife Demon Hunting Group? This is the notorious poaching team of the Federation, and the prey they fancy will be obtained by them using all kinds of despicable means, and they have killed an unknown number of people. The bearded man carrying a big knife at the head was said to be an S-class superpower, with extremely strange abilities, and there were countless strong people who died under him. But isn't this Big Knife Demon Hunting Group always active near Yuecheng? How did you come to the southern city 108,000 miles away from Yuecheng? He remembered his old man's reminder that if he encountered the people of this big sword demon hunting group, he must walk around and not be enemies of him. Although Baiju usually looks carefree, he has always believed in his grandfather's words. This beam is still better not to not. Thinking of this, Baiju's face hung up that cynical smile again, looked at the person opposite and said, "You guys, Big Knife Demon Hunting Group?" The bewitching woman next to the bearded man covered her mouth and smiled. "Boss, I didn't expect that in this remote Nanchang, there are still people who know our Dedeo Demon Hunting Group. It seems that our Dedeo Demon Hunting Group is really famous in the Federation." The bearded man laughed proudly. "Of course, our Dedeo Demon Hunting Group, but the top demon hunting group in the Federation, it's hard not to know." The smile on Baiju's face became even stronger. "Since the Dedeo Demon Hunting Group is here, it seems that I have no chance with this alien demon. I'll take my leave first." After saying that, he simply turned around neatly and prepared to leave. However, the moment he turned around, the bearded man's cold voice came from behind him. "White-haired boy, I didn't expect you to be quite knowledgeable about current affairs. In that case, I'll let you die happily." As soon as the words fell, an extreme death threat instantly enveloped Baiju's whole body. He didn't even feel any fluctuations in the alien energy. Baiju's scalp was numb, and he immediately reacted, and he wanted to avoid it without even thinking about it. But it's still too late. An invisible force directly cut off his left arm. Blood gushed out. The broken arm drew an arc in the air and fell heavily to the ground. Baiju's face turned pale instantly. He staggered a few steps, covering the wound of his broken arm, controlling the strange energy in his body, and stopping the gushing blood. He raised his head and stared at the bearded man, his eyes showing a hint of unbelievable fear for the first time. "Put, so strong. What kind of monster is this bearded man? What is that power?" On the treetops in the distance, Lin Yi had a panoramic view of everything. His kaleidoscope Sharingan can be seen clearly. The knife just now was not a physical attack. The bearded man's knife was just swung slightly, and an invisible slash crossed the space and appeared directly on Baiju's body, directly cut through the space. If Baiju's fighting instincts hadn't been sharp enough and his reaction was fast enough, I'm afraid he would have been in a different place by now. The bearded man looked at Baiju, who did not die on the spot, with a hint of surprise and appreciation in his eyes. "Oh, I didn't expect you to be quite strong, and you didn't die. In that case, then I will leave you at the end before killing you." After saying that, he ignored Baiju. His eyes turned to the ant-shaped alienation demon, the corners of his mouth opened, and a cruel smile appeared. The compound eyes of the ant-shaped alienated demon stared at the bearded man. It has already seen that this later human is much stronger than that white-haired boy. The ultimate danger made the fighting instinct in its body completely explode. Squeak! It screamed excitedly, its feet moved suddenly, and its huge body turned into a dark red afterimage and rushed fiercely towards the bearded man. The bearded man looked at it with contempt on his face. He swung three knives at random. The ant-shaped alienation demon didn't even have time to react. Its two extremely hard forelimbs were directly cut off by Qi Zhen, and dark green blood splattered everywhere. Just when the third invisible slash was about to cut off its head, the space where the ant-shaped alienation demon was located suddenly began to twist, rotate, and finally form a strange vortex. The next moment, the huge body of the ant-shaped alienated demon disappeared into the spot out of thin air. Is there anyone else? He could clearly feel that at that moment, another force fluctuation that also belonged to space had snatched his prey. Put! His face instantly darkened. He looked around the dark forest vigilantly and shouted in a deep voice. "Abnormal changes occur suddenly. Your Excellency, please come out and meet me. The ownership of this alienated demon, we can discuss it carefully. What's going on? Your Excellency, please come out and meet me." The bearded man's voice echoed in the silent night, full of vigilance and temptation. "The ownership of this alienated demon, we can discuss it carefully. quietly. In the forest, there was no other response except for the rustling of leaves in the wind. 3 seconds. There was still no movement around, and the powerful ant-shaped alienated demon seemed to have evaporated from the world. Could it be that he robbed the prey and ran away? Thinking of this, the vigilance on the bearded man's face turned into disdain, and he snorted coldly. Ha! I thought it was a strong man, but it turned out to be a rat in the sewer. The bewitching woman next to him immediately covered her mouth and echoed, her voice charming. That's right, that's it, an old. 1 second. 2 seconds. The woman's voice suddenly got stuck in her throat. She and the bearded man felt a chill rise from behind her at the same time. There, at some point, there was one more person. A man in a black robe and a strange white mask stood quietly behind them, as if he had been there from the beginning. Boss! The other members of the Hideo demon hunting group looked at the black-robed man who suddenly appeared behind the bearded man, and they were so frightened that one of them couldn't help but exclaim. With this exclamation, the space between the bearded man and the bewitching woman began to twist and rotate strangely. The bearded man is extremely sensitive to spatial fluctuations. His face changed drastically, and he shouted almost instinctively, holding a hideous big knife in his backhand and slashing behind him. The blade tore through the air, and with the help of the reaction force of this knife, his body exploded back dozens of meters like an arrow off the string. And the enchanting woman next to him did not have the speed and means of reaction like him. She only felt an irresistible gravitational force sucking her firmly, and her body was pulled and twisted uncontrollably. Boss, save me! Save! In her shrill cry for help, the whole person was sucked into the spinning vortex and disappeared in an instant. The bearded man watched his woman disappear, and his pupils shrank suddenly. He stood firm and stared vigilantly at the man in black robes who suddenly appeared. His knife just now actually had no effect on the black-robed man, and he didn't even touch the corner of the other party's clothes. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. The previous opponent, let alone unscathed, was enough to go out and brag for a lifetime. In the distance, Baiju, who had a broken arm, was leaning against a big tree and gasping for breath. When he saw the man in the black robe who suddenly appeared, especially when he saw the familiar mask, he was stunned. Lin Yi, why did he come out too? Baiju's heart surged with mixed emotions, shocked, but more of a kind of happiness for the rest of his life. Now my life was finally saved. TMs. Baiju scolded fiercely in his heart. The bearded man's ability was too weird, and he was powerless in the face of the invisible slash. Lao Deng is really right. There is a sky outside the sky, and there are people outside the world. Although he is an S-level ability, there is also a gap between S-level ability. When encountering such a guy with strange abilities, a pure physics supernatural like himself is simply pressed to the ground and rubbed. It's really a joke. He was very upset now, and this was the first time in his life that he felt so aggrieved and powerless. The bearded man held a big knife, stared at Lin Yi, and said in a deep voice, "Your Excellency, you not only robbed the alienated demon I fell in love with first, but also arrested my woman. Isn't it a bit unkind?" As he spoke, he carefully observed Lin Yi. This person's ability obviously also involves space, and his own ability just made him greatly immune to the influence of the power of space. What's more, he has more than a dozen strong brothers on his side. Therefore, he was not too jealous of Lin Yi. In the center of the battlefield, the advantage is in him. Lin Yi ignored his shouts at all. He originally wanted to kill the alien demon and the woman directly, but thinking of killing it directly, it doesn't produce much emotional value. The value of the prey must be completely squeezed out. Lin Yi looked at the bearded man, not planning to waste any more time. His scarlet left eye froze slightly. Divinity. In an instant, the space where the bearded man was located began to twist and rotate again. Damn! The bearded man didn't expect this guy to do it directly at the slightest disagreement, and he immediately yelled frantically at the men behind him. Do it! Before the roar fell, he twisted his body strangely, and he broke free from that twisted space. Despite this, his right shoulder was still torn off by the vortex, and the blood instantly stained his clothes red. The bearded man didn't even look at the wound. He took out a spray bottle directly from his arms and sprayed it twice on the wound, and the blood flowing was immediately stopped. And the members of the Hideo demon hunting group behind him, after hearing the boss's order, immediately reacted. Save sister-in-law! More than a dozen people roared angrily, and they all used their own abilities to attack Lin Yi frantically. For a while, flames, frost, thunder and lightning, wind blades. The colorful energy beams were like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, illuminating the entire dark forest as bright as day. Lin Yi slowly turned around, and the scarlet kaleidoscope Sharingan indifferently swept past those who rushed over. Just as he was about to clean up the ants, a familiar and excited voice suddenly fell from the sky. Brother Lin, I'll help you. Kill him. A white figure fell from the sky and smashed heavily in front of Lin Yi. It's Baiju. His only remaining right arm erupted with terrifying power, and the powerful shockwave sent the members of the Demon Hunting Corps at the front flying directly. Then, like a tiger, he rushed directly into the crowd. One punch a child. Those members of the Demon Hunting Corps, who were strong in the eyes of ordinary superpowers, were as fragile as paper paste in front of the S-level Baiju. He looked at Baiju, who was killing the quartet in the crowd, and his face under the mask had no expression expression at all. The next second, rumble. Lin Yi's eyes were fixed on Baiju, who was fighting. Space began to twist. Baiju, who was elbowing an enemy's temple a second ago, suddenly felt that the scene in front of him began to spin. The next second, he appeared in a completely unfamiliar place. He looked around in confusion. Here, it is a strange space composed of countless huge square objects. Lin Yi, the sky and the earth were both deep black, and they seemed extremely dead and silent, without even a trace of sound. The next moment, where is this? Baiju looked around suspiciously. A terrible scream suddenly came from not far away. Baiju's heart moved, and he immediately rushed in the direction where the sound came from. Soon, he saw a scene that made his scalp tingle. The bewitching woman next to the bearded man before was being pressed to the ground by the ant-shaped alienated demon. The sharp mouthparts of the alienated demon are frantically biting the woman's body. The stumps and minced flesh flew around mixed with blood. The woman's shrill screams quickly weakened, and finally she was completely silent. At this moment, the ant-shaped alienated demon slowly stood up, and its left arm, which had been cut off by the bearded man, had grown back at this moment. Hello, brother ant, see you again. Hearing the sound, the ant-shaped alienated demon's gaze slowly descended. It saw that the white-haired human who had fought it before was waving enthusiastically towards itself with his only remaining right hand. At this moment, one person and one demon meet again, and there is only one arm left. It can only be said that fate is wonderful. Squeak! The ant-shaped alienation demon let out a sharp roar, and it could feel that the human was also seriously injured. This is the best opportunity. The square ground under its feet instantly sank, and its huge body turned into a dark red afterimage and rushed towards Baiju fiercely. At this moment, the battle that was originally unfinished in the forest continued in this strange and magical space. After solving this guy Baiju, he can finally squeeze out the emotional value well. Looking at the dozens of superpowers on the opposite side, Lin Yi directly activated Amaterasu. A burning black flame appeared out of nowhere. Lin Yi controlled the black flame to transform into countless tiny black flame spikes, densely suspended in the air. Finally, Kamui. Lin Yi directly integrated the power of divine power into the black flame. The power of divine power distorted the surrounding space, and countless black flame spikes spun and burst towards the crowd in the distance. The speed of the spikes was extremely fast, and they pierced into those people's bodies in an instant. Outside, at first, those people didn't feel anything, and even thought it was just a bluff by the black-robed man. But the next second, they felt as if a fire was burning in their bodies, and it was getting hotter and hotter. Add the life of the land. Extreme pain erupts from the inside out. My body is burning. Save me, save me. The shrill screams came and went, tearing apart the silent night sky. Some fell to their knees in pain, their hands frantically tearing at their skin and flesh, trying to expel the burning sensation. Some fell directly to the ground, their bodies rolling and convulsing violently, their eyes wide open, and their eyes covered in horrific bloodshots. Ding! The host gains plus 1,345 mood points. Ding! Host gains plus 1,588 emotions. Ding! Host gains plus 1,102 emotions. Lin Yi's emotional value is rising rapidly. Sure enough, this kind of slow torture is the most suitable for squeezing emotional value. Just when Lin Yi felt that his idea was very good, 2, 3, 4. More than a dozen extremely fierce space fluctuations hit from behind him without warning. At the next moment, several sharp invisible attacks instantly passed through Lin Yi's hollowed body and rushed towards the crowd struggling on the ground in front of him. Wherever those attacks passed, everyone's bodies, without any warning, were all simply split in two. Blood and internal organs gushed out, instantly dyeing the earth red. The forest, which was still screaming just now, was dead and silent in an instant. Hell of a scene, disgusting. Lin Yi glanced at it. Can this be regarded as helping them get rid of it? But he is very upset now. How much emotion does this TM waste? Lin Yi turned around slowly, his scarlet eyes locked on the bearded man holding a big knife in the distance through the mask. The bearded man originally thought that he had caught a perfect opportunity to severely damage or even kill the strange black-robed man, but he found that he was like a clown. This time, he finally saw clearly how the black-robed man on the opposite side dodged his attack. It turned out to be standing still in place. The bearded man clearly sensed that his space slash had definitely penetrated the body of the man in black robes. But why did the other party come out unscathed? Even the black robe on his body was not damaged in any way. Instead, his group of brothers were recruited? What is this person's ability? He thought as he involuntarily stepped back. The vigilance in his eyes is growing. He already knew that he was no match for the man in the black robe. If a person wants to live a long time, he must recognize his own strength. So, he made the wisest decision. He turned around directly, and the strange energy burst out, slipping towards the depths of the forest without the slightest hesitation. As for those brothers who died tragically, he could only mourn for them in his heart for 3 seconds. However, as soon as he ran not far away, the space in front of him suddenly distorted. In the next second, the figure wearing a black robe and a white strange mask appeared in front of him out of thin air. The bearded man's figure stopped abruptly, and his face became extremely ugly. "Your Excellency, you have to be forgiving and forgiving people." He forced a smile and said, "In this world, one more friend is one more way. If you want, we can cooperate and create another demon hunting group, and the resources we get in the future will be 5 or 5 points, no, 3 or 7 points, you 7 and I 3, how about it?" When Lin Yi heard his words, he said coldly, "Not good." Seeing this, the bearded T-man's face completely sank. He said sharply, "In that case, then I'm going to move seriously." The words fell, and the strange energy in his body was mobilized wildly. The surrounding air began to vibrate, and the windlass automatic rolled up the fallen leaves and bloody smell on the ground. He thrust the hideous big knife in his hand into the ground in front of him, and placed his hands tightly on the handle of the knife, and his S-class ability was activated by him with all his might. Lin Yi actually felt a slight pain like a knife cut, as if he had entered an invisible realm. In the next second, the bearded man seemed to be brewing. He grabbed the handle of the knife with one hand with his right hand and took a sharp step forward. At the same time, the big knife in his hand slashed brazenly from the ground forward. Die! Suddenly, a majestic invisible force burst out from the blade in an instant, slashing towards Lin Yi at a speed of milliseconds. Wherever this force passed, there were slight cracks in the space. At this time, Lin Yi felt a strong threat for the first time. This force is too domineering. He has an intuition that blurring cannot be completely avoided. Just before the force was about to touch his body, Lin Yi's pupils exploded. Divinity! His figure was instantly swallowed up by the swirling vortex and disappeared in place. The next moment, he appeared in the Kamui space. However, Lin Yi, who thought he had hidden, suddenly felt a threat of death. He didn't think about it and immediately dodged to the side. At the next moment, a terrifying invisible force actually tore through the space and broke into the divine power space. This force simply cut countless huge square objects into 2 pieces. On the other side, Baiju and the ant-shaped alienated demon, who were fighting fiercely, also sensed this fatal danger. One person and one demon exploded almost at the same time. In an instant, the position they were originally in, along with the square below, was directly divided into 2 halves, and the incision was as smooth as a mirror. Baiju looked at the crack, and a cold sweat came down instantly. "If this is hit, I will really send it." He patted his chest with lingering fear and gasped heavily. Lin Yi stood in the distance, looking coldly at the divided space. The next moment, the Shinwei space began to automatically recover. He didn't expect that the bearded man's ability would be so outrageous. He was able to fluctuate along the space left by his own divine power and send attacks into his own divine power space. This is the first person he has encountered with such outrageous abilities. Later, it is estimated that there are many more. It seems that the speed of improving strength is still not fast enough. The next stage of the Mangekyō Sharingan, the eternal kaleidoscope. I don't know what conditions are required. In the anime, it seems that the eyes of people who have also opened the kaleidoscope need to be transplanted, and the closer the blood relationship, the higher the probability of success. But he is an orphan, and he is probably the only one who owns the kaleidoscope in this world. It seems that we can only ask about the system later. The power of space cut out by the bearded man cut a huge bottomless ravine in the forest. Wherever the ravine passed, whether it was a giant tree or a rock, it was cut in half. He looked at the empty scene ahead, gasping weakly, with a cruel smile on his face. He thought that the strange black-robed man had been cut into nothingness by the knife. He had tried his best. But the next moment, a demonic whisper sounded close to his ear. "You're strong. However, the stronger you are, the more I like it." Outside. "You're strong. However, the stronger you are, the more I like it." A faint voice sounded close to the bearded man's ear. The hair on his body stood up instantly, and a coolness rushed straight from the soles of his feet to the heavenly spirit cover. The next moment, a black flame ignited on him out of thin air. The extreme severe pain instantly spread throughout the body. He fell to the ground in pain, screaming and rolling, trying to extinguish the eerie flames, but to no avail. Lin Yi stood aside, his scarlet eyes watching all this indifferently. He controlled the fire of the black flame and did not let it burn too much, in order to maximize the emotional value. The bearded man insisted on the ground for more than 10 minutes. The skin and flesh peeled off inch by inch under the scorching heat of the black flames, and the severe pain made his consciousness extremely awake. He thought of himself, of the big knife demon hunting group he led. In a big city like Yuechang, they are all doing well, but they didn't expect to end up in a remote place like Nanchang. It's really fate. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that many years ago, he had met a person with the ability to predict the future and peeked into his future. The supernatural warned him not to go south, otherwise there would be a catastrophe. Unfortunately, I was too arrogant at that time and didn't take that person's words to heart at all. Regret, boundless remorse overwhelmed him. If I had listened to that person's words at that time, it's a pity that there is no ifs in this world, and you are going to die. After being burned for a while, the bearded man's spirit completely collapsed. He could no longer bear this pain more terrible than death, and began to take the initiative to seek death. "Kill me. Please, kill me." Ding. The host gains plus 1,345 mood points. Ding. Host gains plus 1,588 emotions. Ding. Host gains plus 1102 emotions. Lin Yi looked at him until the system stopped jumping out of the emotional value prompt, and then slowly raised his hand. The black flame suddenly surged, instantly burning the bearded man into air along with his screams. In the silent forest, only Lin Yi was left. On the ground, a hideous large knife and a large pile of scattered strange demon cores were left. Among them, there were even several S-class alien demon cores that shimmered with a strong aura of strange energy. This guy has a lot of things. Lin Yi looked at this scene, and suddenly had a sense of deja vu of fighting monsters and losing equipment. He stepped forward and put the big knife and all the strange demon cores into the system space. Subsequently, Lin Yi directly opened the system panel. Ability, Tsukiyomi, Amaterasu, Jiatume, Susanobu, and Double Kamui. Props, Lin Shia Wan's corpse, photo with Shia Wan X1, S-Class Demon Core X3, A-Class Demon Core X35, B-Class Demon Core X90, C-Class Demon Core X240. Emotional value, 459888. This time I gained a lot. There were a lot more strange demon cores, and the emotional value directly soared to more than 400,000. I really have to thank this bearded man, otherwise if I want to get so much emotional value, I don't know how many monsters I will have to kill. After reviewing his harvest, Lin Yi closed the system panel. He turned around and walked in the direction of the rest of the demon hunting group. The area was full of blood and stumps, and the scene was extremely bloody, like purgatory on earth. Name, Lin Yi. Ability, Mangekyō Sharingan, S. But at this moment, there was no one there, and I thought it was burned clean by Amaterasu just now. Next words, different energy, A+. Lin Yi suddenly thought of something. Note, due to the host's low energy, some abilities cannot be used, or the use effect is reduced. Please test the host by yourself. In the Kamui space, it seemed that there were two more people and an alienated demon. The next moment, space begins to twist and rotate, forming an eerie vortex. Lin Yi's figure was swallowed up by the vortex and disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he had already come to the Kamui space. Lin Yi sensed Baiju's position, and then, his figure flashed and rushed directly over. Soon, Lin Yi saw an unrecognizable female corpse. It was the bearded woman. Looking at this miserable appearance, it must be the masterpiece of the ant-shaped alienated demon. Lin Yi looked up into the distance. I saw in the distance, one person and one demon were falling to the ground, entangled and entangled. Baiju and the ant-shaped alienated demon both clamped each other's heads with their feet and pinched each other's legs with their only remaining hand. Neither side admitted cowardice, and they were at a stalemate there, and the scene was very embarrassing for a while. Lin Yi looked at this outrageous scene, and the corners of his mouth twitched a few times uncontrollably. This white hair really made him speechless anytime and anywhere. He walked to the side of one person and one demon. When Baiju saw Lin coming over, he immediately shouted loudly, "Brother Lin, don't interfere. I'm having a 1v1 real man battle with it." What's even more outrageous is that the ant-shaped alienation demon on the opposite side, the complex mouthparts actually trembled, which seemed to express the same meaning. It wants to fight this white-haired human and fight for life and death. Lin Yi was too lazy to waste time here. His scarlet eyes swept over one person and one demon. In an instant, the spirits of Baiju and the ant-shaped alienated demon were forcibly dragged into the illusion space. Baiju only felt that there was a flower in front of him, and he was a little confused. Why did you change places again? Suddenly, there were screams from the other side that were so sharp that they pierced the eardrums. Baiju looked back subconsciously. With just one glance, he saw Lin Yi frantically torturing the ant-shaped alienated demon bound by countless thick iron chains. Cut with a knife, burn with fire, prick with a needle. Torture in different ways, and the methods are outrageously cruel. That look, a pervert. Monthly reading. Baiju looked at the bloody scene and couldn't help but swallow his saliva, and his back felt cold. Suddenly, Lin Yi turned his head and glanced at him indifferently. There was no emotion in those eyes, cold and piercing. Baiju's heart tightened suddenly. He suddenly realized a problem. Although I have always wanted to be friends with Lin Yi, or even brother, but Lin Yi seems to have never had this idea. In his eyes, he may be no different from the alienated demon who was being tortured. At most, it is just a friendship that has been said in 2 sentences. That look just now was obviously warning himself. Baiju just watched Lin Yi torture the alienated demon for an unknown amount of time, until the alien demon completely lost movement and could no longer make any sound. The next moment, the blood-colored scene around changed again. He returned to the magical space made of blocks. Lin Yi also stood next to him, and the ant-shaped alienation demon was spread aside without moving. Immediately afterwards, Baiju's vision began to distort and the world was spinning. In an instant, he returned to reality. Lin Yi ignored Baiju, who was still in a daze, and jumped directly and landed steadily on the top of a giant tree. Then, his figure disappeared into the vast night. Bai despaired at Lin Yi's leaving back, speechless for a long time. At this moment, a series of heavy car engine sounds came from the other side of the forest. Soon, several heavily armed military vehicles stopped in front of Baiju, and the dazzling light shrouded him. The door opened, and dozens of soldiers armed to the teeth quickly got out of the car, moving neatly and uniformly, exuding exuding an aura of killing. At the front was a middle-aged man wearing a black military uniform. With a resolute face and sharp eyes, he walked straight towards Baiju. Baiju saw the person who came and took the lead in speaking, with a bit of respect in his tone. "Commander Yi, by family boy, when did you come out?" The man in military uniform looked at Baiju and asked with a glance at his empty left arm. Baiju touched his head and smiled. "Just 2 hours ago. Why did you come out in person, Commander Yi? Did something big happen?" The expression of the man in military uniform became serious. "I got the news that an A-level alienated demon has appeared outside the city, and its danger level is comparable to S-class, or even higher, so I can only come out in person." As he spoke, he passed Baiju, his sharp eyes scanning the battlefield behind him that seemed to have been ravaged by giant beasts. The ground rolled over, trees collapsed, and palpitating energy fluctuations remained in the air. "By family boy, have you seen that A-level alienated demon?" Baiju's heart jumped suddenly, but there was still a smile on his face, and he shook his head without hesitation and said, "No." The man in military uniform turned his head, staring at Baiju with deep eyes, as if he could see through people's hearts. "Then what's going on here?" As he spoke, he walked slowly towards the most damaged area. The dirt under his feet crystallized from the heat. This degree of destruction must be caused by S-class powerhouses, and it is not an ordinary S-class. The man in military uniform stopped, his back to Baiju, his voice flat but with unquestionable pressure. "Could it be? Which guy did you kid fight here? Or, is there someone else who is fighting? Are you just passing by? But you, your hands." Every time the man in military uniform asked, Baiju's heart sank a point. His back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. This person is really terrible. He couldn't help but think of his old man's evaluation of this man. Yi Rong, 28 years old. At the age of 20, he graduated from the Kyoto Supernatural Academy, the top in the Federation, and joined the Demon Suppression Army in the same year. In just 3 years, he was directly promoted to the commander of a city and commanded the Demon Suppression Army of a city with his outstanding military exploits. The following year, he took office in Nanchang. A new broom sweeps clean. In his first year in office, he used thunderous means to clean up several large cancers in the army, uprooted the old forces of the demon army in the southern town and became the real leader. The people below are in awe of him and obey him. In the South City, whether it was a long-standing family of supernatural abilities or a major force with a deep background, they did not dare to offend him easily. Not because of any heavenly background behind him, but simply because of him, his strength, and his wrist. Such a person is not something he can fool the past at all. Baiju forcibly suppressed the turbulent waves in his heart, turned around, squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying on his face, and pretended to spread out his only remaining right hand easily. Okay, I can't hide anything from you, Commander Yi. Actually, the real situation is like this." Baiju took a deep breath, quickly organized the language in his mind, and then spent a few minutes half-truthfully explaining what happened. He said that there was indeed an A-level alienation demon appearing, and he rushed over as soon as he felt the movement and started a fierce battle with it. Then, the notorious Big Knife Demon Hunter group suddenly came out, trying to snatch the alienated demon. Then, he was outnumbered and had an arm cut off by the leader of the Hideo Demon Hunting Corps, the S-class bearded man. And the precious alienated demon was also taken away after being killed by the bearded man. After all, the alienated demon is a treasure from head to toe. Lin Yi was never mentioned throughout the whole process. Big Knife Demon Hunting Group? Yi Rong frowned slightly. Hadn't that demon hunting group been active near Yuecheng? How could you come to a place like Nanchang? He looked back thoughtfully, and looked again at the area in the distance that had been abruptly split by some terrifying force, leaving behind a deep ravine. The remaining domineering aura was indeed very similar to the ability of the leader of the Hideo Demon Hunting Group. "Okay, I'll just treat you as telling the truth." Yi Rong turned around, his tone softening a little. "Purple Kite, come and treat the young master of the Bai family," he ordered to a team member behind him. Baiju immediately waved his hand and said again and again, "Commander Yi, this is not necessary, minor injuries, I can go back and treat them." Yi Rong joked, "You go back like this, do you want to eat your father's 7 wolves? Baiju was suddenly speechless, and his face was red. He seemed to have seen the scene of his old man picking up his belt and chasing him all over the yard. At this time, a woman with short purple hair, a delicate appearance, but cold and indifferent eyes came over. She wears a close-fitting custom-made combat uniform that outlines the perfect curves of her figure. The woman didn't even look at Baiju, walked straight to him, and raised her hand to the broken part of his arm. A dazzling purple light condensed in her palm. The purple light wrapped the wound, and then slowly stretched it, condensing into a phantom of a complete arm. Immediately afterwards, under Baiju's surprised gaze, white bones, red muscles, and cyan blood vessels all grew out of thin air and intertwined at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, a new arm that was intact grew back. Baiju moved the newborn's arm and did not feel any discomfort. He suddenly punched the ground under his feet. The powerful force made the ground tremble slightly, leaving a shallow pit. So strong, Baiju's eyes lit up. His arm was not only completely restored, but even his strength was much stronger than before. He looked looked at the purple-haired woman in front of him and thanked him sincerely. Thank you. Yi Rong motioned for Ziyuan to step back, then looked at Bai Ju with an excited face and asked, "Why did you kid think of going out of the city today?" Bai Ju replied honestly, "Bang! Aren't I here to prepare a birthday gift for my old man? I want to try my luck to see if I can find a rare alienated demon, but I really meant it. Who knew that I would kill a Chung Yao Jin halfway?" He scolded indignantly. "That damn big knife demon hunting group, the next time the young master sees them, he will never let them go." Yi Rong was amused by his appearance. "You kid has had an arm cut off, and you dare to say that you won't let them go. It's so thick-skinned." An indifferent female voice sounded from the side. When Bai Ju heard this, he immediately turned his head to look in the direction where the sound came from, and found that it was the purple kite that had just treated him. He touched his head awkwardly, not at all the arrogant look he had just now. Seeing this, Yi Rong smiled and shook his head. "Okay, Bai family boy, go back quickly, it's dangerous here. As for the big knife hunting demon group, I will solve it myself." Bai Ju heard this and immediately nodded. "Okay, then I'll slip away first. Goodbye Commander Yi, goodbye Sister Ziyuan. Remember to say hello to Mr. Bai for me," Yi Rong reminded. "Got it." After saying that, Bai Ju ran towards the direction of Nancheng in a hurry, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yi Rong looked at his disappearing back, and the smile on his face slowly converged, replaced by a seriousness like an abyss. Purple Kite walked up to him and asked softly, "Brother Rong, what that kid said?" Yi Rong interrupted her. "He's lying." A trace of doubt flashed in Ziyuan's eyes. "Brother Rong, since you all know, why?" Yi Rong didn't answer. He turned around, took 2 steps forward, and set his sights on the devastated area ahead. "The kid said it's not bad, but it's," he said, "one less person. One is extremely powerful, slaughtering the entire Dedeo demon hunting group, and even." Yi Rong's voice paused, and his eyes became more solemn than ever. "Who can stand shoulder to shoulder with me?" Roar! A strange demon was burned into nothingness by Amaterasu in a scream, and a pitch-black strange demon core fell on the scorched earth with a pop. Lin Yi bent down to pick it up and put it into the system space expressionlessly. He spent another 2 hours wandering the area, looking for all the life that could provide him with emotional value. The strange demons around here were almost killed by him. Lin Yi jumped a few times, and his figure climbed to the top of a hill like a ghost. He looked down condescendingly over the forest shrouded in darkness. The night wind blew the black robe on his body, making a hunting sound. The moonlight shone on his pale eerie mask, giving him an inhuman aura. "System, what are the conditions for the Mangekyō Sharingan to evolve into an eternal kaleidoscope?" Lin Yi asked the system directly in his mind. The appearance of the bearded man gave him an unprecedented sense of urgency. He didn't expect that he would meet a guy with that kind of supermodel ability so soon. A slash that can tear through space, and can even chase into the divine power space. This is outrageous. God knows how many monsters of this level are hidden in this world. To be on the safe side, it is necessary to evolve the kaleidoscope into an eternal kaleidoscope as soon as possible. Ding! If the host wants to evolve the ability again, there are 3 ways. 1. Raise the anomalous energy to the limit you can bear, and then take the corresponding level of evolution potion. There is a more than 50% chance of directly evolving the ability regardless of the evolution conditions. 2. Evolve according to the evolution conditions of their own abilities. The evolution conditions of each ability are different, and the host needs to explore it by themselves. 3. Purchase items in the system mall, Divine Liquid, which can evolve their abilities to a higher level regardless of any conditions. Lin Yi looked at the 3 paths that popped up on the system panel, and his eyes instantly locked on the 3rd method. He looked at the 3rd method and asked directly, "System, open the exchange interface of the Divine Liquid." Divine Liquid, regardless of any conditions, 100% evolve one's own abilities to a higher level. Selling price, billion. Sentiment value, billion. Seeing this astronomical number, Lin Yi directly closed the interface. This is not something he can consider at all now. 1 billion emotional value, I'm afraid it is possible to accumulate only by slaughtering a city. Subsequently, Lin Yi's eyes fell on the 1st and 2nd methods. The 2nd type evolves according to the evolutionary conditions of its own abilities. The evolutionary conditions of the Mangekyō Sharingan, he, a traverser, couldn't be clearer. Transplant the eyes of another person who also opened the kaleidoscope. Moreover, even if it is transplanted, the probability of successfully opening the eternal kaleidoscope is pitifully low. The most important thing is, in this world, where can I find a second person with a kaleidoscope Sharingan? Lin Yi, this road is no different from a dead end. Therefore, at present, only the 1st method is the most realistic and the only way he can go. System, what is the difference between this evolution potion and the previous purification potion? Lin Yi asked again. Doesn't the purification potion also have the effect of evolving abilities? Ding! The purification potion only has the effect of evolving the ability, and the probability is extremely low, while the evolution potion is the potion that is really used for the evolution of the ability, and the probability is much higher. The effects of these agents are scattered everywhere, causing a lot of people. He didn't bother to dwell on these details anymore, and then, he asked the system to open the pupil exchange panel. His gaze swept across the panel and ended up on Izanagi. The next ability, Redeem It. This ultimate life-saving ability, it is better to get it early. In case one day I really play off, at least I have a chance to regret it. After thinking, Lin Yi raised his head and looked at the endless dark forest ahead. Now, there is only one important thing, sentiment value. Whether it is exchanging various props or abilities, everything requires a huge amount of emotional value. Lin Yi, okay. Lin Yi no longer hesitated and immediately exchanged 5 bottles of A-level exotic energy recovery potions in the system mall. Since his current strength has far exceeded that of before, the effect of these A-level potions has also been greatly reduced, and it takes a full 5 bottles to completely replenish the strange energy he consumed. The Mangekyō Sharingan ability exchange panel is as follows. Control, 50,000 mood value. 8,000 spears, 500,000 mood value. Don't be a god, 500,000 mood value. Izanami, 500,000 mood points. Izanagi, 800,000 mood value. Great Sun Spirit, 100,000 emotional value. This means that the cost of his recovery has increased significantly. Lin Yi uncorked the bottle and poured all 5 bottles of medicine in one go. The cold liquid slid down his throat into his belly, instantly turning into a majestic torrent of energy, washing away his limbs and bones. He wiped his mouth and walked forward to the edge of the cliff. He spread his arms and fell straight forward. With the scream of an eagle in the night sky in the distance, his figure was quickly engulfed by the boundless darkness beneath the cliff. Lin Yi rushed towards the deeper part of the forest. Along the way, whether it was a lone demon or a team of superpowers who came out to take risks, Lin Yi treated everyone equally. In his eyes, these are just walking. Sentiment value. I don't know how many people and demons have been killed. Lin Yi's eyes gradually began to turn red. It was not the scarlet color of the Mangekyō Sharingan, but a deeper, more violent and weird blood red. Even the original whites of his eyes were impregnated with blood color and covered with hideous blood. He was getting faster and faster. Black Amaterasu flames gushed out of his body, condensing into a hideous black armor on his body, enveloping his whole body. He turned into a black beast and rampaged through the forest. Boom! A towering tree that required several people to hug was directly smashed by him. When he saw people, or strange demons, he didn't even bother to use Tsukiyomi or Amaterasu to slowly torture them and squeeze out their value. He just wants to kill now. Pure, efficient killing. A 3-person supernatural team had just dealt with a B-grade alien demon and hadn't had time to catch their breath. A black afterimage flashed past them. Poof! Burst! Burst! 3 heads rose into the sky, and blood gushed out like a fountain. The 3 headless corpses shook and fell weakly to the ground. Lin Yi didn't even look back and continued to rush towards the depths of the forest. In the distance, on the top of a mountain peak, a thin man was lying on the ground, his eyes flashing with a faint glimmer, staring in the direction where Lin Yi was. This is his far-sighted ability. He could clearly see that the figure wrapped in black flames was like a killing god from hell, and wherever he passed, not a blade of grass grew, and everything was destroyed. Whether it was a murderous demon or a powerful superpower, in front of that figure, they were as fragile as paper. It breaks when touched. One hit and die. That's not a fight at all. It was a one-sided, suspense-free massacre. The thin man's body began to tremble violently, uncontrollably. His teeth trembled up and down, making a clucking sound. His lips trembled, and his eyes were filled with fear that could not be described in words. Evil. Devil. There is a demon. In the southern city shrouded in night, in front of countless screens, a video is spreading wildly. The picture shakes violently, obviously secretly filmed from a distance. On a messy forest battlefield, a figure wearing a black robe and a strange white mask shuttled through like teleportation. His body burned with ominous black flames, and his eyes were pure scarlet. Several superpowers who were struggling with strange demons didn't even have time to react. The dark shadow swept by. The next moment, whether it was the hideous-looking strange demons or the few superpowers, their heads flew up in unison. Blood poured out, staining the camera red. The whole process, no more than 2 breaths. The figure did not pause at all, turned into a black lightning bolt, and disappeared into the depths of the forest. This concludes the video. The network in Nanchang exploded. Damn, what is it? Is there a movie trailer? Are you stupid upstairs? Didn't you see the watermark of Nanchang Strange Stories in the upper right corner? It's true. Kill crazy. Kill even humans? Is this a strange demon or something? So handsome. This speed, this power, this strange black fire. Please tell me which big guy this is? I'm going to give him a monkey. Upstairs, do you really dare to give birth to any monkey? Madman. This is an absolute madman. This person must be sanctioned. Ha, interesting. This person is a little interesting. His hands are itchy. Do you know his location? I want to meet him. Upstairs, really just open your mouth and come? I think if you really meet him, I guess you have to wet your diapers. The video spread like a virus, and was erased from the entire network by an invisible force in just a few minutes. But this bloody massacre has been deeply imprinted in the minds of countless people. An open area. Yi Rong sat on the hood of the off-road vehicle, swiping his phone with relish. What was playing playing on the screen was the video of Lin Yi's frenzied killing. He looked at it very seriously, and the other hand subconsciously groped in his pocket, touching it for a long time, but he didn't touch anything, and his face showed a hint of disappointment. At this time, Shia Wan walked over with calm steps and handed him a few pieces of chocolate. Yi Rong's eyes lit up, and he smiled unceremoniously. "Thank you, Purple Kite." He took the chocolate, took only one piece, and carefully put the rest in his jacket pocket. Tearing open the package, he shoved the whole chocolate into his mouth with a satisfied smile on his face. He glanced at the figure wrapped in black flames on the mobile phone screen again, and said vaguely to the Purple Kite beside him, "Let's go, Purple Kite, go meet this guy for a while." Shia Wan responded neatly, turned around and gave orders to the soldiers who were ready to go behind him. "Everyone get in the car." Yi Rong jumped off the hood and sat in the co-pilot of the heavily armed off-road vehicle at the front. Purple Kite sat in the driver's seat. With the roar of the engine, the convoy rolled up dust and galloped towards the forest. In the forest, Lin Yi has completely gone crazy. The one who killed no longer knows what heaven and earth are. He didn't feel tired, he didn't feel pain, and only the purest killing was left in his mind. He exuded a suffocating violent aura, like a white-faced grim reaper returning from hell, indifferently harvesting all life as far as the eye could see, whether it is a supernatural or a strange demon. Yes, in the forest, all the surviving creatures went crazy and fled in the direction of the outskirts of the forest. I don't know how long it took. Lin Yi came to the deepest part of the forest. Here, there is a huge lake, the surface of which is as calm as a mirror. The pale moon is reflected in the center of the lake, and the moonlight and water waves complement each other, sparkling and beautiful. The tranquility here even made Lin Yi, who was raging at this time, fall into a brief calm. He dispersed the black flames of Amaterasu that wrapped his body, and slowly walked towards the lake. The originally calm lake suddenly arched upwards violently. Wow! Accompanied by the deafening sound of water, a behemoth broke out of the water and appeared in front of Lin Yi's eyes. It was a giant beast comparable to a mountain. It was covered in blue scales, shaped like a snake, and had a pair of hideous horns on top of its head. Its eyes, like two huge searchlights, were locked on the tiny figure by the lake. Lin Yi raised his head, and the scarlet eyes under the mask stared at the giant beast indifferently. On his right hand, a long knife condensed from Amaterasu black flame automatically emerged. Seeing him take an attack stance, the serpentine horned demon immediately issued a roaring warning sound. "Human, get out of here at this moment. Otherwise, be careful that your life is not safe. You don't want to, either." Its words are not finished yet. Lin Yi's figure had disappeared from the spot. He was like a shell out of the chamber, holding a long black flame knife and shooting straight towards the head of the giant beast. The serpentine horned demon was stunned. It didn't expect that the human in front of it didn't make any sense at all. Which of those humans who broke into here in the past was not so frightened that they saw themselves and ran away? Today this is good, and he rushed up like a stunned young man. Moreover, the extremely rich bloody and violent aura on his body even made it, an S-level demon, feel an inexplicable chill. Before he could think about it, it suddenly opened its bloody mouth at Lin Yi, who rushed up. A terrifying sound wave visible to the naked eye swept out like a tsunami. Where the sound waves passed, the air was distorted, and the trees on the shore were uprooted and instantly turned to powder. Lin Yi bore the brunt, and the whole person was blown away by this irresistible huge force. The body hit the shore hard, leaving a large humanoid pit. In the big pit, Lin Yi got up like a normal person. He moved again, this time faster than before. Only a black afterimage was left in the air, and in the blink of an eye, he crossed a distance of hundreds of meters and appeared again in front of the huge head of the serpentine horn demon. He raised the black flame long knife in his hand high and slashed it down. Duong! Roar! At the moment when the black flame long knife was about to touch the serpentine horn demon, an invisible energy barrier appeared around it, firmly blocking this fatal knife. The blade came into contact with the barrier, causing ripples of energy, but it could not advance any further. "Human, I advise you to." The serpentine horn demon was about to speak again, but his voice stopped abruptly. The next second, it saw that the masked human in front of it was slowly raising its head. In those scarlet eyes, there is no reason, no fear, only pure to the extreme, heart-wrenching madness. The world seemed to be quiet for a second. An indescribable terrifying coercion erupted from Lin Yi's small body. Behind him, a half-body giant phantom with a height of 20 meters slowly condensed into shape. The giant's whole body is as black as ink, and his muscles are well-defined, full of explosive power. There was a loud noise. Burning black flames burned all over his body, and a pair of scarlet eyes were the same as Lin Yi's, full of violence and destruction. "You need to help me." Susa's right hand also condensed a huge black knife with a vague shape but exuding a terrifying aura. The serpentine-horned monster stared blankly at the black monster that suddenly appeared in front of him, his mind blank. Then, fear hit its heart. "You must escape." This thought had just surfaced, and it hadn't had time to make any moves. The next moment, rumble! The black monster that stood tall had already raised the giant blade in his hand high. Then, it was slammed down. No sound. There were no earth-shattering explosions either. The serpentine-horned demon only felt the that his eyes were dark, and then, his consciousness completely fell into darkness. Its body was neatly split in half from the middle. The huge corpse fell weakly to both sides and smashed heavily into the lake, stirring up two huge waves. And behind it, a huge ravine stretches from the middle of the lake to the end of the line. Escape! In the clouds in the sky, a wide vacuum zone appeared. This knife divides the heavens and the earth. Susa slowly dissipated, turned into pure black energy, and returned to Lin Yi's body. Lin Yi couldn't hold on anymore. His body softened, and he fell from midair and fell into the cold lake. The piercing lake instantly enveloped him, causing his chaotic and violent consciousness to gradually wake up. Tired. This was Lin Yi's only thought at this time. Host, it's time for you to rest. The system's voice sounded abruptly in Lin Yi's mind. There seemed to be a hint of, in this mechanical sound, care. In the depths of the forest, the devastating movement finally calmed down. But outside this area, all the superpowers and strange demons who were fleeing for their lives subconsciously stopped and looked at the sky deep in the forest in horror. The clouds in the sky were split abruptly by an indescribable terrifying force. A wide vacuum zone stretched across the sky, as if the sky had been torn open into a hideous wound. Yes, it's the white-faced Grim Reaper. Someone trembled and spoke, his voice filled with uncontrollable fear. Everyone guessed that this must be the movement caused by the white-faced god of death. Inside a heavily armed off-road vehicle, Yi Rong held his head with one hand, looked at the amazing celestial phenomenon deep in the forest with interest through the car window. A person with supernatural abilities of his level has a perception of strange energy far beyond ordinary people, and is extremely sensitive. Just now, he clearly sensed that there were two powerful S-rank battle fluctuations coming from the depths of the forest. One of them completely disappeared after a brief outburst. The other force was furious to the extreme. There is no doubt that this violent power is most likely the guy wearing a weird white mask in the video just now. Yi Rong tore another piece of chocolate and put it in his mouth, barely able to be his opponent. Cold. The piercing coldness instantly wrapped Lin Yi. The chaotic and violent consciousness gradually woke up under this cold stimulation. He slowly opened his eyes, his vision blurred, and his body continued to fall in the cold lake. A strange demon core with a dark blue body and a magnificent light shimmering in the moonlight was quietly suspended above his body, falling with him. Is this the core of the S-class demon just now? It was much larger and more exquisite than any strange demon core Lin Yi had ever seen, and the strange energy emitted from it was pure and majestic. Lin Yi wanted to reach out and grab it, but his whole body was so weak that he didn't even have the strength to move his fingers. This time, it was much better than when he was in a state of rage in paradise. This power. At least, his consciousness is not completely lost, and he can vaguely see what he has done, but he just can't control his body. Why? Why is this happening? Last time, he thought it was the first time he used Susanoo, and he didn't have enough control over Susa's power, which led to the rampage. But this time, he didn't use Susa at all, but once again fell into this crazy killing state. This shows that the problem is not with Susanoo, but there are other deeper reasons. TMD is very annoying. Lin Yi felt an inexplicable irritability, and he tried to put these chaotic thoughts aside. He carefully felt the condition of his body. The strange energy was squeezed dry, and the body and spirit were weakened to the extreme, with only one feeling. Tired. Very tiring. Host, it's time for you to rest. The system's voice sounded abruptly in his mind. Lin Yi was a little surprised. He didn't expect this cold system to say such things. He looked at the blue demon core that slowly sank in front of him. Yes, it's time to rest. It's a bit unkillable. Lin Yi slowly closed his eyes, and the bloody killing scenes just now uncontrollably appeared in his mind. The body continued to sink until it touched the cold bottom of the lake. The strange demon core that emitted a faint blue light also fell lightly on his chest. Rumble dash. Dull engine roars sounded from around the lake. Heavily armored vehicles knocked down trees along the way and stopped on the shore of the lake one after another. The door of the car at the front opened. Purple Kite and Yi Rong, who was chewing chocolate in their mouths, walked out of the car. The two looked at the scene in front of them. Even the Purple Kite, who was used to seeing the big scene, couldn't help but shrink slightly. On the other side of the lake, the earth was split into a deep and huge ravine that stretched to the end of the line. This destructive power. Ziyuan subconsciously looked at Yi Rong in front of him. She knew very well that in the entire Nanchang, I am afraid that only Brother Rong could cause such a level of destruction. Yi Rong's eyes also showed a rare solemnity. He looked at the lake again. There were two huge corpses of strange demons floating. He had an impression of this strange demon, because it never took the initiative to hurt anyone. Even if someone broke into this area by mistake, at most they would only be expelled by it. Therefore, he has not crusaded it. Unexpectedly, today it died here. Died at the hands of a human who was more like a demon than it, an S-class demon. No, the guy. It may not be human. This demon is dead, but what about that guy? Yi Rong slowly closed his eyes. In the next second, invisible waves centered on him, spreading around like ripples on the water. Soon, within a radius of a kilometer, the locations of all creatures with strange energy clearly appeared in his mind. It wasn't his ability. It is a special ability that will be obtained with a very small probability when the level of alien energy reaches a terrifying level. A few seconds later, Yirong opened his eyes and frowned slightly. In this area, there are no other creatures except for them. Don't. Already running? Purple Kite, you let a few people guard here. Let's go somewhere else to take a look. Yirong looked at the calm lake and spoke. The Purple Kite next to him simply responded, turned around and ordered a team to stay behind. Afterwards, Yirong and Ziyuan took the rest of the soldiers, got back into the car, and galloped in the other direction of the forest. For a while, tranquility returned here. The squad left behind had more than 10 soldiers. One of the team members condensed a flame in his hand, and a bonfire was lit in place, and several people sat around the fire to keep warm. A man with a long scar on his face was leisurely nibbling on a black jerky. He complained to a young player sitting next to him. Xiaolu, why do you think the commander just didn't promote me to commander? Since he came to this southern city, I have been following him in front of the saddle. That Purple Kite even came a year later than me. What is the result? He was promoted to commander earlier than me. If you want to talk about military exploits, I'm older than her. Yes. The more the scarred man talked, the more depressed he became. The team member called Xiaolu rolled his eyes and said cautiously, Captain, maybe, probably. Is it because the Purple Kite leader is beautiful? I'm not bad either. The scarred man retorted indignantly. Xiaolu got closer and lowered his voice. That, maybe the commander of the army don't like men? Scar man. He was silent for 2 seconds, and then slapped him directly. Ouch. Xiaolu covered his head and let out a scream. The scarred man looked at him and said angrily, You boy, don't say it if you can't speak. Didn't you tell me, Captain? Xiaolu muttered aggrievedly. Hearing this, the scarred man threw another fierce look, and the man was so frightened that he immediately closed his mouth and did not dare to say another word. Captain, there is a situation. At this moment, a nervous voice suddenly sounded. The scarred man immediately got up and walked quickly to the shore of the lake. A team member is pointing to the middle of the lake. The scarred man glanced in the direction he pointed. I saw that in the middle of the calm lake, there were bursts of fine ripples. A figure slowly floated up from under the water. The scar man's face changed drastically, and he immediately shouted loudly at the team members behind him. Quick, notify the commander. Shouted. When he looked at the center of the lake again, the figure that had just surfaced had disappeared without a trace. Team, Captain, he disappeared. The young team member next to the scarred man had a broken voice full of horror. The scarred man glanced at him. Look at your little bit of prospect. Don't say it's my person when you go out in the future. On top of a huge treetop a few tens of meters behind them, followed by Lin Yi's figure quietly emerged. He held it with one hand and exchanged 5 bottles of A-level exotic energy recovery potions in the system. Without even looking at it, he poured them all directly into his mouth. Grunt! The potion entered his throat and turned into a majestic warm current of energy, quickly replenishing his dry body. Soon, the strange energy in Lin Yi's body had fully recovered. However, there were still bursts of indescribable exhaustion in the depths of his body, as if every cell was protesting. Lin Yi glanced at the dozen or so people wearing standard combat uniforms by the lake, and at first glance they were official personnel. Count them lucky, they don't want to kill anymore today. As soon as Lin turned around, the space around him was slightly distorted, and the figure disappeared without a trace again. Just a few minutes after he left, a figure fell from the sky like a meteorite and landed heavily in front of the scarred man, stirring up a cloud of dust. Scarface looked at the visitor, immediately bowed, and reported nervously, Commander, a figure suddenly appeared in the middle of the lake just now, and then suddenly disappeared. In the middle of the lake? Figure? Gone? Yirong turned around, his deep eyes casting on the calm lake. It seems that the guy is stronger than he thought. He was able to evade his detection just now. There's something. Thinking about it, an invisible force in Yirong's body instantly spread. Like an invisible tide, it covers the entire lake and the surrounding 100 meters. Suddenly, in the area covered by this force, everything, including the wind, the leaves, and even the dozen or so warriors behind him, all stood still. Time seems to have been pressed at this moment. Then, Yirong bent down and picked up an inconspicuous pebble from the ground. An invisible force wrapped the stone. He threw hard at the center of the lake in front of him. At the moment when the pebbles were about to touch the surface of the lake, the invisible force covering the surrounding area suddenly disappeared. Boom! In the center of the lake, a monstrous wave of more than 20 meters high suddenly exploded, and the dozen or so soldiers were stunned and froze in place one by one. The huge waves rose into the sky, and then fell with a bang, and the cold lake splashed on Yirong's face, and there was a coldness. More than a dozen people behind him looked at this fairy-like scene and swallowed their saliva unconsciously, with unconcealable admiration and awe in their eyes. Commander, it seems to have become stronger again. Lin Yi once again used Kamui's blurring ability to easily pass through the thick city wall and return to the south city. He didn't stop and moved at full speed in the direction of Galaxy Apartment. Half an hour later, he returned to the Galaxy Apartment. Lin Yi threw his black robe and mask on the sofa casually, dragging his tired body into the bathroom. He turned on the faucet, picked up the cold tap water, and washed his face over and over again. In the mirror, my face was pale, my eyes were covered with dense bloodshots, and my whole person was haggard and decadent that I hadn't closed my eyes for 10 days and 10 nights. He took a shower, and the mild hot water could not dispel the fatigue deep in his body. The next moment, Lin Yi didn't even have the strength to dry his body, so he lay down directly on the soft big bed, his head empty, and soon fell asleep. This night, the entire circle of superpowers in Nanchang was completely boiled because of a name: the white-faced god of death. Some people say that there is a terrifying guy with a white weird mask, a black robe, and a murderous man who kills without blinking. Whether it is a human or a demon, in his hands, it is just a matter of a knife. Bloody and blurry videos circulated wildly in various private chat channels. In the video, the white-faced figure is like a Shura returning from hell, burning with black flames that never go out, and every time he swings his sword, he will take away several lives. Countless people saw this kind of picture and felt fear from the soul. They have posted on various forums and group chats, hoping that the officials can catch this lawless guy as soon as possible and kill him on the spot. A spacious training room. Sosuke and Jian Yu were both wearing tight black training clothes and were doing high-intensity taijutsu sparring. They did not use abilities, nor did they mobilize their own energy, but fought entirely with physical strength and skill. Obviously, Sosuke's taijutsu was better. Every time he attacked, he was fierce and domineering, opening and closing, forcing Jian Yu to retreat step by step, and soon fell into a disadvantage. The door of the training room was knocked open. A young man with a chicken coop head and also wearing tight training clothes rushed in excitedly. He shouted at Sosuke and Jian Yu, who were fighting. "Sosuke, Jian Yu, look at this." As he spoke, he threw the mobile phone in his hand at the two of them. The two tacitly stopped fighting. Sosuke easily caught the phone with one hand, and his eyes fell on the screen. Jian Yu also came up curiously. On the mobile phone, a video is playing. It is a clip of the white-faced Grim Reaper slaughtering superpowers and demons in the forest. After reading it, Sosuke's eyes burst out with amazing fighting spirit. He licked his lips and said excitedly, "Is it the white-faced god of death? I didn't expect that this little Nanchang would actually have so many interesting guys during this time." Bang! At this moment, as he said, he looked at Jian Yu on the side, grinning enthusiastically at the corner of his mouth. "Jian Yu, it seems that we still have to thank that old guy, otherwise, how many interesting guys will we have to miss? Wouldn't this scene be boring if we didn't appear?" "You're right, right?" Jian Yu didn't answer his question, just took the phone from his hand and looked at it carefully again. I don't know why, but the figure of that person in the video always gives her a somewhat familiar feeling. "Seem, where have you seen it?" The head of the chicken nest took the mobile phone from Jian Yu's hand and said excitedly, "Sosuke is right, if this scene is without us, it will be boring." The head of the chicken nest stepped forward and was about to put his arm on Sosuke's shoulder. Sosuke frowned slightly and took half a step back. "Did you eat? So stinky?" The head of the chicken nest raised his arm and sniffed. "Is there any? I just came back from outside and dealt with a strange demon, but that guy spat all over me. Maybe it's because of this?" Saying that, he took a step forward. Sosuke retreated again. "Don't be close to me." The next day, Lin Yi was woken up by the continuous vibration of the bracelet. He opened his eyes irritably, turned on the microcomputer, and saw a series of messages from the dark dream. "Black dream, are you injured?" Lin Yi saw this sentence, and was stunned for a moment, then tapped his fingertips and replied, "Lin Yi, it's nothing. Black dream, it's okay." "Black dream, by the way, why is your guy so good at causing trouble?" "Black dream, 2 days ago, I showed my power in the pure heaven, and now I ran outside the city to kill the quartet." "Black dream, but, you guy has a great appetite for our 6 paths." "Black dream, by the way, have you seen the content of that chip?" Lin Yi, nothing. "Black dream, okay, after you read it, if you have any ideas, you can discuss it with us, and we will do our best to help you." Lin Yi was about to close the chat interface when he saw a push from Nanchang News pop up and quickly appeared on the hot search. He clicked in. Nanchang Superintendent Emergency Report. On the night of July 15, 2025 in the federal calendar, our third team was attacked by an unidentified powerful superpower during their mission, and all team members died heroically. At present, our company has set up a special case team and is fully investigating the murderer. Lin Yi scanned it briefly, and there was no fluctuation in his heart. Those guys, just because they killed 4 beasts, were about to rush up and fight with themselves. Then I can only satisfy them. At this time, Lin Yi saw the bright red 99+ on the microchat icon again. He clicked on it and saw that it was by Ju, who sent a lot of messages. "Damn, brother Lin, why are you so awesome? Your title of white-faced death is spread throughout the circle of people with special abilities in Nanchang, do you know?" The words behind are roughly the same, all of them are all kinds of amazements and rainbow farts. Lin Yi was too lazy to reply to him and turned off the microcomputer directly. He felt that his mind was a little confused, and too much information poured in an instant, and some of it couldn't be processed. "Don't think about this yet." Lin Yi got up from the bed, put on a hooded sweatshirt at will, a hat, shorts, and a pair of flip-flops and prepared to go downstairs. The sky is big and the earth is big, the small and soft are the biggest, and the food is the second. Lin Yi casually found a restaurant downstairs and stuffed some things randomly randomly to fill his stomach. Eating and drinking, he returned to his apartment. Lin Yi opened the microcomputer and clicked on the chip content given to him by Haiming before. The next moment, a document pops up on the bracelet screen. Information on some personnel of the South City Demon Eradication Division. The document opens. The content inside, from top to bottom, clearly shows the composition of the internal personnel of the Demon Extermination Division like a pyramid. At the top is the director of the Demon Eradication Division. Attached is a photo of the old man looking gentle, charitable, and full of energy. Never mind. Ren Tianqing, director of the Demon Removal Division in Nanchang, S-level superpower, unknown ability. He has never made a move since he took office as director, and his strength is unknown, and he is currently reporting to Kyoto with 2 deputy directors. Lin Yi's gaze moved down. Under the director, there are 3 deputy directors. The information of 2 of them is gray, and they are obviously the people who followed the director to Kyoto to report on their work, and the only one who was bright was the one who stayed in the southern city. The man in the photo has a cold face, obviously smiling, but it gives people an insidious feeling and is extremely uncomfortable. Duan Debiao, deputy director of the Demon Eradication Division in Nanchang, A-level superpower, ability, super hidden, can completely hide himself and not be detected by any means. Recent deeds often go to the 3rd area alone, and after arriving in the 3rd area, he will hide his figure, and his whereabouts are very suspicious. Further down, there is the information of the captains of each squad. Lin Yi saw Li Kai's information, just glanced at it casually and crossed over. After reading it briefly, Lin Yi's eyes suddenly locked on the only deputy director who stayed in Nanchang, Duan Debiao. Although I don't want to judge people by their appearance, this guy's appearance is really. He doesn't look like a good person no matter how you look at it. Moreover, in the high level of the Demon Extermination Division, he was the only one left in Nanchang. His suspicion is undoubtedly the greatest. After locking the suspect, Lin Yi immediately contacted Haimeng. Lin Yi, what is the situation of the deputy director Duan Debiao? The message was sent over, and there was a quick reply. Black Dream, Duan Debiao? Wait a moment, I'll go check it out. While waiting for Black Dream's reply, Lin Yi opened his system panel. Ability, Tsukiyomi, Amaterasu, Jiatume, Susanoo, and Double Kamui. Props, Lin Shia Wan's corpse. Photo with Shia Wan X1, S-Class Alien Demon Core X4, A-Level Alien Demon Core X1, A-Class Alien Demon Core X37, B-Class Demon Core X81, C-Class Demon Core X275, D-Class Demon Core X300, E-Class Demon Core X401, F-Class Demon Core X637. Sentiment value, 118,7000. Only 1.18 million emotional values. Lin Yi felt a little unhappy. If it weren't for the people behind them who were killed by his move, they would have turned to ashes before they even had time to experience the fear and pain, wasting a lot of emotional value. Otherwise, 150,000 should be no problem. It's a pity. His eyes fell on the inventory again. There are 4 S-level demon cores, as well as the subsequent demon cores of various levels, adding up to thousands of them. I don't know if all these strange demon cores have been absorbed. Can the strange energy break through to S-level? It's a pity that if you want to suck all these things, I don't know how much time it will take. That damn sage time is really dragging down the progress of becoming stronger. Name, Lin Yi. Ability, Mangekyō Sharingan, S. System, is there anything that solves the sage's time? Ding. No. Different energy, A+. The systematic answer is crisp and neat. Note, due to the host's low energy, some abilities cannot be used, or the use effect is reduced. Please test the host by yourself. None of this? Lin Yi frowned. Ding. Sage time is a self-protection mechanism of the superpower's body. The purpose is to prevent the superpower from absorbing excessive alien energy and dying violently. The upper limit of the special energy that the superpower can absorb for a period of time depends on the physical strength of the superpower, and the host only needs to continuously increase the physical strength to reduce the length of the sage's time. It turned out that the physical strength was not enough. Okay, then do you have anything that can enhance your physical strength? Ding. This is true. The host, please look at the big screen. As the words fell, a curtain of light that only Lin Yi could see appeared in front of his eyes. On the light curtain, a dazzling array of goods are listed. C-level physical enhancement liquid, priced at 1,000 emotional points. B-level dragon and tiger forging body fluid, priced at 5,000 emotional points. Lin Yi asked in his heart. A-level fountain of life, priced at 50,000 emotional points. Lin Yi's eyes swept quickly from top to bottom. The price became more and more outrageous, and the effect became more and more perverted, until he saw the bottom one. His pupils shrank suddenly. Senju Hashirama cells, 5%. After fusion, it can greatly enhance the strength and recovery ability of the body, and there is a very small probability of awakening would escape. The higher the cell content, the higher the probability of awakening would escape. Selling price, 1 million sentiment points. Between the pillars, Senju Hashirama, legend of the ninja world. The man known as the god of ninjas. His whole body is full of treasures, which can be said to be a lively ninja version of Tang monk meat. Not only does it contain extremely strong vitality, but it also buys one get one free, and it comes with the bug-level blood inheritance limit of Mu Dun. So, won't I be able to Susa-set the Buddha in the future? Just thinking about that picture, Lin Yi felt a burst of excitement. In this way, the upper limit of his combat power has been raised a lot. However, his eyes soon fell on the high price again. Just 5% is worth a million emotions. My own belongings are not enough at all. He also had to keep his emotional points to exchange for Izanagi's life-saving skill. That is a divine technique that can reverse life and death in a desperate situation. Which to redeem? On the one hand, there are Hashirama cells that can make qualitative changes in strength, and on the other hand, Izanagi who can have one more life. Lin Yi fell into a brief entanglement. It seems that the latter is much more important, but the former is to really improve one's essential strength. It's really uncomfortable that I can't absorb so many strange demon cores now. So soon, he made a decision. Izanagi is important, but after all, it is a means of passive life. However, the Hashirama cells bring a real improvement in combat power and the initiative. As long as you are strong enough, so strong that no one can threaten your life, what life-saving skills do you need? Crushing everything is the safest way to save your life. As for the emotional value, after 2 days of recovery, just go out and brush. Moreover, after fusing this Hashirama cell, it may immediately become alive. As long as you are careful, you should not encounter a situation that can make you lose your life. Having figured this out, Lin Yi no longer hesitated. System, exchange for one of the cells between the columns. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the pillar cell, 5%, X1. A syringe filled with pale green liquid appeared out of thin air in Lin Yi's hand. The liquid inside the needle tube emits a soft glow and is full of life. Lin Yi picked up the syringe, didn't even look at it, directly rolled up the sleeve of his right arm, pointed the sharp needle at his arm, and pricked it without hesitation. The cold needle tip pierced the skin, and he slowly pressed the push rod of the syringe expressionlessly. With the cold liquid injected into the body, Lin Yi could clearly feel that a strange force was fusing with his flesh and blood, and in an extremely domineering way, he began to frantically transform his body. On his arm that was pricked by needles, the green veins instantly burst out, like a hideous blue snake, which quickly spread throughout his body. The skin begins to turn red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and an indescribable feeling of heat comes from the body. Every cell in the body seems to repel this foreign invader. The injection is complete. When the last drop of liquid enters Lin Yi's body, his hands were clenched tightly, his body was as hot as a soldering iron, and sweat instantly soaked his clothes. Lin Yiqiang endured the discomfort that swept through his body, but the fever was just the beginning. The next second, when the red of his skin faded slightly, he didn't have time to catch his breath, and a piercing itch that seemed to be bitten by thousands of mosquitoes at the same time suddenly erupted from the depths of his body. Lin Yi let out a muffled snort, and his right hand clutched the clothes on his chest. This kind of extreme torture from the inside out can only rely on one's own will to resist. The itchy feeling became stronger and stronger, as if countless ants were gnawing and drilling in his bone marrow. Finally, Lin Yi's eyes turned scarlet uncontrollably, and the Mangekyō Sharingan passively opened. The strange energy in his body also ran wild, crashing frantically in his limbs and all over his body, like a brush, frantically scraping every inch of his flesh and blood. The severe pain and itching were intertwined, but it also brought a touch of strange relief, which made Lin Yi feel a little better. About half an hour later, the extremely uncomfortable feeling exploded after climbing to a peak. Immediately afterwards, a feeling of being extremely gentle, like a clear spring flowing through the whole body, swept over instantly. Comfort submission. Lin Yi's whole body loosened, he couldn't support it anymore, so he fell directly backwards and lay heavily on the soft big bed. Finally over. This process is too torturous, as if 18 tortures have been experienced in turn, and it seems a little pale to describe life as worse than death. Lin Yi put his right hand in front of his eyes, blocking the dazzling sunlight coming in from the window. Is this the price of becoming stronger? It's not very good. Lin Yi slowly got up and stood barefoot in the sunlight in the room. Time passed minute by minute. He felt the temperature of the sun, and in the scorching sun of July, the outdoor temperature had already reached more than 40 degrees, and it would only be higher under the direct sunlight. But he didn't feel any burning sensation. Lin Yi clenched his fists and carefully felt the changes in his body. He could clearly feel that his body was more than a little stronger than before. Time passed minute by minute, and the feeling of fatigue deep in the body has also been reduced. Then, Lin Yi walked to the coffee table and took out a sharp fruit knife from the drawer. He raised his right arm, his eyes did not fluctuate at all, and he cut it down directly. Laugh at. A long wound appeared instantly, and blood flowed out of it. But the next second, a magical scene happened. Lin Yi looked down at his wound, and the flesh that had been turned over was wriggling and healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just 10 seconds, the wound completely disappeared, and the skin was as smooth as ever, leaving not even a single scar. And, Lin Yi's heart moved, and he directly released his divine power. The figure disappears, and then reappears. He clearly felt that the consumption of strange energy in his body was less than before. Not only that, but the recovery speed of the foreign energy was also a bit faster. faster. Just 5% of the Hashirama cells have such a terrifying effect, if it is 100%. Lin Yi didn't continue to think about it. It was still a bit far away for him. He glanced at the system panel, but unfortunately, these 5% of Hashirama cells did not awaken into Mudun. However, the higher the concentration of cells, the greater the probability of awakening. Awakening Mudun is only a matter of time. Lin Yi walked to a full-length mirror, and when he saw the person in the mirror clearly, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. In the mirror, there is a young man with a handsome face and deep eyes. Compared with him before, he is not only a lot more mature, but even taller. He almost couldn't recognize this appearance. It can be said that he has completely become a different person. At this moment, the bracelet began to vibrate again. Lin Yi raised his hand to open the microcomputer. Black Dream, the information of Duan de Biao, the deputy director of the Demon Eradication Department. I will sort out and send you the document. Lin Yi looked at the message and replied directly. Lin Yi, no, just tell me where he usually stays, I'll go directly to him. Black Dream, he usually stays in the Demon Extermination Division, and you can find out the location yourself, but I can remind you that it is heavily guarded, and I advise you not to be so rampant. Black Dream, moreover, there are 3 commissioners of the Demon Eradication Division, that is, what they call the special grade, all of whom are S-class superpowers, assigned by the headquarters of the Federation Demon Removal Division, and they are all very strong. Lin Yi, okay, I know. Black Dream, okay, then pay attention to your own safety. If you really can't do it, quit first, don't force it. Lin Yi Gang was about to turn off the microcomputer when Haiming sent another message. Black Dream, by the way, I forgot to tell you, the day after tomorrow is the 80th birthday of the old man of the Bai family, and that Duan de Biao will also go. Turn off the microcomputer. Lin Yi stood in place and thought about it. It would be a good choice to go to the Bai family's birthday banquet the day after tomorrow to meet that guy. Speaking of which, that guy Bai Ju seems to belong to the Bai family. He remembered that last time in paradise, those people, as well as those A-level demons, called that guy the young master of the Bai family. It was a message from Black Dream. Lin Yi directly turned on the microcomputer and prepared to contact Bai Ju. Coincidentally, as soon as he clicked on the dialog box, Bai Ju sent a message. Bai Ju, brother Lin. I suspect that Duan de Biao of the Demon Extermination Division has a problem. That guy doesn't look like a good guy at first glance. Bai Ju, the day after tomorrow is my grandfather's 80th birthday, and Duan de Biao will also come. I decided to wait for him to leave after attending the birthday banquet. Will you come? Lin Yi, come. He agreed directly. Anyway, his appearance has changed a lot now, and he is not afraid that those people will recognize him as the wanted criminal, the missing teenager, Lin Yi. Bai Ju, okay, I'll pick you up when the time comes. Where do you live? Lin Yi, no, you send me the address, and I will go by myself. Lin Yi, got it. Bai Ju, okay, then it's almost time to send me a message, and I'll pick you up at the door. Subsequently, Bai Ju sent an address. 7th District, White Manor. After the chat, Lin Yi walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the traffic outside. After injecting Hashirama cells and being strengthened in all directions, he now wants to find a powerful guy to practice his hands. It seems that there is only the day after tomorrow. Now, it's better to absorb a wave of strange demon cores first, and take a look at your current physical limit. Where is it? Lin Yi sat down cross-legged directly on the spot and waved his right hand. A large pile of black, strange demon cores of different sizes appeared in front of him, piled up into a small mountain. There was also a very conspicuous blue core, which was dropped by the A-level alienation demon before. This pile of strange demon cores can simply be said to be inhumane. Lin Yi casually picked up an S-class demon core, held it in the palm of his hand, and then closed his eyes and began to absorb it. After a while, he opened his eyes excitedly. His absorption speed was more than twice as fast as before. He didn't stop, and picked up another S-class demon core and placed it in the palm of his left hand. Lin Yi, okay. Two-pronged approach, absorbed together. Time flew by, and soon half a day passed, and the sky gradually darkened. Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes at this time, saturated again. But this time, the upper limit of absorbing strange energy is much higher. The 2 S-rank demon cores in his hand were each half absorbed. This time, the absorption speed and transformation efficiency have been greatly improved, and the strange energy in his body has increased a lot. Wow! Lin Yi stretched his waist and took back all the strange demon cores in front of him to the system space. Then he stood up and watched the dim sun disappear from the horizon outside the window. He remembered that on the day he awakened his ability, the scene of returning home seemed to be like this. 2 days passed quickly. In the past 2 days, Lin Yi has not gone out and has been staying in the apartment. So fast. He spent most of his time wandering in the 6 nets, like a sponge, frantically absorbing all kinds of information about this world. After more than 10 years of travel, he has not had the ability to truly glimpse a corner of the world until now. He found that the video of his frenzied killing outside the Nancheng forest 2 days ago was also transmitted to the 6 networks. The popularity of the post is not low. The title is quite bluffing. Shocked, a white-faced god of death appeared outside the southern city. Below is a detailed video of his killing spree. High-rise buildings have been built in the comment area. I know him. I have been in the South City for the past 2 days, and this person has been killing indiscriminately outside the South City, and even alarmed the demon suppression army. Damn, this black fire, this speed, it's so handsome. Looking at his clothes, he looks very much like our Six Paths. That is, the mask is not the style of any of our Six Paths. Could it be that he is a newcomer who is still in the pending stage? Newcomer? What are you kidding? Look at his killing technique, clean and neat. This madness, obviously a certain boss of our Six Paths. Then his mask. Oh, the rules are all made for the weak, so the big guys naturally don't need to abide by them. Lin Yi didn't care about this post. He was interested in another piece of information about the world. The world is controlled by the federal government, and the whole world is divided into 7 large states, and the state he is now in is called Mangekyō. Each state has a governor personally appointed by the federal government, who has full authority over the military and government of the state. None of this information is important. Lin Yi saw something that interested him very much. It is said that hundreds of years ago, the federal government produced an SSS-level superpower. He wanted to fly out of this world with his ability to see what the outside world was like. With all his might, he rushed out of the world. 3 hours later, he fell from the sky. He was seriously injured and delirious. When people asked him what he found on it, he just trembled and kept muttering, "Moon, moon, red, red, don't go." After saying this, he turned into a vegetative state that could never wake up. The people in the Federation tried every possible way, but they could not wake it up. His consciousness fell into some extremely strange state. Outside the world, there seems to be something amazing. Even SSS-level superpowers fell into this fate. However, he felt that this was normal for him to read various novels in his previous life. Like what ascension is a scam, you will be arrested as a cow and a horse, or what kind of world is fake and love is real. He has long been surprised by such settings. The only thing he has to do now is to quickly accumulate emotional value, improve his strength, and resurrect Shia Wan. What the world is like has nothing to do with him. This morning, Lin got up early. Today is the 80th birthday of the old man of the Bai family. Duan de Biao's guy will also go. This is the moment when he lets his guard down. Lin Yi put on a set of black loose sportswear that he had bought again in the past 2 days, put on a peaked hat, and threw the black robe and white mask directly into the system space. Subsequently, he directly take the elevator downstairs. He took a taxi on the side of the road and drove towards the 7th district, the Bai family's estate. While driving, Lin Yi noticed that there were many superintendents coming to this area. They were all fully armed with live ammunition, set up checkpoints at various important intersections, and carefully inspected every passing vehicle. Lin Yi's taxi was also stopped. A superintendent knocked on the car window. The driver rolled down the window, and the man asked Lin Yi to take off his hat. Lin Yi did it calmly. The minifigure looked at Lin Yi's face carefully for a few seconds, as if to confirm something, and then waved his hand to let it go. Lin Yi's intuition told him that these people were coming for him. However, his appearance has changed a lot now, and after injecting Hashirama cells, he has not only increased his height but also his face has become more mature and handsome. He almost couldn't recognize himself, let alone these people. After about an hour, the taxi finally drove into the 7th arrondissement. The architectural style here is obviously different from other districts. All kinds of extremely luxurious entertainment facilities and buildings, towering skyscrapers, as well as mansions and mansions covering vast areas, can be seen everywhere. Here, at first glance, it is the kind of place where the rich and the upper class live and work. The rich area of Nanchang. Lin Yi looked at the scene passing by the window at a rapid pace, and there was no wave in his heart. He just remembered the kind of sewer rat-like life he had lived for more than 10 years. MD. He now wants to destroy everything here. After crossing the wide streets, the vehicle finally stopped outside the gate of a magnificent manor. The driver turned around and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, boss, I can't get in this car." Lin nodded a little. "It's okay." He paid for the car and got out of the car. At the gate of the manor, expensive luxury cars passed by Lin Yi and slowly drove into the manor. Some people in the car saw Lin Yi dressed in sportswear through the window, and their eyes were full of scrutiny and puzzlement. Which ignorant junior is this? Came to attend Mr. Bai's birthday banquet dressed so casually? However, they only took a quick look and then withdrew their gaze. Just a nobody, not worthy of their attention. Lin Yi stood at the door, took out his mobile phone directly, and contacted Baiju. Less than 5 minutes, Baiju's figure trotted out of the manor. When the security guards and servants at the door saw him, they all bent down respectfully and shouted in unison, "Young master." Baiju saw the figure in sportswear at the door from a distance, and he waved his hand excitedly. When he walked closer, Zai carefully examined Lin Yi's appearance. His eyes were full of confusion, and finally he asked uncertainly, Are you brother Lin?" Lin Yi nodded calmly. When Baiju, who had a big heart, saw him nod and instantly accepted the fact that Lin Yi's appearance had changed drastically, he circled around Lin Yi. "Tisk tisk. Brother Lin, did you go fix it? How did you become like this. But, you look really handsome. This appearance is almost catching up with me. Lin Yi really couldn't stand these words. He didn't bother to pay attention, so he raised his foot directly and walked towards the manor where the villagers were frequent. Brother Lin, wait for me, I'll take you in. Baiju hurriedly chased after him and walked in front to lead the way. The interior of the manor is extremely large, with pavilions, rockeries, and flowing water, which are decorated in antique and luxurious everywhere. Turning around, walking for a while, Lin Yi asked directly, "Is that Duan de Biao here?" Baiju shook his head and replied, "That Duan de Biao hasn't come yet, but it should be soon. Now he is the only deputy director left at the top of the Nanchang Demon Eradication Division, and it is impossible for him not to come on this occasion. What's more, my grandfather also specially invited him." Lin Yi said and stopped talking. At this time, when the two passed by a pavilion, several beauties dressed coolly and with bewitching figures were laughing and playing in the pavilion. Those pairs of slender legs that were dazzlingly white in the sun made Baiju's eyes straighten. He paused, and a signature smile appeared on his face. He walked directly towards the pavilion. A few beauties get to know each other? Hearing Baiju's voice, several beauties looked over at the same time. When they saw his iconic white hair and youthful appearance, they immediately knew who the person was coming. In the entire Bai family, only the little young master Baiju was born with white hair, and he had just turned 18 years old. "Oh, isn't this Bai Xiao? Bai Xiao is really handsome today. This outfit really suits you." "That's right." Bai Xiao went to this station, and the scenery in this pavilion was much better. Several women chattered and complimented, although the words were cliché, but Baiju was obviously very useful, and the smile on his face was almost to the root of his ears. He stepped forward directly, hugged the slender waists of two of the women very naturally, and said proudly. A few beauties joked. Lin Yi stood behind, calmly observing the women. Now, even if he doesn't open the Mangekyō Sharingan, he can easily see through the mass and concentration of the strange energy in other people's bodies. These women have C-level abilities and B-level abilities. The scum with combat effectiveness of 5 is not a threat. At this time, a woman who was held in Baiju's arms turned her gaze to Lin Yi and asked curiously, "Young Master Bai, whose young master is the handsome guy behind? It looks a little raw." Although she could see that Lin Yi's sportswear was inconspicuous, that cold temperament could never be an ordinary person. What's more, if he can stand with Baiju, he must be the young master of a big family. In the circle of upper superpowers, clairvoyance is a very important skill, and sometimes it can even determine life and death. Baiju was reminded like this, slapped his head suddenly, and almost forgot Brother Lin. He immediately let go of the two women in his arms, trotted to Lin Yi's side, and enthusiastically introduced. "Let me introduce you to you, this is Lin. 100 million. As soon as he wanted to say Lin Yi's name, he remembered that the guy's identity was still in the state of missing as reported by the official, and he immediately changed his mouth wittily for the sake of safety. "You can just call him Lin Xiao," Baiju added. When several women heard this, their eyes lit up, and they were about to step forward to talk to this cool-looking Lin Xiao. But Lin Yi didn't even look at them. He walked over them directly, and said coldly, "I'll go somewhere else." He had no interest in these women. The women were suddenly stunned in place, the smile on their faces was a little stiff. They didn't expect this Lin Yi to be so cold. Baiju was a little embarrassed when he saw this, but he had long been used to it, so he scratched his head and reminded Lin Yi's back, "Okay, the banquet will start later, remember to come over." Lin Yi just raised his hand casually, which was a response, and the figure quickly disappeared at the end of the path. Baiju coughed twice, hugged the woman beside him again, and regained his hippie smiling face. "That guy's personality is like this, leave him alone. It's enough for me to accompany you beautiful ladies." Lin Yi walked alone on the path of the manor. From time to time, you can meet some young people and old guys in formal dresses. When they saw Lin Yi's misfit sportswear, they would cast strange eyes, but no one said much. After walking around for almost half an hour, Lin Yi had already touched the entire manor. At this time, he strolled back to the gate of the manor. Two special vehicles of the demon exterminator were slowly driving in, passing by him. Lin Yi watched the two cars drive deep into the manor, his eyes moving slightly. Finally here, Duan de Biao. In the back seat of the second car, Sosuke looked at Jiang Yu, who had been looking out the window, and asked, "Jiang Yu, what were you looking at just now?" Sitting in the co-pilot, the man with a chicken coop hairstyle turned around and smiled. "I guess, I'm looking at the handsome guy on the side of the road just now. Am I right, Jiang Yu?" Jiang Yu didn't answer his question, but silently withdrew his gaze. She was thinking about the man in sportswear on the side of the road just now. Her ability gave her an extraordinary sixth sense, and that man made her feel familiar. It must be someone she had met before. However, no matter how much she searched for her memories, she couldn't remember where she had seen it. Sosuke listened to the words of the chicken nest head, curled his lips disdainfully, and slapped him directly on the back of his head, slapping him back. "How handsome that person is, can he have me? Jiang Yu wants to see the handsome guy, just look at me." Seeing that the prey had appeared, Lin Yi stopped wandering, turned around and walked directly in the direction of the banquet hall. Walking into the splendid banquet hall, I saw Baiju sitting at a corner of the dining table at a glance. In his right hand, he grabbed a his shiny chicken leg and ate it with a mouthful of oil. Seeing Lin Yi come in, he waved his hand vigorously. Lin Yi walked straight over and sat down next to Baiju expressionlessly. As soon as he sat down, a black-haired man who looked somewhat similar to Baiju but had a much more mature and stable temperament came over. The man was also followed by a woman wearing a Haislet Cheongsam, with a bewitching figure and a delicate and charming appearance. As soon as Baiju saw the man, he immediately stood up, with meat stuffed in his mouth, and shouted vaguely, "Brother." He looked at the woman next to him again. "Cousin." The people who came were Baiju's brother Baiyu and his cousin Humimi. Humimi approached Baiju with a smile, lowered her voice, and said in a playful tone, "My dear cousin, why is he like a good baby in front of your brother? Aren't you afraid of heaven and earth?" Baiju glanced at Humimi viciously. Humimi suddenly trembled with joy, and the laughter attracted the people around her to look sideways. Then, Humimi's eyes fell on Lin Yi, who was sitting quietly next to him. "Cousin, who is this handsome guy? Why don't you give us an introduction?" Baiju swallowed the chicken in his mouth and quickly introduced, "Brother, this is the brother I just met." "Friend." Halfway through the words, Lin Yi took the initiative to stand up and said in a flat tone, "Lin Yi." The black-haired man Baiyu looked at Lin Yi with a gentle smile on his face and also introduced himself. "I didn't expect this kid Baiju to be able to make friends. Hello, I am Baiju's brother, Baiyu." He stretched out his hand and shook Lin Yi. Humimi also came over and looked Lin Yi up and down with a pair of seductive peach blossom eyes. "I am Baiju's cousin, Humimi." She tilted her head and said with interest, "I always feel that you are a little familiar, handsome guy." At this moment, 4 people walked in at the door of the banquet hall, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Lin Yi also looked over. At the head is Duan de Biao, the deputy director of the Demon Eradication Division, whom he has seen countless times from the photo. Baiyu saw them, looked back at Baiju and said, "Treat your friend well." Baiju replied with a smile. Then, Baiyu tidied up his collar and immediately greeted Duan de Biao's group. Humimi saw Baiyu walk away, and her courage increased, and she sat directly on the empty seat next to Lin Yi, leaning forward slightly, and a fragrant breeze came to her face. "Handsome guy, how about adding a microchat?" Lin Yi ignored her conversation. His eyes were always locked on Duan de Biao's body. Baiju also put away his laughter, and his eyes became sharp. That Duan de Biao is just an A-level superpower, and he must have some ability to sit in the position of deputy director of the Demon Eradication Division. The 3 people behind him should be the special superpowers that Black Dream said. All 3 are S-class, especially the guy in the middle who had a confident and calm face and arrogant eyes in his eyes. The strange energy fluctuations were the most powerful, and he didn't know what his ability was. It seemed that he was aware of their gaze, and Duan de Biao, who was exchanging pleasantries with Baiyu, suddenly glanced towards them. There was a hint of vigilance in his eyes, but he quickly turned his head as if nothing had happened and continued to talk to Baiyu. Baiyu welcomed Duan de Biao and the 4 of them to the front position. As soon as Zongjie and Jiang Yu sat down, their eyes swept to Lin Yi and Baiju opposite. For a while, the 8 eyes faced each other. There was an invisible tension in the air. Everyone's eyes are quietly changing, and what they think in their hearts is different. The banquet hall was full of people. I know. Lin Yi and Baiju's eyes always fell on Duan de Biao opposite, intentionally or unintentionally. At this moment, there was a commotion at the door of the hall. An old man with silver hair but high spirits with an ebony cane walked in slowly, supported by a middle-aged man and a beautiful woman with charm. All the guests present, whether they were talking or tasting wine, all stopped their movements and turned their eyes to these 3 people. Lin Yi looked at it calmly. The old man in the middle is undoubtedly the old man of the Bai family, and the man and woman next to him should be Baiju's parents. Baiju's father, Bai Shang, has a somewhat similar face to Baiju, but his temperament is calm and his eyes are sharp. The mother is very well maintained, and she shows nobility in her gestures. When the 3 of them passed by the corner where Baiju was, Bai Shang's eyes swept over and glared at Baiju fiercely. Baiju didn't care, and even glared back defiantly. Bai Shang's brows furrowed even deeper, and he glanced at Lin Yi, who was beside Baiju, wearing sportswear and a cold temperament. There was scrutiny in his eyes, but in the end he didn't say anything, withdrew his gaze, and continued to support the old man to the main position. On the main seat, Mr. Bai sat down safely. The birthday star has arrived, and the atmosphere of the banquet instantly became warm. Bai Lao, I wish you blessings like the East China Sea and a longevity than Nanshan. This is a little bit of the heart of the junior, not respectful. Mr. Bai, may you be prosperous, and the pine crane is long-lasting. This is an S-level condensation grass. I hope it will be beneficial to you. One by one, the brightly dressed guests, their faces were full of flattering smiles, scrambling to send carefully prepared birthday gifts, saying various auspicious blessings. Lin Yi was not interested in this. He just picked up the wine glass on the table, took a sip gently, and his eyes never left Duan de Biao in the distance. Baiju was a completely different look. He mysteriously took out a small palm-sized exquisite box from his arms and ran up with a bang. Grandpa! Baiju's voice was crisp and loud. He ran to the old man, half squatted down, and held the box high. This is a gift from your grandson. Mr. Bai looked at his grandson, who had never been out of tune, with a loving look in his cloudy eyes. He stretched out his wrinkled hand and took the small box. The smile on his face was warm and warm. Okay, my little grandson is finally sensible and knows how to prepare gifts for Grandpa. Baiju smiled, scratched his eye-catching white hair, and retreated triumphantly. Duan Debiao, who was sitting in the VIP seat as the deputy director of the Nanchang Demon Eradication Division, naturally could not lose his courtesy. He winked at Jiang Yu beside him. Jiang Yu understood, stood up expressionlessly, and sent a gift box that had been prepared a long time ago, and the whole process was crisp and neat, without a single extra word. At this moment, a figure walked into the door of the banquet hall again. It was a woman with short purple hair, indifferent eyes, and a delicate face. She walked straight in with an equally delicate gift box in her arms. When Mr. Bai saw the comer, his pupils shrank slightly, and he immediately said to his son beside him, "Bai Shang, you go quickly." Baiju's father, Bai Shang, did not dare to neglect it, and immediately got up and greeted him quickly, with just the right amount of respect and enthusiasm on his face. The purple kite commander actually came in person, which really made my Bai family flourish. Ziyuan handed over the things in his hand directly. His voice was cold, without any emotion. "This is a birthday gift sent to me by the commander. Please accept it." Bai Shang hurriedly took it with both hands, and his posture was extremely low. Ziyuan nodded slightly to the old man Bai on the main seat, said a few words of congratulations, and then said his goodbye directly. "I still have military affairs on my body, so I won't stay any longer." After saying that, she turned around and left, without stopping for a moment. The representatives of various families and forces present all showed surprised expressions on their faces when they saw this scene. Unexpectedly, even Yi Rong, the commander of the Demon Suppression Army, sent someone to give gifts, which shows how deep the heritage of the Bai family is today. Many people secretly calculated in their hearts and re-evaluated the strength and status of the Bai family. With the departure of Ziyuan, the banquet officially began. The melodious music sounded, and the guests gathered together in twos and threes, and began to make friends and chat, and the cups and chips were staggered, creating a lively scene. Lin Yi still sat quietly in the corner, like an outsider. He drank the wine in the glass slowly, and the corner of his eye was always locked on Duan Debiao's body. At this moment, Duan Debiao took out his mobile phone and quickly tapped something on the screen with his fingers. A few seconds later, he put away his phone, turned his head sideways, and whispered a few words to Sasuke and Jiang Yu beside him. Then, he got up alone, walked up to Mr. Bai, bowed and said, "Bai Lao, there are still some urgent matters in the department that need to be dealt with, so I will take my leave first." Mr. Bai nodded and did not hold back. Duan Debiao turned around and hurriedly left the banquet hall. The eyes of Sasuke and Jiang Yu have been following his back as he leaves. When they turned their eyes around and subconsciously looked at the opposite corner, they found that the young master of the Bai family, who was originally sitting there, and the man with a cold temperament next to him, were nowhere to be found. The two looked at each other, both with a hint of solemnity in their eyes. They also stood up tacitly and quietly left the banquet. The chicken nest head that was still competing with a big lobster behind him reacted at this time. With his mouth full of meat, he shouted slurredly and quickly got up to follow. Before leaving, he didn't forget to take 2 more chicken legs. The departure of several young people did not attract much attention in the lively banquet. Only Bai Shang, looking at the backs of Sasuke and the 3 leaving, found that his troublemaker Baiju was also gone, and an ominous premonition arose in his heart for no reason. He immediately whispered to his eldest son Baiyu beside him, "Follow me and take a look. Don't let that kid cause any trouble." Baiyu nodded, quietly blended into the crowd, and walked towards the outside of the hall. At noon, the dazzling sun shines. On the road in the 7th district of Nanchang, a special vehicle for the demon exterminator was galloping at high speed. It was Duan Debiao who drove the car. From time to time, he glanced at the phone next to him, and his face showed a look of anxiety that could not be concealed. On both sides of the road, there are many high-rise buildings. On top of the building invisible to ordinary people, 2 black shadows were like ghosts, one on the left and one on the right, closely following the speeding vehicles below. Lin Yi had already changed into the familiar black robe and wore a white mask on his face, and Baiju, who was on the roof opposite him, was also wearing a black robe and a white mask. It's just the white mask on his face, and the pattern is a weird smiling face. "Brother Lin, what do you think of my mask? Isn't it handsome?" Baijuseo turned his face sideways, trying to let Lin Yi appreciate his taste. Lin Yi ignored him. His figure was like the wind, and he continued to jump between the buildings. The vehicle kept shuttling on the road in District 7. Looking at the direction it was traveling, it was not the demon exterminator at all. Lin Yi patiently followed all the way. He wanted to see what kind of medicine this guy was selling in the gourd. Half an hour later, the vehicle suddenly braked sharply and stopped on the side of the road. The door opened. But a minute passed, but no one came down. Lin Yi stood on a high place, his eyes cold. He directly opened the Mangekyō Sharingan. The scarlet light lit up, and everything in the car below instantly became extremely clear. The car was empty. Lin Yi thought of Duan Debiao's ability, super hidden, a powerful stealth ability. However, no matter how powerful the concealment is, it is only concealment, not disappearing out of thin air. In Lin Yi's field of vision, a faint trace of strange energy extended from the car door and led all the way to the distance. At this time, Baiju on the opposite side took out a pair of peculiar glasses like sunglasses from his arms and put them on directly. Obviously, this guy also came prepared. The two of them didn't stop any longer and quickly chased after the barely imperceptible trace of strange energy. A few minutes later, they came to a very remote single-family mansion. It is shaded by trees and quiet, with almost no people in sight. The door of the mansion was hidden and unlocked. Lin Yi and Baiju stopped at the door and looked at each other. The two hid their breath at the same time and walked in silently. The interior of the mansion is luxuriously decorated, but it is empty and a little eerily quiet. They came to the second floor lightly and stopped at the door of a closed room. At this moment, a woman's charming voice suddenly came from the room. "Oh, why are you so anxious?" In the room, Duandebyo was anxiously hugging a beautiful woman with charm, his hands wandering around her, and his mouth was about to come up. The beautiful woman stretched out her hand and gently blocked Duandebyo's mouth. "Don't be so anxious." Her voice was charming to the bone, with a hint of anger. Duandebyo held the warm nephrite in his arms, his hands were very dishonest, and he wondered, what big thing can be as important as today's movement? As soon as the beautiful woman heard this, her white fingers directly grabbed Duandebyo's ears, pretending to be fierce. "Do you think about that every day?" She changed her words, and her eyes became pitiful again. "Do you just like my body? Don't like me as a person?" Seeing her tearful appearance, Duandebyo's heart tightened and he immediately surrendered. Don't cry, my heart. How can I only like your body? I like your body and your people." The beautiful woman was still a little disbelievable, staring at him with watery eyes. Duandebyo immediately raised his right hand, spread his 5 fingers, and looked serious. "I swear." Looking at his serious appearance, the beautiful woman burst into tears and believed him. Duandebyo breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Tell me, what is your big thing?" The beautiful woman got off him, tidied up her messy clothes, and had a mysterious smile on her face. "Wait a moment." After saying that, she turned around and walked into a bedroom inside. Duandebyo walked to the table, poured himself a cup of tea, and took a sip happily. Suddenly, his movement to drink water stopped. He slowly put the teacup on the table and turned his head stiffly. A man in a black robe and a strange white mask was standing behind him at some point, looking at him quietly. Duandebyo's pupils contracted suddenly, and the hair all over his body stood up. The next moment, the space in front of him twisted without warning, forming a vortex. An irresistible huge suction force acted on him. Before he could even let out a scream, his whole body was twisted and pulled by the whirlpool, and he disappeared in an instant. The bedroom door was opened. The beautiful woman walked out, her face full of happiness and shyness, and she was holding a pregnancy test stick tightly in her hand. On the pregnancy test stick, there are 2 clear bars. She looked at the empty hall, the smile on her face froze slightly, and her brows furrowed slightly. Where did this dead ghost go? Shunwei space. Duandebyo sat slumped on the cold ground, his body still trembling uncontrollably. He looked at the eerie sight around him in horror. Where did this TM come from for itself? "Hey!" A voice came from behind him. Duandebyo was so frightened that he turned around suddenly. Another man in a black robe mask. Before he could react, the masked man who had sucked him in just now also appeared beside him. A pair of scarlet eyes are like ghost fire in hell. Duandebyo rolled back and crawled, trying to stay away from the 2 black-robed men who exuded an ominous aura. Lin Yi and Baiju approached step by step. Baiju was the first to speak, with a hint of playfulness in his voice. "Click. You are the deputy director of the Demon Eradication Division, Duandebyo, right?" When Duandebyo heard this, he shook his head like a rattle. No, I'm not Duandebyo. I am Duandebyo. I am Duandebyo's younger brother." Baiju raised his eyebrows, took out his mobile phone directly from his arms, clicked on a photo, and stretched it out in front of him. In the photo, it is a photo of Duandebyo wearing the uniform of the demon exterminator. "This is not you?" Duandebyo stared at the photo, cold sweat flowed down his forehead, he swallowed his saliva, and his brain was running rapidly. "Actually, in fact, Duandebyo and I are twins, and we look about the same." Baiju took back his phone and looked at Lin Yi thoughtfully. "Brother Lin, we seem to have found the wrong person. This guy is Duandebyo's twin brother." He looked at Baiju with the same eyes as a fool. "This guy definitely has something wrong with his brain. It seems that I can't have contact with him anymore in the future, so as not to infect myself with mental retardation." Lin Yi ignored Baiju and turned his eyes to Duandebyo on the ground. Duandebyo met those scarlet and weird eyes, and his heart chuckled, panicking. Finished. This person seems to be much smarter than the one next to him, and he is not easy to deceive. Lin Yi was too lazy to talk nonsense to him. He directly launched the monthly reading. Duandebyo looked at those scarlet eyes, and instantly felt that his consciousness was dragged by an unrivaled force and sank into an boundless bloody world. Lin Yi did not hesitate and directly began to torture and squeeze emotional points. Nowadays, even if a dog on the side of the road passes in front of him, he has to leave some emotional value before leaving. Ding! Host gains plus 111 mood. Ding! Host gains plus 98 mood points. points. Ding! The host gains plus 55 emotion. After torturing for a while, Lin Yi lifted the illusion. This Debiao is too weak. He hasn't squeezed much emotional value at all, and he has reached the limit and can no longer squeeze it out. I don't know how this guy became the deputy director. Lin Yi, coming out of the illusion space, only 1 second passed in the real world. Baiju on the side only saw Duan Debiao's body stunned for a moment, and the next second, his face was as pale as paper, his whole body was paralyzed on the ground, panting heavily, and his eyes were full of extreme fear. Duan Debiao's spirit completely collapsed. He couldn't stand it anymore and begged for mercy. 2 heroes. No, 2 uncles. What the hell do you want to do? Give me a happy one? Baiju put away his joking look, stepped forward, looked at him condescendingly, and asked, "What do you know about the many previous manslaughter cases of girls in Nanchang?" He paused, grinning at the corner of his mouth. Or, are you behind it? When Duan Debiao heard the girl manslaughter case, a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes, and he tried to search for relevant information in his mind. Finally, he raised his head and said tremblingly, Two heroes, if I say, I don't know anything, what will you do to me? The smile on Baiju's face became even brighter. What do you think? It must have tortured you to the point where you were inhuman, and finally, of course, we won't let go of your mistress. At this time, Lin Yi, who had been silent, added, his voice cold and piercing, I just saw her and took out a pregnancy test. She seemed pregnant. Hearing this, Duan Debiao's body shook suddenly, and the fear on his face was instantly replaced by shock. Bosom. Pregnant? Self. Are you going to be a father? An indescribable excitement and joy surged in his heart, but the next moment, this joy was severely suppressed by boundless fear and despair. He raised his head suddenly, looked at the 2 black-robed men in front of him seriously, and spoke in an extremely sincere tone. I said, I'll be honest, I really don't know what kind of girl manslaughter case. Lin Yi and Baiji looked at each other and were about to do it. Don't do it yet. Duan Debiao was so frightened that he shouted quickly, you should also know that I am just an A-level superpower. I have been working in the Demon Eradication Division for decades, and through my unremitting efforts, I finally sat in the position of deputy director. There was a hint of bitterness on his face. However, even if I become deputy director, I have no rights, just because I am too weak. Almost all affairs of the Demon Removal Division are managed by the other 2 S-level deputy directors, and my only right is to sit in the office of the Demon Removal Division and blow the air conditioner. Even so, I'm already very satisfied. Just a few years ago, I happened to meet a lady, the one outside. Her husband died early and was a widow. I fell in love with her at first sight, and the only thought in my life was to wait for me to retire in 2 years, then marry her home and live a stable life. So, I really don't know anything about the manslaughter of a girl you are talking about. Please, 2 good men, spare my life. After saying that, he knelt directly on the ground and kowtowed to the 2 of them repeatedly, his body trembling violently because of fear, and his attitude was extremely sincere. After hearing this, Baiju looked at Lin Yi. Brother Lin, is what he said true or not? Under his Sharingan, Duan Debiao's mood swings and physical reactions show that he is indeed telling the truth. However, even so, he did not intend to let this guy go. A black light flashed in Lin Yi's hand, and a long knife condensed by Amaterasu black flame appeared out of thin air, exuding a terrifying aura that burned all things. He raised his knife and was about to kill Duan Debiao. Wait! Baijuyan quickly stopped Lin Yi. Brother Lin, since what he said is true, why don't you let him go? Lin Yi's scarlet eyes glanced at him coldly, without the slightest intention of stopping. Baiju was anxious, and hurriedly pulled Lin Yi aside, lowered his voice and said, Brother Lin, I beg you. Although this guy has no rights, he is also a deputy director anyway, and he is an important member of the Demon Eradication Division. If he dies, I'm afraid my family will suffer. After all, he disappeared on the day he attended my grandfather's birthday banquet, and the official will definitely point the finger at our family. After hearing this, Lin glanced at him. The black flame long knife in his hand slowly dissipated. There is no benefit in killing this guy, and the emotional value is drained. Seeing this, Baiju immediately breathed a sigh of relief and immediately said happily, Thank you, Brother Lin. Nanchang District 7, the roof of a mansion. Lin nodded a little. The space was distorted for a while, and Lin Yi, Baiju and Duan Debiao, who was paralyzed like mud, appeared together. As soon as he came out, he didn't wait for Duan Debiao to recover from the happiness of the rest of his life after the disaster. A fiery molten flame spear, dragging a long flame tail, tore through the air and burst out from a distance. Wherever the spear passed, the air was distorted by the heat. At the same time, an arrogant sound, like rolling thunder, spread throughout the area. White-faced death. I didn't expect you to appear here. Just right, let me give it a try. Are you qualified enough to be my opponent? The molten flame spear tore through the air, and with the terrifying heat that burned everything, it rushed straight to the door of Lin. Wherever the tip of the gun passed, the air was violently distorted, making a sizzling burning sound. In the pupils of Baiju and Duan Debiao, only the dazzling fiery red remained. However, Lin Yi stood in place and did not move. Just as the spear was about to touch his mask, the space in front of him twisted without warning, forming an eerie vortex. Never mind. The molten flame spear plunged headlong into the vortex and disappeared without a trace in an instant, as if swallowed by another dimension. Lin Yi and Baiju looked up at the same time and looked in the direction where the sound came from. I saw three figures standing quietly on the roof of the opposite high-rise building. It was the three demon exterminators who followed Duan Debiao at the Bai family's birthday banquet. The man in the center was Sasuke, with an arrogant expression on his face, and his eyes were boiling, as if he was a lion who had found his prey. Just a stink bug from the demon eradicator. Dare to be arrogant. Wow. Baiju saw the other party's invincible appearance, and his anger instantly rose. He changed his voice to make it hoarse and muffled. Before he finished speaking, the strange energy in his body exploded, and the S-level terrifying aura instantly expanded. Whoosh! Baiju kicked suddenly, and the whole person shot out like a cannonball, rushing straight to the three people on the opposite side. He had long wanted to fight with these so-called genius elites carefully selected by the federal government. Today, he wants to see how big the gap between his genius in this small place and the official genius is. Lin Yi watched Baiju rush up like a reckless man, just standing calmly in place. The next second, his figure began to twist, like a reflection in the water, and then completely disappeared. On the roof of the building, Duan Debiao, who was still immersed in the happiness of the rest of his life after the disaster, saw the scene of the immortal fighting, and was so frightened that his soul was almost gone. He did not hesitate to activate his ability. The next moment, his body instantly became transparent, and his breath was hidden, completely disappearing in place. He rushed into the villa in a few steps, only to see the beautiful woman standing in front of the window, looking out with a face full of horror. She could also hear the roar just now. Duan Debiao showed his figure beside her. The beautiful woman was shocked by this sudden change. After seeing that it was Duan Debiao, he immediately threw himself into his arms, hugged him tightly with both hands, and his body was still trembling slightly. Duan Debiao gently patted her on the back, calming her emotions. She had always been very timid. Then, he took her hand and walked eagerly towards the door. "Let's go, it's dangerous here." The beautiful woman was forcibly pulled by him and asked with a puzzled face, "Debiao, what happened?" Duan Debiao pulled her from the second floor to the first floor, explaining anxiously as he walked. "Oh, don't worry about so much, the most important thing now is to get out of here quickly." He hadn't finished speaking yet. A huge ball of molten flames burning with blazing flames, like a small meteorite, directly smashed the wall of the villa and rushed in with a roar. Duan Debiao was quick-witted, and without thinking about it, he pulled the beautiful woman into his arms and met the fireball with his back. The next moment, the huge molten flame ball hit Duan Debiao's body fiercely. The two were knocked out by an irresistible force, crashed through a wall in succession, and fell heavily on the lawn outside the villa. In the distance, in mid-air, Sasuke suspended one huge molten flame ball after another around him, emitting suffocating heat. Every time he waved his hand, there was a molten flame ball with a long flame tail, whistling and shooting at the rushing Baiju. On the way to charge, Baiju's body was like a ghost, constantly flashing and moving, avoiding dense attacks. Bang! From time to time, he raised his leg or swung his fists, accurately kicking away some of the molten balls that could not be avoided, or directly kicking them back the same way with more domineering power. The molten flame ball that was kicked back was just about to approach Sasuke when he was stopped by the man next to him with a chicken coop hair. The head of the chicken nest put his hands together, and a turquoise water stream appeared out of thin air, accurately wrapping the molten flame ball. Water and fire collided, emitting a piercing sizzle sound, which eventually turned into steam and dissipated. Sasuke looked at Baiju, who was constantly resisting, and the excitement on his face became more and more intense. "Ha ha ha ha, interesting, it's so interesting." The molten flame balls in his hand condensed faster and faster, and the attacks became more and more intensive, and even the power of each one was rising. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The molten flame balls fell like raindrops, and the buildings below could not withstand this level of destruction, and in the blink of an eye, they were smashed beyond recognition, turning into a raging sea of fire. Fortunately, this area is located in a remote area, and there are no people, otherwise, I don't know how many more souls will be there today. Baiju saw that the guy was like crazy, leaving no room for attack at all, and he also cursed secretly in his heart. Boom! Although the six-dimensional attributes of his body now have reached an extremely terrifying level, he still feels a little difficult in the face of this kind of indiscriminate attack. So, he stopped rushing, turned his body, and landed on another building that was still intact. He glanced down at his hands, which were slightly red and even slightly burned. He frowned and looked up at the arrogant guy opposite. This supernatural person from the Federation is indeed extraordinary, and his strength is indeed ridiculously strong. Moreover, the two beside him, one can control the water, and the other has never made a move, so it is estimated that they are not easy to deal with. Baiju had to admit that he seemed to be, I can't beat the one playing with fire on the opposite side. He subconsciously scanned around, only to find that Lin Yi's figure had long since disappeared. Where did this guy go? No way, no way. Wouldn't it be that he left himself alone and ran away? Baiju then shook his head again. Impossible, Lin Yi's personality would never allow anyone to pretend to be so arrogant in front of him. Just as he was thinking, a fireball that moment was larger than all the previous molten flame balls shot over again with the momentum of destroying everything. Baiju was so frightened that he immediately jumped up, his body leaned back at the limit in the air, and the molten flame ball almost grazed the tip of his nose and flew over. The buildings behind him are not so lucky. The entire building was shot directly through by a huge molten flame ball, and a shocking huge hole appeared in the middle, and the edges were still melting and dripping. Sosuke looked at Baiju, who was a little embarrassed opposite, grinned, and his voice was full of jokes. White-faced death. Oh no, it should be a white-faced boy. A white-faced boy. How does it feel? Isn't it cool? Ha ha ha. At this time, the chicken coop head next to him also coaxed, looked at Baiju and shouted, "Brother, isn't it hot? It's okay. Let me help you cool down for free. You're welcome." After saying that, he opened his hands suddenly. Suddenly, water balloons with a diameter of 1 meter appeared around him out of thin air. The water balls continued to twist and deform, eventually turning into extremely sharp ice spikes. The next moment, these ice spikes began to spin at high speed, their tips flashing with a dangerous cold light. The chicken coop head moved his fingers forward casually. Whoa! Countless spikes dragged the blue trail and flew overwhelmingly towards Baiju. Here we go again. Baiju looked at this battle, jumped directly from the roof of the building, got into the huge hole that had just been blasted out by the molten ball, hid inside the building, and temporarily avoided the attack. Jiangyu, who was next to the two, remained silent from beginning to end. Damn! Her eyes kept looking around, trying to find the figure of the white-faced god of death. Just now, she saw him disappear out of thin air. Boom! This strange ability made her feel a little uneasy. When Sosuke saw that Baiju had become a shrunken turtle, he laughed loudly. White-faced boy, let that white-faced god of death come out to save you. Otherwise, you may lose your life today. His voice was full of ridicule. A threat of death came from behind him. Sosuke's pupils shrank suddenly. Without thinking about it, the S-level strange energy in his body surged wildly, and an incomparably thick layer of molten flame armor instantly condensed and formed on his body. Almost at the same time, the space around his body began to distort violently. An unrivaled tearing force acted on him, and the indestructible molten flame armor made an overwhelming click sound in front of this force, like paper paste. The ultimate sense of danger envelopes the heart. Sosuke made a quick decision, and his whole body melted with a bang, turning into a puddle of hot magma, and he narrowly broke away from the twisted space. The chicken nest next to it reacted at this time. When he saw his companion in distress, his eyes flashed with anger, and a long sword made of turbulent water appeared out of thin air in his hand, and he slashed towards Lin Yi's back heart without hesitation. Death! Lin Yi didn't even look back, but his shoulders were slightly sideways, and his scarlet eyes glanced at the rushing chicken coop. The action of the chicken nest head came to an abrupt end. He subconsciously glanced at those strange eyes. In the next moment, all the brilliance in his eyes faded, and he became empty and dazed, and his consciousness seemed to be withdrawn from his body. The long sword made of water in his hand also made of whoosh sounded, turning into a puddle of clear water and sprinkling on the ground. The whole person just stood upright in place, motionless. 10 meters behind Lin Yi, on the ground, a pool of hot magma slowly rose, and finally recondensed into Sosuke's appearance. His face was a little pale, and he looked at Lin Yi's back with lingering fears, and a fine cold sweat oozed from his forehead. Just now, as long as I slowed down a little more, I am afraid that I would have already explained it there. At this moment, this white-faced god of death is indeed as terrifying as the rumors. No, even scarier than rumors. At this moment, he really regarded Lin Yi as an opponent of the same level, and put away all his previous arrogance and contempt. In the shadow of a building further away, Jiangyu was observing the confrontation between the two. From the moment Lin appeared, she relied on her keen intuition for danger to avoid it from a distance. She saw with her own eyes that Lin Yi just glared at the chicken coop, and the spiritual consciousness of the chicken cow head instantly fell into an extremely peculiar state. That seems to be magic, an illusion so powerful that it made her feel palpitations. Lin Yi slowly turned around, and his cold gaze fell on Sosuke opposite. At this moment, Baiju rushed out of the dilapidated building with a scolding. He saw at a glance that the head of the chicken coop was pestled there like a wooden stake, his eyes were blank, and his saliva was about to flow out, and he immediately understood that he was controlled by Lin Yi. He smiled and strode over. A loud slap slapped the chicken nest head in the face. "ITM asked you to cool me down." Snap. Another backhand. "Let you cool me down." Baiju slapped while scolding in his mouth. "I'll help you raise the temperature for free now. Is it hot? Is it cool? No need to thank on." He opened his bow left and right, fanning happily, and the crisp slap was particularly loud. After a while, the chicken coop head was fanned into a pig's head. Baiju shook off his slightly numb hand and smacked his lips. "I'm a little tired. You kid is lucky, young master. I'll let you go for the time being." After saying that, he returned to Lin Yi with satisfaction. Lin Yi didn't look at Baiju from beginning to end. His eyes were always locked on Sosuke. He took 2 steps slowly in Sosuke's direction. Sosuke's muscles were tense all over his body, as if facing a great enemy, and the strange energy in his body had reached its peak, ready to deal with the strange space attack at any time. At this moment, a cold female voice sounded in his ears. "Don't look him in the eye." It was Jiang Yu's voice. Sosuke's heart was terrified, and he immediately did so. His eyes were instantly covered by a pulsating flame, completely blocking his sight, and he locked Lin Yi's position only by perception. Lin Yi looked at his operation and understood that his illusion had been seen through by the other party. Case. He raised his hand again and aimed it at Sasuke. Divinity. The familiar spatial distortion reappears. But Sasuke was already on guard, and in the same way as just now, his body melted instantly, and he dodged this deadly blow again. Seeing that Kamui couldn't catch this slippery guy, Lin Yi was no longer persistent. His eyes froze. Amaterasu. A large cloud of black flames appeared on Sasuke without warning and began to burn wildly. Sasuke looked at the black flames on his body, stunned for a moment, and then let out a harsh sneer as if he had been insulted. "Ha ha ha ha, white-faced death. You actually burned me with fire? Isn't it a little too much for me? I'm the god of fire." Before he finished speaking, his whole body suddenly erupted with dazzling fire, and a pillar of flame light rose from the ground around him, instantly devouring the black flame. The powerful aura and scorching airflow spread wildly around like a storm, blowing Lin Yi and Baiju's black robes to make a sound. Baiju looked at the pillar of flame in front of him that penetrated the heavens and the earth. His eyes reflected the blazing fire. He seemed to think of something, and stammered. This is ability armament?" His tone was full of disbelief. "Supernatural armament?" Lin Yi's tone was filled with a hint of doubt. He had visited the 6 networks for so long, and had seen all kinds of strange entries, but he had never seen the word supernatural armament. Baiju swallowed his saliva with difficulty and quickly explained. "Ability armament is an ability that can be obtained with a very small probability by developing its own abilities to a very high level. Its rarity is much higher than that of the realm." "I didn't expect it." Baiju's tone was complicated. "A commissioner sent by the Federation to a small place like our South City actually has this ability, and the Federation is really willing." After more than 10 seconds, the pillar of flame that soared into the sky slowly dissipated. A figure reappeared in place. At this time, Sasuke's appearance has changed a lot. His red hair was windless and automatic. His roots were upside down, dancing gracefully like a burning flame. In his hand, he held a spear made entirely of molten flames, the tip of which flashed with a devastating light. The original clothes on his body also turned into a set of mighty molten flame armor, with magma-like lines flowing on the armor, exuding suffocating heat. The whole person looked powerful, his aura was terrifying, and his combat power was more than one notch stronger than before. Sasuke, who had changed his appearance, pointed the molten flame spear in his hand at Lin Yi and aimed it at Lin Yi, with a bloodthirsty and crazy smile on his face. "White-faced death. Now, we can have fun. Don't be too compelled to play." Before he finished speaking, his figure instantly disappeared in place, turning into a ball of flowing fire, and rushed straight towards Lin Yi. That speed was extremely fast, like teleportation. Lin Yi's eyes froze, and a long knife made of Amaterasu black flame instantly condensed in his hand. At the same time, the black flames also spread rapidly on his body, forming a set of pitch-black flame armor. Shang! The molten flame spear and the black flame sword collided in mid-air. One red and one black, two extreme energies violently impacted, erupting into a deafening loud noise. Clusters of red and black flames splashed around like fireworks, scorching the ground and surrounding buildings into bottomless pits. The moment Baiju fought the two, he immediately greased the soles of his feet and hid far away. Joke. In this level of fighting, if he goes up again, he will not be beaten, but will really die. He can't get in now. At this moment, Baiju suddenly felt that there was someone next to him. As soon as he turned his head suddenly, he saw that Jiang Yu had also hidden his shadow near him at some point, observing the battle in the distance with a solemn expression. Baiju's eyes rolled and he squeezed his eyes at Jiang Yu. "Hello, beauty." Jiang Yu heard Baiju's voice and just glanced at him, then withdrew his gaze and continued to look at the battle between Lin Yi and Zongsuk in the distance. Baiju, who was completely ignored, was a little embarrassed, but he didn't plan to do anything to her. This woman gave him a feeling that was not much weaker than that guy who played with fire, and even seemed to be more insidious. He just needs to be optimistic about this woman and not let her disturb Lin Yi and the guy who plays with fire head-to-head. Battlefield Center. Lin Yi held a black flame long knife and wore black flame armor, and fought fiercely with Sasuke opposite, who was like a god of fire. While the two were flashing and moving, the figure appeared in mid-air for a while, then to the ground for a while, and then slammed into a certain building, stirring up smoke and dust in the sky. The movement was getting louder and louder, and many bold people in the distance had noticed the situation here, and they took out their mobile phones and frantically called various police numbers. Sasuke held a molten flame spear and fell from the sky like a meteorite, striking down at Lin Yi on the ground. Boom! Lin Yi raised it with one hand. The black flame long knife and the molten flame spear collided together. The extreme flames of two colors splashed wildly around, exploding bottomless pits on the ground and buildings. The two were at a stalemate for a while. Lin Yi found the opportunity, raised his head suddenly, and stared at him with a pair of scarlet and weird eyes. Sasuke had expected this, and his eyes instantly turned into two extremely hot fireballs. In the next second, two rays of fiery energy containing terrifying high-temperature temperatures burst out of his eyes, directly attacking Lin Yi's door. Lin Yi immediately reacted when he saw this, and his left eye and right eye were activated at the same time. Those two fiery energy rays passed directly through Lin Yi's body and shot to the ground behind him. Sosuke's pupils shrank when he saw this. What is this ability? His own attack actually passed directly through his body? When Sosuke was shocked, the space between the two began to distort violently. Both bodies began to twist uncontrollably. Seeing this situation, Sosuke could only turn into a hot pool of molten flames again, and narrowly avoided the pull of the force of space. Lin Yi's figure blended into the distorted space very naturally and disappeared. In the distance, Sosuke's figure condensed and formed again. As soon as he stood firm, a fatal sense of crisis hit him from behind. He twisted his body as soon as possible and tried to dodge. Unfortunately, it was still a step slower. A long knife made of Amaterasu black flame pierced his shoulder without hindrance. But the severe pain came, and Sosuke's face showed a hint of pain. He shouted angrily, and the spear he turned around slammed back. Lin Yi easily dodged a smooth backflip. The molten flame spear smashed into the ground, and the powerful force directly smashed the cement floor into a terrifying pit. Boom! Sosuke stared at Lin Yi with a pair of eyes like the sun. The black flame long knife that ran through his shoulder had turned into black flames at this moment and began to burn his flesh and blood frantically. He glanced over his shoulder, and the part burned by the black flame instantly turned into a hot molten flame, and then condensed and formed again. The black flame disappeared, but the wound still existed, and crimson blood flowed down his arm. Lin Yi looked at this scene and felt relieved. I thought this guy wouldn't get hurt, but since he would get hurt, it would be easy. Sosuke was injured and became furious, picked up the molten flame spear and stabbed at Lin Yi quickly. Lin Yi used his blurring ability to stay there, and no matter how he attacked, it had no effect. Moreover, Lin Yi found the opportunity to stab him a few more times, which was not very harmful but extremely insulting. The furious Sosuke gradually calmed down. He instantly distanced himself from Lin Yi and looked at Lin Yi coldly opposite. Then the molten flame spear in his hand slowly melted and finally disappeared. He looked at Lin Yi, his voice terribly low. Very good. White-faced death, you are very good, worthy of my real strength to treat you. After saying that, he looked at Lin Yi quietly, opened his lips lightly, and spat out a few words. Field, the land of ashes. As soon as the words fell, Lin Yi immediately felt that the temperature of the air around him was rising sharply. The guy playing with fire on the opposite side released the strange energy in his body like a flood that opened the gate. Bursts of strong strange energy fluctuations rolled up powerful air currents, blowing the black robe on Lin Yi's body to make a hunting sound. But he is still as stable as Mount Tai. At the next moment, an invisible and powerful force instantly enveloped the range of 100 meters. The heavens and the earth first turned into pure darkness. Immediately afterwards, the sky and the earth turned into charred rocks. The ground began to crack inch by inch, and countless hot molten flames flowed wantonly in the cracks, exuding an aura of destruction. An extremely high temperature instantly enveloped Lin Yi. He clearly felt that the strange energy in his body was being continuously consumed, and most of his strength was suppressed. The body instinctively mobilizes alien energy to resist this ubiquitous heat. Lin Yi looked at the scene in front of him. Is this the field? Interesting. Sosuke stood on the molten flame with a smug smile on his face. White-faced death, you can force me to use the domain, so it seems that you are not only qualified to be my opponent but also a great opponent. It's just a pity, because you're going to die. As soon as the words fell, the ground shook violently. Wow! Countless scorching chains composed of molten flames suddenly rose from the ground into the sky, like poisonous snakes that chose to eat people, flying towards Lin Yi overwhelmingly. Lin Yi wanted to use Kamui to dodge, but he found that the space here seemed to be extremely solid and could not be distorted at all. The next moment, countless molten flame chains had already wrapped up, tying his whole body tightly and then hanging him high. Void was useless. It seemed that this space was imprisoned by his domain. Lin Yi tried to earn hard. These chains were very strong, and with his strength after being suppressed, he couldn't break free for a while. Sosuke walked slowly to the front of Lin Yi, with a smile on his face that he had a chance to win. In my domain, my attacks are sure to hit, and your strange abilities are of no use. Originally, you had a chance to survive, that is, to run out before my domain was fully formed. It's a pity that because of your arrogance, you have led to your own mortal ending. Baiju saw that the guy who was playing with fire actually had a field, and his face suddenly collapsed, full of jealousy. Outside, this guy is too talented. ITM haven't realized the domain yet. This guy's domain, supernatural armament, really more popular than people. Now is not the time to think about this. The guy who plays with fire is already very strong, and now that all kinds of tricks have been used to press the bottom of the box, Lin Yi may not be able to resist. He has to find a way to help. Baiju looked back and found that Jiang Yu's woman was gone. Forget it, those women can't control it now. His eyes fell back on the huge black field on the ground, pitch black, and he couldn't see anything. It seems that you have to use your own tricks to press the bottom of the box again. He jumped up to the tallest building nearby. Then, he mobilized all the supernatural energy in his body and activated the ability with all his might. The muscles on his body bulged at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the green veins burst out under his skin like dragons. Bend your legs sharply and jump with all your might. The rooftop floor under his feet was instantly covered with cobweb-like cracks, and the whole person turned into a disemboweled cannonball and soared into the sky. Boom! In the air, he aimed at the dark field below. His body was tense and straight, and he fell straight. Have you ever heard of a footwork that falls from the sky? White definitely rushed down the dark field. He stretched his body straight, and his whole body turned into a humanoid cannonball, carrying unrivaled power. The powerful force drove the air, exerting an extremely strong pressure downwards, and the ground around the field was crushed inch by this air pressure. Seeing that his kick, which was comparable to a meteorite falling, was about to touch the field, suddenly, above the domain, a dark blue water curtain appeared out of thin air, like a huge skynet, completely enveloping the entire domain. Baiju's earth-shattering kick was firmly on the water curtain. The expected scene of realm-shattering did not occur. Boom! His strength enough to break through the tall building was completely removed the moment he came into contact with the water curtain. There were violent water waves on the surface of the water curtain. At the next moment, the thick water columns like buckets were like giant pythons with life, roaring out of the water curtain and rushing frantically towards Baiju in midair. Baiju was in the air, unable to dodge, and was directly hit by several water jets. The terrifying power exploded instantly, and Baiju's figure flew out directly. It crashed through a building dozens of floors not far away, and then plowed a 100-meter-long ravine on the hard ground before finally stopping. Bang! The smoke and dust dissipated. Baiju shook his head and got up from the deep pit. He patted the dust on his body, except for his clothes that were a little damaged, and he didn't suffer any serious injuries on his body. He looked up and saw the roof of another building in the distance. The chicken nest head, which was originally controlled by Lin Yi's look, actually moved at this moment, and his hands were still in a posture to release his abilities. And next to the chicken coop, standing was the woman who had disappeared before. Looking at the dumb appearance of the chicken coop, it was obvious that he was still in a state of control. All this is done by the woman next to him. MD, you know that this woman is not simple. Baiju took a sip. It is unheard of to be able to control a person who has already been controlled. None of these federal commissioners are easy to mess with, but no matter how hard it is to mess with, you have to mess with it. Lin Yi was still fighting with the guy who was playing with fire in the field, and he had to solve this troublesome woman. The next moment, he suddenly charged up under his feet. The ground exploded into a deep pit, and his figure rushed directly towards the roof where Jiang Yu was like a cannonball. He stepped on the vertical walls of the building, as if running on flat ground, and with each step he fell, he stepped on a clear footprint on the solid wall. Boom! Jiang Yu saw Baiju rushing over. His eyes were still cold. He just controlled the chicken coop head and aimed his hands downward. Wow! Countless water bombs broke through the air, densely packed, like bullets, with great power. The water bomb hit Baiju's body, and it was also painful. Baiju simply protected the face door with his left hand, allowing the water bomb to hit his body, and his right hand suddenly charged up and smashed his punch into the wall in front of him. The wall shattered and he rushed directly into the building. Seeing this, Jiang Yu immediately searched for Baiju's figure. Boom! However, in the next second, the rooftop ground behind the two of them exploded. Baiju jumped out of it. He suddenly stepped on the ground. His figure was extremely fast, and he came to Jiang Yu in an instant. Without hesitation, he directly punched deliberately and smashed it hard. Originally, he didn't hit women much, but now, this punch was created by him specifically for women. What happens if a mage gets close to a warrior? For example, Jiang Yu at this moment. At the critical moment, she controlled the chicken coop head and covered her body with a thick layer of water flow protection. However, this punch condensed all of Baiju's strength. She couldn't stop this punch. The protective layer of water flow was directly blown away like glass. The powerful force was firmly applied to Jiang Yu's body. Bang! In an instant, Jiang Yu spewed out a large mouthful of blood mist, and the whole person flew out directly from the roof of the building like a kite with a broken thread. A long airstream was drawn in the air, and it flew far away before finally booming and landing on the ground, smashing out a humanoid pit. Baiju slowly withdrew his fists, clapped his hands, and put on a very forced look. Sample, I can't clean you up yet? The young master just let you go. After all, the young master doesn't like to hit women. He complained a few words to himself, and then looked at the chicken coop head standing on the side. At this time, he returned to the human machine state and remained motionless. Baiju walked to the edge of the rooftop and looked at the dark field below, his brows furrowed. Although he seemed to win easily, the alien energy in his body had almost been consumed. There is no way to perform the footwork that fell from the sky just now. However, although he can't help Lin Yi for the time being, he can catch that woman. If Lin Yi is unfortunately captured, he can also exchange that woman for the chicken coop next to him. Thinking of this, he felt that he was simply a smart batch. Immediately, he no longer hesitated and rushed directly towards the place where Jiang Yu fell in the distance. In the deep pit, Jiang Yu spat out a mouthful of blood from time to time, and his breath was extremely sluggish. She trembled and took out a transparent reagent the size of a finger from her pocket, unscrewed unscrewed the cap and drank it in one gulp. Suddenly, the severe pain in her body decreased a lot, and the wounds in her body were slowly healing. She covered her severed right arm and struggled to get up from the pit. At this moment, Baiju made a boom and landed heavily in front of her. The powerful impact made her already unsteady body shake again. She looked at Baiju walking step by step. Fear appeared on her face for the first time, and her body retreated unconsciously. Baiju looked at her and grinned. "Beauty, I'm really sorry. I have to ask you to cooperate again." As soon as he finished speaking, Baiju opened his 5 fingers and rushed over like lightning. As a result, in the next second, a real lightning bolt fell from the sky and slashed in front of him. Baiju's figure froze, and he hurriedly retreated to dodge. Seeing this familiar attack method, Baiju immediately knew who was coming. He slowly looked up and saw a familiar figure suspended quietly in mid-air. Baiju put one hand behind him, and on his right palm, there was a ball of energy that was emitting lightning, and the air around him flashed dazzling lightning from time to time. The whole person is like the Thunder and Lightning King. Baiju condescendingly observed the man in a black robe and a white mask below. He originally thought it was the white-faced Grim Reaper who had been making a lot of noise in Nanchang recently, but when he saw the smiling face mark on the mask, he knew that this person was not a white-faced god of death but should be his accomplice. Baiju saw that his brother was coming, and he also knew that it was impossible to catch this woman. At this time, countless piercing sirens sounded from all directions. He knew he couldn't stay in this place for long. He glanced back at the field in the distance, and Lin Yi was still inside. So, he ignored Baiju, directly squeezed out the last trace of supernatural energy in his body, and rushed towards the pitch-black realm again, swinging his last punch. This was the last thing he could do for Lin Yi. When Baiju saw the familiar posture and movements, he immediately knew that this man in black robe was his younger brother who always liked to make trouble everywhere. Baiju. He had just raised his hand to attack, and silently let go. Baiju's fist was about to touch the field. Suddenly, fine cracks appeared on the dark domain shell. Cracks are spreading faster and more in number. Seeing that the situation was wrong, Baiju decisively withdrew his fist and rushed to the side. The next moment, the realm was shattered. A terrifying force that destroys everything rises from within the realm and destroys all the buildings and streets along the way. Baiju, who had just jumped out, was also severely affected by the aftermath of this force, rolling on the ground for a long distance before stopping, and wounds with visible bones appeared on his body. "MD, it hurts." The whole body seemed to fall apart. Baiju lay on the ground, wriggling with difficulty like a maggot. The realm dispersed, revealing 2 figures in the center. Sosuke was half kneeling on the ground, and at this time he had already cancelled his ability armament and changed back to his original appearance. The molten flame armor on his body was shattered, blood was hanging from the corners of his mouth, and he had wounds of different sizes and shades on his body, and he was embarrassed. Lin Yi on the opposite side was also covering his chest at the moment, panting. However, there were only a few wounds on his body that were not deep, and these wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye in just 10 seconds. Lin Yi glanced around and soon found Baiju lying on the ground like a dead dog. As a result, the space around his body distorted for a while, and his figure disappeared instantly. The next moment, he appeared beside Baiju, grabbed his collar, and the surrounding space distorted again, and the two disappeared together. Sosuke looked at all this, but was powerless to stop it. He could only use all his strength, smashed his fist to the ground, and roared unwillingly. "I still have a real big move that is useless. Next time we meet, I will definitely kill you." On the grass behind the villa before, Duan de Biao hugged the beautiful woman in his arms tightly. White-faced death. His back was badly burned and bloody. The other side. The beautiful woman came out of his arms and saw Duan de Biao's injuries, and tears couldn't help but flow. Duan de Biao turned over, looked at the beautiful woman, and said weakly, "Don't cry, I'm fine, this little injury is nothing." The beautiful woman cried, "You know how to be strong. It's exactly the same as when I was in bed." As she said, she wiped her tears and carefully helped Duan de Biao up. At this moment, a dark voice suddenly sounded in Duan de Biao's ears. "I'm sorry, Deputy Director Duan, you have to die." At the moment when the sound sounded, Duan de Biao used his last strength to push the beautiful woman out with the gentlest force. The beautiful woman rolled on the ground twice. She raised her head in horror and saw a dark shadow man piercing Duan de Biao's body with its claw-like hands. Then, the shadow man turned into a puddle of shadows and disappeared. Duan de Biao's body was shaking. He looked at the beautiful woman in the distance who was safe and sound, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. Then, with a plop, he fell to the ground. The beautiful woman looked at this scene with red eyes and let out a heart-wrenching cry. Da Biao. In the Kamui space, the gray color blocks are constructed into an infinite world, lifeless. Baiju lay on the ground on his back, snorting in pain from time to time. "Ouch, it hurts me to death." Lin Yi rubbed his chest with one hand, and there were still bursts of dull pain there, but after finishing some of the Hashirama cells, this pain was rapidly weakening under the metamorphosis of recovery. The clothes on his body were still intact, not even a trace of wrinkles. "This outfit is awesome." Lin Yi sighed silently in his heart. Recalling the guy who was playing with fire just now, Lin Yi's eyes couldn't help but become become a little more solemn. I have to admit that the guy is indeed a genius. His own Amaterasu Black Flame could only fight indistinguishably with his molten flame. The system is indeed right. Only when the level of the different energy is raised to the same level as the ability can you fully exert your own ability. His own energy level was still too low, which greatly limited the true power of the pupil technique. Otherwise, how could a mere molten flame be compared with Amaterasu, which claims to be able to burn all things? The Anuus energy level must be raised to S level as soon as possible. Otherwise, this ability against the sky would not be able to exert its due effect in his hands at all, and his strength would be limited too much. Whoa, painful. Next to him, Baiju was still wriggling like a maggot, and the coal in his mouth did not stop. MD, it's annoying. Lin Yi walked to Baiju's side, looked at him condescendingly, and spoke coldly. Are you going to die? Baiju raised his head, revealing a pale face, and looked at Lin Yi weakly. Slightly dead. Okay, I'll go find you a good place to bury you, Lin Yi said, and was about to turn around. Seeing this, Baiju was frightened and hurriedly spoke up. Lin Yi, I think I can still rescue it. South City, District 10. This is one of the oldest settlements in the South City. High-rise buildings are almost extinct here, replaced by rows of low self-built houses. At this time, it was getting late, and under the dim streetlights, the alley was empty. Lin Yi supported Baiju and limped down the silent alley. The two had already taken off their black robes and conspicuous masks. Baiju pointed to a lit room not far ahead and said to Lin Yi, "That's it." Lin nodded a little and helped him walk. It was a medical hall that looked quite old, and there was a wooden plaque hanging at the door, on which the 4 characters Jishir Medical Center were written on it. Lin Yi was about to reach out and knock on the door, but was stopped by Baiju. Lin Yi, let me come. Baiju took a deep breath, raised his hand, and knocked a few rhythmically on the wooden door. Dong, dong, dong. After a while, the door was pulled open from the inside. A woman wearing pink bunny pajamas, her hair pulled up casually, and looking very young stood in the door. She saw the 2 people standing at the door, and when her eyes fell on Baiju, who was pale and looked like she was about to burp at any time, she immediately exclaimed, "Squeak, Xiao Baiju?" Baiju raised his head with difficulty, looked at the woman in front of him, and shouted weakly, "Auntie." Seeing this, the woman was so distressed that she hurriedly stepped forward to support the crumbling Baiju and brought him into the house. Lin Yi also walked in. The furnishings in the house are very simple, almost all of them are wooden furniture, but although the sparrow is small, it has all the internal organs, and there are a lot of things that the medical center should have. The air was filled with a faint scent of medicine, and the whole environment looked very clean and tidy. The woman carefully helped Baiju to a hospital bed and lay down. She looked at Baiju's deathly appearance and frowned. I saw her hands clasped together, and then slowly separated. A round spar the size of a fist, emitting a soft green light, appeared out of thin air between her palms. The crystal slowly floated up and came directly above Baiju's body. At the next moment, wisps of crystal clear green energy, like living threads, extended from above the crystal, and then gently pierced into Baiju's body. The two were connected, and the green light on the crystal was continuously transmitted into Baiju's body along the silk threads. Zaya Baiju, how did you end up like this? What the hell happened? The woman looked at Baiju, who was breathing weakly on the bed, and asked anxiously. Baiju felt a warm current pouring into his body at this time, and the severe pain was much lessened. He slowly opened his eyes, looked at the woman, and said weakly, "Auntie, it's not a big deal. I just met a few very powerful guys." The woman frowned slightly. Very powerful guy? You can't even beat Zaya Baiju? When did Nanchang produce a few such powerful geniuses? When Baiju heard this, he immediately retorted, "Auntie, it's not that I can't beat it, I just didn't fight seriously." The woman glanced at him, hard mouth. Baiju. Only then did the woman notice that there was another person in the room. She glanced at Lin Yi, and her eyes lit up instantly. "Zaya Baiju, why don't you introduce this handsome guy to your aunt?" Baiju rolled his eyes weakly. At this time, Lin Yi came over. "Auntie, I think you just want the old cow to eat tender grass." When the woman heard this, she immediately put away her anxious expression and put on an innocent look that was about to cry. "Xiao Baiju, is this how you look at your dear aunt? Woo-woo, my aunt is so sad." Baiju. "Auntie, don't pretend." He sighed, and then introduced. "He is my friend, Lin Yi." He looked at Lin Yi again. "This drama is My Aunt, by Xianxian." Lin Yi nodded to Bai Xianxian indifferently, which was a greeting. Bai Xianxian rolled her eyes. "Who is the actor?" "Zaya Baiju, don't talk nonsense." She then looked at Lin Yi again, with a sweet smile on her face, and was about to speak. Lin Yi spoke one step ahead of her. "Since Baiju is fine, then I'll leave first." After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the outside of the medical center. Only the two of them were left with an arrogant back. Bai Xianxian looked at Lin Yi's leaving, was stunned for a moment, and then spoke. "Xiao Baiju, your friend is quite cold." Baiju Egan wanted to explain. "Auntie, don't mind, Hill." At this time, I only heard Bai Xianxian say in a meaningful tone, "But, I love." Really, the aunt is still the familiar female pervert. Nothing has changed. The hall of the headquarters of the South City Demon Eradication Division. There is no one here. door. Li Kai looked at the lonely back in front of the window, hesitated for a moment, and then walked up. "Madam." His voice was soft, with a hint of imperceptible hoarseness. The woman in front of the window did not move, like a lifeless sculpture. After a few seconds of silence, Li Kai continued to speak. "We have informed our superiors about Deputy Director Duan's matter. The death of Deputy Director Duan is very involved, and there will be action soon, and the murderer will be brought to justice soon. Please mourn." After saying that, he took out a small black tape recorder from his pocket, walked to the beautiful woman, and gently placed it on the cold window edge. "This is something found from Deputy Director Duan." After doing all this, Li Kai didn't say anything more, turned around, and left the hall with heavy steps. The footsteps faded away until they disappeared. In the hall, only the woman was left alone. She turned around slowly, her eyes falling on the black tape recorder on the window edge, her eyes empty. After a long time, she stretched out her slightly trembling hand and gently picked it up. The cold touch came from the fingertips. She pursed her chapped lips and rubbed her fingertips against the recorder's switch. Click! A soft sound. At this time, in the sky outside the window, a pale lightning bolt cut through the night without warning, followed by deafening thunder. After the thunder, an unusually clear, even somewhat self-deprecating man's voice slowly flowed out of the tape recorder. "I, Duan de Biao, have been like a puppet since I was a child, controlled by my parents and controlled by those people. It's just because those people need an obedient waste like me. I know that I, Duan de Biao, am a joke, and one day I will die at the hands of those people and end this sad life in humiliation. But I didn't expect that in the most confused and gloomy year of my life, God still favored me once after all." At that moment, I suddenly felt that my shit-like life seemed to have a little hope again. The voice in the recording paused, as if with a hint of irrepressible gentle smile. "Speaking of which, I, Duan de Biao, don't seem to have won anything in my life, but I seem to have won something that seems to be the heart of a lovely lady." When the last word fell, the beautiful woman could no longer hold on. Her right hand was holding the little tape recorder tightly, and her knuckles were white from the force. His left hand covered his mouth tightly, and his body trembled violently. A cry that was extremely suppressed overflowed from between her fingers, like a wounded beast howling. Tears fell slowly and dripped on the back of his hand. Her body slowly squatted down, and finally curled up on the cold ground, crying heart-wrenching and heartbroken. Outside the window, another lightning bolt tore through the sky, and thunder roared. Meanwhile, Kyoto, an extremely luxurious high-end clubhouse, in a private room that is closely guarded. A man in a straight suit and looking like a dog was sitting comfortably in a wide boss chair. He threw the mobile phone he had just answered the call on the mahogany table in front of him, making a muffled sound. He held a thick cigar in his right hand, took a deep puff, and then slowly exhaled thick white smoke and looked out the window at the brightly lit night view of Kyoto. I didn't expect that there were really fools who were not afraid of death who dared to investigate this matter. The corners of the man's mouth curled up with a touch of cruelty. However, fortunately, I was prepared, and I can take this opportunity to. At this moment, there was a gentle knock on the door of the room. The man's voice was low. The door was pushed open, and a man in the uniform of the Exorcist Division walked in, bowing respectfully to the man sitting in the boss's chair. "Director Tang, Director Rin, please go over." The man known as Chief Tang took another puff of his cigar, and in the smoke he nodded. "Come in." "Okay, I know, I'll go over right away." Lin Yi walked on the road back to Xingha apartment. The streets at night are terribly quiet. Nothing, not even a strange demon that jumped out to attack him. This is very abnormal. Lin Yi's footsteps did not stop, and the scarlet kaleidoscope Sharingan quietly opened. The eerie pupils scanned everything around him, the streets, the alleys, the rooftops. Nothing. There are no abnormal energy fluctuations. But the more normal it is, the more abnormal it is. Lin Yi pretended not to know anything and walked into the Galaxy apartment. He came to the door of room 404, took out the room card and gently swept the door lock. Drip! He pushed the door open and turned on the light in the room. The soft light instantly illuminates the room. Lin Yi walked in slowly, standing in the center of the room, calmly observing everything around him. An earth-shattering loud noise. The door opened. The entire room was instantly torn apart by a terrifying force. The violent flames were like the evil beasts of hell, instantly devouring Lin Yi's figure. Galaxy apartment downstairs. The next moment, boom! Dozens of heavily armed superintendents appeared from all corners at the same time. All kinds of weapons in his hand were aimed at the place above where the explosion had just occurred. Two men in the uniform of the superintendent captain stood at the front of the line. A rough man with a beard on his face, looking at a man with a cold face next to him, grinned and said, "Lawan, do you think that guy is dead?" The man known as Lawan stared at the flames burning above with his eyes fixed on it, and his voice was cold. "According to the information, he is just an A-level superpower. Such an equivalent explosion, even if you don't die, you are seriously injured." When Luo Qi heard this, his face showed an interested look. "How about we make a bet? Bet on whether he is dead or seriously injured." Lawan didn't answer him, still looking up in silence. Seeing this, Luo Qi who curled his lips a little boredly. "Oh, Lawan, don't be so boring, since Xiaoxi died." Halfway through the words, he suddenly got stuck, because he saw that the man next to him was staring at him with a pair of bloodshot, beast-like eyes. The coldness and madness in those eyes made him shut his mouth instantly. Okay, if you don't gamble, you won't gamble, really. Luo Cheek muttered angrily and then waved to the team members behind him. Fourth squad, come up with me and take a look. Saying that, he greeted his team members and strode towards the gate of Galaxy apartment. Lao Luo, pay attention to safety. Behind him, Lao En's hoarse voice came. When Luo Yi heard this, his steps paused. He didn't look back, just smiled, waved his hand, and then led people into the apartment. Luo Qi led people all the way carefully to the corridor on the fourth floor. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the corridor, a strong smell of gunpowder came to his face. He saw the bombed room 404 at a glance. The entire outer wall of the room disappeared, and the fire inside was raging in a mess. He gestured to the players behind him, signaling everyone to be vigilant. Then, he led people, step by step, slowly advancing towards room 404. Slowly, they came to the door of room 404. There was nothing left in the room, a charred ruin, and orange-red flames burning everywhere. The walls and ceiling were all blown up. The bearded eyes searched carefully in the ruins. Nothing. There was no figure of that person either. Don't. Even the corpse was blown to ashes? Just when he thought so. Behind him, several mournful screams came one after another. Luo Qi was shocked and turned around suddenly. In the next second, his whole body froze. A pair of scarlet eyes, at some point, had appeared in front of him, close at hand, looking at each other. In those eyes, the eerie black windmill pattern was slowly spinning, exuding a terrifying aura that made the soul tremble. A cold voice sounded softly in his ears. At the next moment, the pair of scarlet pupils reflecting the beard slowly diverged. His body was motionless, like a puppet whose soul had been drained. It became a man-machine. Monthly reading. At the same time, the connector pinned to the waist sounded with a sound. Lao Luo. Galaxy Apartments, downstairs. Laoan saw it for more than 10 minutes, and Lao Luo still didn't make any movement, so he directly took out the contactor and shouted inside. Lao Luo. Old. His words came to an abrupt end. He suddenly saw a figure slowly appear in the huge gap that had been blown up in the Galaxy apartment. The man was dressed in a black robe, wearing a strange white mask, and was carrying another person in his hand. Despite the distance, Laoan still recognized the burly figure of the person being carried at a glance. It's Lao Luo. In an instant, Laoan's heart tightened suddenly. He lost his lover and could not lose his brother anymore. Everyone, ready for battle, he roared, and a burst of silver-like liquid energy gushed out from his hands, which flowed rapidly and instantly condensed into two sharp metal long knives. His body suddenly pressed down, and his legs tensed. The next moment, the ground under his feet shattered, and the whole person soared into the air like a cannonball, rushing straight towards the figure in the black robe. Lin Yi, who was holding a beard, looked at the man who rushed straight below. Then, with a casual flick of his right hand, he directly threw the beard in his hand downwards. Laoan's pupils shrank suddenly. Seeing Lao Luo's body smash quickly, he could only grit his teeth and put away the long knife in his hand, open his arms, and try to catch him in midair. Lin Yi's power was so great that the two collided violently into each other in the air, and the huge impact made Laoan snort, and the two of them smashed towards the ground together. Seeing that I was about to have a close contact with the hard cement floor, Laoan endured the churning chi and blood and pressed his palm down suddenly. Suddenly, a large mass of thick flowing metal liquid appeared on the ground out of thin air. The two of them were directly immersed in it, removing all their strength. Bang! Subsequently, the metal liquid slowly dispersed and disappeared, revealing the figures of the two. Laoan knelt on one knee and hugged Lao Luo tightly in his arms. He looked at Lao Luo's eyes wide open. His eyes were covered with terrifying bloodshots, but he didn't have any look, and his whole person was motionless. Lao Luo. He shouted a few times but saw no response, and quickly stretched out his trembling hand and probed his snort. The next moment, his whole body froze. No. He quickly went to check the pulse of his wrist again. Still not. There was a dead silence. Lao Luo has already. He's dead. This cruel fact made Laoan's brain blank. His eyes were instantly bloodshot, and the surging energy in his body could no longer be suppressed, and he sprayed out frantically. He slowly squatted down, carefully and gently laying Lao Luo's body flat on the cold ground. In his mind, scenes flashed quickly. That was the past of him, Lao Luo, and Xiao Shi, three people fighting side by side. Lao Luo's dragon-slaying knife made the wind and water prosperous and brave. Xiao Shi's spear was even more majestic and heroic. But now, the two most important people in his life left him one after another in just a few days. Although since the day they joined the superintendent, they have been ready for life and death. But when it really happened to him, I can't accept it at all. He raised his head and let out a heart-wrenching roar into the dark night sky, his voice filled with endless sadness and anger. The strange energy in his whole body surged wildly uncontrollably. A powerful aura swept around him, rolling up a fierce wind. Obviously, under the extreme pain and anger, his special energy level has been raised to a new level. At this time, Lin Yi jumped down from upstairs lightly and landed steadily opposite the superintendent. The ordinary superintendents immediately immediately pointed their guns at him. The other superpowers also looked solemn and prepared for battle. Lawan stood up slowly. His bloodshot eyes stared at Lin Yi as if he wanted to devour him alive. He raised his hand and shook it sharply in Lin Yi's direction. In just an instant, the ground on Lin Zhou's body suddenly broke and 4 huge metal blocks rose from the ground, glowing with a cold light under the street lamps at night. At the next moment, the 4 metal blocks closed brazenly towards Lin Yi's position with great momentum. A huge metal collision sounded, causing the surrounding buildings to tremble slightly. Lin Yi's figure disappeared into the tightly sealed metal cage. Lawan looked at this scene and slowly put down his hand. He closed his eyes, and 2 lines of tears slipped from the corners of his eyes. Then, a hoarse voice sounded. Boom! Lao Luo, I avenged you. However, the words did not fall. The world behind him suddenly became extremely quiet. All sounds, all breaths, disappeared at this moment. Plop, plop, one after another, the sound of his body falling to the ground sounded one after another behind him. Lawan turned around suddenly. A picture that made him unable to believe appeared in front of him. The next second, all his subordinates, all the team members, fell to the ground at this moment, their eyes wide open, and they lost their vitality. And the man in black robes, at some point, was already standing in the corpse. In front of him, there was the last team member. The team member just glanced at Lin Yi's eyes, and his body instantly froze. In the next second, the space around the player's head began to distort strangely. Immediately afterwards, his head disappeared into thin air. A headless corpse slowly fell. Lawan looked at this scene, and the whole person was stunned. Magic, the power of space, this way of killing. He remembered. He finally knew. The man in black robes in front of him is the murderer of Xiaoxi, his most important love, his best brother. All died at the hands of this person. Endless anger and hatred instantly burned his remaining sanity. He raised his hands, and the ability exploded without reservation. A giant metal long knife more than 10 meters long instantly formed on top of his head. Dead! He let out a beastly roar, controlled the huge long knife, and smashed it down at Lin Yi's position. Lin Yi's scarlet eyes just stared at him calmly, without any movement. The next moment, the huge long knife went directly through his body and smashed hard into the ground. The ground was smashed into a huge long mark, and debris was splashed everywhere. Lawan seemed to have fallen into madness, completely ignoring the consumption of strange energy, controlling the giant knife again and again, and smashing it frantically towards Lin Yi. Every time he smashed it, he would shout die. Hoarsely, a huge roar sounded continuously in this area for a full minute. The ground had already been smashed into a crack and a mess. Boom! In the end, it seems that I am tired. The huge metal long knife turned into a flowing metal liquid and dissipated into the air. Lawan's chest rose and fell violently, panting heavily. His eyes flashed with a crazy and determined look. He suddenly clasped his hands, and then suddenly opened them. Field, edge. He spread his hands and slapped the ground heavily. The whole world seems to have undergone drastic changes at this moment. The surrounding scene began to distort and fade. The sky and the earth have turned into a strange space of light blue. Countless huge metal blocks appeared out of thin air, quietly suspended in every corner of this space, exuding a cold and deadly aura. The words just fell. Lawan slowly rose, stood on a huge piece of metal, and looked at Lin Yi on the ground condescendingly. Rumble. Lin Yi looked around calmly. This is the second time he has entered someone else's territory. He actually had many chances just now to directly kill this guy who had lost his mind, but he didn't, because he saw that this guy actually had a domain as well. The last time he entered the realm of the fire-playing boy, Lin Yi had a very wonderful feeling. As long as he can enter different fields a few more times, it seems possible for him to realize his own field. Moreover, this feeling is very strong. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to kill this guy, but just let him go and completely release his domain. Lawan looked at Lin Yi below with a crazy face. His hands kept changing gestures, like a madman. Die, 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 give me death. Within the domain, countless huge metal blocks surged wildly with his roar, turning into a mountain of swords and a sea of swords, sweeping towards Lin Yi's location from all directions. Lin Yi's scarlet kaleidoscope Sharingan calmly captures the trajectory of each piece of metal. He tried to dodge, and found that it seemed different from the realm of the fire boy. In that guy's domain, the attack is guaranteed, and here, the attack seems to be dodgeable. It seems that the rules of the field are also closely related to the caster's own abilities. Lin Yi thought in his heart, but his body did not pause at all. He tried to unleash Kamui again. However, he immediately felt that this space was similar to the realm of the fire boy, and the space was extremely solid, as if it had been welded to death by some kind of rule, and could not penetrate at all. In other words, blurring still can't be used. This field seems to be a special space independent of the world, which is wonderful. However, the power of space distortion can still be activated. It's a bit interesting. Instead of panicking, Lin Yi became very interested in this wonderful realm space. He thought in his mind as he dodged the stormy metal attack. I also don't know what my field will look like. I hope to come to a fierce and handsome one. Above the sky, Lawan looked at Lin Yi, who was constantly dodging in the metal storm, and the madness in his eyes became more and more intense. He attacked like crazy, manipulating the metal in the field to produce all kinds of terrifying changes, vowing to completely tear Lin Yi apart. At this moment, Lin Yi Gang was about to dodge again, but suddenly found that his body could not move. He looked down. I saw countless silver liquids gushing out of the ground at some point, tightly wrapping around his feet, and spreading upwards at an extremely fast speed, as if they wanted to completely devour his whole body. When Lin saw this, his eyes froze. The black flames instantly ignited from the surface of his body and attached to his body. The moment those silver liquids touched the black flames, it was like a mouse seeing a cat, making a sizzling sound, quickly dissipating, and pouring back into the ground in horror. But at this moment of delay, Lin Yi found that his surroundings had been completely blocked by countless huge metal blocks. One piece after another, with a great momentum, like a building block, crashed towards him. In an instant, his figure disappeared between these huge metals. Ha 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 ha. Lawan looked at this scene and felt that it was not enough. Amaterasu. He wants to intensify his efforts. He wants to crush this murderer of his lover and brother into powder. He frantically injected supernatural energy with his hands, and the metal block that imprisoned Lin Yi kept compressing, superimposing, and thickening. The next moment, soon, in front of him, a huge metal ball with a diameter of more than 20 meters appeared. Rumble. He looked at his masterpiece and let out a crazy laugh. There are too many complex emotions in that laughter. There is the excitement of successful revenge. There is the loneliness of fighting alone in the future. There is even more endless sadness. Ha 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 ha. Susi, Lao Luo, I avenge you. Click, click. In the huge metal ball, there was a screeching sound of metal being forcibly twisted. Lawan's laughter stopped abruptly. Dark flames burst out from the gaps in the metal balls. The powerful force stirred the entire space and began to vibrate. Lawan looked at this scene and took half a step back in disbelief. However, at this moment, couldn't this kill him? Soon, the black flames gushing out became more and more violent. An earth-shattering loud noise. The next moment, the huge metal ball exploded. The terrifying shockwave swept through the entire realm space with a devastating momentum. Lawan's body was like a fallen leaf in the wind, and it was swept away directly. His domain was also shattered at this moment. In the real world, his body drew a parabola in the air, flew backwards for tens of meters, and rolled several times on the ground before stopping in front of a wall. At last, boom! At this moment, his bones were shattered, his body was in ruins, and his life was not long. He slowly propped up his upper body, leaned against the cold wall, half lay down, gasping for breath. At this time, Lin Yi walked slowly towards him, stopped in front of him, and looked at him condescendingly. Lawan raised his head with difficulty and glanced at Lin Yi's eerie white mask. He took out a cigarette from his arms that had been crushed and deformed, and put it in his mouth tremblingly. His left hand fumbled in his pocket for a long time, and finally, he raised his head and looked at Lin Yi, his voice so weak that he could barely hear it. Okay, can you borrow a fire? Lin Yi looked at him quietly and did not speak. Syllable. He snapped his fingers. The cigarette in Lawan's mouth ignited a little scarlet spark out of thin air. Lawan trembled and stretched his hands to his mouth to protect the faint fire, and then, took a deep breath with great enjoyment. A puff of thick white smoke came out of his mouth and nose, and the smoke was swirling, blurring his face. Then, he took only one puff of smoke and gently twisted it on the ground. He spoke softly, his voice hoarse. Come on. Lin Yi looked at his appearance and finally spoke, his voice cold and calm. Not long ago, I was just like you. Lawan was stunned for a moment. However, I'm different from you, I'm lucky. Lin Yi continued. I got the power to take revenge. After saying that, he stopped looking at Lawan, turned around, and his figure melted into the night. Lawan looked at the direction in which Lin Yi disappeared, as if he understood something. The dark flames ignited out of thin air on him. He didn't struggle, just struggled to raise his head and looked up at the dark night sky. The clouds were thick, and it seemed that even the moon looked down on him. Looked down on him, a guy who can't even avenge the person he loves the most and his best brother. He took one last look at the corpse lying in the distance, and then laughed self-deprecatingly. Laughed loudly. The next second. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Laughter is particularly clear and sad in this silent night. Soon, the laughter disappeared along with his burned body. Lin Yi walked on the empty street. He suddenly didn't know where to go. He was found and the Galaxy apartment was destroyed. The apartment was a black dream, and I didn't know if I needed to compensate. He turned on the microcomputer and sent a message to Haimeng. Lin Yi, your house exploded. After sending it, the microcomputer was turned off. He was a little confused in his mind now. The people he killed, like the man just now, didn't seem to have done anything wrong. Their biggest mistake was to kill him. They wanted to kill him, and he could only kill them. Moreover, he also needs a huge amount of emotional value. In this game of hunter and prey, there is always a need for a winner. Lin Yi thought about it and felt an inexplicable irritability. Suddenly, he felt a little homesick. Thinking about that, I have lived with Shia Wan for more than 10 years. Old Town, Huimin Community. In front of room 501 of an old residential building, there was a yellow seal on the door, which swayed slightly in the night breeze. Lin Yi directly blurred, passed through the door, and walked in. The house is very clean and tidy, and everything is is well placed. It looks like it has been carefully repaired. Lin Yi came to his familiar bed and lay down slowly. On the sheets, there seemed to be a trace of familiarity. Every night, he curled up in this small bed with Shia Wan and fell asleep. Thinking about it, he took Shia Wan's body out of the system space and gently placed it next to him. He stretched out his hand and held Shia Wan's cold hand, still so soft. Seeing Shia Wan again, Lin Yi's heart suddenly felt an indescribable sourness, and his eyes were a little blurred. He remembered that he had said that he could no longer shed tears until he resurrected Shia Wan, so he abruptly suffocated the sour feeling back. He turned sideways and quietly looked at Shia Wan's peaceful side face. I watched it for a long time. Shia Wan, I should be right to do this, right? He closed his eyes, as if he was asleep, and as if he was talking to himself. I don't know, after you are resurrected, can you still recognize your brother? The voice became quieter and quieter until it disappeared. Lin Yi was woken up by the vibration of the bracelet. He opened his eyes and subconsciously touched to his side, but he felt empty. Shia Wan is gone. He sat up suddenly, his heart beating half a beat. Immediately, he remembered that when he was about to fall asleep last night, he put Shia Wan into the system space. Lin Yi rubbed his swollen temples, sat up from the small bed full of memories, and turned on the microcomputer. As soon as the screen lit up, a series of messages popped up, all sent by Black Dream. The next day. Black Dream? Black Dream, why did my house explode? When Lin Yi saw the news, he tapped on the virtual keyboard expressionlessly. Lin Yi, last night, the superintendent's people ambushed me and blew up your house by the way. The message was sent, and the other side was silent for a long time. Black Dream, okay, let's get down to business. Black Dream, I heard that you made a lot of noise yesterday. Lin Yi's fingertips swiped across the screen. Lin Yi, that Duandabia was not the person behind the scenes, just a small role, and he didn't know everything that happened. Lin Yi, the Black Hand, there is another person. Black Dream, isn't he? According to reliable sources, he is dead. Didn't you kill him? Seeing this news, Lin Yi's brows furrowed slightly. Black Dream, Lin Yi, dead? Black Dream, it's a drop. Lin Yi, I didn't kill him. Black Dream, since you didn't kill him, it seems that someone wants him to die. When Lin saw this, he already had a guess in his heart. The person who killed Duan Debiao is probably the one who hides deeper and is the real mastermind. But why did he kill Duan Debiao? Is it any good for him to kill Duan Debiao, a guy who has no power? At this time, Haiming sent another message. Black Dream, by the way, let me tell you a piece of news. Black Dream, Duan Debiao is dead. He is a working deputy director of the Demon Removal Division, so there will be a lot of noise. The director of the Demon Removal Division and the other two deputy directors will come back soon. These three people are suspicious, and there is a high probability that they are one of them. Black Dream, also, you are now. Do you have a place to live? If not, you can come to our villa for a temporary stay. Lin Yi, yes. Black Dream, okay, if you need any help just tell me, and we will help you as much as possible. Lin Yi turned off the microcomputer and got up from the bed. After last night's battle, he could clearly feel that the strange energy in his body had improved a lot. More importantly, the feeling of fullness after absorbing the core of the strange demon, the so-called sage time, has passed. He can continue to absorb the core of the strange demon again. Lin Yi, got it. Sure enough, dry fighting is the fastest way to improve strength. Lin Yi no longer hesitated, and directly took out the two S-class demon cores that had only absorbed half of them from the system space. He sat cross-legged on the bed, holding one in one hand, and began to absorb it in a two-pronged manner. The majestic and pure strange energy, like a rushing river, poured into his limbs and bones steadily. This feeling of being full of power is more pleasant than doing anything. Only 2 hours passed, and the two S-class demon cores turned into flying ash and dissipated into the air. Lin Yi opened his eyes and felt the surging power in his body, but he still felt dissatisfied. He feels like he can still suck. So, he struck while the iron was hot and took out the A-level alienated demon core directly from the system space. This core was completely different from the ordinary black demon core, and the whole body showed a transparent blue color. Holding it in his hand, Lin Yi could feel the strange energy emanating from it, with a wild and primitive special power. He closed his eyes and immediately began to absorb. At the moment when the absorption began, an indescribable violent force suddenly exploded in his body. This power tempered his body, making him feel that every inch of his flesh and every bone was being tempered repeatedly. He remembered that when this ant-shaped alienation demon fought by Ju before, it seemed that he only used his physical strength and did not show any other abilities. Could it be that this alienated demon core can improve the ability of the absorber in a certain aspect according to its own characteristics? If this is the case, then the value of this alienated demon core is indeed very precious. Lin Yi continued to absorb. He soon discovered that this A-level alienated demon core was even more difficult to absorb than the S-level alien demon core. Boom! The strange energy contained in it was not only more pure, but also more violent. After that energy entered his body, it was like a beast that had escaped from the rains, running around his body, rushing frantically. The body of an ordinary person with superpowers, under this impact, I am afraid it would have exploded directly. Fortunately, he had previously fused 5% of Hashirama cells. That endless life force formed a tough barrier in his body, constantly repairing his body damaged by the violent energy. Otherwise, he is likely to be here today. Late at night 2 days later, Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes. The blue core in his hand had turned into powder. Finally, the absorption is complete. This alienated demon core is really too difficult to gnaw. However, the improvement brought by it is also huge. He could feel that his physical strength had increased by more than one level. The most important thing is that the strange energy in his body seems to have reached a critical point. Just one kick away from the door, you can break through to the S level. But it just so happens that this thin layer of window paper can't be pierced no matter what. Is the threshold for the S class so high? No wonder he saw a post before that only when the alien energy level reaches the S level, he can be considered a real S level superpower. The threshold of this S level supernatural energy has to stop an unknown number of people. Lin Yi got off the bed and stretched his waist, and the bones of his whole body made a crackling sound. Although he absorbed it for 2 days and 2 nights in a row, instead of feeling any fatigue, he was refreshed and energetic. At this time, he was still wearing the black robe and white mask. Just when he wanted to take off his clothes and go out to eat, buzz, the bracelet began to vibrate. Lin Yi opened the microcomputer and found that it was a message sent by Baiju on the microchat. Why did this guy Baiju send a message again? Lin Yi Dian took a look. Baiju, Lin Yi, help me. When Lin Yi saw the news, he threw a question mark directly. Baiju immediately replied. Baiju, can you come to Jishir Medical Center? Jishir Medical Center? Lin Yi remembered that it was a medical center opened by Baiju's aunt. He thought for a moment. Although Baiju is not very strong, he is quite interesting. It doesn't hurt to go and take a look. Lin Yi stood up and did not go through the door. Directly used blur to penetrate the wall behind him and jumped into the cold night. Like a ghost, he sped through the city's high-rise buildings and ran towards the Jishir Medical Center in the 10th district. In the Jishir Medical Center, Baiju lay weakly on the hospital bed, his face as pale as paper, without a trace of blood. Above his body, a sparkling green round crystal was quietly suspended, exuding soft life energy. Countless fine lines of energy extended from the crystal, connecting every wound on his body. Bai Xianxian stood on the edge of the bed, her hands pressed on the crystal, her forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, and she was doing her best to treat Baiju. This time, Baiju's injury was much more serious than last time. His breath was weak, and the fire of life seemed to be extinguished at any moment. Baiju stared blankly at the ceiling, and his Adam's apple rolled with difficulty. Then he spoke softly, his voice hoarse. Little Auntie, Bai Jia, is there any salvation? His voice was full of despair and confusion. Bai Xianxian looked at him like this. Her heart seemed to be tightly clasped by an invisible big hand, and she couldn't breathe in pain. Her heart was also painful and confused. However, she is Baiju's aunt, and she is his only support now, and she cannot show any weakness in front of him. She knew that at this level, the Bai family was afraid. I really can't get over it. However, she still squeezed out a reluctant smile and comforted. Zaya Baiju, don't worry, there will be a way. Didn't you call your friend to help us? Bai Xianxian struggled to make her voice sound hopeful. Listen to you, he seems to be very strong. When Baiju heard this, there was a faint fluctuation in his empty eyes. He nodded slightly, and his voice was still weak. It is indeed very strong. If he is willing to help, there is still hope for the Bai family. But, after all, it's just us. Our Bai family's own affairs. Actually, I said he was my friend. Baiju tugged at the corners of his mouth self-deprecatingly. But does he recognize me as a friend? I don't know. A black shadow appeared behind Bai Xianxian without warning. What's the matter? A cold voice sounded abruptly. Bai Xianxian was so frightened that she turned around suddenly. I saw a mysterious man wearing a black robe and a white mask who was standing behind her at some point. A pair of scarlet eyes were staring at them. You are the white-faced god of death? Bai Xuanxuan's eyes widened in horror, and her voice trembled violently with fear. At this moment, Lin Yi's iconic outfit has long gone crazy in the circle of superpowers in Nanchang, and she has also seen the bloody video of killing outside the city. That's just a demon crawling out of hell. Baiju on the bed struggled to speak at this time. Auntie, he was the friend who came with me the other day. What? Bai Xianxian looked at Lin Yi in disbelief, and then at Baiju. Are you Lin Yi? Lin Yi ignored her, walked directly to the bed, looked at Baiju with a white face like white paper and asked, you look like this, which guy are you fighting again? Baiju grinned, wanting to laugh, but it pulled the wound, and the pain made him grin. It's really a fight. But, it was a fight with a group of people. He took a breath and continued, it's still the official who did it. When Lin Yi heard this, his eyes lit up. What the hell happened? Did you do it with the officials? This made him a little interested. Baiju's eyes lit up with a flame of anger, and he explained, Lin Yi, do you know that Duan de Biao is dead? Black Dream had already told him about this. Baiju's emotions suddenly became excited, and his voice was also high. Duan de Biao is dead, and Ren Tianqing, the director of the Demon Eradication Division, and the other two deputy directors, Teng Huayuan and Pan Changlin, have also returned from Kyoto. Kyoto. They joined forces with the superintendent to investigate Duan de Biao's death, and the movement was so loud that even the demon suppression army sent people to assist them. Finally, Bai Ju's teeth rattled, and his eyes were bloodshot. They inexplicably found our Bai family. Just because Duan de Biao died on the day he attended my grandfather's birthday banquet, they said that our Bai family was the most suspicious. Lin nodded a little. Later, they simply stopped acting, directly saying that our Bai family bought the murderer. Then I took away all the people in the Bai family, and I didn't even let go of the prosperity I raised. Ahem, cough. A series of excited words made him cough violently, blood overflowing from the corners of his mouth. Seeing this, Bai Xianxian hurriedly stepped forward, gently patted him on the back, and comforted. Xiao Baijue, don't get excited, don't get excited. Bai Ju took a few deep breaths, calmed down the surging qi and blood, and continued. I had just gone back when I saw them being arrested, and I was crazy at the time, so I rushed up and fought with them. I killed a lot of people from the superintendent and the exterminator, but in the end, the two people who played with fire and water came again, and I couldn't beat them, so I had to run away first. At this time, Bai Xianxian on the side also added, I can roughly guess some reasons. Lin Yi looked at Bai Xianxian. Bai Xianxian met Lin Yi's gaze, and her heart couldn't help but tighten, but she still forced herself to calmly continue. The Demon Removal Division in Nanchang is openly held by a director and 3 deputy directors, but in fact, that dead Duan de Biao had no real power at all, he was just a bastard. Director Rin Tianqing is another shopkeeper, he is not in Nanchang all year round, and he doesn't take care of things much. The real power is the other 2 deputy directors, Tang Huayuan and Pan Changlin. The future director position is likely to be one of the 2 of them. Our Bai family has always sided with Pan Changlin, and we are one of the several big families that support Pan Changlin's ascension. Now, as soon as Duan de Biao died, Tang Huayuan immediately seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, regardless of 3, 7, and 21, and directly detained the crime on the head of our Bai family, that is, to put our Bai family to death. In this way, one of Pan Changlin's important arms can be cut off, so that Pan Changlin's vitality will be greatly injured, and he will no longer be able to compete with him for the position of director. A cold light flashed in by Xuan's eyes. Even, I suspect, the person who killed Duan de Biao was arranged by Tang Huayuan himself. Hearing this, Lin Yi completely understood. It is nothing more than a very common factional struggle, where a dog bites a dog. Speaking of which, he did have a little responsibility for this matter. After all, he and Bai Ju went to find that Duan de Biao together. However, even if they don't go, that Duan de Biao won't live. He sat in that position, but he did not have the strength and scheming to match it, and the ending was doomed from the beginning, and there was only one way out. At this time, Bai Ju on the bed used all his strength, raised a hand, and grabbed the corner of Lin Yi's clothes. His eyes were full of supplications. Lin Yi, can you help me? His voice was faint, with a hint of trembling. If you don't want to, no problem. Lin Yi suddenly interrupted him. Ha! Bai Ju and Bai Xianxian were both stunned, looking at Lin Yi in surprise. They didn't expect that Lin Yi would agree so quickly and so simply. Bai Ju didn't even say what he wanted to help with. Of course, Lin Yi didn't have any complicated ideas. The more chaotic the scene, the better. For him, it was simply a pie that fell from the sky. The high-level infighting of the Demon Eradication Division is about to plunge into chaos, which is the perfect opportunity for him to fish in troubled waters and harvest emotional points. Anyway, he was going to invite those people into his Kamui space to drink tea. Now, he is happy to be a stirrer and make the water in Nanchang as muddy as possible. Bai Ju looked at Lin Yi, his eyes full of gratitude. Lin Yi, then I'll thank you here first. Don't say thank you. Lin Yi interrupted him again. I'm not just helping you. His implication is obvious. He has his own purpose. Bai Ju and Bai Xianxian are both smart people, so they can naturally understand. But no matter what Lin Yi's purpose was, as long as he was willing to help, it was the greatest hope for the current Bai family. Tell me, what are your plans? Lin Yi asked. Bai Xianxian took a deep breath and said her plan. At Tang Huayuan's speed, it is estimated that the Bai family will be convicted soon. But this felony, under federal law, must be tried in public and enforced in public. I will try my best to contact some people who have an old relationship with the Bai family during this time. At this time, Bai Ju looked at Lin Yi and added, I contacted my 6 Paths recommender, and he will help me post tasks on the 6 Paths website, and when the time comes, there will be 6 Paths masters to help. In this way, the chances of saving them are greater. Bai Xianxian wondered. Xiao Bai Ju, the 6 recommended people you mentioned. Who is it? And what are the 6 networks? Is it Xia Beiju your friend again? Bai Ju looked at her. Auntie, I'll tell you this later. Seeing this, Bai Xianxian didn't ask too much. Xiao Bai Ju grew up and had her own secrets. She then continued. My Bai family also has some friendship with Commander Yi Rong of the Demon Suppression Army. As long as we can rescue people, he will secretly help us escape from Nanchang. You guys, don't you want to find out the real murderer and overturn the case for the Bai family? Lin Yi asked rhetorically. After all, even if you escape from the South City, where can you go? Aren't you still federal criminals? Bai Xianxian shook her head bitterly, her face full of loss and helplessness. The real murderer, we all know, know, is Tang Huayuan. Okay. However, there are many masters in the Demon Eradication Division, and Tang Huayuan has a number of S-level superpowers around him to protect him layer by layer, and his own strength is also extremely strong. We have no chance to get close to him at all, let alone overturn the case. No chance? In the eyes of others, it is a great opportunity, but in his opinion, it is a great opportunity. He plans to take this opportunity to make a big wave. A storm that swept through the entire southern city could not only allow him to brush a huge amount of emotional value, it is even possible to make his special energy level break through to S level in one fell swoop. As for where can we go after we escape, Bai Xianxian continued. The whole world is divided into 7 states, although it is ostensibly ruled by the Federation, but in fact each state is relatively independent, and we only need to escape from Mangekyō. When the time comes, the sky will be high and the birds will fly, and the sea will be wide and the fish will leap. Lin Yi's eyes moved slightly. He didn't care what would happen to the Bai family after that. He only cared about whether he could feed him this time. He planned to exchange his energy next time, and then fill up the Hashirama cells to awaken Mudun out. If the emotional value is sufficient at that time, and the energy level has also been raised to S level, then he can exchange the evolution potion to evolve the kaleidoscope into an eternal kaleidoscope. In this way, he should be able to walk sideways in this world. Thinking of this, Lin Yi was a little excited. If it goes well, then Shia Wan is not far from resurrection. Lin nodded a little. Bai Xianxian looked at Lin Yi's crazy and changing eyes with a little scared. I don't know if Bai Ju's friend is reliable. After all, no matter how you look at it, this person is not normal. The police department's headquarters prison. Every room here is made of a special alloy and is indestructible. In one of the cells, 2 people are being held. One is Bai Ju's cousin, Humimi. The other is Bai Ju's brother, Bai Yu. Both of them wore a special circular device around their necks, flashing a faint blue light, which could completely suppress the supernatural energy of the superpowers, making them no different from ordinary people. Humimi sat blankly on the cold ground, her back against the wall, and her once charming face was left with only despair at the moment. Bai Yu is like a sculpture, standing in the center of the room, motionless. Cousin, are we going to die? Humimi spoke softly, with unconcealable fear and trembling in her voice. After hearing this, Bai Yu's lips moved, and he wanted to say something comforting, but he couldn't spit out a word. He knows better than anyone else. This time, the Bai family is afraid that it will really be over. In today's situation, no one can help them. Those families who used to call the Bai family brothers and change cups are now avoiding them for fear of being implicated. Tang Huayuan was able to arrest everyone in the Bai family so quickly and strongly, and even convicted him immediately. If there was no big man behind this, the ghost would not believe it. Thinking of this, Bai Yu's heart sank to the bottom. Fortunately, at least Bai Ju was not caught. Otherwise, the Bai family would have been completely wiped out this time. Seeing that Bai Yu was silent for a long time, Humimi also understood. She knew that this time it was really more auspicious. But she didn't want to die yet. She is so young, so beautiful, and there are so many good-looking little brothers who have never hooked up, and there are so many beautiful scenery that she has never seen. Although she usually talks about live broadcasts and hooks up with men every day, she has never talked about serious love yet. How can he just die like this? Thinking of this, she was sad, tears gushed out uncontrollably, and soon she cried into a tearful person. Bai Yu looked at her, feeling irritable, but he didn't know how to comfort her. After all, they were indeed dying. Indeed, it was not. 3 days later, in the early morning, the Administration of Extraordinary Abilities, which represents the authority of the federal government, issued a notice. Regarding the murder of Duan de Biao, Deputy Director of the Demon Eradication Department, a public trial will be held at the Nanchang Trial Center 3 days later, and all people in Nanchang can go to watch it, and the webcast will be started simultaneously. At the end of the announcement, a cold official word was attached. Federal law is sacrosanct, and anyone who dares to provoke the majesty of the Federation will be subject to the most severe sanctions and will never be tolerated. At this time, Bai Juezheng and Bai Xianxian were having breakfast in the backyard of Jishir Medical Center. He held his mobile phone and saw this announcement, especially the last high-sounding words, and immediately mocked. Federal law cannot be trampled on? I think anyone can come up and step on 2 feet. He drank the porridge in the bowl in 2 or 3 bites, put the bowl on the table heavily, and looked at Bai Xianxian, who was haggard opposite. Auntie, have those people been notified? Bai Xuanxuan's eyes were gloomy and she shook her head in disappointment. They don't want to help. Bai Ju slammed his fist on the table, and the sturdy wooden table was instantly covered with cracks. MD, those people. Which one has not received the favor of my Bai family in the first place? There are even a few old things whose lives were saved by my grandfather. As a result, when the Bai family came to the critical juncture of life and death, no one was willing to stand up and say a word. I really lost their 8 generations of ancestors. Although Bai Xianxian was also trembling with anger, she was more rational than Bai Ju. She knew what those people were worried about. This is a fight between the gods. The person standing behind Tang Huayuan was obviously not something their family could afford. In the face of this kind of thing that will be cut down by the whole whole family if they are not careful. It is normal for them to choose to protect themselves wisely. Bang! In the police department's prison. After Humimi learned the news, she began to cry again. At this time, there were footsteps at the door of the cell, and a superintendent who was delivering food stopped. He listened to the crying inside and said impatiently, "Stop crying, don't cry. Crying, you also have to count time. You should enjoy this last time." As he spoke, he handed 2 meals through the small window under the door. When Humimi heard this, her crying stopped. She wiped away her tears, looked at the 2 steaming meals, and her stomach screamed in dissatisfaction. She rushed over, grabbed the lunchbox and began to gobble it up like a starving ghost reincarnated. "Since you are going to die, you have to be a full dead ghost. It's just a pity. It's a pity that I have been so beautiful in my life, and no man is going to die before he is cheap." She still doesn't know what it's like to do that. Woo woo. In the past 2 days, Lin Yi has not been idle. He went out of the city to brush a wave of wild monsters and saved up some emotional points. But this time he was not as high profile as last time, and he ran farther and did not attract anyone's attention. Today, Lin Yi came back from outside the city. He was standing quietly on the spire of a huge bell tower at the moment. The black robe fluttered in the wind. As soon as he came back, he saw the report from the Superpower Administration. It's really as Bai Xianxian said, so soon he will be convicted. They didn't have any direct evidence at all to prove that the Bai family planned the murder of Duan de Biao, but they dared to put it on trial so quickly. It seems that the person behind Tang Huayuan has a lot of energy. The corners of Lin Yi's mouth rose slightly, and the scarlet kaleidoscope Sharingan slowly lit up. If so, it couldn't be better. Hit the small one, and then the old one. A steady stream of emotional values is beckoning to him. For the next 2 days, the South City was calm. But beneath this calm surface, there is an undercurrent, which is so oppressive that it makes people breathless. Like the dead silence before the storm, the night before the trial. The sky was filled with dark clouds, lightning and thunder, and the wind swept through the rainstorm, beating the city hard. In the 7th arrondissement, in a detached villa with a very large area. It is resplendent and brightly lit, and it is not so much a villa as a palace. A middle-aged man with a fat body was sitting alone at a huge dining table carved entirely from a precious red stone. He slowly shook the goblet in his hand, and the scarlet wine in the glass exuded an alluring color under the crystal lamp. Servants in uniform bring exquisite dishes to the table. When the food was served, he waved his hand and motioned for all the servants to step back. In the entire restaurant, he was the only one left. He slowly stood up, held his wine glass, and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the stormy night outside. When he thought of tomorrow, Pan Changlin could no longer compete with himself. It wouldn't take long for him to sit on the throne of the director of the Demon Eradication Division, and his body trembled slightly with excitement. He was glad he did. "I'm glad I chose to cooperate with that Shadow Lord in the first place. Otherwise, how could he have climbed from a little-known squad leader to the position of deputy director in just a few years? Moreover, he will soon become a real director." He slowly raised his glass and looked at the dark night sky outside the window, with a victor's smile on his face. "Tang Huayuan, I respect you. Thank you for making such a correct decision at the beginning. It's done." After saying that, he drank all the red wine in the glass. He respects tomorrow. He respects himself. Respect your future path. One horse is smooth, and there are no obstacles. Snap! The crystal lamp in the restaurant suddenly went out, and the entire villa instantly fell into darkness where you couldn't see your fingers. Tang Huayuan's body stiffened. He was keenly aware of something. A chill rushed straight from the soles of his feet to the heavenly spirit cover. A dazzling bolt of lightning pierced the night sky, instantly illuminating the heavens and the earth. With this brief light, he saw that in the reflection of the floor-to-ceiling window glass, behind him, there was another person at some point. A man in a black robe and a pale white mask. At this moment, under the mask, a pair of eyes emitted scarlet light, dazzling, but also bloodthirsty. On the day of the trial, in the center of the southern city, the center of the trial, there were a lot of people here, and countless ordinary people and people with special abilities came from all directions. Boom! For most of them, the destruction of the Bai family is nothing more than a fierce condiment in a boring life. Who is right and who is wrong? Unimportant. It's enough to have a lively view. This huge open-air building resembles a sports center in structure. In front of the towering metal gate of the law enforcement platform stands a statue of the Angel of Judgment, with her wings spread and a compassionate expression, symbolizing the so-called fairness and justice. The irony is extremely high. Walking into the trial center, the seats are densely packed around the huge metal platform in the center. On the high platform, the 3 judge seats are condescending, overlooking all living beings. Countless cameras hang above, recording everything silently. Bai Ju and Bai Xianxian had already been disguised and mixed in the crowd. They chose a position with a great view and calmly observed their surroundings. Inside the venue, heavily armed superintendents patrolled back and forth, and the atmosphere was solemn. Bai Xianxian lowered her voice and asked Bai Ju beside her anxiously, "Xiao Bai Ju, why haven't you seen Lin Yi yet? He won't come, will he?" Bai Ju was wearing an ordinary peaked hat. The brim was pressed very low, and he stared at the high platform in the center without squinting. His voice was calm. "Don't worry, Auntie, since he promised, he will definitely come. He said he would strike first and create chaos. Then, I rushed up to save people. Also, if you see people wearing all kinds of strange masks joining the battle, don't be afraid, they are your own people." Bai Xianxian nodded vigorously, looking at Xiao Baiju's resolute side face. At this moment, she suddenly felt that Xiao Baiju had really grown up. "I feel very secure." The sun slowly rose, and it was 10 o'clock in the morning. Bang dash! The huge metal door was pushed open. The superintendent and the personnel of the Demon Extermination Department were divided into two teams, escorting the core members of the Bai family, and walked in from the door. Each of them wore the collar that flashed blue light around their necks, completely suppressing the strange energy in their bodies. Not only that, but they were also kept in a huge cage made of a special alloy and pushed forward like livestock. He paused and added. Baiju saw his family being escorted in like walking corpses, and his eyes instantly became bloodshot. A tyrannical killing intent almost gushed out of his chest. He clenched his fists tightly, his veins bursting, and he tried to resist the urge to rush over and kill now. "Can't be impulsive. I have to wait for Lin Yi. The plan cannot be disrupted." The Bai family and his party were escorted to the huge metal platform in the center. At this moment, a figure fell from the sky. The visitor was dressed in a light red uniform and was domineering. Baiju looked at him and knew that he was the chief judge sent by the Administration of Extraordinary Persons. The presiding judge sat heavily on the main judgment bench in the center, scanning the Bai family members in the cage with an ant-like look. He waved his hand. "Start the live broadcast." Suddenly, all the cameras turned on the red light and pointed the camera at the trial center. Others carry cameras around. "It's coming. Here it comes. The live broadcast is on." Some people who were guarding in front of the live broadcast saw the live broadcast and hurriedly greeted others to come over. Others sat around the TV with a lot of snacks and watched the live broadcast with relish. Trial center. Ran Tianqing took Zongjie, Jiang Yu, and the chicken nest head and walked in unhurriedly. Ran Tianqing nodded towards the presiding judge, and the presiding judge also nodded in response. Subsequently, Ran Tianqing sat on the right side of the presiding judge. Not long after, the superintendent also arrived with two young men. He also said hello to the presiding judge and Ran Tianqing, and sat down in the seat to the left of the presiding judge. So far, the three major departments have gathered together. The trial is about to begin. In the cage, Humimi looked at everything around her with a bloodless face. Looking at the three devils sitting above who decided their life and death, she cried again. This time, it was silent tears. Despair was like a tide, completely submerging her. She really doesn't want to die. Baiju experienced this kind of scene for the first time, and perhaps the last. There was no fear of death in his heart, only a powerless anger. The only thing he was glad about was that Baiju was not caught. The Bai family finally has a trace of blood. He turned his head and looked at his parents beside him, as well as his gray-haired grandfather. On the faces of the three of them, there was no fear, only unwillingness. Unwilling to become a pawn in the game of big people. They hate themselves for not being strong enough and can't even protect their children. Another half hour passed. At 11 o'clock in the morning, the trial time has arrived. The presiding judge slowly stood up from his seat, picked up a document, and his voice resounded coldly throughout the trial center. Today, the federal calendar, July 30th, 2025. The following verdict is made on the case of the murder of Duan de Biao, deputy director of the Demon Eradication Department. His voice is clearly transmitted to everyone's ears through amplification equipment. According to the investigation, the Bai family in Nanchang. Behind it is a bunch of so-called evidence that is full of loopholes and untenable at all. But no one dared to question it. Finally, the presiding judge pronounced the verdict loudly. The above evidence is conclusive, so the judgment is pronounced on the Bai family, Bai Sheng, and Bai Yu. Who may need death penalty. Do it now. The rest are sentenced to life imprisonment. The words fell, and the audience was in an uproar. A tsunami of discussion erupted. Some people were skeptical, feeling that the verdict was too hasty. More people are excited. Death penalty. The last time the death sentence was publicly pronounced was 10 years ago. I can actually see it again today. They regarded this trial that decided the fate of a family as a drama to entertain themselves. The seat under Baiju was shattered by him. He clenched his teeth and clenched his fists like a furious lion about to break free from his cage. As soon as Lin made a move, he would instantly burst out and start killing. Bai Xianxian also had a fierce face, her eyes were burning with monstrous hatred, and she couldn't wait to cut those people on the stage 1,000 times. After the presiding judge finished pronouncing the verdict, he picked up the judgment hammer in front of him expressionlessly and held it high. As long as it falls, everything is a foregone conclusion. At this moment, on the ground, a large shadow suddenly appeared. Everyone couldn't help but look up. Bang! I saw a black flame covering the sky, appearing out of thin air above the judgment center. The flame was as black as ink, exuding a terrifying aura that burned all things. A man wearing a black robe and a strange white mask was already standing on the tall wall of the trial center at some point. He stood there quietly, like a god of death from hell. In the crowd, I don't don't know who let out a scream of horror first. Yes, it is the white-faced god of death. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. The entire trial center exploded in an instant. Bai Ju and Bai Xianxian stood up with a miso. Lin Yi, he is finally here. Before everyone could recover from the shock. Brush, brush, brush. Around the walls of the trial center, figures also wearing black robes and masks appeared one after another. The hideous Shura ghost face, hungry ghost mask with swirling patterns, a beast mask in the shape of a beast's head, 6 paths, coming. Ran Tianqing looked at the black-robed men who appeared, with a hint of curiosity on his face. The faces of the superintendent and the presiding judge instantly became extremely ugly. They slowly stood up, their eyes full of solemnity. All the superintendents and demon exterminators in the field immediately took a fighting stance, as if facing a great enemy. Lin Yi lowered his head and glanced at the members of the 6 paths who appeared around him. It seems that Bai Ju is very well prepared. He can't let them steal the show. The corners of Lin Yi's mouth hooked up a crazy arc. He opened his arms as if embracing the whole world. His eyes revealed through the mask, and the scarlet light was great. A joking and arrogant voice spread throughout the audience. Everyone, I have a big gift for you here, but you have to take it. Everyone, I have a big gift for you here, but you have to take it. But, Lin Yi just finished speaking. In the sky above the judgment center, the huge black flame slowly fell like a meteorite. Run, run, it's the white-faced god of death. He really came. Looking at this devastating scene, countless people were crazy and wanted to escape from here. For a while, the entire trial center was extremely chaotic. People crowded, people pushed people, screams and cries were mixed, and some people were even trampled to death alive without being burned by the black flames. Ding! Host gains plus 250 emotions. The mood value is increasing like crazy. Bai Yu, Hu Mimi and the others, who were locked in the cage, looked up at the scene in the sky, their eyes reflecting the ever-expanding black flame. Hu Mimi swallowed her saliva in horror. Table. Cousin, did someone come to save us? Bai Yu looked at the black-robed men standing on the surrounding walls, looking at the various strange masks they wore on their faces, and he remembered a few years ago. At that time, he was still studying at the Supernatural Academy, and someone once found him. The man was also dressed in a black robe and wearing a mask, but the style of the mask was different from that of these people. The man wanted to invite him to join an organization called 6 Paths, but he naturally refused this inexplicable organization at the time. Now look at these people, and the so-called white-faced god of death. Ding! The host gains plus 999 emotions. Ding! Host gains plus 1000 emotions. It seems that they are all from the 6 Paths. I just don't know what the purpose of their sudden appearance at this time is. On the trial bench, the presiding judge looked at the black-robed man who appeared on the wall, and his face showed extreme disgust. Apparently, he knew these people. Humph! A group of rats wandering outside the Federation. How dare they be so rampant? The presiding judge shouted angrily. A dazzling golden light suddenly erupted all over his body. At the next moment, a giant hand made entirely of golden light rose from the ground and grabbed the huge black flame that had fallen. The golden light hand collided with the black flame. However, a scene that stunned everyone happened. In an instant, the powerful golden light hand was like ice and snow meeting the scorching sun at the moment it came into contact with the black flame, and it was directly melted and disintegrated. I didn't even hold on for a second. The presiding judge exclaimed, his face full of disbelief. What the hell is this black flame? His big golden hand was melted in an instant. Looking for death. This is the first time he has encountered this situation after living for so long. Seeing that the black flame was about to fall, the presiding judge, the superintendent, and Ren Tianqing, the three of them looked at each other, jumped directly and came to the wall, standing opposite Lin Yi and several other people of the 6 Paths. The huge black flame finally crashed into the ground of the trial center. The black flame landed, and instead of emitting a deafening explosion, it spread rapidly towards the surroundings like a living creature. The superintendent and the exterminator who were still in the scene all fled outside in horror. Some powerful superpowers ran fast, but others were not so lucky. What? Whenever anyone touched the black flame was like a beast that found the smell of blood and instantly devoured them completely. Before he could even scream, he turned into nothingness. And on the high platform, the special alloy cage that held the Bai family's party melted quickly like butter under the lick of He Yen. The strange thing is that He Yen did not hurt the Bai family in the cage in the slightest. When Hu Mimi saw this scene, she cried with joy. They seemed to be saved. Bang! Seeing this, Bai Yu and Bai Shang immediately rushed to the old man and protected him tightly. At this moment, a figure fell from the sky and landed steadily in front of them. Hu Mimi and Bai Yu looked at the person and shouted in surprise, "Cousin, Bai Ju." Then, Bai Yu immediately became worried again. "Why are you here?" Bai Ju looked at the safe and sound Bai family, breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately said, "Brother, let's not talk about this yet. Let's leave Nancheng first." Bai Yu looked at Bai Ju, then at the black-robed men on the wall, and asked with solemn eyes, "Those people are you?" Bai Ju nodded heavily. At this moment, everyone in the Bai family understood. It was Bai Ju who called these people to save them. Although in this way, the Bai family will definitely be wanted by the Federation in the future, but as long as they are alive, there will always be a way. Baiyu made a quick decision and immediately arranged. Baiju, you take Mimi and Dad and leave from the west gate. I left from the south gate with my mother and the old man. The demon suppression army will not embarrass us, only by escaping separately, the chance of survival is greater. After escaping, find a way to leave Mingzhou and go to Yangzhou, where we will meet in Yangzhou Linhai City. Baiyu's words were clear and calm, which was also the optimal solution in today's situation. At this time, he looked like the head of the family. Bai Shang looked at his two sons with relief. The eldest son Baiyu has always been very stable, and the youngest son Baiju is sometimes naughty, but he also knows the importance and is good. Baiju carefully wrote down every word of his brother, and then nodded vigorously. Seeing this, Baiyu no longer hesitated and shouted lowly, "Let's go!" Subsequently, the Bai family and a group of 6 people, divided into 2 groups, rushed towards different exits of the trial center. On the wall, the presiding judge saw the Bai family's movements, and immediately shouted in his throat, "Stop the people of the Bai family. These people are all repeat offenders of the federal notice, and if they are really allowed to escape, his career in this life will be completely over." His voice was blessed by a special force and spread far and wide. Those who had just escaped from the demon division and the superintendent of superintendents heard the order, and rushed up one after another, trying to stop Baiju and the others. Baiju had already activated the ability, polarization, with all his might at this time. He was like a humanoid beast and rushed directly towards the crowd. A punch is a child, and wherever it passes, people turn their backs and horses. Baiyu also directly incarnated as the Thunder and Lightning Dharma King, and with a wave of his hand, a large area of thunder flashed, and countless people were electrocuted into char. At this time, Ling glanced at several members of the 6 paths around him who were still watching the play, and reminded him lightly, "What are you still doing here? Don't help the people of the Bai family?" Hearing Lin Yi's words, the members of the 6 paths wearing Shura ghost faces and hungry ghost masks all looked at him in unison. Their eyes were very complicated. They were silent for a few seconds, and then, one by one, jumped from the top of the wall and joined the battle. Lin Yi watched them jump down, and then turned his head with satisfaction and looked at the 3 presiding judges opposite. The corners of his mouth hooked up a playful arc. "I also have a gift for you separately." As he spoke, the space in his left and right hands began to twist at the same time, like a spinning vortex. The next moment, 2 figures appeared out of thin air and were caught by him in both hands. Ren Tianqing saw these 2 people, and glanced at Lin Yi again. His eyes were inexplicable. The moment the presiding judge and the superintendent saw these 2 people, their pupils suddenly contracted. The 2 deputy directors of the Demon Eradication Division, Pan Changlin and Tang Huayuan. At this time, the 2 of them were dying, mentally sluggish, covered in injuries, and obviously suffered inhuman torture. Tang Huayuan raised his head with difficulty, looked at the 3 presiding judges, and squeezed out a few words from his throat with all his strength. "Save! Help me!" The presiding judge shouted angrily. "You extrajudicial maniac! How dare you hold important members of the Federation hostage? You will be subject to endless federal sanctions." Lin Yi listened to this, and the curvature on his face became even greater. Extrajudicial maniac? As expected of the presiding judge, he is really accurate. As for sanctions, that's great. I like sanctions the most. It's better to have more, he said lightly. But for now, please accept this gift first. As soon as the words fell, Lin Yi's figure suddenly rotated at high speed, like a humanoid spinning top. At the next moment, Pan Changlin and Tang Huayuan, who were caught in his hands, were like 2 humanoid shells, bursting in the direction of the 3 presiding judges one after another. At the same time, the 2 of them ignited blazing black flames, drawing 2 dark trajectories in the air. "Ah!" The extreme pain made them let out a tragic cry that did not resemble a human voice. Although the 3 of them saw the tragic situation of Pan Changlin and Tang Huayuan, none of them reached out. They tacitly dodged the 2 people who flew over, and the 2 directly turned into 2 black lines and flew out. It drew a beautiful arc, and finally fell to the ground with a snap and was burned into air. Ren Tianqing looked at Lin Yi, and the expression in his eyes changed. Then, his figure flashed and jumped directly from the high wall, not intending to participate in this battle. Seeing this, the superintendent next to him also followed suit and completely left the battlefield here to the presiding judge. These 2 old guys. The presiding judge saw that the 2 of them were gone, and he was upset. Below the trial center, there was chaos. Sasuke, Jiangyu, and the man with the chicken coop head were quietly watching this good show. Sasuke didn't expect that there would be such a big surprise waiting for him today. He raised his head and looked at Lin Yi on the high wall with burning eyes, with an almost paranoid fighting spirit in his eyes. In the last meeting, Lin Yi made him suffer a lot of losses. This time, he must get the field back. He raised his right hand and wore a specially shaped bracelet on his wrist with a striking red button on it. At this time, Jiangyu on the side suddenly spoke. "Sasuke, are you sure you want to do this? This bracelet was specially made by the Federation to train their commissioners. It can not only properly suppress the anomaly energy, but also improve the purity of the anomaly energy. But once this thing is removed, the Federal headquarters will know immediately. This means that he voluntarily voluntarily gave up his status as a commissioner. This experience is also over, and it is necessary to return to the Federation within 7 days to await a new appointment. Sosuke nodded heavily. I'm sure. He looked at Lin Yi's back, his tone more serious than ever. This guy deserves it. I must fight him seriously, otherwise, I will have regrets in my life. After saying that, he pressed the red button without hesitation. The bracelet emitted a red light, and the next moment it automatically shrank into an inconspicuous small piece of metal that fell off his wrist. You two, go and arrest the people of the Bai family. Jiang Yu and the chicken nest head looked at each other. They didn't say much, their figures flashed, and they ran towards the outside of the trial center. They respect Sosuke's choice. After the two left, Sosuke once again set his sights on Lin Yi. The supernatural energy in his body began to rush out unreservedly, and the next moment, he directly turned on the supernatural armament. A pillar of molten flame light that was more powerful and hotter than last time rose into the sky. The terrifying force set off a violent shockwave, shaking all those who were still in the trial center who had not had time to escape, flying out and crashing around. The solid walls cracked inch by inch, and the ground sank violently. On the high wall, Lin Yi and the presiding judge naturally noticed the scene. At the next moment, Sosuke, who had completed his supernatural armament, turned into a flame and rose into the sky, landing steadily beside the presiding judge. He didn't even look at the presiding judge, just stared at Lin Yi opposite, and spoke. Lord Judge, leave this person to me. The judge frowned slightly. Although Sosuke shouted Lord Judge, his arrogant tone didn't take him seriously at all. These young people sent down from the top of the federal government are all arrogant and look down on anyone. But he didn't dare to provoke easily. Rumble. The people who can become commissioners each have a deep background, and they are just sent down to experience gilding. When the time comes, he will be recalled incompetent for a high position. Seeing that Sosuke insisted on going head-to-head with this person, the presiding judge had to nod his head in agreement. He glanced at Lin Yi deeply, then turned to leave. After the presiding judge left, Sosuke slowly condensed a spear made entirely of molten flames in his hand. He pointed his spear at Lin Yi. Last time I was careless, this time, I will give all my strength. Why face death? I hope you will also show all your strength and have fun with me. As the words fell, the thick strange energy in his body completely exploded, and a gust of wind visible to the naked eye was rolled up. Lin Yi looked at Sosuke, and he could clearly feel that this guy was more than one notch stronger than last time. It seems that this guy really didn't show his real strength last time, but at this moment, he is no different from him last time. For Lin Yi, it's nothing more than to be troublesome. Lin Yi looked at the high-spirited Sosuke, and a smile curled up on the corner of his mouth. Whether you can let me use all my strength depends on whether you are strong enough. As he said, Lin hooked his finger at him. Come on. Sosuke raised his head and said confidently, don't worry, you will definitely be satisfied. The next moment, the two figures collided in the air in an instant. The powerful power fluctuated, shaking the clouds in the sky to scatter. This time, Lin Yi did not use any pupil techniques. He wanted to try to see what level of his physical strength had reached now. At the same time, use high-intensity combat to try to break through your energy level to S level. Bai Ju, accompanied by Hu Mimi and his father Bai Shang, was rushing frantically in the direction of the west gate of Nanchang. Around, a steady stream of enemies poured up from all directions. Hu Mimi used her ability with all her might, and a pair of peach blossom eyes flowed. Suddenly, a large number of superintendents and members of the Demon Extermination Division rushed over. Their eyes became blurred, and they even began to turn their guns and attack their companions. Hu Mimi's ability worked wonders in this large-scale melee. Bai Shang was not idle. His ability is also a physical enhancement ability, although it is only A level, incomparable to Bai Ju's S level, but it still surpasses most of the people present. Bang! He was like a tiger, rushing into the crowd, and between the opening and closing of his fists and feet, there were always people who flew out with broken tendons and fractures. The three of them cooperated so well that they actually killed a bloody road. Those superintendents and demon exterminators couldn't stop them for a while. At this moment, a huge water curtain appeared out of thin air, like a high wall, directly blocking in front of them. The other side. The three were forced to stop. The chicken coop head jumped out from behind the crowd in a riotous manner, and without saying a word, he raised his hand to take down the three of them. Suddenly, a piercing engine roar sounded. A heavily armed black off-road vehicle, like an unbridled beast, rampaged out of a building next to it and directly knocked the unreacted chicken nest head into the air. The water curtain also dissipated. The off-road vehicle drifted beautifully and stopped steadily in front of the three of them. Looking towards the driver's seat, it was Bai Xianxian who was driving. Bai Xianxian looked at the three of them and shouted eagerly, "Get in the car!" Seeing this, Bai Shang and Hu Mimi hurriedly opened the car door and got into the car. Bai Ju didn't move at this time. He turned around and looked at the enemy chasing behind him. "You go first, I'll break the last." When Bai Shang heard this, he directly opened the car door and was about to get out of the car. "Little rabbit, when will it be your turn to do this kind of thing? Let Dad!" Bai Ju roared back unceremoniously. "Dad, you are so strong that you can't stop it for long. Go up quickly. Now is not the time to fight for this." Bai Shang was so so blunt by his son, his old face turned red, and he couldn't say anything more, so he could only decisively get back in the car. Bai Xianxian looked at Baiju's resolute back and knew that now was not the time to delay. Zaya Beiju, pay attention to safety. Cousin, you have to be careful. Don't die. Hu Mini also shouted in the car. Then, Bai Xianxian stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the off-road vehicle let out a roar and walked away. Baiju looked at the crowd rushing up again, took a deep breath, and slammed his fist into the ground. The power of the whole body exploded, and the ground instantly cracked a huge opening, and many people screamed and fell in. The powerful impact also shook the people around him back tens of meters. The next moment, countless bullets and shells rained down on him. Baiju immediately turned on the snakeskin movement and flexibly dodged the attack in the rain of bullets. At this time, several superintendents and the captain of the Demon Extermination Division walked out of the crowd, and Li Kai and Lan Jinjin were among them. They surrounded Baiju, and Li Kai and Lan Jinjin looked at Baiju, their eyes full of unbearability. They knew very well that the Bai family was wronged, but in this world, it didn't matter whether they were wronged or not, and no one cared. At this time, one of the several captains looked at Baiju coldly. Young Master Bai, I advise you to catch it as soon as you tie it up. You know, you are fighting against the entire Federation. Do you think you can win? Baiju spat on the ground. Rumble, whether you can win or not, you have to try it to know. At this moment, several members of the 6 paths around also rushed over. One of the men wearing a hideous Shura ghost face let out a wild laugh when he heard Baiju's words. Ha ha, you kid, I really like it. As the voice of the person wearing the Shura mask fell, the captain of the superintendent, who was still domineering just now and let Baiju capture him, his face instantly darkened. He glanced contemptuously at several people in black robes wearing different masks around him. His eyes finally fell back on Baiju, and he sneered. Young Master Bai, I didn't expect that your Bai family still has something to do with these bedbugs that blatantly provoke federal laws. He paused, his voice full of sarcasm. It seems that your Bai family has really not been wronged. Bedbugs? The Shura mask slowly spoke at this time, and his tone sounded particularly relaxed. Are you talking about me? Under that ease, there was an ultimate killing intent. The superintendent captain was overwhelmed by this momentum, but his mouth was still extremely arrogant, and he puffed out his chest. What I'm talking about is... The voice stopped abruptly. Time seems to freeze at this moment. At the next moment, the figure wearing the hideous Shura mask already had a bloody human head on his hand, and the superintendent captain who was still speaking harshly just now was standing weakly in place at the moment. His head had disappeared, and blood was spurting out frantically from his neck. Everyone swallowed unconsciously. Everyone looked at this strange and terrifying scene, only to feel a cold air rushing straight from the soles of their feet to the heavenly spirit cover, so fast that they didn't see any movement at all. Even the head that was lifted in the hand of the man with the Shura mask still maintained the shape of his mouth when he spoke, and his eyes widened. He didn't even have a chance to close his eyes. This person just didn't show any aura of supernatural energy at all, which showed that he didn't use his ability at all. Just by relying solely on the body, all this was done. This person's strength is so terrifying. Several other members of the 6 paths also set their sights on the Shura masked man. Their eyes were full of awe and horror, and they secretly wondered which big boss of the Shura Dao was this. This strength is definitely the top core member of the 6 paths organization. The man in the Shura mask looked down at the head in his hand, as if he was a little disgusted, and threw the head on the ground like garbage. What is the situation? Baiju was also completely stunned. It's too fast. He didn't expect that the task posted by his recommender could be received by such a big guy. It seems that the Bai family's life should not be extinguished. Li Kai watched this scene from a distance, his pupils contracting violently. Without saying a word, he took Lan Jinjin's hand next to him and quietly retreated backwards. Lan Jinjin looked at Li Kai puzzled and asked with his eyes. Li Kai's lips moved slightly and he said 2 words silently. Don't talk, retreat first. Although Lan Jinjin was puzzled, out of trust in Li Kai, he immediately followed him a few hundred meters away. At this time, the eyes of the Shura masked man swept across the audience. He slowly stretched out his hand, spread his 5 fingers, and pointed at the remaining superintendents and members of the Demon Extermination Division. Remember, the person who killed you, the members of the 6 paths Shura Dao. As he spoke, the remaining captains only felt an unprecedented sense of crisis instantly enveloping their bodies, and their hearts were beating wildly, as if they were about to jump out of their chests. The others still didn't know why, but they were so shocked by this murderous aura that they couldn't move. Codename, Death. As the last 2 words fell, Shang's palm suddenly clenched. Boom, 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 boom. A series of dull popping sounds sounded one after another, including the powerful captains in front. A huge blood hole exploded directly in their chests without warning. Their hearts all exploded. One corpse after another fell straight to the ground, and the warm blood gathered and instantly stained the ground red. Baiju looked at this scene dumbfounded. Miscellaneous. What's going on? All dead? A few members of the 6 paths looked at this bloody scene, and when they thought of the self-introduction of the person who had just died, they finally remembered remembered who the death was. It is the former Shura Dao master, the ultimate boss who once killed a federal governor with one person's strength and retreated under the encirclement and suppression of countless strong people. The next moment, he actually appeared in this small southern city and received the same task as them. It's fantastic. It's like a dream. At this moment, several more squads came to support in the distance. Thump, thump, thump. When they arrived at the scene and saw this hellish scene of Shura, they were so frightened that their legs went weak. Blood flowed into rivers, and corpses were strewn everywhere. Everyone who fell to the ground stared at the boss and died. Distance. When Li Kai and Lan Jinjin saw this scene, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and he raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat oozing from his forehead. Fortunately, it runs fast. Otherwise, it will just be there. Masters of this level are not something they can compete with at all, and it seems that the captain must be notified immediately. Li Kai took out the contact device without hesitation and began to contact his superiors urgently. Shang saw another batch of ants coming to death, and his face showed a hint of impatience. He looked at the other members of the 6 paths and waved his hand casually. You guys, these people will be handed over to you. I'm going to play somewhere else. It's boring here. When the members of the 6 paths heard this, they immediately stood up straight, their bodies tense, and bowed their heads respectfully. Yes, Lord Shang. Seeing their restrained appearance, Shang shook his head uninterestingly. Hey, it's all because I'm too famous. Then, he looked at Baiju, who was still in a state of confusion on the other side, and spoke. Boy, the reward you give me for this task is only enough for me to make one move. Let them do the rest. Baiju nodded dully, not yet fully recovering from the shock just now. Shang was just about to leave, but he seemed to remember something, looked back at Baiju, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Boy, I'm very optimistic about you. After saying that, his eyes looked in the direction of the trial center in the distance. There, the battle between Lin Yi and Sasuke was in full swing, and the two were like immortal gods, and every time they collided, large buildings collapsed. Shang looked at the two of them, and with a slight movement under his feet, the whole person disappeared in an instant. As soon as he left, there was a loud bang in the ruins on the other side. A huge column of water rose into the sky, washing away all the ruins of the broken wall that pressed on it. All eyes were drawn to the past. In the next second, a figure jumped out of the water column directly and landed steadily in front of Baiju. It was the chicken coop head that was hit and flew out by Xuan's car before. He rubbed his still aching head, grinned and complained. It hurts. Then, he raised his head, locked his eyes on Baiju, looked around again, and asked viciously, "Where did the man who drove me go?" Baiju shrugged his shoulders and shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Seeing this, the head of the chicken nest pointed to Baiju's nose and shouted, "You kid, wait for me to kill the person who hit me, and then come back to clean you up." After saying that, he wanted to turn around and chase Xuan's car. At this moment, Baiju spoke lazily. Don't rush to leave, I'll play with you. The chicken nest head turned back impatiently. I don't have time to. Before he finished speaking, Baiju's figure had already rushed up like a cannonball, and the strange energy burst out without reservation, and a punch hit his chest hard. Seeing this, the head of the chicken nest showed a strange smile on his face. He didn't dodge or dodge. Baiju originally thought that this punch would directly blow him away, but he didn't expect that the body of the chicken nest head would directly turn into a puddle of flowing water the moment the fist touched it. Baiju's fist passed through his body without hindrance. Worst, Baiju's heart was cold, and he just wanted to step back, but found that his fist couldn't be taken back at all. The water that made up the body of the chicken nest head actually sucked his arm firmly as if it were alive. The head of the chicken nest looked at Baiju and smiled proudly. Boy, since you want to play so much, then I'll play with you. After saying that, the water behind him instantly condensed and formed. A huge hammer made entirely of water, carrying a force of 10,000 pounds, smashed hard into Baiju's body. Baiju didn't even have time to react, and the whole person was directly smashed into the ground. The ground cracked, revealing only a dizzy head in the deep pit. Seeing this, the other superintendents and members of the Demon Eradication Division who came to support also roared and rushed up. Seeing this, the people of the 6 Dao directly greeted them. Wind, rain, thunder and lightning, and the light of various colors of abilities broke out instantly. The two sides collided fiercely and started a fierce battle. The fight is hot here, while on the other side, on the road in Nanchang, a real version of Speed and Passion is being staged. Xian drove the specially modified black off-road vehicle, racing wildly on the road, and the speed had already exceeded 200. Behind her, more than a dozen vehicles of the superintendent and the exterminator department chased after her, and the sirens sounded sharply and harshly. The vehicles behind fired at Xian and the others from time to time, and the bullets hit the bulletproof glass and armor of the off-road vehicle, making a clanging and crisp sound. Rumble. Even, someone leaned out of the car window and took out a bazooka. Damn, place so big. This is a foul, right? Humimi looked at the black muzzle in the rearview mirror, and was frightened. Xuan's eyes froze, and she slammed the steering wheel. So, a rocket flew past the body and exploded not far ahead, setting off huge fireballs and shockwaves. Xian could only control the vehicle to frantically dodge dodge left and right, shuttling through the traffic, surrounded by danger. In the back seat of the car, Bai Sheng said with a solemn face, "MD, this is not a solution. There are too many of them. Xian, you look for an opportunity to get close to them," Bai Xian said calmly while driving. "Okay." The car behind him stepped on the accelerator frantically, trying to catch up, but they suddenly found that Bai Xuan's car seemed to have slowed down. The next moment, the front of the black off-road car in front of it suddenly turned around and began to accelerate in reverse. The tires rub against the ground, creating a beautiful arc on the road. In an instant, they came between their convoys and drove backwards at the same speed as them. The pursuers were dumbfounded. They subconsciously turned their heads over, only to see a charming woman poking her head out of the car window and giving them a charming look. The next moment, the consciousness of these team members began to blur. Their minds were full of all kinds of beautiful pictures, and the corners of their mouths even drooled unconsciously. Seeing this, the captain of the car on the other side changed his face and was about to shoot. Their car sank suddenly. They looked up in horror and saw that the top of the car was sinking down at a speed visible to the naked eye. The whole car, along with the people in the car, was directly smashed into a discus by an irresistible force. I saw Bai Sheng standing steadily on the scrap metal. He clapped his hands and said to himself, "Solve one." Then, without looking at the wreckage under his feet, he swept his eyes to several other cars. "Those cars are very close." Bai Sheng's figure disappeared on the spot, appearing on the roof of another car like a ghost. He didn't even make any extra moves, just simply threw two punches. Rumble, rumble, another car scrapped. In this way, Bai Sheng jumped back and forth between the roofs of the car, and every time he fell, a pursuing vehicle turned into scrap metal. Suddenly, it wasn't until the last car was crushed by him that Bai Sheng jumped and returned to the black off-road vehicle lightly. The whole process was smooth, but it was only a dozen seconds. The next moment, boom, there was a loud noise. Bai Xian slammed the steering wheel again, and came to a textbook-level drift in place. The car turned the front of the car and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. With a bang, the off-road vehicle drove away, only a thick dust rolled up in place. Bai Xian looked at the tragic situation behind her through the rearview mirror, and the corners of her mouth curled up with a smug arc, and secretly said, "The driving skills in the past few years have really not been practiced in vain." Seeing that no one was catching up with her for the time being, Bai Xian breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Brother-in-law, where are Xiao Baiyu and the others?" Bai Sheng's face in the back seat was still solemn, and he explained in a deep voice, "Baiyu took his mother and the old man to the south gate." Bai Xian nodded. With Baiyu's strength there should be no problem. Meanwhile, outside the trial center, Baiju's whole body was smashed into the ground, with only one head exposed, looking extremely embarrassed. The chicken coop head walked up to him and looked down at him, his face full of smug mockery. "Boy, you found this yourself, don't blame me for." Before he finished speaking, behind him, a fatal sense of breaking the air struck. A tail covered with fine black scales and a deadly spiked end stabbed silently at the back of his heart. The chicken coop head was covered in sweat and hair, and he instantly felt a threat of death. He didn't think about it, and a thick water shield immediately condensed behind him. Although the water shield blocked the direct attack of the tail, his whole body was still swept away by the powerful force, rolling several times on the ground before stopping. At this time, Baiju also broke free and jumped out of the ground. He shook his head and saw the girl standing not far away. A girl like no other. Her hands and feet turned into monster-like claws, and the cold light shone. Some key parts of the body were covered with hard black scales, and the eyes showed an eerie reddish color. Behind him, a long, spiky tail was slowly waving. Even so, her appearance is still beautiful, and with this half-human, half-demon posture, she actually has a different kind of beauty. Su Lin. Baiju saw the person coming clearly and blurted out, "What are you doing here?" He quickly came to her side and asked with a frown, his tone full of anxiety. "Laugh at." Su Lin looked at Baiju. There was still no expression on her face, but she just spoke quietly. "I'll help you." When Baiju heard this, he directly refused. "I don't need your help, you get out of here quickly." "Are you kidding? You must know that now Su Lin is in the form of a demon, and she is the most dangerous one." Su Lin just raised her head, looked at Baiju, blinked her eyes, and said in a natural tone, "You helped me before, and I want to help you too. I'm a." At this moment, the chicken coop head that was blown out jumped back. He looked at Baiju and Su Lin standing together, gritting his teeth in anger. "You two are actually in the mood to fall in love here." He pointed at Baiju and scolded viciously. "You kid can. He actually played with non-humans. I'm really angry. I'm going to kill you dog men and women today. This is anger from a single dog." After saying that, he suddenly opened his arms, and two twisted water columns formed by high-pressure water flow, like two violent water dragons, rushed fiercely towards the two of them. The power of the water column was so great that it even broke through the hard ground, leaving deep ravines. Seeing this, the two immediately left and right, agilely dodging the attack. In the next second, the two of them killed the chicken nest at the same time. Baiju's fist was heavy and powerful, and every time he swung it, it carried a strong wind that tore the air. Su Lin's claws and tail are even more tricky and ruthless, specializing and attacking the dead corners of the chicken coop. The two cooperated very tacitly, and for a while, they actually beat the A-level chicken coop head to the point where they couldn't get their hands on it. The chicken nest head, once again embarrassed to use the water escape to block the attack of the two people, and retreated dozens of meters. He looked at the two people who cooperated tacitly, and the anger in his chest became more and more intense. "You guys, really, make me angry." As soon as the words fell, he saw violent water fluctuations all over his body, and then, a huge column of water rose from under his feet into the sky. Baiju looked at this familiar scene and was shocked again. "MD, it's a supernatural armament again. Why is this skill so worthless now?" This is from ordinary people's complaints about gifted dogs. 2 seconds later, the jet of water soaring into the sky dispersed, revealing the chicken coop head that had changed drastically inside. His original chicken coop hairstyle has now become a long blue hair composed of pure water, automatic without wind, and every strand of hair shines with a crystal luster. It was covered with a set of armor made of dark blue translucent crystals. Between the gaps in the armor, there was a high-pressure water flow slowly, exuding a dangerous aura. His eyes turned into two deep vortices that kept spinning. He waved his hand casually, and a water ball larger than others instantly condensed, with terrifying power, flying towards Baiju and Su Lin. The two of them changed their faces and dodged in time. The water balloon smashed a huge pit on the ground, and the water at the bottom of the pit was still sizzling. After the transformation, the chicken nest head began to attack wildly. "You two, give me death." One huge water ball after another was thrown by him, accompanied by his angry roar. He just can't get used to someone showing affection in front of him. This kind of person he will kill once he sees it, unless can't beat it. The three fought fiercely, and the surrounding ruins were completely razed to the ground by the aftermath of their battle. The earth was shrouded in two indescribable huge shadows. Everyone subconsciously stopped the attack and looked up. I saw that above the dim sky, a spectacle that was enough to go down in history. A round of sun, exuding a sacred brilliant gold, shines through the ages. A round of sun emitting a lava-like crimson color. Rumble. A round of sun exudes pure ink like an abyss. 3 days in the sky. This is not a natural spectacle, but a man-made creation. The two people who created such a spectacle stood on top of a tall building. His whole body was wrapped in pitch-black flames, and he had a long black flame knife in his hand, and his eyes were scarlet, like the god of death coming from hell. The other man stood in the air, with molten flames on his body, like a god in charge of fire. A huge sun was suspended above their heads, and the terrifying energy fluctuations dyed the sky two distinct colors. At this moment, this is a battle between light and dark. At this moment, Lin Yi felt unprecedentedly comfortable. This feeling of doing it all, fighting to your heart's content, and having your body completely squeezed dry, is really fucking cool. The strange energy in his body surged wildly, like a machine running at ultra-high speed, as if a wonderful qualitative change was brewing. Sasuke's face on the opposite side was full of uncontrollable excitement, and every cell in his body was screaming wildly. He looked at Lin Yi and said loudly, "White-faced death, tell me your name. You deserve to be remembered by me." Lin Yi looked at him indifferently, and the corners of his mouth pulled out an arc. "I'll talk about it if I win." When Sasuke heard this, he was not angry but laughed. "Okay." The moment the words fell, the spear in his hand suddenly pointed at Lin Yi. The huge crimson sun above his head immediately flew straight towards Lin Yi. Its speed is neither fast nor slow, but it carries the coercion of burning everything. Seeing this, Lin Yi also raised the black flame long knife in his hand and pointed at it from a distance. The pure ink-colored sun above his head also moved, facing the crimson ball. On the ground, everyone stopped their movements. Both the members of the Six Pats, the Demon Slayer Division and the Superintendent of Demons, stared blankly at the terrifying scene in the sky. In their eyes, the scene of two huge suns about to collide is reflected. Some people who reacted quickly no longer paid attention to the battle in front of them and fled desperately in the direction away from the two fighting. If you stay any longer, you will not respect the two godlike bosses above. The same is true for Baiju. He grabbed Su Lin's hand next to him, turned his head without thinking, and ran in the direction of Shiman. "If you don't run it this time, how long will you wait?" The chicken coop head was still staring blankly. He looked at the excited Sasuke in the sky, and had already thrown the rest of the Bai family out of the clouds. He hadn't seen Sasuke like this for a long time. Since the death of Sasuke's mother, Sasuke has been silent and depressed. In the past few years, he and Jiang Yu have been with him, so he has gotten better, and he will take the initiative to make some jokes. However, he seems to have developed a cold-blooded personality because of this, extremely dismissive of life and loves to fight. But at least, Sasuke is getting better. Looking at it now, the once sunny and cheerful Sasuke seems to be back. Therefore, when he saw Sasuke at this moment, he was sincerely happy for him. But while he was happy, he reacted suddenly. "Fuck, it's going to explode." So, he immediately turned into a puddle of clear water and fled quickly into the distance. The others around him had already fallen into a frenzied flight. "If you don't run again, the cliff will be there." 5 seconds later, two suns with completely different colors finally collided under the spotlight. Instead of earth-shattering loud noises, they strangely merged together, forming a new, larger and more unstable sun. Then, the extremely dazzling light broke out instantly. The powerful shock waves swept through the surrounding area of thousands of meters with a devastating momentum. The glass of countless buildings was shattered in response, and the buildings of some tofu dregs projects were directly covered with cracks. The temperature of the air rises sharply in an instant. The next moment, the real explosion came. A small mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and a powerful force instantly swept around. Clusters of black flames and molten flames splattered in all directions. Some unlucky guys fell directly into the trap. If you are hit by the molten flame, you can also leave a whole corpse, and there is a chance to be treated. But wrapped in the dark flames, it was only burned into nothingness. For a time, this area completely turned into a purgatory on Earth. Some ordinary people who did not have time to escape also suffered. Screams came and went. Immortals fight, mortals suffer. This sentence is vividly reflected at this moment. Ding! The host gains plus 1,333 emotion points. Ding! Host gains plus 2,451 mood points. Although Baiju and Su Lin had already run far, they were still affected by the huge power. The moment the impact hit, Baiju hugged Su Lin tightly in his arms and used his back to bear most of the impact. The two rolled on the ground and broke through several vulnerable buildings. In the end, they fell heavily into the rubble. Su Lin nestled in Baiju's arms. She slowly raised her head, looked at Baiju who was close at hand, and said softly, "You saved me again." Her eyes widened, and her delicate cheeks flushed. The long, scaly tail behind him was shaking gently unconsciously. Baiju struggled to prop up his body. He glanced at Su Lin, didn't notice her abnormality, just spoke hurriedly. "Get up, I have to go." Now the scene is chaotic. No one will notice him, and he must take this opportunity to escape quickly. Su Lin came out of Baiju's arms, and the two stood up from the rubble. Su Lin looked at Baiju and asked with a very serious look, "Ding! The host gains plus 999 emotions. Can I go with you?" Baiju looked at her and frowned tightly. "Come with me? What about your mother?" Su Lin slowly lowered her head, her tone with a hint of loneliness. "My mom I left this world 2 days ago." Baiju was stunned. "What? Didn't I find a supernatural in the Department of Healing to cure your mother's illness?" Su Lin explained softly. "My mother's illness was incurable, and the day after she was cured, she fell ill again, and her condition worsened faster than before. At that time, I knew that my mother it is destined to leave me. So, I'm just alone now. No, I'm not a human now, I'm a demon." Su Lin raised her head again, looking at Baiju with a pair of big watery eyes. There seemed to be fog condensing inside, and she was about to cry in the next second. Can you take me away?" Baiju looked at her like this, his heart softened, and he nodded directly in agreement. Since her mother has left, and she is now a demon, she is very strong, and not only will it not be a burden, but on the contrary, it can also be a great help. Su Lin saw that Baiju agreed, and her face suddenly showed a happy look. "Now is not the time to be happy, let's go," Baiju urged, and immediately turned around after saying that, and continued to run in the direction of Shiman. Seeing this, Su Lin immediately followed, and her tail swayed even more happily behind her. Southtown Demon Army, Headquarters Base. Purple Kite wore a close-fitting black combat uniform and walked quickly in the metallic corridor. Anyone who passed by her immediately stopped and greeted her respectfully. "Purple Kite Commander." Ziyuan just nodded slightly in response, went straight to the highest floor, and stopped in front of a heavy metal door. She raised her hand and knocked gently on the door. "Enter." A calm male voice came from inside the door. Ziyuan pushed open the door and walked in, and the door behind him slowly closed. In the room, a man was sitting on a wide chair with his back to her, staring at the huge screen in front of him. "Brother Rong, what is the matter with the Bai family?" Ziyuan walked to Yi Rong's side and asked softly. Yi Rong picked up a cup of tea on the table, brought it to his mouth and took a sip, never taking his eyes off the screen. "Stop it appropriately and let it go." He only said 8 words, but the meaning was extremely clear. The tip of the purple kite's eyebrows moved slightly. "Brother Rong, if you do this, will those old guys?" Yi Rong finally turned his head. He looked at the purple kite and a faint smile appeared on his face. "Purple Kite, do you think I'll be afraid of them?" Seeing the calmness and absolute confidence in Yi Rong's eyes, Ziyuan immediately understood. She knew very well that this confidence came from such great strength. Ziyuan responded, said no more, turned around and left the room. Yi Rong's gaze moved back to the screen. On the screen, 2 figures are engaged in a fierce battle. From a long distance, he seemed to be able to feel the terrifying energy fluctuations coming from the center of the South City. Both of them are strong. His eyes finally locked on the figure with black flames burning all over his body. "The last time in the forest, let you slip under my nose. This time, you can't run." On the avenue not far from the west gate of Nanchang, the off-road vehicle driven by Xianxian slowly stopped. In front of them, dozens of vehicles of the superintendent and the exterminator had completely sealed the road. A group of heavily armed personnel stood in front of the car and took a fighting stance. One of the men in the captain's uniform came out. He looked at Xianxian and the 3 of them in the car, and shouted, "The people of the Bai family, listen. You are all already surrounded. Don't resist unnecessarily, get off the car and surrender immediately. Yes. Bai Xianxian glanced at the man, turned to Bai Sheng and said, "Brother-in-law, what should I do now?" "There's no way, just do it." Bai Sheng's eyes crossed, and he pushed the car door directly and walked down. Seeing this, Bai Xianxian also got out of the car. You, the white-faced god of death. Although Humimi in the car was so frightened that her legs were weak, when she saw that both of them had gone down, she could only grit her teeth, open the door and follow out. The three stood side by side. Bai Sheng suddenly winked at the two of them, and then slowly raised his hands, making a gesture of being bound and captured. Bai Xianxian and Humimi saw this, so they had to follow suit. The captain saw that the three of them were so cooperative, and a smug smile appeared on his face, and he waved his hand. "Go, put them on." The three team members holding collars that suppress supernatural abilities carefully walked towards Bai Xianxian and the others. The moment they came closer, they were about to put on a collar for Bai Sheng. Bai Sheng's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he suddenly burst out. He grabbed a team member's chest with one hand and rushed forward like a humanoid tank, knocking the third person out fiercely. Seeing this, the captain's face changed drastically, and he immediately ordered an attack. For a while, a rain of bullets and various elemental abilities attacked overwhelmingly towards Bai Sheng. Bai Sheng smiled fiercely, using the two unlucky guys in his hand as shields to block most of the attacks. He instantly rushed into the crowd, and wherever he passed, people turned over on their backs and screamed repeatedly. Bai Xianxian also moved at this time. Although her ability mainly focuses on healing, her physical fitness has also been greatly enhanced. Although she is not as good as Bai Sheng, but she is far beyond ordinary people. She was like a female god of war, flexibly dodging attacks in the crowd, punching with her left and kicking her right, and she fought with great color. Seeing this, Humimi also mustered up the greatest courage in this life. She activated her abilities at those who rushed towards her. Suddenly, several team members' eyes became blurred, and they began to attack their companions in a daze, and the scene was very chaotic for a while. Humimi looked at her masterpiece and sighed in her heart. It turned out that her ability was so powerful. She vowed that if she could survive this time, she would definitely exercise her combat ability. On the other side, Bai Sheng played in full swing and got carried away. At this time, the captain quietly rushed to Bai Sheng's side and slapped it viciously. Fire! Bai Sheng reacted extremely quickly and turned around and punched him. Fists and palms collide. The captain's strength was obviously far less than Bai Sheng's, and the whole person was blown several meters away by a punch. Bai Sheng clapped his hands and said disdainfully, "Humph, compare strength with me? I can't compare to my son, and I can't compare to you?" The captain was helped up by the two team members. He covered his chest. The corners of his mouth were bloody, but he looked at Bai Sheng with a strange smile. "I can't compare to you, but other aspects are not necessarily." As soon as the words fell, Bai Sheng's face suddenly turned white. His brain was dizzy for a while. He almost stood unsteadily and knelt on one knee on the ground. He raised his right hand, and his entire palm had turned purple-black, and the blue veins burst out. Poisoned. Bai Sheng raised his head, his eyes were bloodshot, and roared, "I.M.D. The heart of playing with poison is dirty." Bai Xianxian and Humimi also discovered the situation on Bai Sheng's side, and immediately rushed to his side to help him up. Bai Sheng looked at the two weakly and said, "You find a way to escape. I may not be able to leave." Bai Xianxian immediately said, "Brother-in-law, have you forgotten what I did?" After saying that, she immediately activated her ability. A glossy green round spar appeared out of thin air, and a turquoise energy light connected to Bai Sheng's body and began to heal him. Bai Sheng suddenly felt much more comfortable, but during the treatment, both of them couldn't move. Humimi also knew the situation of the two at this time. She mustered up the greatest courage in her life, walked in front of the two of them, and imitated Bai Xuanxuan's previous appearance, and put on a fighting posture. Seeing this, the captain directly smiled and ordered, "Up, capture them alive." Suddenly, dozens of team members swarmed up. Humimi looked at the crowd rushing over, screamed and closed her eyes, and released her abilities frantically at them. Although she managed to control a few people, more attacks fell on her, and she was instantly covered in injuries. Several people found the opportunity, rushed up, and pressed her to the ground, unable to move. Humimi watched them rush towards Bai Xianxian and the two, and tears flowed out of her eyes in a hurry. At this moment, above the sky, a loud voice came. "UTMD dare to touch my dad, looking for death." A figure fell from the sky, and the powerful force set off a wave of air, directly sending everyone around him flying. Bai Xianxian looked at the person who came and breathed a sigh of relief. "Xia Beiju, if you come later, you won't see your dear aunt." Bai Ju patted the dust on his body and grinned. "Don't worry, auntie, didn't I get stuck? You say I'm handsome, right?" Bai Xuanqing nodded seriously. "Handsome." Humimi saw Bai Ju coming, and the big stone in her heart also fell to the ground. Suddenly, the people who pressed her to the ground let out a shrill scream. Humimi slowly turned her head and was startled. "I saw a hideous tail covered with black scales, which ran through the bodies of these people at the same time, lifted them high, and then slammed them into the crowd in the distance, knocking over several more people." Humimi was stunned. At this time, a figure came to her side and helped her up. Bang! Humimi turned her head and screamed in fright again. Strange. Strange demons. She rolled and crawled to Baiju's side. Su Lin stood there, blinking her eyes, looking a little cute. Seeing this, Baiju quickly explained. Cousin, she is my friend, Su Lin, you don't have to be afraid, you are your own person. Humei looked at Su Lin, swallowed her saliva, and finally accepted this setting. When the captain saw Su Lin, he recognized her as a demon at a glance. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered. I didn't expect you to dare to raise demons, you are really bold. Baiju didn't bother to pay attention to him, but said to Bai Xianxian, Auntie, you take my dad and cousin in the car, and Su Lin and I will open the way in front. Bai Xianxian nodded immediately. Okay. Bai Shang looked at Baiju and advised. Son, be careful. Baiju nodded heavily. Don't worry, Dad, we will all leave alive today. Subsequently, Bai Xianxian helped Bai Shang, who had almost recovered, and got into the car with Humimi. Baiju walked to Su Lin's side and looked at the group of people in front of him. It's going to be on. Su Lin said At the next moment, Baiju turned into a white afterimage and rushed up instantly. Su Lin followed closely behind, turning into a black figure shuttling through the crowd. Screams came from time to time, and the two cooperated tacitly, and no one could stop them. Bai Xianxian drove the car and followed closely. Soon, they rushed to the west gate. The garrison demon suppression army only symbolically blocked it and opened the door. Bai Xianxian kicked the accelerator and drove the car directly out of the city. Su Lin also followed the car and left together. Baiju stood at the gate of the city. He turned around and looked in the direction of the center of the southern city. Lin Yi was still there. He was not worried about Lin Yi's safety. With Lin Yi's strength, no one could kill him in this southern city. If you insist on saying one person's words, it is only Yi Rong. But Lin Yi had that magical spatial ability, and Yi Rong couldn't do anything about him. Today they were able to escape smoothly thanks to Lin Yi. He decided, if he can see you again, he is willing to worship Lin Yi as his adoptive father. Lin Yi, oh no, righteous father, goodbye to the rivers and lakes. Baiju said softly, and then his figure moved and disappeared at the city gate. Several members of the Six Paths in the distance saw that the Bai family had successfully left the city and their task was completed. So, several people looked at each other and then dispersed in all directions. Bursts of powerful energy fluctuations surged from the direction of the center of the southern city. There, two giants are fighting a big battle. In the center of the south city, the confrontation between the two behemoths has pushed the atmosphere to its peak. The battle between Lin Yi and Sasuke has long gone beyond the scope of ordinary S-class and entered the realm of immortal fighting. Lin Yi's figure suddenly appeared in front of Sasuke, his fist wrapped in black flames, and slammed into Sasuke's chest. The molten flame armor cracked in response, and cobweb-like cracks instantly spread all over the body. Sasuke's whole person was like a kite with a broken thread, smashing rapidly towards the ground. The ground was smashed into a huge pit, and smoke and dust rose into the sky. Lin Yi slowly landed on the roof of a high-rise building, and the black robe was windless and automatic. He looked down at the ruins below, without any expression on his face. The Hashirama cells and the strengthening of the A-level alienation demon core made his physical strength reach an unprecedented height at this moment. The alienated demon core can greatly improve the ability of certain aspects of the body, which is indeed a good thing. In the future, we have to find a way to do more. In the next second, in the deep pit, a figure rose into the sky and landed on another high-rise building opposite Lin. It was Sasuke. The molten flame armor on his body was shattered, and there was a trace of blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. Holding a molten flame spear to support his body, although his expression was solemn, his eyes were burning with even more fanatical excitement. He rubbed his still stuffy chest and grinned. White-faced Reaper, your strength can be ranked in the top 3 among the peers I have met so far. Bang! A muffled sound. Sasuke's tone was full of appreciation, but it was more of an excitement of a chess opponent. Click. Next, I will use my strongest move. Take it. When the words fell, Sasuke's momentum suddenly changed. Bang! The molten flame spear in his hand melted and disappeared, and his body glowed with dazzling lava light. Immediately afterwards, more and more molten flames gushed out of his body, completely enveloping it like a tide. The molten flame continued to expand, grow larger, and extend in all directions. Lin Yi's gaze was also constantly raised. Eventually, the molten flame formed a huge sphere more than 20 meters high in the air. The sphere begins to wriggle, deform. Body, hands, feet, head. A huge molten flame giant appeared out of thin air above Nanchang. It was wearing a thick and hideous molten flame armor, and held an extremely thick molten flame spear in his hand. Like a general who came out of a myth, just standing there brings an unparalleled sense of oppression. The molten flame giant pointed the spear in his hand at Lin Yi from a distance. That powerful force drove the air, blowing Lin Yi's black robe to make a hunting sound. Lin Yi looked at the molten flame giant, his eyes still calm. This guy still has this ability, which is a bit interesting, but it's just too small. Lin Yi knew very well that if his Susanoo could evolve to a complete body, he could even reach a height of hundreds of meters, and he could step on this guy into a two-way foil with one kick. Of course, now his Susa is only a semi-finished product, only more than 20 meters high, and there is no way to achieve that level. However, killing this guy is enough. Thinking of this, Lin Yi had a pair of scarlet eyes, and his pupils were rushing. At the next moment, with his body as the center, a half-body muscle giant as black as ink rose from the ground. In the giant's hand, a huge black long knife condensed into it. Susa waved casually to the side. Scoff! A 100-meter-high building next to it was cut off without any suspense, and the upper half of the building collapsed. The huge sound and vibration made everyone on the ground look over, and their faces were full of horror. They stared blankly at the two giants facing each other over the city, feeling that their worldview was completely subverted at this moment. The molten flame giant transformed by Sasuke. When he saw Susa summoned by Lin Yi, his tone became extremely excited. Sure enough, you are the one who swung that knife in Heaven of Bliss that night. Susa raised the long black knife in his hand, and a cold voice came from it. There's a lot of nonsense. Take me first. Before the words fell, the huge black long knife had already slashed fiercely towards the molten flame giant with a roar that tore through the air. The molten flame giant immediately raised his spear and blocked it in front of him. Duong! The deafening voice resounded in the sky. The molten giant's body sank down suddenly, and even the tall buildings under his feet began to shatter and collapse. In the end, the entire high-rise building could no longer support it, and the molten flame giant fell directly from the roof, rubble splashing in smoke and dust. You need to help me. Susanoo looked condescendingly at the ruins below. Suddenly, there was a violent movement in the ruins. At the next moment, a molten flame spear broke through the ruins like a shell out of the chamber, pointing directly at Susanon. Thundered. The speed is extremely fast, and it comes in an instant. Susa didn't make any moves, allowing the spear to hit his body. Puff! The spear only stabbed in a little bit, and it could no longer make an inch. When Lin Yi saw this scene, the corners of his mouth curled slightly. Sure enough, with the increase in his own physical strength, Susanoo's defense will also increase. Susanoo stretched out his huge palm and pulled out the spear stuck in his body. The spear exuded a terrifying heat, but for Susanoo, it wasn't even tickling. Then, Susanoo took a vigorous throwing javelin pose, his arm muscles were raised, and he threw hard at the ruins below. The spear turned into a red streamer and shot into the ruins in an instant. The next moment, the ruins exploded suddenly, revealing the figure of the molten giant. Bang! When the spear was about to stab it, it melted directly and reintegrated into its body. The battle between these two giants also attracted many madmen who were not afraid of death. Some even carried live broadcast equipment and broadcast the whole process from a distant building. One black and one red, two giants stand between the cities, and the strong visual impact makes countless netizens who watch the live broadcast directly GC intracranial. They fantasize that they are the ones who control the giants, and just thinking about it makes people feel so cool. Damn. Mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live broadcast. At this time, Sasuke controlled the molten flame giant, and once again condensed a spear in his hand. It held a gun in both hands and slammed it into the ground. The entire high-rise building where Lin Yi was located, the ground at the bottom of it began to crack inch by inch, and you could see hot molten flames flowing in the huge gaps. At the next moment, an incomparably thick pillar of molten flames soared into the sky from the ground. The pillar of molten flames instantly enveloped the entire tall building, along with the Susanoo on it. The 100-meter tall building turned into molten iron the moment it came into contact with the molten flames, and Susanoo's figure was completely submerged. Phew! Sasuke looked at this scene, his eyes full of confidence. He felt that this time, at least Lin Yi had to be hit hard. However, just as he was thinking, suddenly, inside the pillar of molten flames that soared into the sky, an invisible force burst out. In this power, there is a palpitating breath of death. Sasuke's face changed drastically, and he immediately controlled the molten flame giant to condense a huge and heavy shield in front of him. The next moment, the invisible force struck. The molten flame shield, like papier-mâché, was cut in half horizontally. The molten flame giant didn't even resist for half a second, and was directly split in half on the spot. Top half, bottom half. This force continues to spread outward. Rumble. The surrounding buildings seemed to be cut open by the blade of the gods. Some of the live broadcast maniacs and onlookers who were not afraid of death couldn't even scream and were directly crushed into powder by this force. Their live broadcast room also went black at this moment. Ding. The host gains plus 19,888 emotion points. Ding. Host gains plus 31,024 mood. Ding. Host gains plus 25,011 emotions. In Lin Yi's mind, the system's prompt sound sounded wildly, and the entire center of Nanshan, under this blow, fell into a dead silence. There, only a blood-red giant remained, holding a long knife, as black as a god of death. In the center of the southern city, it was a mess. The traces left by the duel between the two giants are like scars drawn by the gods in the world after they are angry, which is shocking. Lin Yi's figure appeared on the ground, and the Susanoo on his body had already dispersed, and his black robe fluttered in the wind. He walked to the front of the sect. At this moment, Sasuke was lying in the rubble like a dead dog. The whole body was covered in blood and flesh, and the molten flame armor had already shattered into slag, and the whole person was miserable. In the distance, Li Kai and others, hiding behind the wreckage of the building, saw this scene and did not dare to take a breath. At this time, a man suddenly fell from the sky and landed steadily between Lin Yi and Sasuke. The visitor had a haggard face, sunken eye sockets, and looked overindulgent. The captain is here. When Li Kai saw the man, his tense nerves relaxed a little, and now, he should be able to stop that monster, right? The man known as the captain looked at Lin Yi with a hint of condescension in his eyes, and he was just about to speak. Lin Yi's eyes fell on him. At the next moment, the captain's headspace suddenly distorted, as if it had been twisted violently by an invisible big hand. Poof! No screaming, no struggle. A big head was directly separated from the neck, and a column of blood gushed out instantly. The headless corpse shook and fell straight to the ground. Li Kai, it's over. The captain is sudden. Lin Yi withdrew his gaze, his eyes indifferent. What kind of cat and dog dared to jump out and speak in front of him? He and Sasuke fought for so long, and the original intention was to use high-intensity battles to see if the strange energy in his body could break through to S level. Now it seems that although I can indeed feel some subtle changes in my body, it is still a little less meaningful than a real breakthrough. Lin Yi didn't think much about it anymore, and slowly walked to Zongjia. Sasuke raised his head with difficulty, looked at those scarlet eyes, and felt the pure killing intent, his body trembling uncontrollably. I am convinced, you are very strong. I can't beat you. Lin Yi was unmoved, and a black flame long knife slowly condensed into his hand. This guy couldn't squeeze out the slightest emotional value from him, and Susanen's knife just now had pushed his fear and despair to the top. Keeping it is of no value. Seeing the long black knife that exuded an aura of destruction, Sasuke's eyes widened suddenly. Are you going to kill me? Lin Yi's tone was so flat that he seemed to be talking about a trivial matter. What if not? Under my hands, only those who were killed and not defeated. As soon as the words fell, the black flame long knife in his hand was about to be slashed fiercely. On the high-rise building in the distance, the superintendent of the Nanchang superintendent and the director of the Demon Eradication Division, Ren Tianqing, stood side by side, and their eyes were tightly locked on Lin Yi below. None of them moved. Their eyes intertwined from time to time, waiting for the other party to make a move first. At this moment, an invisible force quietly swept away like a wave of water, instantly enveloping a radius of a kilometer. Sasuke was still lying on the ground for a second, and he was about to become Lin Yi's ghost. In the next second, his body disappeared out of thin air. Lin Yi's black flame long knife split into the air, leaving a deep scorched black knife mark on the ground. A hint of confusion flashed in his scarlet eyes. What about people? What happened in that second just now? At this moment, in the distance, a figure slowly walked out. He was wearing a straight black and gold military uniform, with a tall posture and a steady and powerful step. In his hand, he was holding Sasuke, who had just disappeared out of thin air. Sasuke himself was a little confused. He was obviously going to die 1 second, and the next second he appeared in the hands of this man. He knew this man. Commander of the demon army in Nanchang town, Yi Rong, a legend. At the beginning, he was willing to listen to the old guy's words and come to Nanchang, where birds don't shit, as a special commissioner. A large part of the reason was because he knew that Yi Rong was here. He is eager to fight the strong. However, after coming to Nanchang for so long, he had only seen Yi Rong, and he didn't even have a chance to challenge. Now it seems that even if there is a chance, with his strength, it cannot be this man's opponent. Lin looked at Yi Rong, who was walking slowly with a solemn look. This man gives him a very dangerous feeling. What's going on? It is the kind of danger that is enough to be fatal. What kind of ability was it just now? He didn't even have the slightest reaction, and Sasuke disappeared. I guess what the hell is the supermodel ability? To be on the safe side, strike first. Lin instantly mobilized the strange energy in his body, ready to directly launch the moon reading. However, at the moment when he mobilized his alien energy, an irresistible force slammed into his chest. Poof! Lin Yi spat out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person flew out like a cannonball, crashing through one building after another. The gravel and smoke pulled a long trail behind him. During this process, Lin Yiqiang endured severe pain and tried to activate Kamui to hide in the Kamui space. But in the next second, when his pupils surged, another heavy blow. His body was hit hard again, and he directly changed the direction of his flight and slammed towards the building complex on the other side. As long as Lin Yi wanted to activate the ability, as long as the strange energy in his body showed the slightest sign of mobilization, the next second, his body will suffer an extremely heavy blow. Once, twice, 3 times. I'm his big dad. Lin Yi's brain was racing in severe pain, and he finally realized something. It's not speed. Bang! It's not just fast. This is time. This man's ability is actually an ability related to time. How did this kind of bug ability come up again? Is it so worthless? Lin Yi was hit hard in a row I don't know how many times. Until the last time, a huge force fell from the sky and hit his body hard. Bang! Lin Yi's whole body was smashed into the depths of the ground, leaving a huge hole on the ground. He felt that the bones of his whole body had been broken inch by inch in the series of blows just now. The internal organs seemed to have been smashed. The superintendent in the distance saw Yi Rong make a move and knew that this matter was over. He glared coldly at Ren Tianqing Tianqing beside him, snorted, and turned around and left. Ren Tianqing ignored him, still looking in the direction Yi Rong was. He felt that things seemed far from over. Sosuke, who was casually thrown on the ground by Yi Rong, saw Lin Yi, who had beaten himself so hard that he couldn't find the north just now, and now he was beaten by Yi Rong to the point where he didn't even have the slightest strength to fight back. Only then did he know what it means to really have someone outside the world, and there is a sky outside the sky. Yi Rong walked slowly to the deep pit where Lin Yi was smashed. He looked down at the muddy puddle of flesh and blood at the bottom of the pit, his eyes inexplicable, as if he was admiring a prey that had already arrived. When his gaze touched Lin Yi's scarlet eyes that were still tenaciously open, Lin Yi tried his last strength and instantly launched the moon reading, but the result was the same every time before. The moment he mobilized his energy, his body suffered another heavy blow. This time, the blow landed on his heart with great precision. Boom! At the moment when the attack just hits. System. Exchange pupil techniques for Lao Tzu, Izanagi. Poof! The extremely strong heart that had been strengthened by Hashirama's cells burst instantly under this blow. The extreme pain and darkness instantly devoured all of Lin Yi's consciousness. Yi Rong looked at Lin Yi in the deep pit. That body can no longer be called a human. The whole body was bloody, there was a big bloody hole in the chest, and the heart had long disappeared, which was shocking. Those scarlet and weird eyes also returned to normal black, obviously looking like they were dead and could no longer die. I didn't expect you to be able to resist me so much, and your strength is really good. Yi Rong's tone was a hint of playfulness, as if he was evaluating an interesting toy. It's a pity that in front of me, it's still too weak after all. His words stopped abruptly. A blade of black flame burned through his chest without warning. The black flame instantly ignited the fabric of his military uniform and spread frantically towards his flesh and blood. Severe pain hits. Yi Rong's pupils shrank suddenly, and he activated his ability, Moment, without hesitation. With him as the center, within a radius of 100 meters, time was directly suspended. The next moment, the wind stopped, the floating dust froze in the air, and Sasuke's frightened expression in the distance was also frozen on his face. The whole world becomes a static painting. Yi Rong lowered his head with difficulty, looking at the black flame long knife that pierced his chest. He reached out and touched his chest. Fortunately, his heart was born a little crooked. Otherwise, I'm afraid he will have to explain here. This is the first time in so long that he has truly felt the threat to his life. He took a sharp step forward and pulled his body out of the tip of the knife. The black flame was still burning at his wound, and a white energy gushed out from his body, directly devouring the black flame. He looked at the pit again. In the pit, Lin Yi's body, which should have been dead, had disappeared without a trace. For the first time, a solemn look appeared on Yi Rong's face. He turned around. This time, he saw it. Lin Yi stood there intact, holding the black flame long knife in his hand, looking indifferent. It's just that his right eye is bleeding with blood and tears, and his originally scarlet pupils have become a little gray, exuding an ominous aura. Buzz. Yi Rong did not hesitate. The strange energy in his body was running wildly, and a thin white energy film was attached to the surface of his fist. His figure moved, and he instantly came to Lin Yi. A punch slammed into Lin Yi's head. The moment the fist hits, the timeout ends. Bang! The white mask on Lin Yi's face, along with his entire head, exploded directly, turned into a headless corpse, and fell softly to the ground. Yi Rong's chest rose and fell violently, and the suspension of time was huge for him. He looked at the corpse on the ground, still full of doubts. How did you do the kind of thing that came back from the dead just now? At the moment when he was thinking, a cold wind suddenly came from his neck. TMD. Yi Rong scolded angrily, without thinking about it, and activated the ability again. Pause again. He turned around suddenly, and saw Lin Yi appear behind him intact again. The black flame long knife was slashing fiercely towards his neck. The blood and tears in Lin Yi's right eye flowed more, and the gray color was deeper, almost losing all its brilliance. Here we go again. How can this guy not be killed? Yi Rong's forehead was bruised, and the shock and anger in his heart were intertwined. This time, he didn't hold back at all, and struck with both fists at the same time. Oiler! 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 In the still world, countless fist shadows containing terrifying power poured down on Lin Yi's body like a storm. Bang 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 bang! Lin Yi's body was instantly blasted into countless pieces of flesh and blood under the airtight attack. Yi Rong instantly opened a distance of tens of meters, gasped heavily, and took the initiative to cancel the time pause. The strange energy in his body was about to bottom. This whole process seemed outrageous in the eyes of Sasuke, who was lying on the ground on the other side. In his sight, there is no fault in the flow of time at all. He first saw Yi Rongjin lying on the ground and punched Lin Yi to death. But in the next second, Lin Yi appeared directly behind Yi Rong and stabbed Yi Rong directly with a knife. Then he saw Yi Rong punch Lin Yi's head with a punch. But in the next second, Lin Yi appeared behind Yi Rong like a ghost, raised his knife and slashed. Then Yi Rong turned around and used a set of fast punches that he couldn't understand at all, beating Lin Yi into a rain of blood. This process is extremely fast and weird. The guy wearing the mask, as if he had the ability to resurrect infinitely, couldn't be killed at all. What kind of monster is this? Yi Rong looked at the scattered flesh and blood, and a thought arose in his heart. Should he die now? At this time, his attitude towards Lin Yi had completely changed from his previous toy to his seriousness and solemnity in the face of a strong man of the same level. However, when he began to guess whether Lin Yi was really dead, he knew that Lin Yi was definitely not dead. Really, a figure appeared again. This time, Lin Yi did not appear behind him, but opposite him, 100 meters apart. The strange energy emanating from Lin Yi's whole body almost condensed into substance, forming a cyclone visible to the naked eye around him. His face was filled with a morbid, frenetic excitement. He slowly raised his hand, looked at his palm, and felt the unprecedented, surging force in his body. He originally thought that using Izanagi would directly cause blindness in one of his eyes, but he didn't expect that the A-level purification potion exchanged in the system mall was far more effective than he imagined. The side effects of this god-level pupil technique have also been greatly reduced. The eyes will only bleed and tear, and although they will still go blind after a few more uses, they will slowly recover after a period of use. This is simply cool and crooked. More importantly, he was right. The guy on the opposite side who knows the ability of time system really can't use that perverted ability indefinitely. Every time he uses it, the consumption on him is absolutely huge. Of course, none of this matters. Most importantly, Lin Yi moved his mind and opened the system panel. Different energy, It's done. Under the constant pressure of high-intensity combat, after death, the strange energy in his body finally broke through the indestructible barrier and successfully promoted to S rank. Lin Yi felt that his whole person had been sublimated. It was like breaking free from the invisible shackles and ascending to a whole new world. He slowly raised his hand, looked at his palm, and felt the unprecedented, surging force in his body. He is the real him now. Yi Rong, who was on the opposite side, had more and more solemn eyes. He clearly felt the qualitative change that occurred in Lin Yi. If Lin Yi was an extremely sharp piece of jade before, then now, this jade has been polished into a real magic weapon. This is a true S-class superpower who stands on the same level as him. In the battle just now, he could feel that Lin Yi was very young. One who is so young can defeat Sasuke, the top genius in the Federation. It also has the ability to resurrect strangely, and can deal with monsters that can deal with itself for several turns. Now, this monster has really grown up. For the first time, Yi Rong felt a little unconfident in himself. The ultimate pleasure brought by the surge in strength made Lin Yi's brain once again invaded by that familiar and morbid madness. His eyes gradually became bloodshot, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. But this time, he quickly sensed it. Lin Yi forcibly suppressed the mania in his heart, took a deep breath, and calmed himself down. The violent cyclone around him slowly dissipated, and the terrifying momentum gradually calmed down. He stared at Yi Rong opposite, his expression still solemn. Although his strength has increased greatly, the time ability of this guy on the opposite side is really too perverted. In the face of that ability, he had no choice but to be beaten. Izanagi is not infinitely available, and that fist really fell on him, and every death was something he really experienced. Friends who are often beaten to death know that that feeling is really not good. He really didn't want to experience it again, so slipped away. Today's goal has been completed, and the energy level has broken through to the S level as desired, and the emotional value is, I haven't seen it yet, but it must be indispensable. It's time to go back and think about how to use it. After figuring it out, Lin Yi looked at Yi Rong opposite and smiled. Handsome, I really want to thank you today. Without you, I don't know how long it will take for my supernatural energy level to break through to S level. Yi Rong. Lin Yi turned his gaze to the other side, and the one who was still lying on the ground, like mud. And the dead dog over there, you also have a share. Sasuke, who was lying on the ground, raised his head with difficulty. Dead dog? Who? Me? Lin Yi ignored them and continued to speak. Goodbye, too. As soon as the words fell, the space in front of him was distorted in an instant. This time, the speed is many times faster than before. Lin Yi's figure disappeared in an instant. Seeing that Lin was gone, Yi Rong's tense nerves finally relaxed and he breathed a sigh of relief. He looked up at the sky, his heart full of emotion. This person is so young, he has such terrifying strength. It seems that this world is about to change. I also have to prepare early. And Sasuke on the other side, after making sure that Lin Yi was leaving, directly slammed, used all his strength, and smashed his fist the ground. He actually called him a dead dog. It's really insulting. At this time, a purple figure appeared beside Yi Rong. Ziyuan immediately saw the hideous wound on Yi Rong's chest, and his face showed disbelief. Brother Rong, you are actually injured? She was a little surprised. How could Brother Rong be injured? That white-faced god of death is so strong? Yi Rong glanced at her and said in a calm tone, that person is indeed very strong. His talent is extremely high, and his ability is also very strange, and he suffered a little loss on him. Brother Rong, you are definitely not an ordinary person. Ziyuan walked closer, stretched out his palm as he spoke, and aimed at Yi Rong's wound. A soft purple halo emerged, covering the wound. Just 2 seconds. The flesh and blood reappeared infused, and soon, the terrifying wound disappeared without a trace, leaving not even a trace. Brother Rong, that person. Purple Kite wanted to to ask something more. Yi Rong interrupted her. When I was fighting him, I could feel that he was very young. At most he was the age when he first entered the Supernatural Academy. After I go back, I will compile a detailed report on everything that has happened in Nancheng recently, and I want to take a good look. Ziyuan immediately replied. Hey, don't chat, there is another person here, save me. At this moment, a weak voice came from the other side. The two followed the sound. Yi Rong patted his head and almost forgot about this kid. Purple Kite, go heal him and go back to the base. After saying that, his figure disappeared directly. Purple Kite spread her long legs and walked slowly towards Sasuke. Sasuke raised his head with difficulty, and when he saw the delicate cold face, the whole person was stunned. What a beautiful and sassy woman. Mom, I seem to be in love. Is this what love feels like at first sight? Ziyuan walked up to him, looked down at him, and saw Sasuke's pig brother appearance. She said tisk disdainfully. This is the S-class commissioner sent by the Federation? The super genius of the Federation? It's not as good as Brother Rome at all. Then, Purple Kite stretched out his finger and volleyed a little at Sasuke. Yes, the purple light flashed, and he was cured in 3 strokes and 5 divided by 2. Sasuke jumped up from the ground and felt his body, and sure enough, he was alright. It seems like it's also a little stronger. Sasuke looked at Ziyuan and said with a sincere face. Thank you, he said a word. Ziyuan turned around directly and waved his hand without looking back. No thanks. After saying that, she made a few light jumps and disappeared in front of Sasuke. Sasuke looked at the direction of the purple kite disappearing with a foolish face, and his saliva was about to flow out. Snap! A hand slammed on Sasuke's shoulder. The head of the chicken nest appeared behind him at some point, followed his gaze, and teased. Sasuke, what are you looking at? A fool's portrait. Sasuke came back to his senses and disgusted away the chicken coop head's hand. Don't bother me. At this time, Jiang Yu also came over. Sasuke then suppressed the love in his heart, seeing the color, looked at Jiang Yu and the chicken nest head and asked, You too, how did the people of the Bai family get caught? The head of the chicken nest subconsciously scratched his head, his expression a little embarrassed. It's over, patronizing to watch the fight and forget about this stubble. When Sasuke saw the appearance of the chicken nest, he knew that this guy must have messed up, so he set his sights on Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu shook his head and said, I didn't catch it. That Bai of the Bai family is very strong. And what? Sasuke asked. Jiang Yu continued. Moreover, the demon suppression army seems to be interested in helping them. The city gate is guarded by the demon suppression army, and they didn't stop at much. Sasuke also understood when he heard this. The reason why the Bai family dared to plan such a huge escape was not only because they found the help of those mysterious black-robed masked people, but also because there was a demon suppression army behind them to assist. But he has seen this kind of thing too much, and it is just some sophistication. Forget it, go back. Sasuke waved his hand, looking irritable. I have to think about how to explain to the old man when I get back to Kyoto. Oh, it's really annoying. And the white-faced god of death is actually so strong. No, after returning to Kyoto, I have to abuse those rookies in Kyoto to vent their anger. As he spoke, he walked into the distance. Seeing his appearance, the head of the chicken nest felt a little sorry for those geniuses in Kyoto. Sasuke's talent is also one of the best in Kyoto, and it is the first time he has been abused like this, and he is probably holding back his anger. The chicken nest head shook his head and then quickly followed, put his arm on his shoulder, and Sasuke pushed him away again in disgust. Jiang Yu looked at the backs of the two and felt that Sasuke seemed to have changed a lot. However, it is changing for the better. She also raised her foot and followed up. The sunset stretched the shadows of the three of them very long. At this time, the sound of the chicken nest head sounded in the empty ruins. Don't hide. Come out to wash the floor. It was late at night. In the Kamui space, Lin Yi lay leisurely on a beach lounger. In front of him was a steaming barbecue grill, on which various meat skewers were sizzling, marbling and fragrant. Lamb skewers, pork kidneys, large oysters, pork belly, the whole 9 yards. There were also mountains of ingredients piled up next to him, all of which he bought from major shopping malls for 0 yuan. Since he had nowhere to go for the time being, he simply regarded this independent space as his new home. The space is large enough to carry around, and even surf the internet, which is simply not too convenient. Originally, there was no signal here, but as long as a small space distortion portal was opened in the outside world, the signal could come in perfectly. Although it will continue to consume strange energy, the consumption is very low, not as fast as he does now. Lin Yi couldn't help but admire himself as a genius. He casually picked up a charred lamb skewer, blew on it, and stuffed it directly into his mouth. The meat is tender, and the flavors of cumin and paprika explode on the tip of the tongue. So fragrant. It's been a long time since I've been so relaxed. However, he suddenly thought of Shia Wan. So much delicious food. It is interesting to eat together. His mood, which had just relaxed a little, became urgent again. I don't know how long I have to go. He moved his mind and pulled up the system panel. Ability, Tsukiyomi, Amaterasu, Kago Earth, Susanoo, Twin Kamui, Izanagi. Props, Lin Shirwan's corpse, photo with Shia Wan X1, S-Class Demon Core X2, A-Class Demon Core X37, B-Class Demon Core X81, C-Class Demon Core X275, D-Class Demon Core X300, A-Class Demon Core X401, F-Class Demon Core X637. Different energy, S. Emotional value, 7759888. Looking at the long string of numbers in the column of emotional value, Lin Yi's breathing stopped for a moment. 7,759,888. More than 7 million. For the first time, he truly realized what it means to get rich overnight and what it means to be rich in the sky. This feeling, cool. Lin Yi was so excited that he almost jumped up from the recliner. He waved his hand and shouted proudly in his heart, "System, all the pupils for me." When the words came to his lips, he suddenly paused. A thought flashed through his mind. Should we first consider evolving the Mangekyō Sharingan into the eternal kaleidoscope? Otherwise, the side effects of this eye are always a hidden danger, and you have to exchange for purification potions every now and then, and that thing is getting more and more expensive now. It is simply a bottomless pit. It's a loss. Anyway, his current ability is enough to deal with most scenes, and it is not too late to exchange other pupil techniques when needed. Name, Lin Yi. Ability, Mangekyō Sharingan, S. Thinking of this, he immediately changed his words and shouted to the system, "System, exchange me for S-level evolution potions." Ding! The host's mood value is insufficient and cannot be exchanged. A cold system prompt sounded. Lin Yi was stunned. What kind of plane? System, my emotional value of more than 7 million is not enough? Ding! Yes, host, please look at the big screen. A virtual product interface unfolds in front of Lin Yi. S-level evolution potion has a 50% chance to evolve S-level abilities into SS level. Price, 10 million emotional value. Lin Yi looked at the long string of zeros behind him, and the corners of his eyes twitched violently. 10 million? You robbed the money, and the probability is only half? He couldn't believe his eyes. It means, if my face is dark, wouldn't it be possible to lose any amount of emotional value? Ding! Not so. The more failures you have, the higher the probability of success. Even if the host is a great African chieftain, it only takes up to 10 copies to successfully evolve the ability. 10 copies? Isn't that 100 million? Lin Yi felt that his heart was bleeding. In his previous life, he played a card draw game, and his face was so dark that he couldn't see it, and the highest record was 12 times in a row. So, he had to prepare for the worst. With an emotional value of 100 million, how many people do you have to kill and how many demons do you have to kill to save enough? Forget it. Lin Yi waved his hand. It seems that the matter of evolutionary abilities is out of play for the time being. He sighed and said helplessly, "System, that potion that can offset the side effects of kaleidoscope, give me one." Ding! The redemption is complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the S-level purification potion X1. Lin Yi looked at the system panel. Emotional value, 6759888 million. The price of this S-level purification potion has directly increased tenfold. Profiteer. Definitely profiteers. Lin Yi scolded fiercely in his heart, but still took out the potion that emitted a soft light from the system space, raised his head and drank it all. A cool warm current instantly spread to the limbs, especially in his eyes. The faint tingling and dryness disappeared in an instant, replaced by unprecedented clarity and comfort. After that, the consumption level suddenly reached the sky. It seems that emotional values cannot be squandered at will. As soon as this thought flashed through Lin Yi's mind, he immediately threw it away. Money is a bastard, and you can still earn it if you spend it. System, exchange the pupil technique 8,000 spears and other gods for me. Ding! The exchange is complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Mangekyō Sharingan pupil technique 8,000 spears. Ding! The redemption is complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Mangekyō Sharingan pupil technique. Don't be a god. In an instant, two warmth flashed through his eyes. The ability column of the system panel also has two more pupil techniques, 8,000 spears and other heavenly gods. He remembered. 8,000 spears seem to be able to make a special mark on the target. Damn! Not only can you control the other party remotely, but you can also continuously absorb the other party's energy for your own use, which is simply a perfect puppet technique plus power bank. And other gods are even more bug-level abilities. It can directly invade the target's brain without being aware of it, permanently modifying its will from the root. Turn your enemies into the most loyal dogs and let your mortal enemy give their hearts for you. It's just that this pupil technique consumes a lot of money and has a long cooldown, but there is no doubt that both pupil techniques have extremely high practicality, so Lin Yi gave priority to exchanging them. He looked at the system panel again. Emotional value 5759888. Another million was spent. The emotional value suddenly left more than 5 million. So, he directly, "System, 2 more interpillar cells. Hesitate, you will lose. Decisively, it will be given in vain. Ah, if you are decisive, you can become stronger." Ding! After the redemption is completed, congratulations to the host for obtaining the pillar cell 5% X2. 2 syringes filled with pale green liquid appeared in his hands out of thin air. Lin Yi picked up one of them, looked at the slowly flowing liquid inside, and his eyes became determined. determined. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly aimed the needle at his right arm and pricked it hard. Then he pushed all the liquid inside into his body. Bet.